Chapter 6. The righteous Zhen Er had finished burning the firewood, and though it seemed inconsequential, she had indeed prepared a large pot of hot water. Adhering to the principle of waste not, Qing poured the hot water into the bathing tub and indulged in a comforting soak. The issues concerning Zhu Qizhen remained unresolved, and now the matters regarding the Qian family loomed ahead, truly a case of one wave rising before the last had subsided. Nevertheless, Qing felt no anxiety. With many lice, one does not itch, and with many debts, one does not worry. Leaning against the tub's wall, he relished the moment until the warmth of the water had dwindled significantly, at which point he emerged from the tub, dried himself, and donned a fresh robe. Outside, the sky had turned to pitch darkness. The heavy snow continued to fall, yet the white blanket provided ample visibility. Qing took a moment to appreciate the snowfall before setting off towards the Qian residence. Clang, clang, clang. Qing knocked on the door, and after a brief moment, a puzzled voice emerged from the courtyard. "Who is it?" "This official seeks Lord Qian," Qing called out, urgency evident in his tone. "Coming, coming," the voice responded, now noticeably more respectful. The door was soon opened, and the attendant greeted him with a bow. "I require your master at once. It is of utmost urgency," Qing stated firmly. As darkness enveloped the night, and Qing was not in official garb, the servants could not ascertain his background. Observing his commanding demeanor, they dared not delay. "Please wait a moment. I shall summon my master immediately." "Make haste," Qing urged, nodding as he stepped into the Qian estate. In less than a quarter of an hour, Qian Gui appeared, draped in a thick cloak. Upon seeing Qing, his expression shifted. "At such a late hour, what brings you to my residence, Mr. Li?" "I have come to attend to Her Majesty, the Empress Dowager," Qing replied shamelessly. It was he who had absconded with her, yet he had the audacity to demand assistance from Qian Gui, the victim. Qian Gui stammered, "It is quite late. The Empress Dowager is resting. Perhaps Mr. Li could return tomorrow." His mind raced with apprehension, as he had little recourse and could only attempt to delay. Though Qian Shi was his daughter, she was also the Empress Dowager, and losing her would be a grave sin. The emperor had changed, and the dowager did not favor her. What illness could be attended to? Qian Gui internally lamented, though his face wore a cheerful mask. "It truly is unfortunate tonight." As he spoke, he prepared to send Qing away. Yet, Qing stepped forward. Leaning in closely, "The dowager has instructed me to convey an urgent message to the Empress Dowager. It must be delivered directly to her." Qian Gui's face paled, glancing between Qing and the night outside. After a moment's hesitation, he clenched his jaw and said, "Mr. Li, please follow me." They made their way to the guest hall, where Qian Gui dismissed the servants, secured the door, and then turned to kneel before Qing. "Mr. Li, we have a long-standing relationship. I implore you to assist me." "What is the meaning of this, my esteemed lord?" Qing inquired, a mixture of confusion and shock evident on his face as he quickly helped him to his feet, urging him to speak plainly. Qian Gui, with a sorrowful countenance, forced a smile. "What esteemed lord? In these circumstances, I am but your elder. If you do not mind, simply call me Brother Qian." "Mind? I do. And you are certainly not my elder," Qing thought to himself, but instead he smiled and said, "That will not do. The emperor holds the Empress Dowager in high regard, and the dowager is also deeply concerned for her." Upon hearing this, Qian Gui felt his heart sink, colder than the icy world outside. Realizing his attempts at flattery had failed, he shifted to a more sentimental approach, reminiscing about their shared past. In truth, the two shared little camaraderie. It was merely a matter of Zhu Qizhen's affection for the house of Qian Gui, occasionally providing him with funds to dine within the palace. Their acquaintance was limited to shared banquets. Had it not been for the machinations of a scoundrel, "Dear brother, you would have secured the position of assistant minister," Qian Gui asserted, with a hint of indignation. "Given your merits, not only would the role of assistant minister be fitting, but even that of a minister would be more than adequate. I have heard from Shi Heng and the others about your valor during the defense of the capital." Qian Gui, a military officer, sought to forge alliances with the newly promoted General Shi Heng, as the dynamics of human relationships extend beyond mere civil officials. Furthermore, the loquacious Shi Biao had been vocally proclaiming the reputation of Qing. Qing, having engaged in a few exchanges, steered the conversation back to the matter at hand. "We must summon the Empress Dowager. I have come on Her Majesty's orders." Qian Gui faltered. The gravity of the situation left him with little recourse. "Brother, I must speak candidly. The Empress Dowager is missing." "What?" Qing sprang to his feet, astonished. How could this be? Qian Gui was on the verge of tears. I understand this is utterly incomprehensible, but alas, it is the truth. When did she vanish? Have any efforts been made to locate her? Li Qing's expression turned grave, filled with concern and urgency. She has been missing for quite some time. Ever since you treated her, she has disappeared without a trace. Have you searched for her? Li Qing inquired. Yes, but only discreetly, Qian Gui replied, wiping away his tears. I dare not spread this news. This is dire, Li Qing murmured as he sank into a chair, pondering the implications. In just a few days, we are to welcome the Empress Dowager. The Queen has tasked me with delivering a message to her, requesting that she stay at the South Palace while awaiting the return of the Empress Dowager. He rose again, exclaiming, I must report this immediately. You mustn't. Qian Gui grasped Li Qing tightly, pleading, if this news gets out, the Qian family will be ruined. Brother, if you face any difficulties, confide in me. I will face any peril without a moment's hesitation. Qian Gui clung to Li Qing, imploring him on account of their past friendship. Let go. I will not. Qian Gui shook his head vehemently. 100,000 taels. No, 500,000 taels, I beg you. Release me first, and we shall discuss this further. Very well. Qian Gui, feeling a flicker of relief, remarked, do not worry, dear brother. Tonight, I shall gather the funds and deliver them to you by tomorrow. Li Qing waved his hand dismissively. This matter cannot be concealed. It may be hidden temporarily, but not indefinitely. Tomorrow, you shall accompany me to the palace, and I will intercede on your behalf. Is that truly feasible? Qian Gui asked anxiously. Li Qing reassured him. The Empress Dowager is deeply concerned for the Emperor and has left home in search of him. Their bond is profound and touching. The Emperor, being benevolent, would not impose difficulties upon you. I find that hard to believe. How could a mere woman find the Emperor? Would he and the Empress trust her? Qian Gui replied bitterly. Moreover, what will be said upon the Emperor's return? It must be addressed. This situation cannot remain hidden. We might as well lay it bare, Li Qing comforted him. You are the Empress Dowager's biological father. Upon the Emperor's return, he will not hold you accountable. Very well. Qian Gui conceded, his spirit deflated. Rest assured, dear brother, as long as you are willing to assist, I will ensure you receive your due reward. That is not my motivation, Li Qing declined. Li Qing, though lacking in decorum, possesses a firm moral compass. This time, it is Qian Gui's misfortune that has befallen him, and he shall not be further cast into despair. The bond of brotherhood is unwavering. Qian Gui, deeply moved, expressed his gratitude. Li Qing, slightly embarrassed, replied, we have known each other for a long time. To mention such things feels rather distant. Come find me first thing tomorrow. Very well, Qian Gui nodded repeatedly. The following day, Li Qing and Qian Gui, having arrived at the palace after the morning court, presented themselves before the Emperor. Upon learning of the disappearance of his sister-in-law, Zhu Qizhen appeared astonished, yet he did not exhibit undue concern. Though he shared a deep bond with his brother Zhu Qizhen, the latter's wife was but one among many. Even if Qian's lineage held the title of primary consort. Nevertheless, the status of the Empress Dowager was of utmost importance, and the court's dignity could not be disregarded. Thus, a search was imperative. When did this occur? Zhu Qizhen inquired. Qian Gui timidly responded, it has been more than half a month. He refrained from disclosing the entire truth. You waited this long to inform me? Zhu Qizhen's expression darkened with anger. Li Qing interjected, Your Majesty, it would be prudent to summon the Empress Dowager. For this matter pertains to the inner palace. Zhu Qizhen slowly nodded, commanding, summon the Empress Dowager at once. A quarter of an hour later, Sun Shi arrived. Your Majesty summoned me. What is the matter? Zhu Qizhen gestured toward Qian Gui, instructing him to explain. Qian Gui knelt before the throne and recounted his previous words to Zhu Qizhen. After listening, Sun Shi furrowed her brow deeply, and after a long pause, she sighed. Do not search any longer, let it be. Qian Gui's heart leapt with joy, yet Zhu Qizhen remained perplexed. Seeing that there were no others present, Sun Shi spoke plainly. A frail woman leaving her home, where could she possibly go? What if she encounters ill-intentioned individuals? Even if the court were to exterminate her adversaries, it would not restore the court's honor. She is the Empress Dowager, and the court's dignity must be preserved, hence we shall not search. Zhu Qizhen was taken aback, but gradually nodded in agreement. Indeed, the likelihood of her encountering misfortune alone is too great. A hint of sorrow crossed his face. But as the emperor, he could not neglect the royal family's reputation. Sun Shi held little regard for Qian. Were it not for her son's imminent return, she would scarcely recall such a figure. Let it be, she concluded, casting a glance at Li Qing and Qian Gui. This matter must not be publicly disclosed, understood? We shall obey, the two replied, clasping their hands in deference. Qian was no longer the empress. She was merely a woman within the depths of the palace, and no one would concern themselves with her. Li Qing felt a sense of relief, for indeed, Sun Ce was astute, sparing him the need for further discourse. This affair reached a satisfactory conclusion. However, shortly thereafter, the clever Sun Ce assigned Li Qing a new task. Chapter 7. Become a general of the Ming dynasty. Since His Majesty intends to welcome back the Empress Dowager, it is better to act sooner rather than later. Preparations should commence in the next couple of days, and then we shall depart, Sun Ce proclaimed. As for the selection of envoys, I recommend Master Li. Zhu Qizhen was taken aback momentarily, thinking to himself, indeed, Master Li's foresight was correct. The Empress Dowager has truly chosen him. Li Qing smiled subtly. Everything is within control. Sun Ce's choice was inevitable. They had been collaborators in the past. He shared a close bond with Zhu Qizhen, and he had recently achieved merit without receiving any commendation from Zhu Qizhen. With these three reasons, Sun Ce would undoubtedly select him. What does your Majesty think? Sun Ce inquired. Zhu Qizhen nodded thoughtfully. It is acceptable for Master Li to go, but is it not somewhat dismissive to send only one envoy? Your Majesty speaks wisely. Sun nodded, unsure of whom the Emperor would send next. Perhaps Minister Wang Ji should accompany us, suggested Zhu Qizhen. After pondering for a moment, Sun replied, it would be unwise to make a grand display. The higher the rank of those who go, the more audacious the Tatars will become, demanding exorbitant prices. Moreover, given his age, Wang may not withstand the rigors of such a long journey. Wang Ji and Yu Qian were allies, and Sun dared not allow Wang to travel. Currently, Yu Qian's influence was soaring, and from a pragmatic standpoint, he was the least inclined to see Zhu Qizhen return. Sun was unwilling to take that risk. Li Qing, wishing to avoid complications, respectfully interjected, Your Majesty, I concur with the Empress Dowager. The treasures of the Ming dynasty do not come easily, and we cannot allow the Tatars to take advantage of us. Upon hearing this, Zhu Qizhen became immediately attentive, nodding in agreement. If that is the case, I must trouble you, Minister Li. After a brief pause, he added, Empress Dowager, this matter requires deliberation in the court to establish a formal decree. Sun nodded, aware that those in power also wished to retrieve their son, thereby hindering Zhu Qizhen's plans, yet she would not obstruct the process. If the Emperor deems it necessary to consider the circumstances, let us proceed as you suggest. During the noon court, Li Qing chose not to attend. Yet the situation unfolded as he had anticipated. The endeavor to bring Zhu Qizhen back was a thankless task. Regardless of its outcome, there would always be room for criticism. Naturally, the most detested Li Qing would be left to navigate this murky situation. Thus, the weighty responsibility of retrieving the former emperor fell upon Li Qing's shoulders. The initial phase proceeded rather smoothly, remaining within Li Qing's control. Next came the second stage, to journey to the grasslands and welcome Zhu Qizhen back. This was destined to be a conundrum, as the man was not even present in the grasslands. Li Qing could only manage a bitter smile. 3 days later, Li Qing set forth with an elite force of 5,000, accompanied by 200 imperial guards and the Ming court's gifts for the Tatars. Mr. Li Qi, I have heard that several years ago, civil officials caused a disturbance at your residence during the night, and you eliminated a good number of them. Is that true? Inquired Shi Biao, approaching him. Shi Biao was the leader of this elite group, and Zhu Qizhen, fearing for Li Qing's safety, had deliberately dispatched the formidable Shi Biao to accompany him, demonstrating his meticulous care. Shi Biao was delighted, eager for the chance to be in close proximity to his idol. And he eagerly followed along. I only took down a couple. Li Qing waved his hand dismissively, nothing of significance. Indeed, it was hardly noteworthy, in those days. He had buried high-ranking officials and ministers. What were two insignificant bureaucrats in comparison? Is that not worth mentioning? Shi Biao exclaimed, astonished. To have the authority to execute court officials at will, that is truly a unique feat. If you lack the ability to converse wisely, it would be prudent to speak less, Li Qing remarked, feeling a headache from Shi Biao's incessant chatter. With all this talking, don't you feel thirsty? I am a bit parched, Shi Biao admitted, retrieving his flask and taking a hearty swig before offering it to Li Qing. You should drink some too. I have my own, Li Qing replied, taking a few sips from his own pouch, then wearily stated, we have only just begun. The road ahead is long. So could you please quiet down for a while? Isn't this a bit dull? Shi Biao chuckled. By the way, are you planning to use that Tatar Grand Master as a bargaining chip to exchange for the former emperor? That could be one way to look at it. Li Qing replied nonchalantly. Noticing Shi Biao was about to continue his prattling, he reclined against his horse, resting his head against its flank while gazing up at the azure sky. Shi Biao, seeing this, found it amusing. Interesting, one can ride a horse like this? He mimicked Li Qing, letting his legs dangle while leaning his upper body backward. However, lacking the flexibility and balance of Li Qing, Shi Biao fell to the ground with a thud. Subsequently, the rear hoof of the warhorse trampled on his thigh, causing him excruciating pain as he rolled on the ground. Shi Darren, are you all right? Li Qing, upon hearing the screams and commotion, straightened up and glanced over. He saw Shi Biao holding his groin, bent over, trembling with pain. He dismounted and approached, asking, "Brother, are you hurt?" It hurts terribly," Shi Biao exclaimed, tears streaming from his eyes. Li Qing was taken aback. "Is it serious?" "Ah, my condolences," he said, patting Shi Biao on the shoulder. Noticing that it was nearing dusk, he ordered the team to halt for a rest and prepare a meal, establishing camp on the spot. Shi Biao, severely injured, had not yet recovered by the time the food was ready, his face pale from the agony. "Is this the price for imitating him?" Shi Biao lamented, filled with regret and fear. Had the horse stepped just 2 inches higher, he might have found himself in a much graver situation. After this incident, Shi Biao became subdued, no longer pestering Li Qing with incessant chatter. Seizing the opportunity, Li Qing sought out Tawachuo Baluo for an earnest conversation. "Your king is dead," Li Qing stated. "The current Tatar is considerably weaker than the Walla. It would be wise to behave more modestly moving forward." Tawachuo Baluo paused, closing his eyes in prayer. Li Qing understood he was praying for Muzhuer and refrained from interrupting him. After a quarter of an hour, Tawachuo Baluo reopened his eyes and sighed. "What significance does this hold now? I am already a prisoner. Your words bear no weight." In truth, he was aware of the events surrounding Zhu Qizhen, having confirmed them with a rugged man before launching his invasion of the Ming. In Tawachuo Baluo's mind, Zhu Qizhen was no more. "I can assist you," Li Qing offered. "Do you truly possess such benevolence?" Tawachuo Baluo scoffed. Li Qing chuckled. "There are no free lunches in this world. My assistance comes with conditions. Yet, whatever the terms, they are certainly better than being a prisoner. Wouldn't you agree?" Tawachuo Baluo regarded him skeptically, feeling a flicker of intrigue. "State your conditions." "Very simple," Li Qing replied. "You will serve the Ming, not as a vassal, but bringing your people to ally with them." "Change the terms," Tawachuo Baluo insisted. "Huh? Do you think I am unaware of the affairs on the prairie?" Li Qing retorted with a laugh. Both the Tatar and Walla tribes comprise numerous clans, unlike the Ming, which enforces absolute obedience. After your crushing defeat and the death of your king, do you truly believe you can regain your former standing? Tawachuo Baluo fell silent. Li Qing continued. "You view pillaging as a natural right, yet it is merely a means of survival. A stable life is now laid before you. Why forsake it? You can only rely on this to attract your former loyalists. Surely, they too would prefer to avoid a life of bloodshed, wouldn't they? Are you suggesting that I should gather my former subordinates under the banner of the Ming?" "Precisely. Only in this manner can you rally your people." Li Qing nodded, saying, "Through this battle, you should have come to realize that the forces of the steppe are far from being a match for the Ming dynasty. Whether in 10 years, 50 years, or even a century, they will remain inferior. Therefore, why not become a military general of the Ming?" His voice was laced with temptation. "I can assist you in securing a hereditary official position from the court. Your sons, your grandsons, and their descendants will no longer have to endure a life of turmoil and bloodshed. They will have the opportunity to study, to gain wisdom, and no longer be mere brutes. They could dwell in spacious homes, free from the harshness of the elements. Wouldn't that be splendid?" Li Qing continued enthusiastically. "The Ming dynasty is generous and accommodating. During the Hongwu era, many tribes sought refuge with the Ming, and they now lead prosperous lives with their own fields and homes. If they can thrive, how much more so can you, a capable warrior?" Tawachuo Baluo swallowed hard, beginning to feel a longing, yet emotionally conflicted. Li Qing pressed on. "Just imagine, when you grow old, your son inheriting your legacy, you sitting beneath your eaves while your little grandson scampers about the corridor, coming to you for affection and begging you to join him in play." The allure of such a life was undeniable. Tawachuo Baluo found himself envisioning it. After a long pause, he gritted his teeth and asked, "Can you truly guarantee this?" "Absolutely," Li Qing replied earnestly. "To the Ming, you will neither be the first nor the last." "Very well, I will do it," Tuachuo Baluo declared. What do you need me to do? There's no rush. Li Qing said with a smile. First, let us choose a Han name for you. It would aid in distinguishing you. All right, Tuachuo Baluo scratched his head. I can speak Han, but I am not familiar with Han culture. Li Qing chuckled and offered. Shall I suggest one for you? Yes, please share. Li Qing pondered before speaking. Our Ming dynasty is known for its inclusiveness and love of peace. You are a rare warrior. How about the name Hiyong? Hiyong? Tuachuo Baluo echoed softly, neither accepting nor rejecting the suggestion. Chapter 8. The air of a soldier realizing the other party was already swayed. Li Qing refrained from pressing further, as excess can be counterproductive. Take your time to contemplate. There is no need to hurry. If you have any thoughts, feel free to seek me out. I will speak to them about lifting the restrictions placed upon you. Now, get some rest. Upon returning to his tent, Li Qing prepared a small basin of water to cleanse himself before sleep, but unexpectedly, Shi Biao rushed in. As soon as Shi Biao entered, he began to remove his trousers. Li Qing was taken aback and exclaimed, What are you doing? Pull your pants up. I have no interest in such matters. That's not it. Shi Biao nervously explained. You understand medicine, right? Please take a look at me. I have a pressing issue. Li Qing turned away in distaste, saying, Just cut it off. I didn't hit the critical point, Shi Biao lamented, his face a mask of despair. But my brother seems to have been affected. Hasn't he been hurt by that nonsense? Li Qing replied incredulously. What you're experiencing is psychological stress. Don't overthink it. Just rinse it with salt water and alcohol, and you'll be fine in a couple of days. It's nothing serious. Really? Yes. Now pull your pants back up. Li Qing said sternly. Go rest. I won't delay my journey for your sake. All right, I'll head back and try that, Shi Biao replied, leaving with a mix of anxiety and hope. Li Qing couldn't help but chuckle, though he soon furrowed his brow again. Having spent considerable time together, Li Qing had thoroughly discerned the character of Shi Biao. Though he possessed abilities, his arrogance had become excessive, particularly after his promotion to the position of chief guerrilla general, which rendered him increasingly disdainful of others. Individuals of such temperament are prone to downfall. It is foreseeable that if this trajectory continues, he will inevitably meet a dismal fate. The same applies to Shi Hong. The pair of them exuded an overwhelming air of brashness. Previously, in the border town, their behavior was somewhat tolerable. But now that they have entered the capital, their lack of restraint may soon provoke the emperor's displeasure. While both are capable, they do not stand out significantly. To assess them accurately, one might conclude they lack the fortune of Lan Yu yet suffer from his afflictions. In terms of arrogance, they may not rival Lan Yu. Yet their skills fall even shorter. As the military confrontations of the Ming dynasty diminish, the emperor's tolerance for martial generals will not match that of the Hongwu and Yongle eras. Should the uncle and nephew persist in their current manner, it would not be surprising to witness their heads roll. Nevertheless, they are not isolated cases. Most military generals carry a certain roughness, a trait closely tied to their environment. It truly seems that even when given opportunities, they squander them. Li Qing muttered, no wonder in the latter stages of dynasties, military generals often fall short against civil officials. Their defeats are indeed well-deserved. Yet, salvation must be sought, as it is rare for martial generals to exhibit even a semblance of promise. Li Qing could not stand idly by. He would start with this eager young disciple. He loosened his garments, contemplating his next steps. The following day, before dawn had broken, Li Qing was roused from a deep slumber by Shi Biao's insistence. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of Shi Biao, bearing dark circles under his eyes, staring at him with a look of deep resentment. Li Qing, both puzzled and incensed, exclaimed, Shi Biao, do you possess no sense of decorum? I am the commanding officer of this unit, for heaven's sake. Do you not understand the importance of announcing your presence before entering? And how dare you blame me for your predicament? Shi Biao, equally irate, retorted, damn it. My entire face is swollen. It aches like 1,000 needles, searing with pain. What's swelling? Surely, you haven't neglected to wash the area, have you? Li Qing inquired, astonished. Didn't you instruct me to wash it? Shi Biao shot back. I meant to wash the injured area, not. Li Qing paused, his brow furrowing in confusion. Wait, even if you did wash it, it shouldn't be this severe. Did you follow my instructions? A bowl of water, a bowl of salt, a bowl of wine, the quantities precisely measured, none excessive, Shi Biao exclaimed in frustration. Li Qing, exasperated, sighed. Well, it seems there is no great concern. You'll be fine after a day or two. Now, hurry back to sleep. I can't sleep due to the pain. Shi Biao grumbled. If I fail to produce a son, you will bear the responsibility. I am not responsible for every misfortune. Li Qing rolled his eyes. Lack of sufficient rest might lead to lingering repercussions. Shi Biao, momentarily struck into silence, promptly returned to his slumber. This foolish fellow. Li Qing turned over, but found sleep elusive. Reluctantly, he donned his robe and stepped outside to admire the scenery. As dawn approached, the pale blue sky was adorned with scattered remnants of stars, and the vast grasslands stretched endlessly, offering a distant horizon. Leaning back, Li Qing supported himself with his hands on the ground, marveling at the unique beauty of the prairie. The morning breeze carried a biting chill, yet the tender grass had begun to emerge, bending slightly yet resilient. The air was infused with rich moisture and the fragrant scent of grass, a refreshing inhalation. Oh, the northern frontier is not without its merits. Li Qing, with a sense of wonder, remarked that this place lacked the splendor of the Central Plains and felt quite desolate. However, such natural beauty was rare in the Central Plains. In this environment, she felt her heart and mind open up, and her worries drifted away like the wind. Li Qing decided to lie down, resting her hands behind her head, crossing her legs comfortably, and squinting her eyes in sheer enjoyment. Unbeknownst to her, she drifted off to sleep once more, and upon awakening, the sun had risen, filling the air with the aroma of food. Shi Biao approached, carrying a basin of meat. It's time to eat. Li Qing groaned, stretching her body. Is it feeling any better? Just a little, Shi Biao replied, a sour expression on his face. Are you sure 2 days of rest will suffice? It's not a serious matter. You're making a mountain out of a molehill. Li Qing rinsed her mouth with wine, took the fragrant stewed meat, and indulged heartily. Shi Biao had already eaten. He sat down in front of Li Qing and asked, how long until we reach the Tatar camp? Not long after we just passed the pass. It's still early. Li Qing replied, her words slightly muffled. Bringing back the Supreme Emperor is hardly a great achievement. Why the urgency? It's not urgency. It's just that I'm unaccustomed to this grassland, Shi Biao lamented. I can't even sleep without a woman by my side. It's quite dull. Giving the rooster a break isn't such a bad thing, Li Qing teased. Haven't you heard? Youth is unaware of the burdens of adulthood. At that moment, a captain in fine attire interrupted. That Tatar Grand Minister wishes to see you. Let him come, Li Qing responded, and bring another basin of meat to my tent. The captain bowed in acknowledgement and departed. Shi Biao, puzzled, inquired. He is just a former Tatar Grand Minister. We don't even know if he is useful. Why such courtesy? Perhaps he may be a future colleague. Li Qing winked and smiled. What do you mean? Shi Biao asked, bewildered. Li Qing merely smiled in silence and walked back to the tent. Shi Biao scratched his head and followed her inside. Why do you keep saying things I don't understand? Maintaining adequate rest is beneficial for recovery. Surely you understand that? Li Qing replied, her voice weary. But what does that have to do with what you just said? Shi Biao questioned, a hint of suspicion in his tone. And what do you mean by colleague? Li Qing sighed. What is more important, brothers or other matters? Brothers are important, Shi Biao admitted, still yearning for a woman's embrace. Then that settles it. We have some time before departing. Go rest quickly, Li Qing said impatiently. I'll explain later. All right then, Shi Biao replied, smacking his lips and turning to leave. A quarter of an hour later, Tua Bo Luo entered with the captain. Li Qing dismissed the captain and asked with a smile, should I call you Tua Bo Luo or Hiyong? Hiyong, please, he replied. Li Qing nodded, knowing that Tua Bo Luo had made his decision. Let us eat something first. A full stomach will help us discuss matters better. Hiyong, having not eaten meat for a long time, wasted no time with the generous helping presented before him, devouring it without hesitation. The meat was so delicious that Hiyong's mouth was soon slick with grease, a wave of happiness washing over him. Li Qing handed him a pouch of wine, smilingly saying, don't choke, stick with the Ming dynasty, and you'll eat well at every meal. Hiyong mumbled a response, lifting the wine and drinking heartily, followed by more feasting. In just a short while, he had devoured the entire basin of meat, letting out a satisfied burp, his expression still longing for more. Consuming an excessive amount of meat is not advisable. There will be plenty of opportunities ahead. Li Qing chuckled and remarked, you sought me out for the purpose of recruiting subordinates, did you not? Hiyong wiped his mouth and nodded, responding, indeed, I have considered everything you've said. However, it is worth mentioning that among the men of our grasslands, we are unlike the Han people of the Central Plains. No matter how eloquently one speaks of grand principles, nothing is more substantial than a bowl of meat. Hiyong continued, if we wish to attract more followers, we must present genuine offerings. Mere words will not suffice. Li Qing nodded in agreement. I understand this well. Rest assured, I have made arrangements and will not allow you to persuade others without tangible support. Chapter 9. Deceiving Shi Biao. He Yong inquired, what level of sincerity can you provide? Sincerity abounds, Li Qing replied with a smile. I have brought an ample supply of gold and silver, more than enough for you to recruit your followers, and even some left over. It is true that currency exists on the grasslands, though it predominantly consists of gold and silver, unlike in the Ming dynasty. Upon hearing this, He Yong initially felt delighted, but then grew skeptical. As far as I know, your Supreme Emperor has passed away, has he not? That is a ruse. A performance orchestrated in collaboration with your king. Your king desires you to take decisive action, while I wish to protect the Supreme Emperor, Li Qing clarified. You need not worry about this. Just focus on recruiting your subordinates. The merits will be yours, and I will bear the burdens. Is that so? But he is the Supreme Emperor. Without funds, how can we redeem him? Are you prepared to shoulder that responsibility? He Yong expressed his doubts. He understood Li Qing's capabilities and recognized that although he held a mere 7th rank, his influence was substantial. However, this matter concerned the Supreme Emperor of the Ming dynasty. And uncertainty lingered in his heart. I always keep my word, Li Qing asserted confidently. If you fulfill your role, it will undoubtedly be worth your while. He Yong, still uncertain, replied, if we are to go all in on recruitment, we might end up depleting a significant portion of the ransom. That is of no concern. As long as it is not squandered, I fully support you, Li Qing chuckled. If you have the capability, spending it all is permissible. And if it is entirely spent, what then becomes of your Supreme Emperor? His absence poses no issue. Li Qing cleared his throat and stated, it is all for the sake of the Ming dynasty. The Supreme Emperor will understand. Li Qing's visit to the grasslands was never intended to bring Zhu Qizhen back. He merely sought to fulfill his role and, in doing so, gain some rewards. Otherwise, it would merely be a sightseeing tour. From the beginning to the end, Li Qing had never contemplated returning Zhu Qizhen, nor would he in the future. He wished to avoid further turmoil, for all parties involved seemed to fare well as it stood. He Yong frowned and remarked, you are my guide. If you were to face punishment, what merit would I have? What if? You need not worry about that, Li Qing reassured him. I have established myself firmly within the Ming dynasty. I am no ordinary individual. Half of the 6 ministries of the court comprises my associates. You know Qian, right? Even he refers to me as sir. Furthermore, the new emperor entrusts me with significant responsibilities. You need not be concerned. Seeing that He Yong remained apprehensive, Li Qing adopted a more earnest demeanor. Let me be frank with you. The emperor has no intention of bringing the Supreme Emperor back. What? Shu, lower your voice. Li Qing admonished. This is confidential. If it were to leak, we would both find ourselves in dire straits. He Yong nodded thoughtfully and lowered his voice, inquiring, what is the reason for this? Li Qing retorted, then tell me, why does the emperor wish to reinstate the retired emperor? What advantage does it bring him? Indeed, He Yong realized, but why has he sent someone here? For the sake of appearances, Li Qing chuckled. Consider this. Why has the emperor summoned those of us who distinguished ourselves in the defense of the capital? Ponder it deeply. He Yong furrowed his brow in contemplation. And after a moment, he slowly nodded. It seems this is merely a formality. Exactly, Li Qing replied with a smile. Only a handful are privy to this matter. Not even Shi Biao is aware. I ought not to have revealed it to you. You must keep this under wraps. For it would not benefit either of us if it were to leak. Such an obvious truth does not require your explanation. I would not discuss it without cause. He Yong remarked. What I care about is whether you can truly provide full support. Of course, Li Qing affirmed, the bolder you are, the greater the returns I shall yield. Likewise, the more allies you gather, the higher your official rank will be after you align with the Ming. He Yong took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. I understand. I grasp the principle. After a short while, the army set out once more. Shi Biao, having sustained an injury to his thigh, was unable to ride and could only lie on a supply cart, resulting in a quieter Li Qing. Li Qing lifted the surveillance he had imposed on He Yong, granting the latter more freedom to converse with him from time to time. The two, once bitter enemies, now engaged in light-hearted banter, illustrating the adage, there are no eternal friends, nor eternal foes, only enduring interests. Days passed, and Shi Biao recovered enough to resume his incessant chatter with Li Qing. Seizing the opportunity, Li Qing began to enlighten him. Shi Biao resembled a brash barbarian. Indeed, he was one, lacking even the most basic social graces and possessing a foul temperament. If not corrected in due time, he would not last long. Yet, to be fair, every individual has their strengths and weaknesses. Despite Shi Biao's poor character, his ferocity in battle is commendable, making him a valuable asset. Should he perish, it would be a loss for the Ming. Li Qing, relentless in his efforts, found Shi Biao somewhat tolerant of his guidance. Though his face often bore a look of skepticism, he refrained from openly opposing him, mostly dismissing Li Qing's words. However, upon reflection, he occasionally found merit in Li Qing's counsel. Thus, as they journeyed together, their conversations shifted from Shi Biao's initial indifference to frequent nods of agreement, ultimately leading to his full conviction. Over the course of more than a month, his boisterous exclamations had diminished by 80%, though his voice remained gruff. It now carried a hint of civility. Li Qing sighed in relief, thinking, "At last, my efforts have borne fruit." As dusk approached, Li Qing ordered the troops to camp for the night, and then inquired with He Yong about their distance from the new Tatar camp. Upon learning they were less than 200 miles away, he summoned Shi Biao. "Our numbers are too great. If we advance all at once, the Tatars may misinterpret our intentions as aggression. It is wiser to proceed with caution. I shall go ahead. You wait here for me." "That's not acceptable." Shi Biao shook his head vigorously. "Before we set off, the emperor instructed me repeatedly to protect you. I cannot allow you to go alone." Li Qing sighed in exasperation. "Will your presence truly ensure my safety?" "Certainly," Shi Biao replied confidently. Shi Biao snorted, asserting that their 5,000 men were indeed elite troops, but in a real confrontation, they would undoubtedly be outmatched. Li Qing interjected, reminding him that this was the Tatar camp, and 5,000 might as well be 10,000 in that context. Li Qing, with a tone of earnest persuasion, emphasized that having too many could prove perilous, likely leading to unnecessary misunderstandings. He proposed to meet with the Tatar Grand Chancellor, assuring that with his presence, the opposing forces would refrain from hostility towards him. After a brief pause, he added that if necessary, he could use the Tatar Grand Chancellor as a bargaining chip, which posed minimal risk. Zhu Qizhen was not present on the grasslands, rendering the notion of ransoming the retired emperor unfeasible. However, if that option was disregarded, it would be impossible to convince Shi Biao and the other soldiers. Too many voices would inevitably raise doubts. A forceful demand would only lead the Tatars to perceive it as a declaration of war, for in their understanding, the Ming dynasty's retired emperor had already perished and been returned to the Ming. Ransoming a non-existent figure, even the most naive Tatar would comprehend the implications. The only viable solution was to prevent the army from drawing near. Yet Shi Biao shook his head, stating that this was the Tatars' stronghold. No matter how formidable they were, how many could they truly eliminate? Furthermore, the Grand Chancellor was merely a former title holder. It remained uncertain if the Tatars acknowledged him. Li Qing had no choice but to propose a compromise. Once he made contact with the Tatars, he would return immediately with news. No, Shi Biao continued to refuse. The Tatars, however brash, would not initiate an attack without provocation. It was just a matter of communication. Indeed, the logic held. Yet Li Qing found himself at a loss for words and could only persuade, given the severe losses the Tatars incurred last time. What if they were to resort to a darker strategy? Shi Biao, caught off guard, listened as Li Qing continued to manipulate the narrative. Consider this. If the retired emperor is in their hands and they were to execute a dark scheme, the court would be compelled to respond, would they not? Shi Biao scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for a retort, finally conceding, "I will accompany you." "That won't do. You are the commander of this army. Should anything happen to you, this elite force would be left leaderless." Li Qing insisted, "If I go alone, I can mitigate the risks to a minimum." After a pause, he added, "Even if I were to encounter misfortune, you would still have the opportunity for vengeance in the future, would you not?" Shi Biao's expression was conflicted. "But the emperor has entrusted me with your protection. By staying, you are safeguarding me." Li Qing countered, "Think about it. With the army and treasures here, what motive would the Tatars have to kill a mere 7th-grade official like me?" It seemed a reasonable argument. Shi Biao, with a simple mind, could not match wits with the cunning Li Qing, reluctantly stating, "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest, but you must provide me with a time frame. I cannot be left waiting foolishly on the grasslands." Li Qing silently calculated, "If I do not return within 7 days, do not wait. Simply lead the army back." I believe I can salvage you." "No need. As long as the retired emperor remains in their custody, any military action without the court's permission would be treasonous." Li Qing patted his shoulder, "We must not lose both the lady and the soldiers." "Alas, then my journey would be in vain. Shi Biao grumbled, Lady Li. Please take care. Li Qing cautioned once more. Remember, until I return, under no circumstances approach the Tatar camp. Doing so would endanger both you and me. Moreover, immediately consolidate the troops, minimizing exposure risks to the fullest extent. Safeguard the valuables, and if we encounter any Tatar scouts, pay them no heed. It is imperative not to disclose our purpose of welcoming the emperor. Li Qing's face bore a grave demeanor. Have you all taken note? Indeed. Shi Biao replied with a nod, albeit with a hint of unease. We agreed on 7 days. Yes, 7 days, Li Qing affirmed with a smile. Rest assured. I value my life. I shall certainly return within that time frame. Shi Biao replied in a low voice. Very well, you may proceed. Indeed, Li Qing said, patting his shoulder. As the commander, you must take responsibility for the soldiers, understand? Understood, Shi Biao replied with a hint of annoyance. You, a grown man. Why are you being so fussy? Li Qing, unperturbed, chuckled. Is it not out of concern for you? All right, I shall take my leave. Go on, Shi Biao urged. Li Qing sought out He Yong, stating, I have made all the necessary arrangements. Let us depart. Very well. He Yong responded without hesitation. The two mounted their steeds and set off towards the Tatar camp. Simultaneously, Shi Biao, adhering to Li Qing's instructions, began to gather the troops, wary of exposure. After a night of swift travel, the pair arrived near the camp at dawn. As expected, they were soon discovered by Tatar scouts. Silence. It is the Grand Master returning. He Yong declared authoritatively. Has the Walla made any incursions? It had been nearly a year since they had last met. Although the Tatars recognized him, their respect had waned, especially with the emergence of a new Grand Master among them. I am addressing you, He Yong said, brow furrowed, raising his voice. The group of Tatars exchanged glances. Hesitant and silent. You, step forward and respond, He Yong commanded, though his heart sank, recognizing the inevitable shift in power. This was a common occurrence. People move on. And relationships cool, a reality applicable everywhere. Yet, it pained him to witness his former subordinates displaying such indifference. The singled-out Tatar stepped forward awkwardly. We have engaged in 2 battles, but fortunately, there have been no significant losses. Ah, that is good to hear. He Yong feigned agreement, nodding. Very well. You may return to your duties. Yes, indeed. The group of Tatars mounted their horses and rode away. Despite the loss of respect, He Yong still retained a semblance of authority as a Grand Master, and the Tatars dared not act against him. As the crowd dispersed, Li Qing furrowed his brows and remarked, You have clearly lost your prestige. How many can you still rally, or rather, can you rally anyone at all? Li Qing contemplated. Judging by appearances, the Tatars had indeed acquired a new leader. Charging in recklessly might jeopardize their mission and result in dire consequences. He Yong's face flushed. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he replied, I have my loyal faction. I can still gather some support. Are you not afraid the new leader will eliminate you? Li Qing asked, surprised. It's a gamble, He Yong asserted, aware that failure to rally support would condemn him to a lifetime within the confines of the Ming prison. He understood Li Qing's capabilities. Despite being at the doorstep of his home, he could not escape. The crucial point was that there would be no refuge on the grasslands either. Are you willing to take that risk? He Yong inquired. Before the new Grand Master learns of our presence, we should act swiftly and infiltrate the camp to find my loyal faction. Are you certain those loyalists will heed your call? Absolutely. He boldly proclaimed, My grandfather, Alutai, served as Grand Tutor for many years and had exchanged blows with your Emperor Taizong. How could his prestige be diminished? I am his direct grandson, appointed by the king, and have also held the title of Grand Tutor for 2 decades. He glanced at Li Qing and declared, I possess confidence. Would you dare to challenge me? Li Qing smiled in response. Let us not delay. Let us proceed. With a grin, He Yong commanded, Onward. Stop. Who goes there? Came the challenge. Have your eyes failed you? Do you not recognize the Grand Tutor? He Yong fumed. Step aside. Who dares to hinder me? It must be noted that his 2 decades of service still commanded a measure of respect, and despite being dismissed, the tribesmen hesitated to obstruct him upon recognizing his identity. Thus, the two entered the Dayton camp. Be swift, Li Qing urged. Once the new leader learns of our presence, he will not allow your departure. We may find ourselves in peril here. He Yong, feeling the weight of urgency, replied, I am aware of my faction's encampment. Follow me closely. They raced forward, causing quite a stir as more and more recognized He Yong and, intimidated by his lingering authority, dared not impede their progress. Time was of the essence, and they could afford no delay. In a mere quarter of an hour, they reached Hiyang's faction. Upon arrival, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The tribesmen, upon seeing their former leader return, were filled with joy and rushed to pay their respects. Hiyang wasted no time and commanded, "Quickly summon Sun to see me." Though time was limited, it was not yet a matter of seconds. News would need to reach the new Grand Tutor, who would convene his subordinates, a process that would require some time. Soon, Sun arrived in haste, overwhelmed with emotion upon seeing his former leader. Life has been harsh since the new Grand Tutor took over. Hiyang, however, had no time for sentimentality. "Gather our warriors. I will lead you to a better life." "A better life?" Sun questioned, but Hiyang interjected urgently. "There is no time for explanations. Gather as many as you can, quickly." Qing added, "We have only half an hour. Bring nothing, just assemble the troops." Sun hesitated, finally noticing that Qing was Han, and was about to speak. "Do not concern yourself with him," Hiyang decisively interrupted. "Follow my orders. Do you think I would endanger my brothers? Hurry, if you wish to avoid being subjugated again." "Understood," Sun replied, bowing in acknowledgement before hastening off. The dating camp was divided among tribes, and this area was largely comprised of Hiyang's former loyalists. Soon, a commotion erupted outside, news spreading rapidly. Qing turned to Hiyang, his expression serious. "We cannot take the elderly or children. There is no means to transport them. We must only gather the young warriors." Hiyang understood the gravity of the situation but felt conflicted, fearing he would lose the people's support. "Let us exit first," Qing advised. "Only with strength can we negotiate our terms." Hiyang paused, then nodded, "I understand." Though half an hour is not long, much can be accomplished within that time. However, the abrupt emergence of Hiyang and the urgency of the situation ultimately deterred many from taking the risk. In the end, only 4,000 chose to follow him. While 4,000 may not seem insubstantial, especially as they comprised robust young men accompanied by 4,000 warhorses, it represented a formidable fighting force. Qing decisively commanded, "Let us depart at once." Hiyang nodded and assured his subordinates, "Brothers, do not worry. I will return to help you retrieve your families. Trust in me." The men held great faith in Hiyang, otherwise, they would not have responded to the summons so readily. Seeing no dissent among his comrades, Hiyang waved his hand, exclaiming, "Brothers, follow me." A throng of men surged forward like the wind, charging boldly to the left. By the time the new Grand Master assembled his men to suppress them, the group had already fled the camp. Qing and his companions dared not linger, covering 100 miles in haste until their horses could no longer gallop, at which point they slowed their pace. "Let us endure this hardship to prevent pursuit from the enemy. I will return to greet our people," Qing stated, promising to reward his brothers upon their return to the camp. The words "brothers" and "our people" warmed Hiyang's heart and eased his worries. "Rest assured, I am well aware of the situation," Hiyang replied. "By tomorrow noon at the latest, we shall return." "Take care," Qing said, turning his horse towards the Ming army's camp. Although the spoils were not as bountiful as he had envisioned, 4,000 stout men and their steeds were no small gain. This journey had not been in vain. Qing felt a sense of contentment. Chapter 11. A promise worth 1,000 gold coins. Biao sat atop a dirt slope, gazing into the distance with a troubled expression. He had begun to realize that allowing Qing to venture alone into the enemy camp rendered their elite force somewhat redundant. Yet, recalling Qing's grandiose principles, he found himself at a loss for flaws in their logic. Frustrated, Biao raked his fingers through his hair and muttered, "Regardless, when the 7 days are up, I must venture into the Tatar camp to rescue him. To return empty-handed is not only a matter of conscience. The emperor would hold me accountable. You were tasked with protecting Qing, and yet he returns alone. What will become of you?" Cursing, Biao struck the ground in frustration. "What are you doing?" Turning, he found Qing smiling at him, his pearly white teeth gleaming. How did you return?" Qing chuckled. "What? Do you not wish for my return?" "No, it's not that," Biao stammered, both astonished and elated. "I did not expect you back so soon. What is the situation?" "Having met with the Grand Emperor." Qing sighed. "The Grand Emperor feels remorse and cannot return to the Ming." "What?" Biao nearly bit his tongue, incredulous. "This is preposterous." After a pause, he questioned, "Surely, you are not fabricating this?" "Damn it. Even Biao can see through this. I must refine my tale," Qing thought, scratching his head and continuing. "The Grand Emperor has decided to remain on the grasslands to contribute to the Ming." Biao was even more perplexed. But how can the Grand Emperor, on the grasslands, contribute to the Ming? The task of welcoming back the retired emperor is undoubtedly a challenging endeavor. It is a fruitless pursuit if one fails to bring him back, and a regrettable situation if he is returned against his will. This principle is clear to Shi Biao, although from the outset, he had never entertained the thought of failing in this mission. Something feels amiss. This situation does not sit well with him. He shakes his head repeatedly, expressing his suspicion that he is being deceived. Li Qing pauses, perplexed. What do you mean? Look, our Ming dynasty has established a new sovereign. Retaining the retired emperor under the Tatars' care brings nothing but harm, unless they wish to engage in a decisive battle against us, which is highly improbable. Li Qing finds himself at a loss for words, regretting that he had enlightened Shi Biao, especially prior to their arrival. Thus, even if the retired emperor is reluctant to return, the Tatars will forcibly send him back, Shi Biao asserts with a sense of pride. Am I not correct in my analysis? Li Qing, exasperated, thinks to himself how inconvenient it is for Shi Biao to be so astute at this moment. After years of navigating the political arena, he cannot afford to be easily outsmarted by Shi Biao. What do you understand? The retired emperor is the emperor of the Ming dynasty. That alone prevents the Tatars from troubling him, Li Qing declares with a sense of pride. Moreover, the retired emperor has already accomplished a significant task for the Ming dynasty. What task? Shi Biao inquires. Educating the barbaric Tatars, Li Qing replies earnestly. We have already seen results, and a contingent will arrive tomorrow to pledge their allegiance. I return specifically to inform you of this, so that our soldiers might be prepared and avoid any misunderstandings. Shi Biao is taken aback, stammering. Is that even possible? The abilities of the retired emperor are beyond your reckoning, Li Qing retorts. You shall meet them tomorrow. I must go to receive them. Remain here and wait patiently. Should you jeopardize the retired emperor's grand plan, even 10 heads would not suffice as a penalty. With that, Li Qing turns to leave. Wait a moment, Shi Biao exclaims, grabbing his arm urgently. If what you say is true, how shall we report back upon our return? Li Qing chuckles. If the retired emperor is unwilling to return, can we truly force him? Shi Biao finds this line of reasoning uneasy, sensing an oddity in the situation. Li Qing questions, what seems amiss to you? I cannot articulate it, Shi Biao laments, clutching his hair in frustration, experiencing for the first time the burden of insufficient intellect. You are overthinking this. There is nothing wrong. Li Qing reassures him. You cannot fathom the retired emperor's stature. Just focus on your responsibilities. Very well, Shi Biao concedes, choosing to dismiss his discomfort, as someone else will shoulder the burden. He admits to himself that he cannot deduce the situation either. Li Qing smiles. Then it's settled. We shall meet tomorrow. Switching to a different horse, Li Qing hastens towards the army of He Yong. The vast grasslands stretch before him, yet with a clear target and direction. Retracing the route is not overly difficult. The distance is not great, and with 4,000 troops, the objective is substantial. Li Qing rides swiftly, guided by the bright moonlight, ultimately reuniting with He Yong in the late hours of the night. Upon meeting, He Yong pulls Li Qing aside, his expression grave. I am aware. The retired emperor is not here, he states. It seems he has already been brought back by you, correct? Indeed, Li Qing nods, recognizing that this matter cannot be concealed. The Tatars are already aware, and too many mouths cannot be silenced. What shall we do now? He frowned and said, there is no wall that does not let the wind through. If the court finds out, not only will you be in trouble, but we shall also share the same fate. Let us remain calm. Li Qing gestured for him to be patient, asking how many among them could speak Han. About 100, replied He Yong. Li Qing nodded. As long as they keep their mouths shut, it should be fine. On the way back, the two armies will certainly maintain a distance. It is not a matter of great concern. How can it not be a concern? He Yong exclaimed. The whole Tatar knows, and if the court investigates, they will undoubtedly find out. That is a matter for another time, Li Qing replied with a smile. Even if the court learns the truth later, it will be concerned with the current Tatars, not those who have already pledged allegiance to the Ming. As I mentioned before, the Ming seeks to integrate both the interior and exterior. You are neither the first nor the last to do so. Thus, even if the court turns against us, it will only be with a small faction of Tatars, rather than a blanket attack. Is that truly the case? He Yong asked, still doubtful. Certainly, Li Qing assured him. During the Hongwu reign, numerous small tribes surrendered to the Ming. Did the Yongle reign ever attack them during its 5 campaigns to the north? But I am still the instigator. He Yong was still uneasy. One matter should not be conflated with another, Li Qing continued. Moreover, your previous position as a Tatar commander aligning with the Ming provides a significant positive influence. As the Ming continues to develop its integration, you will undoubtedly be needed. After a brief pause, he added, if it comes to an investigation, it will be aimed at Tulabo Luo. What concern is that for you, Hiyong? Hiyong was left speechless. Is there truly any difference? Of course, there is a vast difference, Li Qing replied. Tuabo Luo is a Tatar commander, while you are a Ming general. Can they be compared? Hiyong remained skeptical, yet found himself with no other options. With the meager forces he had, he could not possibly contend with the new commander, especially with his subordinates' families held captive by the enemy. If they were to use this as leverage, they would not even need to fight. It would not be surprising if some of the less resolute among his men chose to exchange him for the safety of their loved ones. His followers remained with him purely out of fervor and the promises he had made. However, should time pass without the prosperous life he had promised, dissatisfaction would surely grow. His only path forward was to place his trust in Li Qing and the Ming. If you break your word, I will haunt you as a vengeful spirit. Hiyong warned gravely. Li Qing chuckled. Rest assured, the court has no use for your death. If they wished you gone, they would have acted long ago. They would not have allowed you to reach this point. Upon reflection, Hiyong began to relax slightly. I have a condition, he stated. Speak, Li Qing replied. As long as it is not excessive, I will do my utmost to assist you. Upon returning to the Ming, we cannot remain in the capital, nor can we be sent to attack our own tribe, Hiyong insisted. We are aware of the true situation. If we stay in the capital, my loyal men will surely be filled with anxiety. We can pledge our service to the Ming, but we cannot turn against our former comrades. That is our bottom line. Li Qing pondered for a moment before nodding. As for your desire to stay in the capital, the court will not allow it. As for refraining from attacking your former comrades, that is acceptable. Upon your return, I will advise the emperor to assign you to another location. This is only natural. I can understand. Li Qing smiled. Is that truly the case? Of course. Li Qing remarked casually. I, Li Qing, am not a gentleman. Yet I am a man of my word. He stared at Li Qing for a long while before slowly nodding in agreement. He recognized Li Qing's capabilities. For a capable person often possesses their own pride. Having made up his mind, he no longer hesitated. I will make the necessary arrangements and depart shortly. Chapter 12. The solution. The following day, at noon, the group arrived near the Ming army's encampment. From several miles away, they could already catch the aroma of food. Having gone 2 days without a meal, everyone was salivating. The air was thick with the enticing scents of rice and meat. Li Qing suggested, to avoid any misunderstandings. Let us camp here for now. I will send someone to procure food. Can we manage to get some tents? Hiyong inquired. Though it is early spring, the nights remain quite cold, and my men have brought nothing. We do not need much, just enough to squeeze in together. Not an issue. I will ensure they have food, drink, and shelter, Li Qing assured him. You need not worry. I am confident in this undertaking, so put your mind at ease. Understood. Hiyong nodded. Since I have decided to trust you, I shall not waver. That is the spirit, Li Qing smiled. After a brief wait, the food arrived promptly. Although the Ming army had prepared the meal, they did not commence eating, remaining on high alert. Despite Li Qing having given prior notice, Shi Biao could not be entirely certain that this was indeed the contingent he mentioned. He was ready for battle. At that moment, Li Qing's voice rang out, Shi Biao. It is I, Li Qing, returning, not an enemy attack. Thank goodness, Shi Biao sighed in relief. He was known for his rashness in battle, yet being near Tatar territory, he wished to avoid any conflict. Shortly after, Li Qing arrived on horseback. Seeing him return unscathed lightened Shi Biao's spirits. In the presence of the soldiers, please continue to refer to me as General Shi. It would be a matter of honor. Certainly, General Shi, Li Qing stifled a laugh. Now that I have returned, let us serve them some food. They have gone 2 days without sustenance. Have they truly allied with the Ming? Shi Biao still seemed incredulous. Li Qing nodded. I have no reason to deceive you, nor do I have any motive to place the Ming army in jeopardy. Ah, I understand. It is simply hard to believe. Shi Biao marveled. It is all due to the benevolent teachings of the former emperor, Li Qing chuckled. Now that they have just allied with the Ming, we must offer them some incentives. Let us distribute 10,000 taels of silver. What? Shi Biao hesitated. It is one thing that the former emperor did not welcome them back, but how can we justify spending more money? We have brought 50,000 taels of gold and silver. Spending 10,000 is hardly significant, Li Qing replied nonchalantly. Besides, 10,000 taels for 4,000 cavalry is an undeniable bargain. The emperor would never take offense over such a trivial amount. Very well, you make a valid point. You always do, Shi Biao retorted, though with a hint of exasperation. Yet I still feel something is amiss. Li Qing inquired. Have you forgotten the profound truths and principles of governance I shared with you during our journey here? I have not, but there are no buts to be had. I would never harm you, nor would I jeopardize myself, Li Qing stated earnestly. Trust my judgment, and you will surely come to no harm. Shi Biao nodded reluctantly, muttering, All right, whatever you say. Precisely, Li Qing replied with a smile, instructing someone to take care of matters, promising to accompany them shortly. I wish to go as well, Shi Biao asserted. As the commander, you must remain at the camp at all times. It is your responsibility to the soldiers and a fundamental principle of leadership, Li Qing stated solemnly. Half an hour later, Li Qing, leading over 100 imperial guards, arrived at He Yong's camp. He Yong had already made arrangements the previous night, and the Mongols showed no surprise at the arrival of the imperial guards. Their focus solely on the pots of rice and meat. Li Qing addressed the chief of the guards, saying, Set down the supplies. You all should return to the main camp. I will take charge here. Mr. Li, the emperor specifically instructed me to ensure your safety, the chief replied, visibly concerned. If they intended to harm me, they would have acted long ago. Why wait until now? Li Qing countered. Your presence here might only raise their suspicions. Besides, our men are just a few miles away. They have no reason to act against me. Return now. I am in command. Follow my orders. Reluctantly, the chief of the guards bowed and departed. Once the imperial guards left, He Yong summoned his men to distribute the food. The group had gone 2 days without proper sustenance, and anything would taste delightful, especially the fragrant rice accompanied by fatty pork. For them, the rice smothered in meat broth was truly a divine delicacy. Li Qing walked over to several large chests with He Yong and said, Here lies 10,000 taels of silver. Ensure they are well fed. Ordinary soldiers should receive 2 taels each, while those of higher status may receive more. Distribute it as you see fit. He Yong's face brightened with joy. With hearty meals and solid silver, his prestige would undoubtedly rise to unprecedented heights. Ultimately, survival was paramount. No amount of lofty principles could compare to a bowl of meat or a tael of silver. Seated upon a dirt mound, Li Qing observed the young, ravenous soldiers devouring their food, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. 10,000 taels of silver was but a trifling sum for the Ming dynasty, and acquiring 4,000 cavalry in exchange was indeed a remarkable gain. It is worth noting that the cost of 4,000 warhorses far exceeded this amount. However, amidst his joy, Li Qing felt a pang of worry. If even Shi Biao could detect something amiss, how could he deceive the astute individuals at court? Mere words would not suffice to gain their trust. Solid evidence was necessary to substantiate his claims. How could he prove that these achievements were due to Zhu Qizhen's efforts and convince those in court that he wished to remain away? Li Qing pondered deeply and ultimately conceived a solution. The emperor's seal. In truth, there were many seals, such as the imperial seal for issuing decrees to foreign entities, the grand seal for bestowing rewards upon ministers, the seal for edicts, the seal for commands, and the seal for sacrifices to heaven and earth. However, the emperor's military seal held particular significance, as it was used to mobilize troops. When Zhu Qizhen led his campaigns, he carried this very seal, which now resided in his household in Jinling. Although Zhu Qiyu had ascended as emperor and could mobilize troops without this seal, it would still lack legal standing. Certainly, he could replicate another piece. However, the replica would never possess the authenticity of the ancestral original. In Zhu Qiyu's perception, his elder brother Zhu Qizhen was out on the grasslands, and thus the imperial seal naturally remained with him. Therefore, there was no need for a duplicate. As long as his brother returned, the seal would inevitably follow. If he could bring that imperial seal back, it would significantly quell the murmurs of the populace and Li Qing's clandestine thoughts. Considering the timing, it was entirely feasible. Most of those present were cavalry, much like the situation with Yong, but due to the necessity of transporting provisions for the journey, as well as rewards in the form of gold, silver, silk, tea, and livestock, their march was not swift and could not be hastened. Given Li Qing's pace, he could certainly return before the main force arrived at the frontier. However, the concern lay with Yong and Shi Biao. He was the linchpin for both sides. With him present, no issues would arise, but his absence inherently posed certain risks. Li Qing felt a headache. Had he known, he should have brought that item back with him during the new year. What are you thinking? Yong approached with a broad grin. He felt triumphant, his subordinates well-fed and rewarded with silver, which bolstered their confidence in following him. His prestige had returned to its former peak, bringing him joy. Yong, I may need to be away for a while, Qing said, but rest assured. I will return before we enter the pass. Yong's smile faltered. Actually, I am fine on my end. I can manage my subordinates, but over there, he sighed. This trip was too hurried. Our provisions depend entirely on the Ming army's goodwill. With you as our commander, there are no issues, but if you are absent, what if I can arrange for provisions? Yong countered. Aren't you concerned about the unforeseen? I will make arrangements. If it truly comes to it, I will not leave. Qing replied. Rest assured, bringing you on board is a significant achievement. I would never forsake that credit. After pondering, Yong asked, is it something urgent? Yes. And it pertains to you, Qing responded. If handled properly, it could minimize your risks to nearly zero. Yong contemplated for a moment. In that case, you should go. But before you do, ensure we have sufficient food to last until your return. That's no problem, Qing nodded. I will first venture forth to test the waters. You need not worry, I will not sacrifice the essentials for trifles. With a chuckle, Yong remarked, having chosen to trust you, I will maintain that faith until the end. If I lose, it will be my own misjudgment. Qing also smiled. Those who believe in me and share the same aspirations have never experienced defeat. In the Ming army's camp, Qing sought out Shi Biao and discussed the matter of supplying food for Yong and his group. Shi Biao had no objections. With the Supreme Emperor absent, there was no need to relinquish the livestock. Food supplies were more than adequate. However, he had strong reservations about Qing's subsequent words. What? You intend to reside in the Tartar camp? And you won't allow me to visit you? Shi Biao immediately protested. I see. You intend to keep all the benefits for yourself, don't you? Qing was taken aback. What do you mean by keeping all for myself? Do you truly take me for a fool? The Tartar camp is surely filled with beauties, and you just want to monopolize it. Shi Biao retorted angrily. I thought of you as a brother, yet you only care for yourself. Qing contemplated numerous scenarios, but he never anticipated Shi Biao's rather peculiar perspective on the matter. The entire place is filled with men, devoid of any women, and I swear to you, I am incapable of bearing a son, Qing proclaimed, raising his hand to the heavens. The ancients held such vows in high regard, seldom swearing lightly. Especially not with the venomous weight of Qing's oath. Shi Biao believed him, yet remained perplexed. But why? They have just pledged allegiance. Still harboring distrust towards the Ming army, fearing a treacherous betrayal. Qing replied, I am appointed by the emperor. And as the chief officer responsible for bringing back the emperor, my presence assures them. Pausing momentarily, he added, you don't think they would conspire against me, do you? Shi Biao shook his head. At this point, they would not dare to act against you. But with your absence, I shall be left without anyone to converse with. The absence of women is suffocating enough. With you gone, how dull it will be. Shi Biao lamented. Qing rubbed his nose and said, upon my return to the capital, I shall invite you for a drink and personally prepare a feast for you. You can cook? Naturally, my culinary skills surpass even the royal kitchens. Qing smiled with pride, then added, it is all for the sake of the court. Do not act like a woman, fretful and nagging. Who is acting like a woman? Shi Biao's nose nearly crinkled in annoyance. Very well, go on. But do not forget to invite me for that drink. I shall not forget, Qing chuckled. Then his demeanor turned serious. For now, mutual distrust prevails. To avoid unforeseen events, it is wise to maintain distance. Should any incident occur, it would not bode well for either of us. I shall endeavor to dissipate their suspicions on my end, but do not act foolishly. Understood, Shi Biao replied, grumbling. I believe those Tartars are the real cowards. Having pledged allegiance to the Ming while still hesitating, resembling a shy bride reluctant to meet her in-laws. Qing chuckled softly. After all, we have changed emperors. It is only natural for them to feel apprehensive. Very well, you are the superior here. I shall heed your words. Shi Biao had grown accustomed to Qing's peculiar methods, adopting a nonchalant expression. Your awareness is commendable, Qing advised. Remember this. Obey your superiors. Adhere to the court's arrangements, avoid trouble, and refrain from stirring discord to ensure longevity. Otherwise, today's glory may lead to tomorrow's calamity. Throughout history, emperors have loathed arrogant and reckless warriors who disregard the world around them. Shi Biao nodded, murmuring, yes, I shall be mindful and temper my temperament. Li Qing expressed his satisfaction. Maintain your composure and stay grounded. Your future accomplishments will far exceed what you currently perceive. Do not allow a moment of success to lead you into arrogance, for such folly will not carry you far. I understand, Shi Biao replied, a hint of respect in his tone, realizing Li Qing's intentions were for his benefit. Previously, he had not grasped the gravity of such matters. But after hearing Li Qing recount the court struggles and the treachery of human hearts, he increasingly felt that while he might prevail on the battlefield, he could indeed be outmatched by those frail scholars. Better to bide my time, he thought. Noticing that Shi Biao was genuinely absorbing his words, Li Qing felt a considerable relief. If this operation succeeds, it could indeed secure a lasting resolution, providing a favorable outcome for the brothers Zhu Qizhen and Zhu Qiyu. Chapter 13. Zhu Yunwen's aspirations. The following evening, the necessary arrangements for He Yong and his group were concluded under Li Qing's witness. Having completed these tasks, Li Qing returned to the Ming army's encampment, earnestly advising Shi Biao once more, and ultimately shared a drink with him. Shi Biao, somewhat simple-minded yet not lacking in intelligence, found himself perfectly attuned to Li Qing's profound principles. He grasped them effortlessly, avoiding both misunderstanding and exposure. With the aid of wine, he soon revered Li Qing's teachings as sacred doctrines. With confidence in his flawless strategy, Li Qing then approached He Yong's camp. In the dead of night, He Yong arrived, leading 4 meticulously selected horses. These are exceptional steeds, capable of covering 500 miles a day without rest, he proclaimed, presenting a large bag of freshly roasted mutton jerky, just prepared 2 hours prior, urging Li Qing to eat during his journey. Li Qing graciously accepted, knowing he could forego food but preferred not to endure hunger if circumstances allowed. He Yong earnestly insisted, "You must return swiftly, otherwise, neither side will feel secure." Li Qing reassured him, "The army will reach the border in about a month and a half. I will certainly return within a month." With urgency in his voice, he prepared to depart. As he mounted his horse, he turned back with a smile, "You shall not lose." He Yong chuckled, replying, "Take care." Li Qing then spurred the other 3 horses away from the camp. It was his first experience managing 4 steeds simultaneously. Initially, he struggled, but soon found his rhythm. Animals, like humans, are influenced by herd behavior. Once they developed a sense of momentum, they became a joy to ride. Changing horses every half hour maximized their endurance, allowing for swift travel. However, this was still a far cry from his full-speed gallop. Li Qing was suited for short bursts rather than long treks. The journey back from the northern grasslands would exhaust him. Riding swiftly, 5 days later, he was merely 100 miles from the border. He refrained from approaching closer, for he could not enter the city with his horses. He tied them to a wild tree in a lush area and gathered enough grass to sustain them until his return before heading toward the border. On the following night, Li Qing successfully infiltrated the city. After an arduous day, he managed to secure a horse, then embarked on the monotonous cycle of riding and changing horses. By day, he rode, and by night, he walked on foot, pushing his mount to its limits. After 7 days, he reached Jinling, utterly exhausted. His arrival astonished the crowd. "Senior brother, what brings you here in such haste?" Zhu Yuantian inquired, offering a cup of warm tea with concern. "Has something significant occurred in the capital? Close your ravenous mouth." Zhu Qizhen shot him a glare, feeling a sense of unease. "You're not here because of me, are you?" The carefree life he enjoyed felt too idyllic for Zhu Qizhen to consider returning, fully aware of the consequences awaiting him. The best outcome would be imprisonment. And should Zhu Qiyu be particularly ruthless, his life might even be at stake. He had no desire to return. Jinling was splendid, with its picturesque scenery and prosperous lifestyle, not to mention ample funds at his disposal. Whenever ennui struck at home, he could disguise himself and take his wife for leisurely strolls in the streets. Free from worry, a truly blissful existence. Tun. Li Qing downed a cup of tea, wiped his mouth, and nodded, stating that he had indeed come for him. Zhu Qizhen felt a sinking sensation in his heart. "You haven't settled it? This is difficult to manage." Li Qing sighed and turned to Zhu Yunwen, asking if there was something to eat, as he was quite hungry. "There is. I will have someone prepare it," Zhu Yunwen replied, casting a gleeful glance at Zhu Qizhen as he leaned on his cane and exited. Zhu Qizhen's expression turned pale. He had once thought his remaining years would be carefree and blissful, but now he found himself resignedly sighing. Despite his reluctance, he accepted the reality. "I have a condition." Li Qing inquired, "Do you still have conditions?" Yes, is that unacceptable? Zhu Qizhen said defensively. My child is about to be born. I must wait for the birth before I can leave with you. Ah, very well. Li Qing understood his misunderstanding and smiled, saying, no need to be anxious. I am not taking you back. The court is still unaware of your situation. Pausing, he added, my purpose here is to assist you in concealing your circumstances more effectively and for the long term. Is that so? Zhu Qizhen was momentarily taken aback, and the next moment, it was as if he had ascended from hell to paradise, awkwardly laughing. Ah, you see, you haven't even finished your sentence. And I've already made my teacher work hard. Saying this, he cheerfully approached Li Qing and began to massage his shoulders, asking if there were any instructions. Now this feels appropriate. Li Qing muttered, comfortably enjoying his attentiveness, stating, I am here to retrieve the Emperor's trust. No problem at all. Without a second thought, Zhu Qizhen nodded in agreement. He had no desire to be an emperor any longer. That title held little value for him now. Additionally, you must write a letter as I instruct, Li Qing added. 100 letters are no trouble at all. Zhu Qizhen cheerfully responded, I shall write exactly as you say, ensuring not a single word is amiss. Li Qing contentedly hummed. You have no conditions, do you? None at all. How could that be? Zhu Qizhen replied with a forced smile. When my teacher has a request, I must comply. Just then, Zhu Yunwan returned after giving orders to his servants and, leaning on his cane, teased, then should you not address me as Shu? What does that have to do with you? Zhu Qizhen's smile faded, and he immediately adopted a serious expression. The two were perpetually at odds, and mutual conflict was a common occurrence. Zhu Yunwan huffed, by seniority. You ought to call me grandfather. Consider yourself fortunate to call me Shu. Oh, Zhu Qizhen scoffed, rolling his eyes dramatically. I may not be the emperor now, but I was once the rightful emperor of the Ming dynasty, and even successors must acknowledge that, unlike you, Zhu Yunwan, were incensed, cursing your fourth uncle for lacking martial virtue. Look at you, at your age. How can you still be so irritable, showing no semblance of a senior? Zhu Qizhen continued to tease, but he was soon dragged away by Zhang Lada. Be gentle, old man. I merely spoke a couple of words to him. You well know how he speaks of me. Zhu Qizhen's voice gradually fading. Li Qing turned to Zhu Yunwan, smiling. What is this? Even after all this time, you still cannot let it go? This grandson is infuriating, Zhu Yunwan retorted, sitting down beside Li Qing. I have long since moved on. These years, whether up in the mountains or here, have been incredibly carefree. Li Qing perceived his insincerity and asked, there is no need for secrecy between us brothers. Feel free to express whatever is on your mind. I, Zhu Yunwan, choked momentarily, nodding as I remarked, I have only a few years left after my death. I wish to return to my ancestral grave. The Shaoling? Indeed, Zhu Yunwan replied sheepishly, that grandson is fortunate when the time comes. He will be able to reside in his royal mausoleum simply by revealing himself, while I have not contemplated much, as long as I can be buried in the Shaoling. Li Qing nodded gently, acknowledging that Zhu Yunwan's sentiments were quite natural. The yearning to return to one's roots is a universal obsession. The Shaoling houses his benevolent father, his imperial grandfather, and his grandmother, while notably absent is the detestable fourth uncle. Although there are certain challenges, they are not insurmountable. Li Qing smiled, assuring, with my master and me present, it is indeed feasible to secure a place for you. After a pause, he added, I will ensure your life story is well prepared. For the Jiangwen reforms had their merits, yet as for the gravestone, that may be beyond our means. As long as I can enter the Shaoling, the rest matters not. Zhu Yunwan replied with a carefree smile, dismissing the importance of his life narrative. Li Qing chuckled softly, remarking, that chapter of history shall not be lost to the currents of time. You are an emperor of the Ming dynasty, an integral part of its history. Zhu Yunwan shuddered slightly, his murky eyes becoming even cloudier. He sniffed, forcing a smile. I shall check if the meal is ready. You must rest after your long journey. Brother. Li Qing nodded with a smile, watching his hunched figure depart, feeling a tinge of melancholy. Alas, no one can escape the trials of life and death. Glancing down at his slender, youthful fingers, full of vitality, Li Qing's lips curled into a bittersweet smile. Chapter 14. Rarely smooth sailing. I aspire to emulate the great Taizong and Xuanzong, to personally lead the charge and elevate the prestige of the Ming dynasty. However, my abilities are limited. It is not that I cannot invigorate the Ming army, but rather I would inadvertently lead many soldiers to their demise. Each time I ponder this, I find myself sleepless at night, filled with regret. I feel I have wronged the valiant soldiers of the Ming and the ancestors before me. Li Qing recited passionately. Why are you staring at me? Right. Li Qing snapped as Zhu Qizhen paused his pen. Zhu Qizhen, exasperated, replied, Sir, might I request, at the very least, a modicum of dignity? Dignity? Li Qing scoffed coldly. Now you wish to maintain face? That battle was my fault. Yet I too faced punishment, did I not? Having suffered so many wounds at your hands, would it not be fitting to spare me some semblance of respect? Zhu Qizhen stubbornly insisted. Your dignity was discarded long before you reached the Tatar camp. What dignity remains? Li Qing asserted without room for debate. You must either write or return home with your wife. Choose one. Zhu Qizhen, feeling frustrated, conceded, Fine, I will write. Now that is the spirit. Li Qing cleared his throat and continued with fervor. I, obstinate and self-willed, am unworthy to face my ancestors. Upon learning of my virtuous younger brother's ascension, appointing loyal and capable ministers to avert the impending catastrophe and uphold the crumbling state, my heart is greatly comforted. The Ming is fortunate to have a virtuous brother. The nation is blessed. The people are fortunate. I feel ill-equipped for such heavy responsibilities. Yet my younger brother's succession is the will of heaven and the guidance of our forebears. May he not squander this divine favor nor betray our ancestors. A quarter of an hour later, Zhu Qizhen tossed his pen aside, muttering, It is done. Then I must review it. Li Qing stepped forward, meticulously examining each word. After another 15 minutes, he nodded approvingly. That will suffice. You may now return to your wife. Zhu Qizhen, with a scowl, rose to leave. Wait, what now? Zhu Qizhen shouted. Hand over the imperial seal to me. Li Qing remarked, I must depart immediately. The emperor has sent someone to the northern desert to fetch you. And I need to return swiftly. Zhu Qizhen paused for a moment, his tone softening as he nodded. I shall retrieve it right away. Before long, Zhu Qizhen returned, presenting the imperial seal to Li Qing. Why the haste? Li Qing questioned. There is no time to waste, he replied with a resigned smile, lamenting. This past year has been nothing but a relentless journey. Zhu Qizhen, appearing somewhat awkward, responded, You have endured much. After this, it should ease. Let us hope so. Li Qing sighed, rolling up the dried cotton cloth before making his way outside. Aren't you going to bid farewell to the old master? Zhu Qizhen inquired, following him. Of course, Li Qing said. Despite his urgency, he took a moment to say goodbye to his mentor. Zhang Lada, accustomed to such farewells, merely remarked, I understand. Off you go. However, Zhu Yunwen seemed reluctant, saying, It's already dark. Perhaps you should leave tomorrow. Time is of the essence. I shall not stay the night. Li Qing smiled, adding, Please keep an eye on my few servants. Do not let them speak recklessly. Zhu Yunwen nodded. You visit often, and they are unaware of the circumstances. I will have them reassigned to the tavern outside the city, ensuring no trouble arises. Very well. Li Qing turned to the elderly man practicing Tai Chi, saying, Master, I am leaving. Go ahead. I shall seek you out in 2 months, Zhang Lada replied, continuing his movements. Just do not wander aimlessly, he cautioned. Li Qing nodded sheepishly. Understood, master. Under the cover of night, Li Qing exited the city, galloping forth. The following day, he procured a horse, balancing his journey with moments of recuperation. 7 days later, he crossed the border and located the horse he had previously left behind, mounting it to ride towards the grasslands. The route was familiar, and finding the main force proved to be effortlessly straightforward. In just 2 days and a night, he caught sight of the Ming army's banners in the distance. To avoid any mishaps, Li Qing deliberately took a circuitous route, investing half a day before reaching the Heyong camp. By the time he arrived, darkness had fallen. As they neared the Ming border, the soldiers' vigilance had waned. Campfires flickered throughout the encampment, creating a remarkably tranquil atmosphere. Fortunately, everything unfolded according to plan. Li Qing discerned that these men genuinely trusted Heyong, which explained their increasing relaxation as they approached the Ming territory. How wonderful! At last, things have gone smoothly, Li Qing mused. Shortly thereafter, Heyong hurried over upon receiving news of Li Qing's return. Sighing with relief, he exclaimed, You have finally returned. I have scarcely slept a wink during your absence. He chuckled ruefully. My loyal subordinates believe that living well in the Ming is a foregone conclusion, while only I am aware of the uncertainty. Now it is certain, Li Qing replied with a smile. Now that I have returned, you can finally sleep soundly, correct? Heyong nodded with a grin. Indeed, We must celebrate tonight. Is there wine? Li Qing inquired. I saved 2 jars of the wine sent from over there. Qiyong responded with a smile. I thought we would toast to your return. Had you not come back, I would have considered it a farewell drink. Li Qing laughed. It is not that dire. Now that you are back, let us set aside such thoughts. Tonight we shall not return until we are inebriated. Qiyong declared boldly, not returning until we are intoxicated. Li Qing burst into hearty laughter. Both felt liberated as they indulged in bowl after bowl of wine, drinking until the depths of night before finally succumbing to slumber. The next morning, when Qiyong roused Li Qing, the army had already broken camp and was preparing to embark. Qiyong, the leader, had awoken long ago and chuckled. Seeing you in such a deep slumber, I refrained from waking you during meals and saved you half a leg of lamb. Thank you, Li Qing replied. Having scarcely eaten anything on his journey back, he accepted the lamb leg and savored it with delight. It was now late March, the season of spring. With gentle breezes and warm sunlight, and the lush grasslands were flourishing. Li Qing's spirits were lifted as he relished the caress of the spring wind, his face radiating contentment. Upon returning, he welcomed the prospect of no longer being burdened by relentless travel. Indeed, since the 13th year of the Zhengtong era, when he had traveled to Jiaozhi during the new year, until this first year of Jingtai, he had endured nearly a year and a half of hardship. At last, he glimpsed the dawn of respite. Once this flurry of activity concluded, he could finally rest. He had even contemplated bringing his godson over, relishing the time with his master present. Alas, he felt it was a miscalculation not to have the master bring the little one along. He smacked his forehead in quiet regret. After spending several days in Qiyong's camp, once the month had elapsed, Li Qing returned to the Ming army's encampment. Shi Biao was overjoyed to see him return, as it alleviated his boredom, and he pestered Li Qing incessantly. Before long, Li Qing found it intolerable and resumed teaching Shi Biao. Soon, Shi Biao could no longer keep up, exclaiming, "Stop! I can't digest this, give me some time." The lessons were too rushed, and with Shi Biao's weak foundation, he struggled increasingly with the material. The more he listened, the more he felt his mind was inadequate. Li Qing understood, who had not once been a poor student. "Do you wish to learn martial arts?" he inquired. "Would you be willing to teach me?" Shi Biao responded. Astonished, he admired Li Qing, partly because of Li Qing's distinct personality, but more so due to his formidable prowess. He had witnessed Li Qing's strength during the defense of the capital, which was nothing short of extraordinary. "Of course, I had already been teaching you, hadn't I?" Li Qing smiled. Shi Biao scratched his head and nodded with a goofy grin. "I want to learn. Only a fool wouldn't." After a pause, he suddenly became serious, saying, "I wish to take you as my master. Is it really necessary to be so formal? Are you averse to it?" "Not at all." "Then it's settled," Shi Biao declared. "To learn a craft, one must take a mentor. Though I may not know many characters, I understand this principle." After speaking, he lifted his garment and bowed 3 times. Li Qing was somewhat speechless, thinking, "If you insist on this, I will have to present you with a gift." Lacking anything of value, Li Qing simply said, "I will impart you a piece of advice." "Please, master," Shi Biao urged. "Learn to control your emotions." Li Qing instructed. "Only by mastering your emotions can you think rationally and avoid being deceived or manipulated." Shi Biao nodded earnestly. "What you say is true, master." Li Qing felt a bit uneasy being addressed as master, preferring teacher instead. "That works as well," Shi Biao replied, eagerly rubbing his hands together. "Teacher, where shall we begin our lessons? What weapon do you excel with?" Li Qing inquired. "The sword," Shi Biao exclaimed, drawing his waist knife with fervor. "Then I shall teach you a set of sword techniques," Li Qing declared. Taking the knife from him, he advised, "Observe closely and learn diligently." Although Li Qing primarily wielded the spear, he understood that mastery of one weapon often translated to others, having participated in numerous large-scale battles. Albeit in the capacity of an observer, he had gained invaluable experience that few could claim. The techniques are straightforward yet exceptionally practical. In the ensuing days, during their march, Li Qing relentlessly trained Shi Biao, which rendered the latter more obedient during their journey, to the extent that he refrained from complaining about fatigue. At last, Li Qing found a moment of respite, reclining against the horse's hindquarters, savoring the scenery. Chapter 15. Entering the palace to report back. The journey of Li Qing spanned 2 days and 1 night, while the army took a full fortnight to traverse the same distance. As they approached the frontier, Li Qing ordered the troops to encamp. and simultaneously instructed He Yong to surrender his men's weapons to the Ming army, promising their return once the emperor issued his command. He Yong raised no objections. Their contingent of 4,000 posed no threat and would make little difference whether armed or not. Handing over the weapons to the Ming army would, in fact, help to prevent misunderstandings. After resting for a day and completing the transfer, the army proceeded forward. Upon reaching the border, they were predictably halted by the commanding officer stationed there. Li Qing stepped forward to clarify their situation and presented the imperial seal, which ultimately quelled any concerns. They entered Zijing Pass without incident and continued for another 3 days until they arrived in the capital, while the Ming army was permitted entry into the city. He Yong's 4,000 soldiers were strictly prohibited from entering, despite their surrender and lack of weaponry. Li Qing left behind 1,000 Ming soldiers for support and then led He Yong and Zhen Er into the city. As soon as they passed through Zijing Pass, Li Qing dispatched a report to Zhu Qizhen regarding their return to the capital. Although the specifics were unknown to Zhu Qizhen, he was already aware that the retired emperor had not returned and that 4,000 Tatars had defected, for reasons unknown. Upon learning that his elder brother had not come back, Zhu Qizhen felt an inexplicable lightness in his heart. However, he soon sighed, acknowledging that Li Qing was indeed a man of his word. Yet until his brother returned, the matter would remain unresolved. Ultimately, he would need to bring his brother back. The journey incurred minimal losses. Apart from the depletion of some livestock and a monetary expenditure of 10,000 taels of silver, there were no significant detriments. Yet, this slight toll paled in comparison to the acquisition of 4,000 cavalry, equating to a net gain of 8,000 when considering the reduction of 4,000 Tatars. Zhu Qizhen grasped this arithmetic clearly. After the noon audience, Zhu Qizhen lingered in the imperial study for a while before proceeding to the inner palace. He briefly informed Sun about the outcomes. Li Qing was indeed willing to retrieve the retired emperor. Perhaps the Tatars' insatiable demands had impeded this endeavor. Zhu Qizhen sought to absolve Li Qing, assuring Sun that he would certainly ensure the return of the retired emperor. Upon hearing that her son had not returned, Sun's expression darkened immediately. She scoffed, remarking that the gifts brought by the emperor were rather meager, akin to those given to beggars, and thus the outcome was not surprising. After a pause, she expressed her understanding of the emperor's desire to conserve national resources, but questioned whether the retired emperor was of lesser importance. While Sun's words were not overly harsh, the previous incident where she misspoke made her cautious. Fearing Zhu Qizhen might hold it against her son, she did not suspect Li Qing of malicious intent, but instinctively felt that Zhu Qizhen was reluctant for her son to return. Given her strong pragmatic inclinations, her thoughts naturally gravitated towards self-interest. The absence of the retired emperor would undoubtedly benefit the emperor, leading her to suspect Zhu Qizhen's intentions were deliberate. Zhu Qizhen nodded and said, "The Empress Dowager speaks the truth. The Grand Emperor certainly holds greater importance. Once Li Qing enters the palace to convey the edict, I shall inquire into the particulars. Should it pertain to financial matters, I shall not be stingy. The eldest brother is like a father. The emperor possesses a benevolent and filial heart, which brings me great solace," replied Sun Sherdun. She added, "I too wish to attend. The emperor would not object, would he?" Her unease regarding Zhu Qizhen was palpable. Zhu Qizhen smiled. "If the Empress Dowager wishes to understand the Grand Emperor's current state, I have no objections. However, there are matters of state I must attend to, so I shall take my leave." "May the emperor walk safely," Sun Shi uttered a polite remark. Once Zhu Qizhen had departed, she muttered under her breath, "Pa, a hypocrite." After a brief moment of repose, she too rose and made her way to the front hall. Upon entering the city, Li Qing and Shi Biao parted ways. Shi Biao returned to the capital with the troops, while Li Qing, accompanied by He Yong and Na Sun, proceeded to deliver the edict from the Jinui. Arriving at the palace gate, it was already the afternoon of the Shin hour. Li Qing first instructed the Jinui to enter and report, while he waited outside with He Yong and Na Sun. Given that He Yong had previously been a prisoner and Na Sun was a tribal leader from the grasslands, it was unacceptable to hastily bring them into the palace without permission. Though he wielded considerable influence and privileges, he could not act recklessly. After a quarter of an hour, the captain of the Jinui returned. "Mr. Li, the emperor summons you to enter." Li Qing nodded. "What of them?" "The emperor has consented to their audience," the captain replied with a smile. The two men exchanged glances with Li Qing, who offered them a reassuring look as he stepped inside. A saying among the Han people goes, "Having come, one must find peace." He Yong whispered, Now that we are here, let's proceed. Na Sun imperceptibly nodded and followed He Yong's lead, stepping in sync with Li Qing as they entered the central hall. To Li Qing's surprise, he found Sun Shi present as well, though he quickly dismissed his astonishment. Ultimately, a mother cannot easily part with her son, even amidst past grievances. Your humble servant greets His Majesty and the Empress Dowager. Li Qing bowed respectfully. He Yong and Na Sun followed suit in their obeisance. No need for formalities. Zhu Qizhen and Sun Shi spoke in unison. Sun Shi, having waited nearly 2 hours and even dining in the central hall to prevent any treachery from Zhu Qizhen, could no longer afford to be impolite. She interjected, Li Qing, have you seen the Grand Emperor? Indeed, I have seen him. The Grand Emperor is in good health. Li Qing affirmed. After the last battle, the Tatars returned in utter defeat and dare not show disrespect to the Grand Emperor. Sun Shi's expression softened slightly. If that is the case, why do they refuse to allow the Grand Emperor to return? Your Majesty, it is not that the Tatars do not wish to return the Grand Emperor. In truth, keeping him holds little advantage for them, Li Qing sighed. It is the Grand Emperor himself who does not wish to return. How can this be? Sun Shi exclaimed, rising in disbelief. Li Qing, you lie? Li Qing wore a look of grievance. If the Empress Dowager does not believe me, you may inquire of them. Both men, fluent in the Han language, clasped their hands and affirmed, what Master Li says is true. Sun Shi sneered. I see now, you conspired before your departure. With that, she cast a pointed glance at Zhu Qizhen before redirecting her gaze towards He Yong. I recall meeting you, if memory serves. You are the Tatar Grand Minister Tulhobo Luo? He Yong bowed. Your Majesty, I am He Yong. I have come to seek refuge with the Ming. Li Qing added. The name He Yong was bestowed by the Grand Emperor himself. Before arriving, they had already coordinated their statements, the three of them in collusion, leaving no room for error. Huh. You may continue your charade. Sun coldly chuckled. Do you truly believe I am a fool? At least craft a more convincing tale. The retired emperor's reluctance to return, based on such a feeble excuse. Can you even convince yourselves of it? Zhu Qizhen also harbored doubts. What was there of merit on the grasslands, a desolate land, far inferior to the grandeur of the Ming? Li Qing, what is the true situation? Zhu Qizhen remarked. Surely there must be a reason for the retired emperor's unwillingness to return? Without further explanation, Li Qing unveiled a significant revelation. Your Majesty, this is from the retired emperor. He unwrapped a package and presented a wooden box with both hands. Xiao Hengzi eagerly stepped forward to receive it. Passing it to Zhu Qizhen, Sun raised her neck high, straining to see. Zhu Qizhen opened the box, and his pupils constricted, his expression shifting. He slowly extracted the imperial seal, examining it meticulously. It could not be mistaken. The craftsmanship and weight of such an item could not be counterfeit. Zhu Qizhen was elated. The seal of the Son of Heaven is among the most vital of the Emperor's seals. It symbolizes military authority. Sun's face also changed slightly. She had not anticipated her son would send this back with Li Qing. Having entered the palace at a young age, she was well acquainted with royal matters and understood the significance and uniqueness of this seal, as well as the implications of its return. Your Majesty, the retired emperor has another item for you, Li Qing announced, producing a neatly folded piece of cotton cloth. Xiao Hengzi stepped forward to take it, presenting it to Zhu Qizhen. Zhu Qizhen unfolded it, softly reading, I have reigned for 14 years. Upon uttering these few words, he paused, realizing this was a self-criticism edict. Sun craned her neck again, but this time, not seeing the seal, the cotton cloth was directed at Zhu Qizhen, and she could not decipher the words. A year apart. How could a mother not miss her son? Disregarding her status as Empress Dowager, she rose and moved behind Zhu Qizhen to take a look. Just a glance confirmed it was indeed her son's handwriting. However, the contents astonished her. Her obstinate son admitting fault? How could this be? She could hardly believe it, yet was at a loss for rebuttal. The ink was undoubtedly her son's, and with the imperial seal given. Sun opened her mouth several times, but could not utter a single word. Trembling with fury, she ground her teeth. This reckless child, what were you thinking? Are you forsaking the throne? If you return, we could unite and possibly reclaim the throne. Sun's frustration surged, nearly overwhelming her. Chapter 16, Sun's Surrender. She truly could not comprehend her son's actions. In her view, he must have been kicked in the head by a yak on the grasslands. What was to be gained by staying there? Enduring the elements? Living in uncertainty? If he returned, at the very least, the retired emperor would provide a safety net. And there was a chance to reclaim the throne. Why not return? She could not understand, nor accept it. Li Qing's family. Is there some hidden truth in this? Sun inquired with a serious expression. Li Qing shook his head, remarking that the retired emperor was doing quite well over there. He mentioned that being an emperor was exhausting and lacked freedom. Everything required careful thought and consideration, a lifestyle he had grown weary of. Pausing for a moment, he added with a sharp edge, by the way, Empress Dowager, the retired emperor has taken a wife, and a child is soon to be born. You will soon become a grandmother. What? Sun Shi staggered back several steps, as if struck by lightning, nearly collapsing to the ground. It was as if Wu Zetian had lost her sanity in widowhood, Li Ji. She completely lost her composure, exclaiming in outrage. How could he act so foolishly? Those dark-skinned, brawny barbarians of the grasslands cannot possibly compare to our women of the Central Plains. With her vision fading, she fell backward. Oh dear! Xiao Hengzi, quick on his feet, rushed to catch her. Empress Dowager, Empress Dowager. Sun Shi leaned against Xiao Hengzi, muttering, he must be mad. He has surely lost his mind. Regardless of whether Zhu Qizhen was truly mad, Sun Shi was genuinely on the brink of madness. Zhu Qiyu scratched his nose, feeling that his elder brother's actions were rather unwise, leaving him with little pride. Nevertheless, Zhu Qizhen was still his elder brother, the rightful emperor of the Ming dynasty, and it was a fundamental decorum not to speak ill of the previous emperor. Cough, cough. Zhu Qiyu cleared his throat. You all may wait outside. Once the three had exited, he approached to comfort her. Empress Dowager, please calm yourself. I will ensure that Li Qing and the others keep the matter of the retired emperor's marriage strictly confidential. You must take care of your health. Sun Shi pushed Xiao Hengzi away and straightened herself, taking deep breaths until she regained her composure. Her demeanor softened considerably as she nodded. Your Majesty is right. Matters concerning the royal family's dignity should not be spread outside. Her son's actions were indeed a disgrace to the royal bloodline, and the mere thought of having a dark-skinned grandson sent shivers down her spine. She felt a mix of anger at her son's degradation and anxiety over his absence. With Zhu Qizhen away, her influence was greatly diminished. The ministers would not waver, and relying solely on her position in the harem would yield little success. Her grandson was still too young, leaving her with no choice but to endure. Yet, she was unwilling to concede entirely, suggesting, if the retired emperor feels this way now, he may very well change his mind in the future. Perhaps next year, the emperor could send someone to inquire again. Zhu Qiyu nodded, agreed. Seeing Zhu Qiyu's willingness to accommodate her, Sun Shi's troubled mood lifted considerably, her expression softening. Sun Shi had her merits, particularly her ability to assess the situation. Now that Zhu Qiyu was the emperor, and her grandson merely a young prince, there was little she could do. Creating a stalemate would serve her no benefit. Should the crown prince be replaced, her own position would be in jeopardy. It was worth noting that Zhu Qiyu's biological mother, Wu Shi, was still alive. After Emperor Qian's passing, apart from the nun Hu Shi, only Wu Shi had escaped unscathed. Wu Shi had borne a son, and with Zhu Qiyu being so young, along with the presence of the Dowager Empress Zhang, Sun Shi dared not take any reckless actions, even if she were to include Wu Shi's name on any list. With Zhang's influence, it would likely yield little effect. Soon, Sun Shi adjusted her mindset and smiled, saying, Your Majesty, burdened with state affairs, I shall not take up more of your time. You may continue with your duties. Zhu Qiyu nodded. I shall escort the Empress Dowager. No need, Your Majesty. You may attend to your matters, Sun Shi replied with a smile, before turning to leave. Zhu Qiyu let out a slow sigh and instructed, Xiao Hengzi, please invite Mr. Li in. The servant complied. After taking a couple of steps, Xiao Hengzi turned back and asked, Your Majesty, what about the other two? Have them wait outside for now. Understood. Moments later, Li Qing entered. You have endured much this time, Mr. Li. Please, take a seat, Zhu Qiyu said, gesturing towards the chair opposite him with a smile. In the absence of court, there is no need for formalities. Li Qing was pleased by this, as he had little fondness for the formalities of the feudal hierarchy. Sir, is the situation truly as you have described? Zhu Qiyu poured a cup of tea and gently pushed it towards Li Qing. Does my elder brother truly have no desire for the throne and is unwilling to return? Li Qing replied with a smile. Otherwise, how could the Grand Emperor have allowed me to bring back the imperial treasure? You have seen the letter, Your Majesty. It indeed bears the Grand Emperor's handwriting. He spoke the truth. Zhu Qizhen genuinely did not wish to return, and the letter was indeed authored by him. Li Qing took a sip from his teacup and remarked, The Grand Emperor revels in his carefree life, yet Your Majesty must not grow complacent. The Ming dynasty looks to you to forge a path to greatness anew. Zhu Qizhen could not help but smile, yet he quickly stifled his amusement, forcing his lips to settle, and nodded, stating, "In my position, I must govern. As the son of heaven of the Ming dynasty, I shall uphold the responsibilities of the throne." "Your Majesty is wise," Li Qing replied with a conventional compliment, then set down his teacup and continued earnestly, "Your Majesty, while the grassland tribes are numerous, they appear sparse compared to the vast territories. They live as nomads and can relocate at will. Force will not resolve the issue. Only integration and benevolence can be the best strategy. Indeed, the grasslands are vast." Zhu Qizhen sighed. Had it been possible, they would have been eliminated during the reigns of the great ancestor and the great ancestor's successor. Zhu Qizhen glanced at Li Qing and said, "I understand your intention. Grant them hereditary positions to attract more Mongolian tribes to our side, correct?" Li Qing nodded with a smile. "Your Majesty is astute. Let us appoint them as hereditary guerrilla generals," Zhu Qizhen suggested, which would suit their number of 4,000. "Neither overburdening them nor provoking the clamor of court officials." Li Qing replied, "This position is suitable for Sun, but not for Hiyong." "Is it solely because he was the former Taisher of the Tatar?" Zhu Qizhen inquired. "Not entirely." Li Qing shook his head. "Hiyong has held the title of Taisher and possesses a certain influence on the grasslands. Appointing him as a guerrilla general pales in comparison to keeping him in the capital. He serves as a valuable asset for future negotiations and integration with the grassland tribes." "That is true. Retaining Hiyong here would also restrain that San," Zhu Qizhen agreed, nodding slowly. After a moment's contemplation, he continued, "The official position of the orthodox title cannot be given to him, at least not at present, lest the military officials in court take issue. Let him serve in the Jinyue." Li Qing nodded. "This is the most prudent arrangement. What position does your Majesty intend to bestow upon him?" "A Qianhu is somewhat too minor. Let us grant him the hereditary title of Zhenfu," Zhu Qizhen declared, "and should he achieve merit in the future, further promotions will follow." A quarter of an hour later, Zhu Qizhen summoned Hiyong and San, bestowing upon them their official titles. Following Li Qing's counsel, he painted a grand vision for them. The two men were elated. Regardless of the specifics of the grand vision, the hereditary iron rice bowl alone was sufficient to ensure their descendants would never suffer from want. What they failed to comprehend is that the notion of hereditary succession is not an everlasting decree. The emperor has the power to bestow it and equally to revoke it. After all, even the iron certificate of exemption from death can be rescinded. Nonetheless, the allure of the term hereditary remains undeniably potent. It is not merely them. Many within the court covet those two characters, particularly the civil officials. Unfortunately, the concept of hereditary succession does not apply to civil officials. However, should one excel in their duties, their descendants may gain direct entry into the imperial academy, which could be considered a diminished form of hereditary privilege. Even so, the opportunities for civil officials to secure such positions are scarce. If everyone could inherit, what purpose would the imperial examinations serve? Upon exiting the palace, Li Qing and Yong conversed. "You should first reassure your subordinates regarding their provisions. The court will soon dispatch personnel to address their needs. Should any issues arise, you may directly seek me at Lianjiaten." Li Qing conveyed the location of his home, adding that the emperor had consented to their conditions, and arrangements for their subordinates would be made shortly, with benefits comparable to those of the Ming army. Yong solemnly replied, "Such immense grace requires no words of thanks. Your kindness, Mr. Li, shall be etched in my memory." Li Qing smiled, urging, "Hasten to your duties. It has been a taxing journey. Once completed, ensure you rest well." The two men nodded, clutching the emperor's edict as they proceeded towards the outskirts of the city. Li Qing stretched languidly, a sense of ease washing over him, for he could finally indulge in a restful slumber. Upon returning home, he relished a soothing bath, shedding all burdens before collapsing onto his bed in a deep sleep. When he next awoke, daylight had fully broken. Although he could have slept a while longer, the sound of urgent knocking at the door drew him from his repose. Chapter 17. To weep and to feast. Could it be that something has gone awry with Yong? Li Qing, unwilling to delay, quickly sat up, donned his shoes, and rushed outside without even putting on his outer robe. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of Xiao Hengzi, which both relieved and irritated him. What a way to disturb someone's slumber so early in the morning. Xiao Hengzi, the chief eunuch, was apprehensive in Li Qing's presence, for he respected the man whom even the emperor held in high regard. Throughout the court, It was well known that this seventh-grade official was no ordinary individual. "Sir, it is nearly the last hour of the morning." Xiao Hengzi chuckled nervously. "We are on imperial orders. I hope you will excuse the intrusion." He had been waiting for nearly half an hour, and with no other recourse, he had resorted to knocking vigorously. Had it been someone else, he might have forcibly entered or even scaled the courtyard wall. However, after the sensational incident regarding Li Qing's retaliation against an official, he feared being accused of trespassing and facing dire consequences. Li Qing, taken aback, inquired, "The emperor seeks me?" "Indeed," Xiao Hengzi nodded. "The emperor wishes for you to attend the morning court." "Morning court? But did we not cover all necessary matters yesterday?" Li Qing replied, even more astonished. Xiao Hengzi was at a loss for words. "You are an official of the Ming dynasty, a servant of the emperor, drawing a salary from the court. How can you utter such shameless words?" "Ah, it is like this." Xiao Hengzi stepped forward, speaking in a hushed tone. "The emperor requests your presence at court to elucidate the matter of the retired emperor not returning. There are certain things the emperor cannot express himself. I trust you understand?" "Understood." Li Qing nodded. "I shall attend the morning court." Xiao Hengzi, filled with concern, remarked, "The midday court session is approaching. Sir, please keep an eye on the time." "Yes, I am aware," replied Li Qing, as he refreshed himself and donned his official robes, making his way to the imperial palace at a leisurely pace, exhibiting neither haste nor anxiety. With the imperial seal and a self-criticism edict in hand, along with the allegiance of several thousand tribes from the steppes, even if he could not deceive the astute, he could render them speechless. This turbulent political landscape was ripe for a restoration of calm, and Li Qing wore a contented expression. He had numerous matters to attend to. The issues left unresolved from the Yongzheng reign still lingered. Arriving at the Fengdiang Hall precisely on time, Li Qing entered just behind Zhu Qizhen. As the emperor took his place, the ministers bowed in respect. Following the customary rituals, Li Qing was summoned to the emperor's presence. "Minister Li, all are concerned for the Grand Emperor. Please elucidate the circumstances of your journey." Zhu Qizhen stated with a composed demeanor. "As commanded," Li Qing replied, turning to the assembly and offering a deep bow, beginning his discourse. Initially, the atmosphere was amicable, but it soon shifted as doubts were raised. These individuals were not as naive as Shi Biao, and thus were not easily swayed. Yet, Li Qing asserted, "The truth remains. The Grand Emperor entrusted the imperial treasure to me for the return to the Ming, a testament to his resolve. Furthermore, he penned a letter detailing his reasons for not returning, which all of you are aware of." The ministers looked toward Zhu Qizhen for confirmation. Zhu Qizhen nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, the Grand Emperor bears a heavy heart, which is why he chooses not to return." He presented evidence, far more compelling than Li Qing's impassioned rhetoric. Xiao Hengzi opened a wooden box on the emperor's desk, carefully lifting the imperial treasure with both hands as he descended the jade steps, exclaiming, "Esteemed ministers, please take a look." Beginning with the heads of the 6 ministries, Xiao Hengzi paused before each individual, allowing them to examine the treasure before moving on to the next. After what felt like an eternity, he finally returned the imperial seal to the wooden box at the emperor's desk. Zhu Qizhen turned to the assembly, gently inquiring, "Have you all seen clearly?" "Yes, your majesty, we have seen clearly," came the sparse responses, though many appeared bewildered. Heaven be merciful, indeed. They had never laid eyes on such an artifact. However, the craftsmanship and the weight of time, along with myriad intricate details, indicated it was no mere hastily carved piece. Zhu Qizhen nodded slightly, then gestured with his chin. Xiao Hengzi understood and lifted Zhu Qizhen's self-criticism edict, inviting the ministers to view it one by one. After reading, Yu Qian's eyes reddened, Wang Zhi wept, and Hu Wei was rendered speechless with tears. This self-criticism edict struck a chord deep within their hearts. Since Hu Wei's reading, none had remained dry-eyed, though the sincerity of their emotions was open to interpretation. Li Qing felt a swell of pride. "Who do you think authored the draft?" Let the tears flow. Zhu Qizhen's self-criticism was indeed steeped in emotion. Few had encountered the imperial seal, yet many ministers were familiar with Zhu Qizhen's handwriting. Particularly, Zhu Qizhen expressed profound remorse toward his ancestors, lamenting his missteps that harmed the Ming forces, yet conspicuously omitted mention of the civil officials who perished because of him. He referenced military officers, nobles, and common soldiers, but the civil officials were left unacknowledged. This was quintessentially Zhu Qizhen. The ministers no longer doubted the authenticity of the content. However, Many civil officials felt a swell of indignation. Are the lives of us bureaucrats not valued? Countless officials, including the Minister of Personnel, the Vice Minister, and the Grand Scholar, have perished, yet you remained silent. Li Qing lamented with a look of deep sorrow, expressing, I earnestly advise the retired emperor. But his mind is resolute. He only insists that the emperor govern well and that the esteemed officials assist in politics diligently, prioritizing the stability of the Ming dynasty and the welfare of its people, for he does not wish to hinder the progress of the Ming. The retired emperor, Hu Wei, then let out a heart-wrenching cry, elevating the atmosphere to a peak of grief. The ministers responded in kind, weeping and wailing bitterly. Li Qing, at a loss for words, thought, isn't he still alive? Alas, the bureaucracy of this era is excessively burdensome, and he found himself joining in the lamentations. Zhu Qizhen also wore a sorrowful expression, reflecting his longing for his elder brother. After a while, it was already noon. Zhu Qizhen, in his sorrow, declared, the retired emperor's efforts are profound. We must not fail him. My beloved ministers, do not tire yourselves. Let us dine within the palace this noon. With that, he rose in a daze, saying, Xiao Hengzi, assist me in my slow departure. Your Majesty, please take care of your health, Xiao Hengzi replied, tearfully supporting Zhu Qizhen out of the main hall. What is this? Li Qing was speechless. Is the banquet commencing now? This entire charade felt as if they were already burying Zhu Qizhen. First mourning, then feasting. It was a complete cycle of the funeral rites. However, Zhu Qizhen's actions were not without merit. With Zhu Qizhen issuing a self-accusatory edict, Zhu Qizhen was further legitimized as emperor, and it was certainly necessary to rally the officials while the iron was hot. The ministers gladly accepted the invitation, for the emperor's goodwill was a blessing and a fortuitous occasion that warranted respect. As for the retired emperor's tears, what else could be done? Especially since Zhu Qizhen's edict omitted any mention of the civil officials, it swayed the majority of them towards Zhu Qizhen. They began to realize that even if Zhu Qizhen were to return and regain support, their faction would still be at a disadvantage. Hence, why exert effort on that matter? At the banquet, the officials raised their cups in camaraderie, sharing laughter and joy, creating a lively scene. Li Qing, unconcerned with the surrounding atmosphere, indulged heartily, finding none at the table who could rival his appetite. In fact, he even stood to serve himself dishes. The feast had evidently been prepared well in advance, with an abundance of sumptuous food. Having not eaten since the previous afternoon, Li Qing finally seized this opportunity. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he wiped his mouth, humming a tune as he departed. At last, he could enjoy a period of tranquility, for a long time, or perhaps even forever. The ministers would not mention the return of the retired emperor. The focus would shift towards developing internal affairs and completing the unfinished business of the Zhongtong era. Comparatively, this would be far less burdensome, for he would no longer have to run around aimlessly. Over the past year, he had traveled abroad several times, which had indeed been exhausting. Oh dear, I must take a good rest for a few days and treat myself well, Li Qing mused contentedly as he strolled, humming to himself. Sir, please wait. Li Qing turned to see Yu Qian approaching and halted his steps. Yu Qian jogged up, saying, come visit my home for a while. Very well, Li Qing nodded. Let us indulge in some idle chatter. He understood that Yu Qian was undoubtedly inquiring about Zhu Qizhen. How to articulate such matters? Li Qing found it distasteful, yet comprehensible. Hailing from a later era, he perceived the world differently than Yu Qian, a true local. Their philosophical outlooks diverged significantly. After all, Yu Qian had immersed himself in the classics of Confucianism. While their worldviews displayed certain discrepancies, it would be an exaggeration to label Yu Qian as blindly loyal. In his heart, the welfare of the common people undoubtedly held greater significance. However, to assert that he recognized only the populace and not the sovereign would be an overstatement. All things considered, Yu Qian possessed a degree of foolish loyalty. From Li Qing's contemporary perspective, this could be deemed as heretical. Chapter 18. The winds of change in officialdom. As soon as Li Qing entered the courtyard, the donkey brayed, its large eyes filled with reproach. You wretched soul. You remember to return, do you? I have become someone else's donkey. Li Qing approached with a smile, exclaiming, what a splendid coat you have. Yu Qian, too, reached out to stroke the donkey, chuckling. It possesses a remarkable sense of empathy. As he spoke, he retrieved some fodder to feed the donkey, drawing envious glances from the neighboring stable. The donkey, grinning with its large teeth, savored the fine feed, displaying an air of arrogance. This creature is almost becoming sentient. Li Qing mused, giving its nose a playful slap, reminding it to behave modestly in the presence of others. Shortly thereafter, having finished the fodder, the donkey sprawled comfortably on the hay, turning its back on Li Qing. "Ah, so you've grown some audacity, have you?" Li Qing rolled up his sleeves, jesting. "Do you believe I might feast on donkey meat tonight?" Qian chuckled, holding Li Qing back. "Sir, let us converse in the guest hall. We shall settle accounts later." Li Qing, feeling indignant, muttered a retort before following Qian to the guest hall. A servant brought forth tea, and Qian poured a cup for Li Qing, inquiring, "Sir, the nights on the grassland are quite frigid. Does the Taishang Huang still acclimate well?" Zhu Qizhen was not only a sovereign, but also his pupil, and Qian's feelings for him ran particularly deep. One could say that he had watched Zhu Qizhen grow. Aside from the recent military campaign and the previous division of maritime trade shares, Zhu Qizhen had, for the most part, conformed to Qian's vision of an enlightened ruler. Li Qing nodded. "It is not as arduous as you might imagine. The Tatars treat him with great respect, providing him with ample food and drink. So he has certainly adapted." Pausing for effect, he added mysteriously, "I have a confidential matter to share, but you must keep it under wraps." "Since it is confidential, perhaps it would be best not to disclose it," Qian replied, shaking his head. "There is no sense in speaking half a truth." Nevertheless, Li Qing continued, "When I returned, his child was nearly due." Qian's mouth fell open in astonishment, momentarily losing his composure, rendered speechless. It was a pity that Qian, being of ancient times, lacked an understanding of sarcasm. Li Qing chuckled. "He has gained nearly 10 pounds. Do you think he is acclimated? By the way, this news could tarnish the royal image, so please keep it to yourself. The emperor has even forbidden me from speaking of it, but you are the exception." Taking a sip of tea, Li Qing smiled brightly. "This situation is quite favorable. If he truly returns, it would be a great blessing for the Ming dynasty." "I shall keep it a secret," Qian nodded, then sighed once more. "What you say is true, yet he was once the emperor of the Ming dynasty. And now as Taishang Huang, remaining on the grassland is not an ideal situation for him. While the emperor may be unconcerned, it seems you are rather anxious." Li Qing teased. "He appears to relish his new life, while you are the one fretting." Qian let out a wry smile, saying, "I am not being pedantic. But one cannot expect the retired emperor to reside on the grasslands for eternity, can one? The fallen leaves must return to their roots." "Ah, is that what you meant?" Li Qing, realizing this, responded, "He is merely in his early 20s and has a long life ahead of him. Should he wish to return when he ages, it would not be too late. The Tatars have no use for him, and should he desire to come back, they cannot possibly object." "Well, that may be true." Qian sighed, deciding not to dwell on the matter any further. The retired emperor enjoys a comfortable life and has no desire to return, and his absence positively influences the court's dynamics, so Qian would not force the issue. The matter of maritime trade shares had been settled, and at this stage, the artisanal crafts of the common folk were beginning to revive. Qian remarked, "This is indeed a good development, though it is not without its drawbacks." "What drawbacks?" Li Qing inquired. "Taxation? Indeed, but it is not commercial tax. Rather, it pertains to land tax," Qian explained. Li Qing furrowed his brow and scoffed. I was just contemplating land tax. They have taken the initiative before I could. Pray, enlighten me." Qian pondered. "They argue that the burden of taxation on the wealthy gentry and landowners is excessively heavy, nearly unbearable, especially with the unpredictability of droughts and floods. They are on the brink of being unable to hire tenants." Pausing, he continued, "Moreover, alarmingly, they claim that should tenants lose their livelihoods, they could incite unrest, posing a fundamental threat to the Ming dynasty, which is truly despicable." "What are their demands?" Li Qing asked, "and what is the emperor's stance?" Qian lifted his teacup and took a sip before continuing. They proposed 2 solutions. One was to maintain the previous tax standards with a 30-70 split, which the emperor rejected. They then suggested restoring the system of the Hongwu era and reinstating the head tax. Did the emperor waver? Li Qing queried. "Indeed," Qian nodded. "According to the Ministry of Revenue, our Ming dynasty currently boasts a population of 100 million and an additional 15 million. Should the head tax of the Hongwu system be reinstated, the annual taxation would be staggering." He paused before adding, "However, I, along with Wang Zhi and Hu Li, managed to dissuade him." Li Qing chuckled, mockingly saying, "What an antiquated notion in this day and age, still clinging to the Hongwu system. It is utterly out of date." and to brazenly demand more when the land tax barely reaches 1/10 is truly absurd. In my view, it is time to increase the land tax. Qian found himself at a loss for words, but had grown accustomed to Li Qing's rebellious remarks, having heard them time and again. He was too weary to correct him. After all, there was no point in speaking if he would not listen, and even if he did, he would not amend his views. The reform of consolidating the head tax into land tax was enacted during the Yongle reign, and in just a few decades. The population had surged by tens of millions, thus attesting to the significance of this national policy. Li Qing stated, "Of course, the introduction of new crops has greatly contributed. But should the head tax system of the Hongwu era be reinstated, the issue of land consolidation would inevitably worsen." Li Qing sighed. The introduction of crops like Yongle beans and Xuande sweet potatoes has fundamentally solved the problem of food scarcity. However, the prerequisite for sufficient food is land. Without it, even with a yield of 100 stones per acre, if the common folk possess no land, they will still face hunger. Indeed, Qian wholeheartedly agreed, nodding. "Your understanding is remarkably profound. I believe once the emperor comprehends these matters, he will likely temper his ambitions." Li Qing smiled, aware that Zhu Qizhen was also suffocated by debt, which had swayed him. Has this matter escalated significantly? Compared to before, it is not particularly severe. Qian shook his head, cheerfully adding, "There are no shortage of dissenters in the court, and the prevailing atmosphere among officials has shifted." Li Qing chuckled. The expedition led by Zhu Qizhen, while not devoid of drawbacks, indeed bore some merits. During his campaign, he brought along all the civil officials he distrusted and often clashed with, resulting in a catastrophic defeat for the entire army. Following that battle, the civil official faction, represented by the gentry, suffered a significant blow, and the newcomers found it exceedingly challenging to harmonize with the remaining elders. The older generation looked down upon the newcomers, attempting to assert their authority through seniority. However, the newcomers were resistant to subjugation, arguing that they were all of equal rank. Why should they assume a subordinate role? The collision between these two groups and the ensuing competition greatly benefited the governance of the realm, akin to how employee rivalry ultimately serves the interests of the employer. Li Qing, a seasoned official of the Ming dynasty, had long understood that while the situation was far from ideal, it was not entirely devoid of integrity. Generally speaking, barring personal or familial interests, they were still willing to consider the nation's welfare and avoid causing trouble for the emperor. However, more often than not, conflicts of interest between the monarch and his ministers led to persistent turmoil. Qian remarked, "This presents a rare opportunity." Both Wang Zhi and Hu Yi share the belief that this could be a moment to reform the bureaucratic ethos. "Then you must exert yourselves diligently." Li Qing replied with a smile. He held little hope for such matters, recognizing that the political waters had never been clear. Nevertheless, the intentions were commendable, and whether they succeeded was another matter. At the very least, they should not discourage others. Aside from this, has anything else transpired? Nothing of note. Qian leaned back in his chair, fatigue evident in his voice. Everyone is quite exhausted and lacks the energy for further upheaval. Li Qing chuckled softly, sighing, "Indeed. It is utterly exhausting. After all this commotion, the victories have been minimal. The civil officials have grown weary, and their greed has somewhat tempered. Since Yang Shiqi's departure, everything has shifted. The earlier glory of the Yongle reign is irrevocably lost. While they could bully the orphans and widows before, the situation has changed now. The new emperor has come of age and is not easily swayed, and with Li Qing and Qian keeping him in check, the military officials have begun to assert themselves. The disunity among the civil officials further complicates their ability to pose a significant threat to the emperor. Moreover, the defense of the capital last year was truly harrowing, nearly resulting in utter disaster. Following such tumultuous fluctuations, they have gradually leaned towards a more serene disposition. They will still strive for what they can attain, yet will not do so with the same fervor as before. As Qian aptly stated, everyone is quite exhausted. Chapter 19. Hitting him is for his own good. Everyone is weary, and so is Li Qing. Consequently, on his way home, he chose to ride a donkey. The donkey was a mature creature, familiar with the way home, albeit a tad shabby, yet it was cherished all the same. After all, even dogs do not complain. By the time he arrived home, it was already afternoon. Li Qing meticulously cleaned his favorite reclining chair, tidied up the donkey's shelter, then took a bath, donned a fresh robe, and settled down with a copy of Water Margin, reclining comfortably in his chair. In the past, he could not immerse himself in such a classic novel, But given the scarcity of entertainment in this era, having a novel to read was a welcome reprieve. Under the wooden shed, the donkey dozed, its large ears occasionally flicking to shoo away pesky mosquitoes. In the shade of the trees, Li Qing read his novel, leisurely turning the pages, basking in the tranquil atmosphere. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a soothing and serene ambience that perfectly complemented the slow-paced enjoyment. Suddenly, a boisterous voice called out, "Sir, open the door." "It's me, Biao." Li Qing set aside the water margin that he had been reading and slowly sat up, realizing that evening was approaching. "Stop taking pictures," he called out, placing the book down and rising to open the door. As the door swung open, he was greeted by the broad face of Shi Biao, who stood there holding a bottle of wine in one hand and a takeout of snacks in the other, grinning widely as he said, "Bored out of my mind. Thought we could have a drink." Li Qing nodded, puzzled. "What happened to your face?" "Oh, don't get me started on that," Shi Biao replied, his irritation evident. "It was my good-for-nothing uncle who did this. I can hardly believe it." He stepped into the courtyard, grumbling, "Who dares to strike me? It's only my uncle, for heaven's sake." Li Qing closed the door behind him, amused. "What is the story?" Shi Biao placed the snacks on a stone table shaded by trees and sat down on a nearby stone bench, still fuming. "Upon returning, I found him intoxicated with power, taking bribes, and even accepting a concubine gifted by someone else. The old Shi family is bound to be ruined under his reign." Initially, Li Qing had only wished to enjoy some gossip, but this piqued his interest, and he moved closer to sit opposite Shi Biao. "What transpired?" "Just what I said," Shi Biao retorted angrily. "There's an old saying, short-handed when receiving favors, soft-hearted when accepting food. He is doing both, and it's only a matter of time before he's exploited." Ever since Li Qing had enlightened him, Shi Biao had become less impulsive and now perceived Shi Hong as the real fool. I tried to warn him, but he insisted on enjoying the fruits of his supposed achievements. Shi Biao slammed his hand on the table, clearly frustrated. "This really infuriates me." "So you confronted him and ended up losing?" Li Qing inquired, smirking. "Not exactly," Shi Biao shook his head. "I merely had a harsh word with him, and he got so riled up that he wanted to duel." "And then he beat you?" Li Qing teased. "Not at all," Shi Biao boasted. "He can't even hold his own against me anymore. He's no match for me." His expression soured again as he continued. "In the end, he couldn't handle it, berating me for being unfilial and threatening to sever our uncle-nephew relationship. Can you believe it? What kind of elder does that?" Shi Biao was clearly exasperated. What could I say? I could only let him vent his frustrations. Li Qing nodded slowly, chuckling. "Your willingness to endure for the sake of familial ties shows your growth. But my uncle hasn't grown at all." Shi Biao sighed. "He is a grown man, yet utterly immature, acting like a fool. Just wait. I will surely be the one to suffer under him." "Who is bribing him?" Li Qing asked, noticing Shi Biao's sudden silence. "I'm not seeking to hold anyone accountable, merely curious." "Honestly, I have no idea," Shi Biao replied. "We hadn't even had the chance to discuss it before we started fighting, but it must be some civil official." He swallowed hard, adding, "That little lady he is with is quite charming. She is clearly from the Jiangnan region." After a brief pause, he continued, "Well, to be fair, he has had some merit in defending the borders these past years, so he is not entirely beyond redemption, is he?" Li Qing offered a wry smile and nodded. "Indeed, it's easy to share hardship, yet difficult to share prosperity." On the battlefield, Shi Hong had fought bravely, leading from the front with valor. However, once the conflict subsided, the habits of a soldier soon emerged. At this rate, it would be a miracle if he didn't end up completely shattered. One could only lament his misfortune while being angered by his lack of ambition. Li Qing took a deep breath, speaking solemnly. "Shi Biao, what do you foresee as the outcome of Shi Hong's collusion with the civil officials if it continues?" "At the very least, his title must be stripped away. Should the situation escalate, I too shall bear the consequences." With a serious countenance, Shi Biao continued, stating that his purpose for visiting today was to seek the counsel of the esteemed gentleman. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qing nodded and replied, "Very well. I shall offer you a piece of advice." Shi Biao, elated, urged him to proceed. "Strike him," Li Qing declared in a low, firm voice. "Strike him hard and without reservation." Shi Biao fell silent. Even in his most audacious moments, he had never dared to lay a hand on Shi Hong. Filial piety is of utmost importance, and no matter how bold Shi Biao may be, he could never commit such an act. "Could we not consider an alternative approach?" Shi Biao ventured, somewhat embarrassed. "He is an elder. I cannot act in such an unbecoming manner." To strike him is for his own good. And for the benefit of the Shi family, Li Qing replied coolly. You are well aware of the consequences of indulgence. I shall not elaborate further. The decision lies with you. Contemplating the dire ramifications, Shi Biao touched his nearly swollen face and resolutely declared, I shall return and confront him. That is the spirit. Li Qing replied with a smile, for individuals like him, reason is futile, it is the fist that speaks. Rising, he retrieved 2 bowls from the east kitchen, uncorked a bottle of wine, and poured a bowl for Shi Biao. Come, let the courage of wine embolden you. Drink up and then return to confront him. I am not timid. I require no liquid courage to strike him, Shi Biao boasted, raising his bowl and downing its contents in one gulp. Fill it up. I shall pour, Li Qing said, while Shi Biao chuckled nervously. I was merely building up my resolve. Li Qing shook his head and laughed. Unveiling a bundle wrapped in oil paper, one containing freshly braised pig's head meat, still steaming, the other, roasted goose. Quite a feast, Li Qing remarked, sampling a piece of pig's head meat, savoring its spicy flavor and tender texture. Is this from Sue's pig's head meat? You can discern that? Shi Biao asked in astonishment, tearing off a goose leg and offering it to him. Try this and tell me where it was purchased. Li Qing accepted it and took a bite, chewing thoughtfully. You cannot guess now, can you? Let me try again. He discarded the bone and eagerly seized another goose leg, delighting in the feast. Shi Biao, still watching him with a naive expression, inquired, have you figured it out? It's from old Wang's roasted goose, is it not? Li Qing declared with certainty, spitting out the bone. Indeed it is, Shi Biao murmured. But is there any significance to this? None. The small print on the oil paper reveals it, Li Qing boasted. Having served in the capital for so many years, I have dined at every establishment. One bite reveals the essence of each. Don't forget to confront him when you return. Li Qing called after Shi Biao's departing figure. I cannot forget, Shi Biao replied, turning back for a moment before resuming his preparations, chuckling. Forgive me, uncle. But I am doing this for the sake of our esteemed Shi family. The next day, Li Qing arose early, engaging in his routine of boxing, washing up, and feeding the donkey, ultimately missing the morning court session. Nevertheless, he made his way to the imperial palace. In the imperial study, the sovereign and his minister sat facing each other as Li Qing elucidated the issues surrounding population and taxation policies. This matter bore profound implications for the Ming dynasty. To alter it was to disturb the very foundation, an endeavor even more significant than opening maritime trade. Li Qing stated solemnly, currently, the population of the Ming dynasty surpasses that of any preceding dynasty. If we adhere to the tax rates of the Hongwu period, we could see substantial short-term gains. However, such actions would be akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. The benefits are immediate, yet the repercussions will echo through the ages. Zhu Qizhen nodded slowly, offering a wry smile as he remarked, Minister Yu and the others have advised me, and truth be told, I am not insistent upon this. It is simply a lack of silver. The man I once was, the lavish Zhu Qizhen who could spend without restraint, is no longer in existence. If heaven were to grant me a second chance, I would surely exercise greater prudence and retract some of the bounties. If I could determine a specific amount, I would wish for 1,000,000 taels. Li Qing chuckled, Your Majesty need not fret. Wealth will surely come, as will gold. Where will it come from? Zhu Qizhen lamented. With so many banknotes to be exchanged, issued through countless dynasties, the quantity is staggering. With steadfast belief, even the mightiest mountains can be moved. Li Qing, standing with ease, remarked, This year we shall repay some, and next year, even more. There will come a day when all debts are settled. This principle is understood, even without your prompting. Zhu Qizhen replied sullenly, The copper coins from the treasury are already piled high. Alas, let us exchange them for the common folk. He paused before adding, You shall take charge. Not a problem, Li Qing responded with a smile. At last, we make progress. Chapter 20. Shi Hang's visit. Zhu Qizhen was in low spirits. Noticing Li Qing's jovial demeanor, he expressed his frustration. People say that a ruler bears the burden of his minister's disgrace. Do you not ponder how to alleviate my concerns? That is their view. I do not share such a notion, Li Qing retorted with a roll of his eyes. Saving money is merely a matter of increasing revenue and reducing expenditures. If your Majesty wishes to repay early, there are indeed ways. Zhu Qizhen perked up, such as raising the land tax, Li Qing suggested. The founding emperor set the land tax at a remarkably low rate to restore the populace's strength and allow for recuperation. Yet, After all these years, the Ming dynasty is no longer a sapling. It has flourished and matured, thus a modest increase in the land tax is entirely justifiable. Zhu Qizhen furrowed his brow. The land tax is closely tied to the nation's economy and the people's livelihood. Any increase would have significant repercussions. It is fortunate that you think this way. For the benefit of the common people, Qing sincerely remarked, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. However, circumstances have changed. Current grain yields far exceed those of the Hongwu era. Even with an increase, the impact would be minimal, primarily resulting in some grumbling from the populace. That cannot be. Landholding peasants may remain untroubled, but what of the tenant farmers? Zhu Qizhen sighed. The burden ultimately falls upon the common folk. Qing smiled on the surface. That may indeed seem true. However, with the redistribution of maritime commerce, the populace now has alternatives beyond agriculture. They can also engage in labor. Zhu Qizhen was taken aback. Qing continued. The overseas market is expanding rapidly, creating a growing demand for workers. Earnings from labor can surpass those from farming. Even in Liaodong, silk cultivation is on the rise, pivoting towards commerce, and in the south, the fervor is palpable. Under these circumstances, landlords are reluctant to exploit too harshly, for they themselves are not farmers. Indeed, that is true, Zhu Qizhen conceded, though he added with a bitter smile, but I have only just ascended the throne. Such actions may alienate the people's hearts. Qing replied with resignation. Initially, the populace will surely voice their grievances, but in the long run, this will ultimately benefit them. Raising the land tax for the good of the people? Zhu Qizhen was at a loss for words, finding it hard to believe. Qing countered. The Ming dynasty does not tax based on population, but rather on land. An increase in land tax would lower profits, thereby curbing land consolidation to a certain degree. Zhu Qizhen paused, realizing the truth in the teacher's words. The perspective from which he viewed matters was always refreshingly novel. The world is bustling with activity, driven by the pursuit of profit. Similarly, the common folk are also motivated by self-interest. By skillfully balancing the interests of all parties, one can significantly stabilize internal affairs. Zhu Qizhen felt a deep sense of agreement. Each word from the teacher was a pearl of wisdom. After a moment, he inquired, "What do you believe is an appropriate level for the land tax?" "It should not be set too high. Perhaps 2/10 would suffice," Qing replied. "Indeed. Are they not demanding the restoration of the Hongwu ancestral system? In that case, we should reinstate a rule. Those who embezzle grain taxes amounting to 60 taels will be stripped of their titles and never employed again." "That might be rather inappropriate," Zhu Qizhen said, his heart racing. After a year as emperor, he was not entirely naive. How many civil and military officials are free from greed? If such measures were implemented, it would likely provoke desperation among them. While it is feasible to maintain a degree of administrative clarity, expecting officials to remain entirely uncorrupted is utterly unrealistic. Who enters office solely for a meager salary? It is essential for individuals to reap some benefits. The world of governance is heavily influenced by personal connections, and the exchange of favors requires financial resources. Relying solely on salaries is far from adequate. Of course, even if the salaries were sufficient, greed would persist. The bureaucrats of the Song dynasty enjoyed decent remuneration, yet corruption was rampant. Ultimately, it is human nature to desire more even when one has enough. Qing's gaze lowered, and he spoke softly. "I was referring to the embezzlement of grain taxes." "Oh, I see." Zhu Qizhen nodded sheepishly. "That might be manageable." Qing offered a wry smile, and Zhu Qizhen felt equally troubled and speechless. One was endowed with capability, the other with power, yet faced with such fundamental issues, both found themselves powerless. Some matters are not beyond desire, but simply unattainable. After a long silence, Qing broke the quietude. "How much copper coin does the Baoyuan Bureau currently possess?" After weighing, they calculated it to be 50 million, along with over 80 million copper coins. Zhu Qizhen remarked, "That translates to a recovery of 5 million guan in treasure notes." Qing nodded and asked, "Has trade with Japan commenced this year?" "Yes. The merchant ships set sail last month," Zhu Qizhen sighed. "It has taken over 2 years to achieve this much. If we truly wish to repay our debts, it would take at least another 20 years. "It won't take that long," Qing countered, shaking his head. "As the economy flourishes, it will improve year by year. At most, it will take 15 years. If fortune smiles upon us, we could settle within 12 or 13. Your Majesty, do not view this merely as repaying debts. In reality, it may appear as if we are returning money." yet a significant portion will flow back into the treasury. The court will not grow poorer from repaying debts. Rather, it will become wealthier due to stabilized purchasing power. The financial concepts involved were intricate, and despite Li Qing's lengthy explanations, Zhu Qizhen remained perplexed. Ultimately, Li Qing summarized, "Your Majesty. Think of it this way. With stable purchasing power and a thriving economy, the value of currency will increase, and thus the funds held by the court will become more valuable." "In that case, I am beginning to understand," Zhu Qizhen replied with a slight nod. "Let us proceed with this understanding for now. Please devise a proposal, and do not hesitate to voice any needs." Zhu Qizhen expressed his frustration. "Regardless, it is not ours. The sooner we repay it, the better, out of sight, out of mind. Your wisdom is evident, Your Majesty." Riding a donkey, Li Qing hummed a tune as he crossed a mountain and rounded a bend, his spirits lifted. Crossing a street and entering Lianjiaten, after turning a few corners, I arrived at the doorstep. To my surprise, a brawny man blocked the entrance. "Li Qiping, you made me wait long enough." Shi Heng glared at Li Qing with bloodshot eyes. Li Qing, perplexed, asked, "What do you want from me? Did you teach Shi Biao martial arts and incite him to attack me?" Shi Heng gritted his teeth, his facial muscles twitching, half from fury and half from pain. Last night, his big nephew had shown no mercy, and despite his seniority, Shi Heng was unable to withstand the beating, leaving his front teeth loose. Unfortunately, the nephew he used to easily control had suddenly become a formidable opponent. He simply couldn't match him. Realization dawned on Li Qing as he nodded. "Indeed. It was me. He is quite a man." Shi Heng sneered. "Open the door. I'll settle the score with you inside." Li Qing retorted, "Who gave you the audacity? You couldn't even defeat Shi Biao. How do you expect to challenge me, his teacher?" Nevertheless, without further ado, Li Qing dismounted and willingly opened the door. Since someone was eager for a beating, he had no qualms about accommodating that desire. Li Qing led the donkey inside, with Shi Heng following and locking the door behind him. Was this fellow truly so daft from being beaten by his big nephew that he wanted to duel with me? Li Qing found the situation quite odd. Shi Heng stepped forward, gazing up at Li Qing with imposing intensity. He was slightly taller, in his 40s, robustly built, and exuding an air of martial arrogance. For ordinary folks, this intimidating presence alone would suffice to deter them from a fight. However, Li Qing remained unfazed and asked coolly, "What do you wish to do?" "What do I wish to do?" Shi Heng scoffed, retreating 2 steps and rolling up his sleeves. "If you're itching for a fight, then I shall oblige." Li Qing exhaled, adopting the initial stance of Tai Chi suddenly. Shi Heng clasped his fists and said, "Teach me." Li Qing took a moment to process this, then laughed derisively. "You expect me to teach you just like that? Wouldn't that be rather undignified for me?" Shi Heng faltered, his anger rising. "Don't push me." Li Qing replied with a smirk, "I'm pushing you. What will you do about it?" Shi Heng, exasperated, glared at Li Qing, his chest heaving, then knelt on one knee and clasped his fists, pleading, "Teach me." Li Qing facepalmed, finding Shi Heng adorably foolish. "If you want to learn, just ask Shi Biao. I'm quite busy and have no time for this. If I learn from him, won't I become his disciple?" Shi Heng retorted, "You desire both honor and substance. Such a good deal doesn't exist. If you want to learn martial arts, go to your big nephew. Don't bother me. If you push me too far, I'll make you regret it." "What do you mean by that?" "Hurry and leave. Do you think just because you hold a title you can flaunt it before me?" Li Qing scoffed. "You're still far from that." Shi Heng recognized that when Li Qing lost his temper, he was more fearsome than his nephew Shi Biao, and could only grumble, "I want to learn for free. I demand a teaching fee." "Not that I need your petty offerings," Li Qing replied. "This is my tuition." Shi Heng presented 2 large gold ingots. Though Li Qing was not particularly fond of money, he saw this as a fine opportunity to correct Shi Heng's misconceptions, so he accepted the gold. Li Qing patted the donkey, which dutifully entered the wooden shed. He then sat at the stone table, raised his chin, and said, "Come, take a seat." Shi Heng approached and took a seat, immediately declaring, "I wish to learn the art of wielding a broadsword from you." "Not so fast. Let's first address your political issues." Li Qing replied with a smile. "Be honest, how much bribe have you accepted after receiving your promotions?" "Which scoundrel reported me?" Shi Heng seethed with rage. Yet, he soon realized his folly, muttering bitterly, "Those treacherous ingrates. That little brat will regret crossing me." With that, he stood to leave. Upon reaching the door, a sudden realization struck him. He could no longer best that young upstart, and found himself momentarily frozen in place. I shall settle the score later, he thought, seeking a means to save face as he reluctantly returned to sit at the stone table, grumbling. Summer has arrived. Is it not customary for the subordinates to offer some ice? Heh, Li Qing regarded him with amusement. Why do you look at me like that? These are unwritten rules, not something I alone partake in. Shi Heng retorted. When I was fighting valiantly on the battlefield, where were you? Is it not acceptable for me to claim what is rightfully mine? Li Qing scoffed. Ice may cool the heat, but embracing a beauty would only exacerbate it, wouldn't it? Shi Heng faltered, then erupted in fury. Damn that beast. I knew that little brat had eyes for my concubine. But enough of this nonsense. Answer my question. Li Qing replied sternly. If it were merely some ice from your subordinates, I would not object. But how much have you truly accepted? Can it still be termed as ice? Moreover, whose money have you taken? Others may collect, but am I not allowed to? Shi Heng was incensed. I acknowledge your prowess. Li Qing, but do not overestimate your own importance. I extend you courtesy, yet you lack the right to reprimand me. Our paths shall not cross. Very well. Then be on your way. Li Qing's tone turned frigid. I wish to see just how long you can maintain your arrogance. You threaten me? Shi Heng replied gravely. Huh. Do you really believe that money is so easily obtained from those people? Li Qing sneered. With your limited intellect, you are miles behind them. Without my intervention, they could easily dismantle you. Li Qing, frustrated by his complacency, exclaimed, Do you know why military generals are perpetually subservient to the civil officials? It is because most of you are such simpletons. It is shameful for a man of your stature, a fearless warrior, to bow down to civil officials for mere gains. You speak nonsense. Shi Heng's face flushed with anger as he shouted, It is the scoundrels who grovel before me. They seek my favor. Li Qing's disdain deepened. Fool. Today they plead with you for money, but tomorrow, after receiving it, you will find yourself begging them in return. Even the mightiest cannot hold on to such fortunes. You doubt my words? Li Qing taunted. I ask you this. With the amount of money you have taken, if it reaches the emperor, do you think you can escape unscathed? Shi Heng hesitated, his fury subsiding as the weight of Li Qing's words began to settle in. Initially, he had resisted, but the offers had been too tempting to refuse. Li Qing remarked thoughtfully, while it is not unusual for civil officials to maintain close relationships, and military commanders may find common ground, any emperor would find it intolerable for military and civil officials to conspire together, especially someone like you, who occupies a high position and wields substantial power. Today you flaunt your authority, but tomorrow you may find your family in ruins. Li Qing scolded, Use your brain. For those with wealth do not squander it on themselves, nor do they indulge in beauty without reason. Would they hand such advantages to you without merit? Shi Heng, his eyes reddened with fury, found himself unable to counter Li Qing's words. Deep down, he began to acknowledge the truth in what Li Qing said, yet his pride hindered him from conceding. Li Qing sighed. Each person has their fate. Some are destined never to enjoy wealth, and even if fortune smiles upon them, they may falter and fall harder. Stop your nonsense. Am I truly that incompetent? Shi Heng retorted, nearly bursting with indignation. It was the first time in his life he had been subjected to such scorn. Li Qing scoffed, Of course. Even your nephew understands this. Yet you foolishly revel in your ignorance. Who is the real fool here? Li Qing nodded. In comparison to those in the court, calling you foolish is a compliment. Fine. You have your courage. I shall not learn from you any longer, Shi Heng declared, turning to leave. After a few steps, he turned back, demanding, Return my gold. Li Qing looked perplexed. What gold? The 2 large ingots I just gave you. Return them. Are you mistaken? When did I ever receive gold from you? Li Qing asked, bewildered. You truly are something else, Shi Heng seethed, and as he reached the door, he could contain his rage no longer. Delivering a violent kick that left a hole in the wooden door, Li Qing remained unfazed. What value did a piece of wood hold? He had no illusions that a simple discourse would sway the tempestuous Shi Heng. In terms of rank, Shi Heng was a marquis of military clarity. In terms of position, he was a commander. His prominence in the capital's defense made him impervious to mere words. However, Li Qing firmly believed that Shi Heng would return to him. He could see that despite his fury, Shi Heng had absorbed some of his words, though he was too prideful to admit his error. He must experience a setback, otherwise, his ingrained flaws will be difficult to rectify, Li Qing mused. To be candid, were it not for the welfare of the military class, he would care little for Shi Heng's fate. After resting briefly in the shade, Li Qing returned indoors, fetching paper and ink to begin planning the exchange of banknotes. With nearly 6 million guan in banknotes, the capital would certainly not exhaust them, nor even utilize half. Indeed, while the capital boasted its share of wealthy individuals, the actual banknotes in their possession were limited, for they were astute and well-connected, understanding that retaining gold and silver was preferable to hoarding banknotes. In truth, some perceptive citizens were aware that banknotes would diminish in value, yet their poverty left them with few options. If the affluent did not spend silver, how could the less fortunate stockpile it? The common folk under the emperor's reign naturally enjoyed certain privileges, and the first stop for exchanging banknotes would be the capital. Li Qing noted capital on his paper, adding a remark, 20 million copper coins, plus 30 million more. Even if this sum fell short, it would suffice to curtail the activities of scalpers to some extent. Li Qing mused to himself, pondering for a while before inscribing the 3 characters Tianjin Wei. Situated not far from the capital, Tianjin Wei serves as a vital thoroughfare for grain transportation and is also a significant port. Li Qing resolved to exchange the remaining copper coins all at once in this locale. 30 million, along with an additional 50 million copper coins, would certainly suffice to procure a considerable amount of banknotes in Tianjin Wei. Having settled on the location, Li Qing turned his attention to selecting personnel. The success of this endeavor hinged entirely on the individuals involved, and thus, Li Qing approached the task with utmost seriousness. After careful contemplation, he resolved to involve various institutions. The greater the number of participating departments, the less likely it would be for collusion to occur. Each of the 6 ministries would contribute a vice minister, while all 6 divisions would each provide a clerk. The cabinet would send 2 grand scholars, the censorate 10 individuals, and the Hamlin Academy would supply around 10 scribes for account keeping. As Li Qing meticulously planned and wrote down these details, he envisioned each ministry sending 100 officials, with the capital garrison contributing 500, the Eastern Depot 300, and the Imperial Guard another 300. He murmured to himself, pen flying across the paper. With such a multitude of departments, comprising both civil and military personnel, and with no direct allegiance to one another, the strategy of mixing them up would facilitate mutual oversight and impede any attempts at wrongdoing, thereby minimizing risks. After all, this involved money that could be spent. Having compiled and organized the list of candidates, Li Qing noticed it was nearly noon. He took his donkey with the intention of dining out for a hearty meal. However, just as he stepped outside, Shi Biao approached, carrying food and wine. "You haven't eaten yet, have you? How about a drink at noon?" "Sounds good," Li Qing responded, always preferring to keep things simple and avoid inconvenience. Upon entering, Shi Biao noticed a hole in the door and inquired, "Did my uncle do this?" "You can tell just by looking?" Li Qing was taken aback. "It's not hard. Most people don't have feet as large as his," Shi Biao replied with a grin. "He was cursing you as soon as he got home." Shi Biao patted his chest, "But you needn't be angry. I gave him a beating before I left." Li Qing stifled a laugh and gave a thumbs up. "Well done. Honestly, I didn't want to resort to violence. But dealing with such a troublesome elder leaves me with little choice," Shi Biao sighed. "I hope he can understand the good intentions of his younger relative." Chapter 22. A preference for gold over titles. "Keep up the good work," Li Qing encouraged. "One day, your filial piety will touch him." Shi Biao nodded. "I believe I can do it." After their meal, Shi Biao rubbed his hands together and said, "Master, I've learned nearly everything you taught me. Could you teach me something new? What would you like to learn?" Li Qing asked, patting his belly. "I want to wield a sword as tall as a person," Shi Biao replied, his face filled with yearning. "All right, wait here." Li Qing stood up and went into the room to retrieve the towering sword for a trial. Shi Biao grasped the hilt, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Lift." Yet, it did not budge. Changing his grip to both hands and summoning all his strength, he bellowed, "Lift for me." This time, it did rise, but only barely, trembling precariously in his grasp, his arms quaking under the strain. The sword clattered to the ground as Shi Biao gasped for breath. This is far too heavy. He had known the sword was not light, but only upon handling it did he realize its true weight, undoubtedly exceeding 120 pounds. Though he could easily lift stones weighing over 100 pounds, thanks to the strength in his waist, wielding such a long and heavy sword proved to be an arduous challenge. He could hardly fathom how Li Qing danced with the blade, even doubting if it was indeed the same weapon. "Sir, please demonstrate for me," panted Shi Biao, feeling that this surpassed the limits of human capability. Li Qing stepped forward to grasp the hilt of the sword, calmly stating, "Please step aside." Shi Biao obediently retreated a few paces, anticipation swelling within him as he watched Li Qing. With a hum, the blade glimmered coldly, rising from the ground as the edge sliced through the air, producing a continuous resonating sound that dazzled the onlookers. The strikes, chop, hack, flick, block, intercept, entangle, transform, and scrape, occurred with astonishing rapidity, each blow imbued with formidable power. Shi Biao, possessing a discerning eye, recognized that although the techniques appeared exceedingly simplistic, they were remarkably practical. In the chaos of battle, flamboyance is unnecessary. The primary goal is to vanquish the enemy. The moves Li Qing executed were fundamentally basic, yet underpinned by velocity and strength. They transcended the ordinary, rendering each strike a marvel of skill. Truly, it was a sight to behold. Was this individual even human? Shi Biao could not help but wonder. As he observed Li Qing wield the sword, he experienced a peculiar illusion, as if the blade were not forged from fine iron, but rather comprised of mere grass and wood. In Li Qing's hands, such a heavy sword seemed almost weightless, scarcely more than 4 ounces. After a quarter of an hour, Li Qing sheathed the blade. "Have you learned?" he inquired. Shi Biao, with a look of exasperation, replied, "Learned? I can barely move the sword." Yet, he was genuinely impressed. Setting aside the swordsmanship, the sheer strength Li Qing exhibited left him in complete awe, reminiscent of the legendary warlord, Xiang Yu. "Sir," Shi Biao swallowed hard, "how did you cultivate such strength?" Li Qing, tall and seemingly robust, did not appear particularly burly, and Shi Biao found it difficult to comprehend the source of his power. If Li Qing were a towering figure, muscles bulging, with arms thicker than an ordinary person's waist, he could somewhat accept it. However, Li Qing possessed a well-proportioned, average physique. Even his face bore the semblance of a delicate youth. This stark contrast created a visual impact that left Shi Biao utterly astonished. "Well, each individual possesses a different constitution," Li Qing explained with a smile. "Strength is largely determined by fate, with a small portion reliant on effort. I can teach you methods to enhance your strength, but you are destined to never reach my level." Shi Biao nodded slightly, not disheartened. Instead, he felt elated that he could potentially become stronger. He had no intention of competing with the extraordinary Li Qing, as that was unrealistic. He simply wished to improve. "Sir, please teach me," he implored eagerly. "Ahem. I cannot teach you for free," Li Qing replied nonchalantly. "As you know, my salary is modest." Shi Biao paused, then nodded in agreement. "That is fair. I will bring the tuition later. By the way, what was that set of sword techniques you just demonstrated? Could you teach me that as well?" "Did I not just teach you a set?" Li Qing chuckled. "One cannot bite off more than one can chew. In battle, a single effective move can suffice. No, I believe the set you just showed was far more practical." "Well, I can teach it, but it comes at a different price." "That is not an issue." Shi Biao nodded. "How much is the tuition?" Li Qing smiled. "It depends on your capabilities. You can decide what you think is appropriate." Shi Biao, without money, hesitated to request further instruction and shifted the conversation towards matters concerning Shi Hong. "Sir, I am not eloquent. I understand the principles you share, but I struggle to articulate them." Shi Biao lamented. "Moreover, my uncle is quite obstinate. He is not easily swayed by common advice. Could you assist me?" Li Qing nodded gently. "I will do what I can, but I have pressing matters to attend to at the moment. Once I complete my tasks, I will earnestly counsel him," Li Qing cautioned. "You must keep a close watch on him. Do not let him stray further down the wrong path. Last year, he achieved great merit in battle, and the emperor has shown him considerable leniency. However, this does not imply that the emperor will hesitate to act against him. No sovereign can perpetually tolerate such a subject. Besides, there are other capable generals, understanding the gravity of the situation." Shi Biao solemnly nodded and sighed. "It appears we must resort to force." "You may deliberate on that," Li Qing suggested thoughtfully. He picked up a piece of paper and pen from the table, jotting down 2 prescriptions, one for internal use in small doses and another for external application in larger quantities. The most effective method would be a medicinal bath. With these 2 prescriptions, you can intensify your training without fear of injuring yourself. However, considering Shi Biao's robust nature, I must add, do not overdo it. Exercise twice daily for half an hour each time. Elated, Shi Biao eagerly accepted the prescriptions and asked, "Sir, what are the techniques for training?" "Deep squats, standing post, weightlifting, sit-ups, and weighted long-distance running," Li Qing enumerated. Shi Biao, somewhat bewildered, grasped some of the terms while others were entirely unfamiliar to him. "Sir, What are push-ups? Allow me to demonstrate, Li Qing said, rolling up his sleeves. He swiftly performed a series of push-ups, completing a dozen with ease. Have you got it? Sure, Biao stammered. I understand how to do them. But are you certain this will build strength? It seems rather unconventional. Of course, Li Qing replied, a hint of exasperation crossing his face. This is a legitimate exercise, not some bedroom technique. Ah, understood. Shi Biao nodded, somewhat sheepishly. By the way, sir, what keeps you so busy? Do you require my assistance? Li Qing shook his head. Just keep an eye on your uncle. There's no need for you to concern yourself with my affairs. Very well, Shi Biao said, tucking the prescriptions into his clothing, grinning broadly. I shall take my leave now and return tomorrow to settle my tuition. Li Qing smiled in response. Shi Biao, take good care of your uncle. Rest assured, I will. Shi Biao declared confidently as he departed. Li Qing, comfortably reclining in his chair, mused to himself, with Shiheng's fiery temper. He surely cannot tolerate such treatment from his nephew. I anticipate he will return within a few days. As a general, especially one as impetuous as Qing, he possesses a profound dedication to martial prowess. Li Qing firmly believed that Shi Biao's rapid advancement would undoubtedly provoke Qing. A smile crept onto Li Qing's lips as he thought, I doubt he will resist coming back. After enjoying a meal, fatigue soon enveloped him, and he succumbed to slumber. After a while, Li Qing awoke, refreshed after washing his face, feeling invigorated and entirely at ease. I must cultivate the habit of napping, he murmured to himself. Next, he approached the shed to awaken the napping donkey, urging, no more sleep, let us head to the palace. The donkey, bleary-eyed and reluctant, trudged out of the shed. In the imperial study, Zhu Qizhen reviewed Li Qing's proposal and nodded affirmatively, stating, let us proceed as you suggest, esteemed sir. Should you require any personnel, feel free to summon them directly without further reporting. He then removed his token and handed it to Li Qing, adding with a smile, by the way, the esteemed Yu Qian has graciously declined his noble title, and I have conferred upon him the position of Xiaobao. That is quite commendable, Li Qing acknowledged. However, my intent was to convey that I have yet to bestow upon you any rewards. Zhu Qizhen continued. Perhaps we might restore your former title? There is no need for that, Li Qing replied, shaking his head. Firstly, I am but a civil servant. Secondly, my contributions remain largely unrecognized, and a 7th-rank title would be quite difficult for others to accept. Zhu Qizhen felt a surge of emotion, wishing not to impose upon Li Qing. He pondered for a moment and suggested, then I shall grant you a grand estate. That is unnecessary. A modest household suffices, as I have grown accustomed to it. Li Qing continued to refuse. After a brief pause, he added, if your majesty truly feels compelled to reward me, perhaps a sum of gold will suffice. Very well, Zhu Qizhen acquiesced. Shall I bestow upon you 1,000 taels of gold? Though he found this amount somewhat insufficient, he refrained from excessive generosity, sheepishly stating, the court is not affluent. I hope you do not find it lacking. It is more than adequate, Li Qing replied with a smile. Far more generous than your elder brother. It had indeed been a fruitful day, and Li Qing reflected on this joyfully. Ah, your majesty, prior to the exchange of banknotes, you must issue a decree, Li Qing advised. Inform the populace that all standard denominations of banknotes will be exchanged by the court. It is merely a matter of time, so they need not be anxious. Now that you mention it, I recall, Zhu Qizhen remarked, furrowing his brow. What are the banknotes of lesser denominations? And how shall we handle the retrieved notes? Since the latter part of the Yongle era, with the rapid devaluation of banknotes, those of lesser value have ceased to be issued. Previously, only worn notes of lower denominations could be exchanged when accumulated to a full tael, and over the decades, they have essentially vanished, Li Qing explained. As for the retrieved banknotes, a significant portion must be destroyed. Destroyed? Zhu Qizhen inquired. Indeed, Li Qing elucidated. Your Majesty, do you recall the 5 oranges from last time? The exchange of copper coins for banknotes was intended to prevent currency devaluation. If the retrieved banknotes are reintroduced into circulation, it would only increase the money supply, thereby further diminishing the value of currency. Zhu Qizhen frowned. If that is the case, why not destroy them all? That would not be advisable, Li Qing countered, shaking his head. It is essential to maintain a certain amount of banknotes in circulation, otherwise, over time, the populace will cease to recognize them. Zhu Qizhen's eyes lit up with understanding. So, you mean to say that not all need to be exchanged? Exchanges must indeed occur. Otherwise, the people will voice their grievances. As the saying goes, It is not scarcity that breeds concern, but inequality. Your Majesty must ensure fairness, Li Qing emphasized. A small portion of the exchanged banknotes may be utilized by your Majesty to prevent them from becoming obsolete, but the majority must be destroyed. Feeling parched, Li Qing raised his teacup to moisten his throat before continuing. For at least the next decade, we must refrain from printing any new banknotes. Even after 10 years. Should we decide to print again, it must be done judiciously, ensuring only enough to facilitate circulation. Otherwise, today's efforts will be rendered futile. Zhu Qizhen nodded slowly. I comprehend. He furrowed his brow and pondered for a moment, saying, I am somewhat concerned that some commoners may not be patient enough and could fall prey to the deceit of unscrupulous merchants. After all, copper coins hold value, while paper currency does not. There's nothing to be done about it, Li Qing replied with a gesture of his hands, acknowledging that such a scenario was inevitable, though it shouldn't lead to chaos. Even if the commoners were misled into exchanging for copper coins through these merchants, it was not a grave issue. Although the exchanges would yield less, the losses would be minimal due to the intrinsic value of copper coins. Moreover, as a substantial amount of copper coins entered circulation, those who exchanged later would see a depreciation in their value, ultimately balancing out over time. Well, I still find it somewhat perplexing, Zhu Qizhen remarked. If the copper coins will also depreciate, then what is the point of exchanging for them? Li Qing explained. Firstly, throughout history, the currency in circulation has predominantly been copper, and the populace naturally gravitates towards it compared to the large-scale issuance of paper money by the court. Secondly, copper coins are easier to store and more durable. Thirdly, the production cost of copper coins is significantly higher, which could effectively deter future emperors from recklessly printing money. Li Qing silently added to himself that with sufficient currency in circulation, should the court decide to engage in mass printing again, the commoners could bypass paper currency altogether in favor of copper coins or silver for free exchange. His actions were akin to placing a metaphorical tightening spell on future emperors, compelling them to heed the lessons of the market. The emperor's words might command respect, but if that were truly the case, the Ming dynasty would never have abolished paper currency. However, in the long run, this approach ultimately benefits the court if currency risks arise. The losses would not solely be borne by the commoners, but the court would also feel a significant impact. Observing Zhu Qizhen's furrowed brow and contemplative silence, Li Qing continued, Your Majesty, allowing the commoners to exchange paper money for copper coins fundamentally aims to restore their confidence in currency. Once the currency stabilizes, the economy can flourish. Very well. Zhu Qizhen replied with a wry smile. I must admit I still do not fully grasp your logic, yet I feel this course of action is indeed the right one. You will come to understand it in due time, Your Majesty, Li Qing replied with a smile. This is what we call unrecognized brilliance. Upon returning home on his donkey, it was already evening. He found Hiyong waiting at the entrance with wine and meat, who approached him with a smile, saying, Where have you been? I've been waiting here for quite some time. I made a trip to the palace. Li Qing assessed him and remarked, Donning this uniform makes you appear considerably younger. Does it? Hiyong replied with a sheepish smile, acknowledging that the attire did indeed exude a sense of vigor. You've arrived just in time. I have a task that requires your assistance, Li Qing said as he opened the door and stepped inside. The two entered the courtyard, where the donkey instinctively went to the wooden shed for fodder. They settled at the stone table, eating and conversing. Have your subordinates been arranged? Li Qing inquired. Hiyong nodded. Sun has taken them to Guangxi, and they will settle there. However, I had promised to bring their families over. Could you assist with that? I can help, but not at this moment, Li Qing responded. Seeing him willing to help eased Hiyong's mind considerably, and he smiled. No rush. I'm not in a hurry. After a pause, Hiyong asked, Is there anything you need me to do? I require you to gather 300 imperial guards tomorrow, Li Qing stated, adding, You should join as well. Managing your subordinates through practical assignments will be beneficial. I have no objections, but what about the emperor? I've already made the necessary arrangements. Li Qing retrieved the golden token, waving it before him, proclaiming the imperial authority it represented, assuring him there was no need for concern. Hiyong's pupils slightly constricted as he declared, Li Qing, I have long harbored a question. Ask away, Li Qing replied. You are merely a du Gushizhong, yet you wield such immense power. How is this possible? Hiyong was genuinely astonished. He understood the hierarchy of the Ming dynasty, recognizing that a du Gushizhong was merely of the 7th rank, hardly significant in a court teeming with high officials. Yet, Li Qing exuded an aura of authority surpassing even that of a minister. Because the emperor trusts me, Li Qing responded with a smile. But why does the emperor place such trust in you? He Yong inquired. Because I am wholly devoted to the nation, selfless, exceptionally capable, and of noble character. Li Qing expounded. He Yong, at a loss for words, mused that he had posed a futile question. Nevertheless, he resolved one thing. Aligning himself with Li Qing was undoubtedly wise, for he was not one to suffer losses. He Yong poured a drink, earnestly stating, I owe my current standing to you. I toast to you. Cheers. Li Qing raised his cup, clinking it with his, and drank heartily, adding with a grin. The emperor has appointed you to the Jinyi to later pacify the tribes on the grasslands, so you need not worry. The court will assist in reclaiming your subordinates' families. Without limitations. He Yong nodded thoughtfully, then said, Mr. Li, they all refer to you as such. I shall do the same. Very well, go ahead, Li Qing replied. I believe we can no longer pacify the Dada tribes, He Yong asserted. Li Qing chuckled. You are concerned that the Walla might seize the opportunity to unify the grasslands. Correct? He Yong smiled wryly, nodding in agreement. Indeed, with your intellect, there is no need for me to worry. He Yong sighed, unable to conceal his regret. If it were otherwise, with Wang's abilities, he would have unified the grasslands long ago. Li Qing's smile faltered, falling into silence. He Yong, sensing the awkwardness, quickly clarified. I lament for Wang, not for myself. I understand. Li Qing managed a faint smile. Come, let us drink. He felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness whenever he thought of that wild-eyed girl, bouncing as she walked. It troubled his conscience. He did not harbor disdain. Yet he had inadvertently caused her pain, though it was never his intention. Ultimately, he had delayed her, wasting a lifetime. As they continued to drink, their cups emptied swiftly. Both had a remarkable capacity for liquor. Unsatisfied, Li Qing procured some sweet potato wine to keep the revelry alive. They drank into the late hours until He Yong, thoroughly intoxicated, collapsed on the stone table, oblivious to his surroundings. Li Qing carried him inside, then reclined alone on a chair in the small courtyard, inhaling the night breeze while gazing at the myriad stars above. Thankfully, they remained unchanged and eternal. My master should be arriving soon, Li Qing pondered quietly, feeling a significant weight lift from his heart. Chapter 24. An encounter with an acquaintance in the brothel the next day, Li Qing roused He Yong from slumber, instructing him to gather people at the yamen while he himself proceeded to the 6 ministries. With the imperial gold medal in hand, none dared to challenge Li Qing. Displeased or not, he understood the importance of not committing fundamental errors. After all, they were all seasoned political veterans, well aware of this truth. After a leisurely stroll through the 6 departments, Li Qing proceeded to the censorate, the Hanlin Academy, and the Supreme Court. Once the selections were finalized, the afternoon had already slipped away. After a hasty meal, he hurried to the Baoyuan Bureau to extend his greetings and arrange for the collection of funds the following day. Upon returning home, dusk was fast approaching. Upon seeing him, Xiao Hengzi rushed forward with a smile, exclaiming, Sir, we have been eagerly awaiting your return. This is a reward from His Majesty for you. Several members of the Jinyi stepped forward and unveiled a tray covered with a cloth, revealing glistening gold ingots that dazzled the eyes. Xiao Hengzi rubbed his hands together and inquired, Where shall we place them, sir? Li Qing opened the door and set them on the stone table in the courtyard. Though 1,000 taels of gold sounds substantial, it weighed just over 60 pounds, a burden easily borne by the stone table. Xiao Hengzi grinned and remarked, Li sir, the emperor's favor towards you is unparalleled among the court officials. Li Qing chuckled modestly, taking 2 ingots in hand, acknowledging, Your hard work is appreciated. Xiao Hengzi, a bit shy, accepted them with a smile. You are truly magnanimous, sir. He gleefully tucked the gold into his clothing, adding, It is getting late. You have toiled for the state, so I shall not disturb you further. Li Qing nodded, bidding him farewell. Being close to Zhu Qizhen, it was indeed necessary to accept such small tokens of goodwill. Li Qing secured the gold and took 1 ingot with him as he exited. Tomorrow would bring a flurry of activity, so he decided to indulge in some relaxation today. Yiqing Tower, the largest brothel in the capital, had sprung back to life following the death of Zhu Zhanji. Though officials were ostensibly forbidden from consorting with courtesans, many still indulged in secrecy. After the initial crackdown on Wang Jin and his associates, the fervor had died down, and things returned to their usual state. With the new emperor in power, officials were more brazen than ever, for entertainment in this era was limited to such pursuits: watching plays, visiting brothels, and engaging in hunting. With literary officials often expending their energies on matters of the heart. "Young master, come in and have some fun." A flamboyantly dressed woman at the entrance waved her sleeves and cast flirtatious glances. Li Qing hesitated but, having already arrived, stepped inside. The interior resembled the drunken immortal tower, with a wooden stage at the center and patrons seated around, while courtesans danced and played beneath the gauzy curtains. "Sir, please pay the entrance fee," a young attendant politely reminded him. Li Qing, lacking small change, produced a gold ingot and said, "Go buy 2 donkey meat pastries. Deduct the cost from this. And here's a tael for your trouble." "Certainly, sir. Please wait a moment," the attendant replied, unable to contain his excitement. He dared not covet the money, for the capital was rife with wealthy and powerful individuals, especially someone like Li Qing, who exuded an aura of authority. Another attendant, envious of his companion's fortune, chose silence and allowed Li Qing to enter. Li Qing found a seat and quietly enjoyed the spectacle, though obscured by the gauze. The graceful figures were still a delight to behold, accompanied by the enthusiastic applause of the audience. It was indeed a lively atmosphere. Li Qing settled comfortably, leaning back in his chair with one leg crossed over the other. In less than a quarter of an hour, the attendant returned, deducting the fees and presenting him with the remaining silver and the pastries. Li Qing savored the food while watching the performances, relishing his leisurely moment. Before long, several courtesans paused as the auction commenced. The calls for bids were incessant, and the prices soared dramatically. The courtesans of this era rivaled the internet celebrities of later generations. Li Qing found himself with a mere ingot of gold, insufficient for such an extravagant spectacle, yet he was not preoccupied with such thoughts. He was simply seeking to alleviate his boredom. After a round of bidding, even the least sought-after courtesan commanded a price of 150 taels, clearly illustrating why the brothel was dubbed a den of extravagance, not without merit. Regardless of the era, the affluent appeared to revel in their happiness. Li Qing made his way to the back courtyard, where he arranged a table laden with food and wine, inviting 2 courtesans to join him in his revelry and to pass the time. The 2 courtesans, enamored by Li Qing's presence, pressed close, overwhelming him with their advances, which left him somewhat flustered. Ultimately, he dispensed 2 taels as gratuity to each, which quelled their enthusiasm. Under the resplendent night sky, with stars shimmering and a gentle moon overhead, the company of these seemingly ordinary women brought an unexpected joy. It had been a while since Li Qing had indulged in such pleasures, and he found the experience delightful. His spirits lifted, he drank heartily. However, just as he was caught in the revelry, a commotion erupted from a distant second-floor room, accompanied by the sound of shattered glass and a man's curses. Though the details were unclear from afar, Li Qing had no desire to involve himself in such trivialities and continued to savor his enjoyment. Moments later, the brothel madam hurried in, brushing past Li Qing with an air of urgency, declaring fiercely, "I have connections as well. Let me see who dares to cause a ruckus here." Li Qing chuckled to himself, shaking his head at the melodrama, finding it a tiresome spectacle. "Young master, may I have the honor of spending a delightful evening with you?" One courtesan approached with a sugary gaze. Li Qing, with a hint of exasperation, set down his wine cup and replied, "I am out of money." To his surprise, the courtesan responded, "No need for payment." It seemed he had underestimated his own allure. Feeling slightly overwhelmed, Li Qing stood up and said, "Please attend to the other guests. I must take my leave." "Young master," the courtesan insisted sweetly, "I am quite skilled in the art of pleasing." The other courtesan seized the opportunity to draw closer, leaving Li Qing in a state of bemusement. All right. I did not come for that today. Perhaps another time." With a gentle shake, the 2 women released their hold as if jolted. As Li Qing turned to depart, he suddenly noticed a scuffle erupt on the second floor, and before he could scrutinize further, one individual was kicked downwards. From the figure, it appeared to be the madam who had just issued her threat. At that moment, a burly man entered Li Qing's line of sight, leaning against the corridor railing, spitting onto the floor and cursing vehemently. Was that Zhe? Although the distance and dim lighting obscured clarity, Li Qing felt reasonably certain that the man was indeed Zhe, given his notably imposing physique, which was a rarity in the capital. Li Qing hastened forward, and after a distance of about 20 steps, he confirmed it was Zhe without a doubt. "Damn it, this fellow can stir up trouble even while consorting with courtesans." Li Qing exclaimed loudly, "Zhe, what are you doing?" In the midst of his anger, Zhe was taken aback by the rapidly approaching Li Qing. However, Li Qing was undeterred. He sprinted forward and leaped, using a grand wooden pillar to propel himself up onto the second-floor corridor. "Sure hung. What in the world is going on? In the brothel, what else could one do but pursue women?" Although Sure Hung felt somewhat uneasy, his words remained defiant. "Didn't you come here as well? Zhang San, do not mention Lice. I inquire why you resorted to violence." Sure Hung retorted angrily. "We are all here for sale. What nonsense is this about performing arts without selling oneself? I simply cannot tolerate it. I spent 300 taels of silver, and am I merely to watch her dance? You truly possess remarkable audacity." Li Qing found it amusing. "What are you suggesting? That you wish to reform the brothel's atmosphere?" Sure Hung hesitated for a moment, then vigorously nodded his head. "That is not entirely out of the question. Who established these rules? It is utterly infuriating. To hell with you." Li Qing, unable to endure any longer, kicked him. Sure Hung flew backward, crashing through a window and landing on the overturned table in the room, the remnants of cups and plates scattered chaotically. "Li Qing, you scoundrel!" Sure Hung, consumed by rage, scrambled to confront Li Qing. Bang! Another kick sent him flying again, accompanied by the timely shrieks of women. As Sure Hung rose from the ground, trembling with fury, he spat. "Li Qing, Before he could finish, his body went numb, and his mouth closed abruptly. "Do not embarrass yourself here." Li Qing seized his collar, stating, "We will settle this outside." Despite his size, Sure Hung was dragged out like a chick by Li Qing. No one dared to intervene. They were all there for amusement and did not wish to meddle. Soon, Li Qing had pulled Sure Hung out of the I Ching Lu ha ha ha. Slap! Li Qing struck him across the face, saying, "Behave yourself." The night was deep, and the streets were deserted. Li Qing quickened his pace, striding confidently after passing through the bustling thoroughfare. After a considerable time, he halted, restoring Sure Hang's ability to speak. "What do you intend to do?" Sure Hung gazed at the desolate wilderness, feeling inexplicably apprehensive. Li Qing smiled coldly, cracking his knuckles. "Shout all you want. No one will hear you." Chapter 25. What do you have to be arrogant about? Do not push your luck, Li Qing. Sure Hung, a facade of bravado masking his fear, warned, "Do not forget. I am the Marquis of Wuqing, and you are merely a 7th-rank official." Bang! Sure Hung was sent flying, landing hard before sliding several meters. His back ablaze with pain, feeling as if his entire body had come apart. "You bastard!" Sure Hang's face twisted in fury as he cursed. Li Qing approached with a cold smirk. "What is your status compared to mine? How dare you act so haughty before me? I am the Marquis of Wuqing, the commander of the troops." Sure Hung spat in disdain. "You are just a minor 7th-rank official. You amount to nothing." Aware that he could not overpower Li Qing, he attempted to reason with him. "This is insubordination, do you understand?" Sure Hung exclaimed angrily. "With this, I can charge you with a grave offense." "What nonsense!" Li Qing scoffed, delivering a kick to Sure Hang's abdomen. Sure Hung gasped, the world momentarily going black as he nearly retched, curling up like a boiled shrimp. "Li Qing, if you have any courage, kill me." Sure Hung, ignited by genuine anger, shouted, "If you do not end me today, I will make you pay dearly." "As you wish." Li Qing replied coldly, bending down to grip his neck and effortlessly lifting him off the ground. Sure Hung was slightly taller than Li Qing, but not by much. With the length of an arm added to Li Qing's stature, he could easily leave the ground behind. He gasped for air, his face quickly flushed with a deep crimson, veins bulging in his neck, and his eyes gradually became bloodshot. This suffocating sensation was akin to the cruelest punishment, compounded by the relentless approach of death, severely eroding Sure Hang's mental and physical defenses. After merely 10 breaths, he could no longer endure. Sure Hung, a stubborn mule by nature, did not wish to embrace death. His fierce words were intended to reclaim his dignity, not to seek a demise. Having recently risen to prominence and attained a new rank just a year prior, no one would willingly choose to perish in such a manner. "Are you truly playing with fire?" Sure Hung found himself at a loss for words, suddenly recalling Li Qing's past deeds, having previously assassinated officials and brutally beaten numerous bureaucrats. Regret washed over him. Why provoke this harbinger of doom? He wanted to soften his stance, but he could hardly articulate a sound as his strength waned and his consciousness grew increasingly hazy. Sure Hung understood that, in mere moments, his life could extinguish. Dying on the battlefield would be one thing, as it would at least bring him a noble reputation, with the court offering compensation. But to perish here? Given Li Qing's temperament, he would surely dig a grave for him and carry on as if nothing had happened. In that case, There would be no one left to burn incense in his memory. The thought terrified Shi Hong. Such a death was too dreadful. He struggled to lift his arm, tapping on Li Qing's forearm, and with great effort, mouthed the words, "I surrender." Thud. Li Qing released his grip. Shi Hong fell to the ground, gasping for breath like a deflated bellows, yet he felt an unparalleled sense of happiness. The relief of surviving, coupled with the sweetness of inhaling fresh air, allowed him to momentarily forget his pain and anger. Lying on the ground, he exhibited a look of sheer enjoyment. After a while, his breaths gradually steadied, and he regained some strength. Shi Hong propped himself up, sitting silently on the ground. Li Qing settled beside him and remarked casually, "How do you feel? Are you insane?" Shi Hong's anger flared up once more, yet he ultimately refrained from lashing out. He knew well that Li Qing was capable of ending his life. Confronting such a person head-on was akin to courting death. "Is it really necessary?" Shi Hong muttered, "It's just a courtesan. Must you go so far as to kill me?" He felt wronged. After all, he was a significant contributor to the revival of the Ming dynasty. Could a mere incident in a brothel truly warrant a death sentence? Li Qing scoffed, "Not today, not tomorrow, but one day it will come to pass, Shi Hong. Have you heard the saying, when the rabbit dies, the hound is cooked, and when the birds are gone, the bough is hidden?" Shi Hong faltered. He had indeed heard it. Li Qing continued, "Do you know why, throughout history, it is often the military generals who face such fates rather than the civil officials?" Shi Hong remained silent. Li Qing answered his own question. "It is because there are too many martial generals like you, who, bolstered by military achievements, become arrogant and reckless. How can an emperor tolerate such behavior? Engaging with courtesans is not solely my vice. Those literary officials partake as well." Shi Hong retorted, "Yet they at least know to keep their actions discreet, maintaining a facade of respectability. What about you? Engaging the services of a courtesan inevitably leads to trouble. As if one wishes to flaunt their prowess for all to see. It is not my fault that they inflate their prices. How outrageous is it that one would demand 300 taels of silver for a mere night?" Stone Hung remains obstinate in his words, yet his tone has softened. In this arrangement, both parties are consenting, leaving little room for complaint. Li Qing remarked casually, "Is this your first encounter with a courtesan? Are you unaware of the rules that govern such companionship?" He scoffed. "Ultimately, it is merely a display of leveraging power to subdue others. What is there to boast about? Do you truly believe that by attaining a title, you can act with impunity? Let me assure you, that is far from the truth." Li Qing sneered. "Even the emperor cannot act without restraint. What significance does the newly appointed Marquis of Wuqing hold? With your limited capabilities, it would be no surprise if you were easily outplayed." Stone Hung felt a surge of frustration but dared not unleash a tirade, instead retorting bitterly, "Indeed. You are quite remarkable. You can kill ministers without consequence, and I cannot compare." Li Qing chuckled, "You doubt my prowess, do you? I concede. Who would dare to oppose you?" Stone Hung replied, though internally he remained unconvinced. Li Qing chose not to dwell on this, but inquired, "Why do you believe the civil officials seek your favor?" "To curry favor with me," Stone Hung replied dismissively. Li Qing's gaze turned icy. Stone Hung continued, "With you Qian's merits first, I would place myself second and you third. However, you have not risen in rank, have you?" He suddenly paused, realizing something, and asked, "Is it that the emperor has not rewarded you, or have you declined?" "The emperor wished to bestow a marquisate upon you Qian, which he declined," Li Qing explained. "The emperor also wished to grant me a marquisate, which I likewise declined." "Why would you do that?" Stone Hung inquired, astonished. "You do not desire a marquisate?" "We do not covet such titles, nor do we care for them," Li Qing replied with a smile, countering, "Do you consider yourself fortunate to be ennobled? Isn't it?" Stone Hung retorted, "At least not for you." Li Qing shook his head, "For your virtue does not match your station." "You must be joking," Stone Hung exclaimed, emboldened by Li Qing's willingness to converse. "I have valiantly defended Dusheng Gate, supported Anding Gate, and fought the hardest battles. How can you claim my virtue is unworthy?" "It is not a question of your achievements, but rather your character," Li Qing stated solemnly. "Moreover, you should be cautious with your words." Stone Hung responded, "Do you understand why the emperor granted you a marquisate?" Li Qing questioned. "Undoubtedly, it is due to my significant contributions. The emperor rewards merit, which is hardly surprising." Stone Hung answered with an air of certainty. Li Qing laughed derisively. "Indeed, you may have made contributions, but do you not find the emperor's reward somewhat excessive? Even granting you a countship would suffice, as you are not the supreme commander. The primary contributor is Yu Qian. Yet, The emperor directly ennobled you to a marquisate, and a hereditary one at that, in addition to promoting you to the position of inspector general. What an extraordinary favor this is. Stone Hung was taken aback. Upon reflection, he too recognized the windfall he had received. If one were to assess merit solely through deeds, a frontline warrior such as himself could not possibly surpass the chief commander. You Qian, Li Qing sighed. Thus, you remain oblivious to the true reason for your elevation. Then enlighten me. What is it? Stone Hung inquired, feeling somewhat despondent. It is because you are unlike Yu Qian and me. You are a martial general, a true warrior. Li Qing remarked. Although the emperor appears to support you, in reality, he aims to bolster the military generals. Do you understand his motives? Is it because of the considerable power wielded by the civil officials? Li Qing smiled. Indeed. It seems you are not entirely foolish. A smirk of pride crossed Shi Heng's face, which quickly morphed into indignation. You are the foolish one. Li Qing, disinterested in bantering further, sighed softly. But what about you? You accept the benefits from the civil officials, be it silver or concubines. If you were the emperor, how would you handle someone like yourself? Shi Heng was momentarily taken aback. Then his expression shifted to one of realization. And soon beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow. Are you beginning to feel the fear? Li Qing teased. Shi Heng remained silent, his forehead glistening with perspiration. Some matters may not seem alarming at first, but delving deeper reveals the lurking dangers. Though not particularly astute, he at least possessed a functioning mind. Indeed, despite my merits, I am not worthy of being conferred a hereditary marquisate, he muttered, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Do you have any good strategies? Shi Heng swallowed hard and continued. I know your heart is set on serving the nation, and you would not wish for a capable general like me to be ensnared by those scoundrels. Otherwise, you would not concern yourself with my plight, would you? Oh, how clever you have suddenly become, Li Qing expressed with surprise. Shi Heng awkwardly replied. I simply had not grasped this earlier. In truth, I believe my intellect is quite adequate. Li Qing rolled his eyes. So now you are inclined to heed my counsel? Of course. Shi Heng eagerly nodded, then inquired. The emperor is unaware of this matter, correct? That I cannot ascertain, Li Qing shrugged. However, the surveillance forces are not idly sitting by, so do not harbor any illusions. Shi Heng's face paled. Mr. Li, do you believe I still have a chance? Certainly, Li Qing replied with a smile. As the saying goes, a wayward son returning home is worth more than gold. You have yet to cross the emperor's bottom line, and there is still time for redemption. Then what should I do? Shi Heng asked, flustered. Should I bear the burden of apology? That may not be necessary, Li Qing shook his head. If this matter were to come to light, it would involve many more parties. The emperor has only recently ascended the throne and seeks a stable court. You need only to accomplish 2 tasks. Proceed, Shi Heng urged. Li Qing raised a finger. First, return whatever benefits you have received without delay. Otherwise, they will continue to send you more in the future. He then raised a second finger. Second, publicly support the emperor and confront the civil officials to demonstrate that his investment in you has not been in vain. Li Qing stated. If you execute these 2 tasks well, I believe the emperor will not pursue past transgressions. Shi Heng nodded slowly. I understand. Tomorrow, I will return the items and sever ties with them. It is best to maintain a clear distinction behind the scenes, but at least appear cordial on the surface. Li Qing advised. We serve in the same court, and it is wise not to create too much tension. Simply uphold a stance of not colluding with the civil officials. Smile to their faces, but wield a knife behind their backs. Shi Heng hesitated. Precisely, Li Qing affirmed with satisfaction. Had you grasped these principles earlier, you would not have faced such adversity, nor would you have suffered at the hands of your nephew. Shi Heng managed a strained smile. Knowing he could not confront Li Qing about the unresolved frustrations that festered within him, and thus could only vent his ire upon his nephew. Little brat, I will not spare you, Shi Heng thought with a cold smirk. However, he conveniently forgot that he could not match his elder nephew in strength. One must admit that Shi Heng displayed a certain lack of intelligence in this matter. Let us consider this incident as concluded. After enduring a severe beating that nearly cost him his life, Shi Heng felt gratitude in his heart, yet he could not utter any flattering words. I shall take my leave now. Very well, go ahead. Li Qing waved his hand, enjoying the night scenery alone. It was not until the late hours that he returned home to rest. The following day, Li Qing rose early, washed up, donned his official robes, and awaited in the courtyard. As dawn broke, various factions began to arrive, filling the small courtyard to capacity. Li Qing had no choice but to organize them into groups on his way to the Baoyuan Bureau. He Cheng, ever grateful for Li Qing's assistance, inquired, "Is there anything that needs to be prepared in advance? I can send someone to take care of it." "Yes. Take the second and third teams to Kaishiku for some publicity. Inform the public that banknotes can be exchanged for copper coins at a rate of 1 guan for 101. "Understood." He Cheng nodded in agreement, but suddenly remembered something and asked, "Since you've dispersed the people, should I not receive a token or something?" Li Qing chuckled, "That is unnecessary. I am the overall supervisor. Simply state that it is my order, and no one will dare to disobey." "Very well then." He Cheng turned his horse around to gather the others. At the Baoyuan Bureau, Li Qing had already made arrangements, and the supervisor was waiting for him. Wasting no time, they headed directly to the storage room. Upon arrival, the supervisor rubbed his hands together and remarked, "Lord Li, having so many people enter is rather irregular, and such a number is truly unnecessary. In my opinion, around 100 should suffice." Although the supervisor held a higher rank than Li Qing, the latter was currently an imperial envoy, and an envoy outranks officials of higher status. "Agreed," Li Qing replied, selecting a group of about 100 individuals from the first team. Seeing that the selection was complete, the supervisor promptly addressed the chosen ones, "Remove your clothing. All of you." The selected individuals hesitated, unwilling to comply. Li Qing immediately interjected, "A flat rate. Those willing to assist in moving the money will receive an additional 10 taels of silver each, provided they transport all the coins." 10 taels was quite a substantial sum, and soon, some began to undress, with even those not selected starting to do the same, though Li Qing quickly intervened. Moments later, the 100 individuals were prepared, covering themselves appropriately. Observing this, the supervisor produced the keys and approached to unlock the door. The group of 100, now unclad, rushed into the storage room, transporting crates of copper coins outside. In truth, such meticulousness was unnecessary, given that copper coins hold little value and do not warrant such risk. Yet, the rules dictated otherwise, and Li Qing could not impose upon them. After a considerable time, dozens of carts were filled to capacity. The supervisor approached Li Qing, stating, "Lord Li, according to protocol, these individuals must remain here until the storage room is completely emptied." "Very well, they are performing laborious tasks, so do not skimp on their meals," Li Qing instructed. "I can reimburse the expenses later." "Yes, your subordinate shall comply." Li Qing turned, gestured, and said, "Let us proceed to Kaishiku." By the time they arrived at Kaishiku, it was nearly noon. Thanks to He Qing's efforts and the townsfolk spreading the word, the place was now thronged with people. Li Qingxiao, the deputy minister of justice, instructed to organize the crowd into 5 lines, clearing a space for the citizens to queue. After calculating the width of the street and accounting for the space required for passing carts, he commanded, "Form 5 lines." The deputy minister nodded and led the personnel away. Once everything was prepared, hunger set in among the people. However, observing the eager citizens, Li Qing had no choice but to begin the exchange, simultaneously ordering food to be prepared. The purchasing power of the treasure notes was gradually declining, and the populace was increasingly reluctant to hold on to them. Despite the fact that 1 guan note could only be exchanged for 101, they were still willing to trade. This was due to the fact that the purchasing power of 101 was greater than that of the guan notes. The officials from the 6 ministries were in charge of the exchanges, with the Hanlin Academy maintaining the accounts and the censorate overseeing the process, while Li Qing sat comfortably in a chair, guarding the exchanged treasure notes. After half an hour, the food arrived, and they took a brief rest before resuming the exchanges. By the end of the hour, dozens of carts had completed their exchanges for copper coins. Li Qing, armed with the account book and the exchanged treasure notes, proceeded to the palace to report back. Zhu Qizhen had also prepared early, and under the supervision of the Minister of Revenue, the adept eunuchs began tallying the accounts, the sound of their abacuses echoing through the hall. Only after confirming everything was correct did Li Qing exit the palace. The following day unfolded similarly. As time passed, news of the treasury note exchanges spread far and wide, attracting an increasing number of citizens. The process became more efficient, evolving from once a day to 3 times every 2 days, and eventually to twice a day. In just over 20 days, nearly 20 million copper coins were exchanged in the capital, leaving only a handful of citizens to trade. However, Li Qing suspected that these were scalpers and halted their exchanges, earning him considerable ire from the public. In truth, whether or not they exchanged was inconsequential in the long run, as the treasure notes would continue to circulate, and the exchange rate had been fixed, meaning those who did not exchange would not suffer losses. Unfortunately, the citizens could not perceive this nuance, and Li Qing faced considerable criticism. Upon hearing of this, Zhu Qizhen took it upon himself to clarify Li Qing's position, which had some effect, though marginal. In light of the situation, Zhu Qizhen decided to relieve Li Qing of this duty. Having gained experience and with the teams well organized, the various departments were effectively holding one another accountable, alleviating any major concerns. Consequently, the chief eunuch of the Department of Rights, Xiao Hengzi, took over the reins. Heading to Tianjin Wei for the exchanges, the chief of the Eastern Depot was responsible for transporting the copper coins, while the commander of the Jinyue ensured safety on the journey, with the right censor supervising, alongside 6 other officials. Li Qing found himself enjoying a more leisurely role, merely setting an example. With everything under his purview, he was overwhelmed yet unable to manage it all. Chapter 27. Zhang Lada arrives with counterfeits once the currency exchange commenced. It became challenging to halt, even if Zhu Qizhen later wished to retract his decision, as he would face public scorn. Given Zhu Qizhen's character, he was unwilling to bear such a stigma, allowing Li Qing to breathe easier. With Zhu Qizhen's issues resolved and the currency policy initiated, the foundation of the Ming dynasty remained intact and was progressing positively. After contemplating various matters, Li Qing decided to embark on another primary mission, to steal the grand ceremony. In terms of time, this marks the 11th year since his arrival in court. Although he has grown a beard, his facial features remain unchanged. Previously, Wanling and her companions had taught him the art of makeup, but Li Qing was never adept at it. Over the years, he had nearly forgotten all he learned, unless he resorted to wearing a mask resembling a headpiece, which he had no desire to do, as it would be uncomfortably stifling. In times past, when he had servants, his heart remained at home, but now, he was unencumbered. Having completed his obligations, he yearned for a respite, to spend time with his master. Since entering the court in the 15th year of Hongwu, the two had been frequently separated, and it was only after the Xuande era that he had the opportunity to accompany his master for a few years. However, during that time, the elderly man had lost his sanity and barely recognized anyone. This time, Li Qing wished to genuinely be with the old man, for he was the dearest person to him in the Ming dynasty. He sought to fulfill his filial duty, fearing that he might wish to care for his parents but find them no longer present. Additionally, he contemplated the selection of the next emperor's successor. Li Qing was aware that historically, Emperor Chenghua had favored consort Wan and little else. Yet, he understood that the historical reputation of Emperor Chenghua was not particularly favorable. After such a long sojourn in the Ming dynasty, Li Qing grasped that historical texts should not be taken at face value. Those with good reputations might not be as virtuous as depicted, while those with poor reputations might not be as vile. Take, for instance, the reign of Emperor Qian, which was indeed commendable, yet not as splendid as portrayed. The foundation laid by Zhu Di ensured that as long as he did not act recklessly, things would not deviate too far from the norm. It was merely a case of Yang Shiqi and his associates embellishing their own achievements. Historical accounts are penned by civil officials. While they do not distort the truth overtly, they can subtly infuse their biases. For example, Zhu Di was a ruler of both civil and military prowess, yet in the official annals, he is often labeled a martial emperor. His civil accomplishments are deliberately downplayed. In truth, Zhu Di excelled in civil governance, arguably surpassing even Zhu Yuanzhang. Chenghua, Zhu Jianxin, Li Qing furrowed his brow in contemplation, vaguely recalling that this individual had dabbled in the arts of transcendence. Setting aside such thoughts for now, Zhu Qizhen was still in his early 20s, and there was ample time ahead. Li Qing shook his head, dismissing these nebulous matters. Those in court were unaware of his true background, considering he was 20 upon entering. He was now 31. Li Qing estimated he could still serve for another decade or so, but beyond that, the future was uncertain. If he truly possessed supernatural abilities, it would be advantageous, yet he was ultimately just a mortal. Should his identity be widely known, tranquility would elude him in the future. As time progressed, he could not predict whether the succeeding emperors would mirror the virtues of their predecessors. In his recollection, there were other emperors in the Ming dynasty who had also pursued the path of transcendence, not solely Emperor Jiajing. Chenghua and Hongzhi had also sought such paths, yet Jiajing was the most renowned among them. Let us focus on Zhu Qizhen, Li Qing mused. From the next emperor onward, he would refrain from revealing his identity. Otherwise, it could lead to unintended consequences. Where's my master? Li Qing leaned back in his chair, consumed by ennui. Humans are often like this, complaining of busyness when occupied, yet lamenting boredom in moments of leisure. However, Shi Hong and his nephew Shi Biao frequently visited, though Li Qing had little fondness for them. Their boisterousness was rather tiresome. Especially Shi Hong, unable to best his nephew, would come daily to seek martial arts instruction from Li Qing, neglecting to pay any fees, under the pretense of companionship. Li Qing felt a twinge of irritation, yet considering Shi Hong's reformation, he imparted a few techniques. However, to his dismay, this only intensified Shi Hong's clinginess, prompting Li Qing to retaliate with considerable force, administering a thorough beating. Yet, this was merely a temporary solution. Once the pain subsided, Shi Hong's persistence returned. The incessant knocking at the door resumed. "Get lost," Li Qing exclaimed. "If you knock again, I shall break your legs." The knocking continued, accompanied by the voice of the old man. "Qingzi, it is I, your master. Open the door swiftly." Li Qing paused momentarily. Then his face lit up with joy. "They're here, they're here." He opened the door to reveal the old man's figure, his gaze dropping to a small child beside him. The child, upon seeing Li Qing, affectionately called out, "Godfather." "Ah!" Li Qing exclaimed in delight, tousling the child's hair. "Master, why have you brought him along? Who are we breaking legs for?" Zhang Lada, unperturbed by the question, inquired, "Who has offended you this time?" Li Qing chuckled awkwardly. "No one in particular. Just two individuals pestering me for martial arts lessons. It can be rather bothersome." "Master, do come in." "Not yet. First bring in the boxes from outside." "I have brought quite a few," Zhang Lada replied with a smile. "All right." Li Qing could hardly contain his excitement. It seemed his wishes were being fulfilled. "Master, the grand ceremony, and even the little one has come." He ushered the old man and the child into the courtyard before attending to the boxes himself. After completing the task, Li Qing removed the threshold and led the horse and cart into the small courtyard, remarking, "It's already afternoon. The vegetable market is likely closed. Shall we dine out instead?" "Sounds good. I have yet to taste the cuisine of the capital." Zhang Lada expressed his keen interest in food. "Dining out is wonderful," the little one exclaimed joyfully, for he seldom had the opportunity to eat out at home, not due to poverty, but rather strict prohibitions. Life was filled with rules and restrictions, offering him no freedom. Only at Li Qing's side did he fully experience a sense of liberation. Zhang Lada rode the horse while Li Qing and the child rode a donkey, 3 generations without blood ties, merrily making their way to the streets of the capital. At the restaurant, Zhang Lada ordered a selection of seemingly delectable dishes, yet upon tasting them, he was disappointed. They looked so appealing, yet the flavor is nothing like the pictures. What a deceitful merchant. The images are for reference only. Li Qing stifled a laugh. "It's written on the menu. The print is too small for you to notice." Zhang Lada, with a resigned smile, remarked, "Perhaps we should cook for ourselves in the future, don't you think, Qingzi?" "What do you mean we?" "It will be me cooking." Li Qing chuckled and nodded. "Can we eat out in the morning then?" Little Li Hong had a great fondness for dining out. The taste was secondary to him, as he relished the communal experience of sharing meals with many others. Enjoying the ambience. "No problem," Li Qing replied. "Master, I struggle to rise early. Shall I bring you something back?" "That will do." Zhang Lada stood up. "We have run out of rice, flour, and oil at home. Don't forget to visit the grain shop for some seasonings. I'll head home for a short nap. You take the little one with you." As the elderly man entered the house, he took a leisurely stroll through the east kitchen, keenly aware of what the household lacked. Li Qing chuckled and nodded, acknowledging his master's insight. "Understood, master. Young lad, settle the bill." Upon exiting the tavern, Li Qing and his son mounted their donkey, meandering leisurely. "Honor, have you informed your parents about this trip?" Li Qing inquired. "Yes, I told them," the little one responded cheerfully. "They said I can stay as long as I wish." After a brief pause, he turned to his guardian, lifting his little face. "Godfather, how long can I stay?" With a gentle smile, Li Qing replied, "Stay as long as you desire." "Really?" "Of course. When have I ever deceived you?" "That's wonderful," little Li Hong exclaimed, his spirits soaring. "Godfather, will you be busy in the future?" "I shall be quite free for a considerable time," Li Qing affirmed with a smile. If one were to speak of busyness, it would pertain to matters concerning the grassland tribes, yet those affairs could wait. It was prudent to first observe the dynamics of the prairie before making any plans. At the very least, he would not be returning this year. With a bag of rice, a bag of flour, and a barrel of oil, both Li Qing and his son, along with their donkey, faced considerable strain. However, It was not beyond their capacity, as the fodder had not been consumed for free. Along the way, passers-by occasionally pointed and whispered, insinuating that Li Qing was squandering resources and lacked appreciation for the donkey. Unfazed, he understood that no matter his actions, there would always be critics. Besides, his donkey showed no signs of discontent. Chapter 28. A vivid lesson upon returning home. Li Qing began organizing the printed volumes of the Yongle Encyclopedia, while the young one, having no particular task, assisted with whatever he could manage. Godfather, do you still read? Indeed. One learns as long as one lives, Li Qing replied with a sheepish smile. There are treasures within books. It is beneficial to read more. As the child was still young, it was essential to instill proper values. Li Qing refrained from revealing his true intentions, fabricating a kind-hearted white lie. After categorizing the volumes, evening had descended, prompting Li Qing to tidy up the guest room. The small courtyard contained merely 2 guest rooms. Li Qing relinquished his own to his master, opting for the smaller one himself. He had initially intended for the little one to share a room with his master, but the child insisted on sleeping in the same space as him. Having been apart for so long, it was only natural for the child to seek closeness, and Li Qing could not bring himself to refuse. As night fell, the incessant chirping of cicadas filled the air. Little Li Hong, excited about his new surroundings, refused to sleep. Li Qing recounted several stories before finally lulling him to slumber. With the weather growing increasingly warm, it was time to prepare ice for the house. Li Qing wiped the sweat from the boy's forehead, murmuring to himself. Rising, he donned his night attire, feeling a twinge of concern. He gently patted the boy to ensure he slept soundly. Li Qing then approached the adjacent guest room and softly knocked. Master, are you asleep? Not yet, came the voice from within, startling Li Qing. Turning around, he found the elderly man reclining on a chair in the courtyard, enjoying the cool night breeze. Why not sleep indoors? Aren't you afraid of mosquitoes? Li Qing chided lightly. They can't bite through 200 years of skin, the old man replied, appearing quite content. It's stifling inside. The night air is quite refreshing. Is the little one asleep? Yes, he is fast asleep, Li Qing confirmed with a nod. Shall we proceed then? Certainly, but you must first prepare the fakes. The dialogue between the master and apprentice startled the slumbering donkey, which had returned in the afternoon to rest. Shut your mouth, or I'll have you for donkey meat. Zhang Lada cursed, swallowing his saliva. The donkey immediately complied, lying down with its eyes closed, feigning sleep. This creature is quite perceptive, Zhang Lada remarked with amusement. With your fondness for meat, how could it not be afraid? Li Qing rolled his eyes and walked towards the storage shed. Night fell. The master and apprentice each shouldered a sack and set forth on a path that defied the law. The following morning, Li Qing took his godson on the donkey to the market, where they indulged in steamed buns, dumplings, and a few pickled vegetables, each morsel bringing joy to the little one. Godfather, are you busy with official duties later? No, not at all. Today, your godfather will prepare a feast for you, Li Qing replied with a smile. All right. The little one beamed, but then suddenly recalled something. Oh, godfather, don't you have to attend court? Li Qing expressed surprise. You know about court? Of course. Little Li Hong puffed out his chest proudly, then explained, my parents told me that godfather is a favored minister, always occupied with state affairs. Li Qing chuckled. That was in the past. Those days are behind me now. The boy's spirits lifted further, and he curiously asked, what does the emperor look like? He is a refined young man in his early 20s, Li Qing described, quite similar to Uncle Zhu at home. Really? Little Li Hong felt a twinge of disappointment. He had imagined that the true dragon of the empire would be unlike anyone else. Li Qing laughed, but he is just an ordinary person. If the emperor shed his dragon robe and stood in the street, the common folk would scarcely pay him any heed. The so-called true dragon of the empire is merely a myth. He has the same features, 2 eyes and a nose. And he needs to eat and sleep just like everyone else. What makes him so special? Instead of heading straight home, they bought a variety of vegetables and then made their way to Icehouse Alley. This long street was lined with ice merchants, the lifeblood of summer refreshment for a 20-mile radius. Aside from the palace, which had its own ice cellar, everyone else had to purchase from here. Li Qing bought 2 buckets and provided his address, arranging for a regular delivery of ice blocks for 3 months. Since ice is difficult to preserve and he was too lazy to make daily trips, he paid an extra 10 taels of silver to have it all sorted. The 2 buckets were quite heavy, so Li Qing dismounted the donkey. On their way back, they were met with curious stares and comments about the little one being unfilial, riding the donkey while his father walked. The child, proud and sensitive, began to cry. "Godfather, please get on. I want to get off." Li Qing lifted him down but chose not to mount himself, gently saying, "Don't pay attention to them. Some things will always draw comments, no matter your actions." "Why is that?" "Because people have different perspectives and views on issues," Li Qing replied with a smile. "Just watch. There will always be those who comment." Sure enough, after a short distance, his words rang true, as passers-by remarked on how foolish the duo was for not riding the donkey. Li Qing imparted wisdom. "You can never please everyone, so do not live by the opinions of others. Do you understand?" The child nodded earnestly, grasping the lesson with profound clarity, which would influence his life profoundly. "Godfather, there is a beautiful lady at our doorstep," young Li Hong exclaimed, riding his donkey and pointing in the distance. "Is she your godmother?" "No, she is a palace maid," Li Qing explained, furrowing his brow. "What brings her here? Could it be that she is acting on Sun's instructions? Is she up to her tricks again?" However, as Li Qing pondered, he deemed this unlikely. His relationship with Sun was merely cordial, and if she intended to engage in some clandestine mischief, she would likely keep him uninformed. Besides, Zhu Qizhen had always treated him well, and Sun was unlikely to overlook that. Lost in thought, they had already approached the figure. Zhen Er stepped forward, offering a slight bow, and addressed the esteemed official. "No need for such formalities," Li Qing said, lightly supporting her. "What brings you here?" "Indeed," Zhen Er replied, glancing at the young boy on the donkey. "Might I have a word with you in private?" Li Qing nodded. "Please wait a moment while I unload." "Of course," Zhen Er replied, stepping aside graciously. After a brief interlude, Li Qing emerged once more, smiling as he inquired, "Last time you leaped over the courtyard wall. Why not this time?" Zhen Er blushed, sheepishly responding, "I truly apologize for my previous rudeness. I hope you will forgive me. This time, I have come of my own accord, unrelated to the Empress Dowager." "Oh," Li Qing replied, intrigued. "Pray do share." Zhen Er glanced around to ensure their privacy before whispering. "The Emperor has sent the Crown Prince to the Eastern Palace." "Ah?" Li Qing exclaimed, taken aback. "But the Crown Prince is barely 2 years old. Why would he leave the palace?" "What do you think?" Zhen Er retorted. Li Qing paused, then asked, "Does the Empress Dowager know of this?" "She does," Zhen Er replied. "And what is her stance?" "She has said nothing," Zhen Er remarked, a hint of resignation in her tone, yet the Emperor's intentions were clear to any observant individual. Li Qing chuckled. "If the child's own grandmother is not anxious, why should you be? Besides, the Emperor has yet to take any decisive action, right? What is that saying?" "Ah, yes, the Emperor is not in a hurry, but the eunuchs are." Li Qing muttered, "I thought it was something serious. Let us be on our way." "But what if it's too late when you finally decide to act?" Zhen Er implored, tugging at his sleeve. "You promised to protect the Crown Prince." Li Qing countered. "Does the Emperor intend harm against the Crown Prince?" "Not exactly." Zhen Er shook her head, then added, "But it seems the Emperor is contemplating appointing a different heir." Li Qing scoffed, shaking his head. "You, a mere palace maid, are overly concerned about matters that do not pertain to you." "But you promised," Zhen Er insisted, unwilling to relent. With a resounding thud, the door closed, causing Zhen Er to flinch as she looked up. Li Qing had already retreated inside. Frustrated, she stamped her foot, lingered a moment, then turned to depart. "Did that young lady seek you for something?" An old man inquired, emerging from the side room, yawning. Li Qing smiled, shaking his head. "Nothing of consequence. Master, have you had breakfast? I brought some for you." "No need. I shall save room for lunch," he replied. The old man twisted his neck and declared that there was no need for breakfast to be prepared for him anymore, as he intended to catch up on sleep upon his return. "Very well, I shall make the necessary preparations," Li Qing replied, nodding. He then turned to Xiao Li Hong, who was feeding the donkey with fodder, and instructed, "Do not merely indulge in play. Go to the guest hall and practice your riding for a while." "Understood, Godfather," Xiao Li Hong responded, clapping his small hands before heading to the guest hall. Li Qing settled himself at the stone table, selecting vegetables while reflecting on Zhen Er's words. Lost in contemplation. Chapter 29. Good and evil reside in a single thought. Li Qing was aware that Zhen Er's concerns were not unfounded. Zhu Qizhen had indeed entertained thoughts of changing the heir apparent. It is only natural for anyone in power to wish for their descendants to succeed them rather than a nephew. The notion of an uncle and his nephew is quite the conundrum, and Li Qing found himself in a state of vexation. Just as he had begun to relax, he was thrust back into this predicament, which left him both troubled and conflicted. The selection of the next emperor was of utmost importance. Both Jingde and Jiajing were grandsons of the current crown prince, Zhu Qizhen. Should a replacement be sought from Zhu Jinshan's lineage, it could very well mean the absence of these two individuals in the future. However, Li Qing also pondered that even a change might not guarantee improvement. What if the alternative were worse? The outcome was uncertain. Qingzi, what occupies your thoughts? The old man inquired as he took a seat across the table. Is there yet another task at hand? No, Li Qing replied. If there were, I would attend to it without concern for the old man. Zhang Lada, the old man, reassured him. Do not fret, young one. I shall keep watch over things. Li Qing shook his head. There truly is no task. It is simply that my master knows his secret, he admitted, sharing the turmoil that plagued his mind. Let me offer my counsel, the old man suggested, stroking his beard thoughtfully. I believe it is best to maintain the status quo. At least you possess some knowledge to act upon. Yet, I only know a little. Li Qing chuckled ruefully. I know that Hongji adored his wife, Zhengde was playful, and Jiajing had an affinity for cultivating immortality. Beyond that, I know little else. That is sufficient, Zhang Lada responded with a smile. The present Ming dynasty is no longer the one you once recognized. What purpose does it serve to remember the past? After a pause, he continued, in the current context, who do you believe would garner the most support as the crown prince? The current crown prince, Li Qing asserted. Then that settles it, Zhang Lada said. From what you understand of history, did the current emperor ever ascend to the throne? Indeed, he did. Then there is no cause for concern. Did he not ultimately pass the throne to his nephew? Zhang Lada chuckled. Li Qing shook his head. It is not as you believe, master. Historically, Zhu Qizhen ascended to the throne twice, later staging a restoration. What? Zhang Lada exclaimed in astonishment. The young man ascended twice? Indeed, though it may seem absurd, it is true, Li Qing confirmed. However, one thing is certain. Such a restoration is impossible now. I will not allow it. Should he dare, I shall eliminate him. Zhang Lada laughed. Truly, you are my disciple, possessing great resolve. But how shall I choose? Li Qing raked his fingers through his hair, a look of confusion on his face. Did I not say? There is no need for such turmoil. Simply focus on the present, Zhang Lada chuckled warmly. For instance, the lunch must be prepared well today. Otherwise, I might resort to violence. Li Qing understood. At noon, the meal was quite sumptuous, 4 dishes and a soup, satisfying both the young and the elderly, who devoured every morsel. After the meal, the 3 generations of the family spread out on the floor in the parlor, the ice in the bucket exuding a refreshing chill, adding to the comfort of the moment. Before long, the little one fell into a sweet slumber. Li Qing could not resist and dozed off for half an hour. Upon waking, he greeted his master and made his way to the palace. After much contemplation, Li Qing deemed it necessary to inquire about Zhu Qiyu's true intentions. In the imperial study, Zhu Qiyu jested, What brings you to the palace today, dear sir? Do you have something on your mind? Li Qing abruptly recalled the matter of the land tax and asked, Your Majesty, have you mentioned that issue in court? It has already been implemented. Zhu Qiyu replied with a smile. Li Qing was somewhat taken aback. Was it truly that simple? Not quite. I had to make certain compromises, Zhu Qiyu elucidated. I have increased the annual salary of the officials, but overall, it remains profitable. Indeed, significantly so. That is certainly a gain, Li Qing remarked. The salaries of the Ming officials are not particularly high, so a modest increase is inconsequential as long as the outcome is favorable. After a brief pause, Li Qing voiced his concern. Does your Majesty harbor any intentions of replacing the crown prince? Zhu Qiyu hesitated, his expression turning uneasy. Where did you hear such rumors? I merely inquired. Li Qing chuckled gently. Your Majesty, do not hesitate to speak your mind. It is of no consequence. Zhu Qiyu fell silent for a while before admitting. I do have such thoughts, but they remain merely thoughts. Am I too hesitant to act? Li Qing asked. Alas, Zhu Qiyu replied sheepishly, to be honest. I had previously promised the Empress Dowager, but alas, people change. I once thought only of saving the nation in times of crisis, yet now, he chuckled bitterly. Do you think I am a capricious person? Human nature is complex and can be understood, Li Qing replied with a smile. However, I hope your Majesty will deliberate carefully. The matter of the crown prince is fundamental to the state, and the decision to dismiss or appoint a crown prince bears significant consequences. I understand, Zhu Qiyu said softly. Once upon a time, I aspired to emulate the Duke of Zhou, envisioning that once the crown prince matured, I would step aside to allow him to ascend the throne. But as time has passed, I have realized that I may not be capable of such an act. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. When I heard that my elder brother was unwilling to return, I found myself oddly more pleased. Although he has made grave mistakes, he has allowed me to assume the throne legitimately. But alas, dear sir, am I being overly sentimental? Li Qing gently shook his head, understanding Zhu Qiyu's plight. Every individual possesses dualities, one of virtue and one of vice, he remarked. Your Majesty's ability to confront the darker aspects of your heart and speak candidly is indicative of your noble character. Indeed, Zhu Qiyu nodded. Good and evil reside within a single thought. Sir, could you offer me some guidance? Zhu Qiyu appeared troubled, and so did Li Qing, for he too was uncertain of the best course of action. Both were afflicted by a fear of decision-making. The power to decide lay in the hands of the emperor. The choice rested solely upon his will. Li Qing exhaled deeply. It is not about what I say, but rather how your Majesty feels. Please, just share your thoughts. Zhu Qiyu implored, gazing at him with hope. Li Qing pondered for a moment and concluded, Your Majesty should follow your true heart. Zhu Qiyu felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet he refrained from pressing further. I am somewhat fatigued. Do you have any other matters to attend to, sir? Li Qing rose and replied, I take my leave. Your Majesty. As he watched Li Qing depart from the grand hall, Zhu Qiyu sighed once more, leaning back in his chair, lost in thought. After a considerable pause, he called out, Summon Yu Qian to the palace to see me. Half an hour later, Yu Qian hurried into the palace. Zhu Qiyu candidly expressed his thoughts and inquired, I owe my ability to reign as emperor largely to your efforts. Speak freely. I shall not hold it against you. Yes, your Majesty, Yu Qian replied, bowing slightly. I firmly believe it is imperative that the crown prince remains unchanged. Explain your reasoning, Zhu Qiyu urged. The crown prince is the foundation of the state. To hastily alter his position would disrupt the court's stability, and the officials would certainly oppose it vehemently, Yu Qian asserted with a serious tone. Moreover, should you attempt to forcibly change the crown prince, it would tarnish your reputation. Zhu Qiyu maintained a calm voice. Please elaborate. Yu Qian analyzed. Your relationship with the crown prince is one of uncle and nephew, rather than father and son. This connection is advantageous in the eyes of the officials, which is why they would resist any changes. If you were to force a change in the crown prince, you must offer substantial benefits, at least greater than those of maintaining the current situation. Your Majesty, Yu Qian continued earnestly, these benefits are not merely about increasing salaries. Zhu Qiyu appeared puzzled. How does my uncle-nephew relationship benefit them? Because, Yu Qian pressed on, the crown prince is the biological son of the retired emperor. In the eyes of the officials, his ascension would likely favor the retired emperor. If you wish to preserve a favorable reputation, you must cultivate their support. Should you decide to change the crown prince, you will need their consent. Do you think they won't demand exorbitant compensation? He then added, however, from my perspective, even though your relationship with the crown prince is not that of father and son, he is not as petty as they might believe, much like the Duke of Zhou, who is still revered to this day. Zhu Qiyu fell silent. Yu Qian continued, Your Majesty, the Ming dynasty has persevered to this day and is still thriving, which is no small feat. The founding emperors, including Taizu, Taizong, Renzong, and Xuanzong, along with the retired emperor, have all invested immense effort into this. I implore you to reflect deeply. Upon finishing, Yu Qian lifted his robes and knelt, remaining in that position. After a long while, Zhu Qiyu exhaled deeply and addressed him. Yu Qian, I am here, Yu Qian replied. If my memory serves me correctly, you once served as the tutor to the retired emperor, is that not so? Zhu Qiyu inquired. After a brief moment of silence, Yu Qian confirmed, indeed. Effective immediately, I shall revoke your position as Grand Guardian. Yu Qian's heart sank. Before he could respond, Zhu Qiyu continued, You shall be appointed as the Crown Prince's Grand Teacher. With a gentle smile, Zhu Qiyu added, After handling your official duties, go to the Eastern Palace and teach the Crown Prince. Yu Qian was taken aback, tears glistening in his eyes. I shall obey your command. Zhu Qiyu chose the path of kindness. In the Eastern Palace, Zhu Qizhen noticed that his elder sister seemed somewhat discontented, though it was not due to the arrival of his younger brother, as he did not mind the attention his brother received. Rather, it was because his elder sister was unhappy. Elder sister, what troubles you? Zhen Er looked at the growing young lad with a mix of affection and concern. Forcing a smile, it is nothing. Why are you not playing with the Crown Prince? He has many around him, but I do not, Zhu Qizhen stated earnestly. Zhen Er paused for a moment, unable to suppress the sting in her nose. After years in the palace, It was the first time someone had shown such concern for her feelings. She did not wish to transfer her negative emotions onto the little one and smiled, saying, "Go and play. I'm just feeling a bit under the weather, but it's nothing serious. Are you unwell?" "Yes," Zhen Er nodded, "but I have already taken my medicine. A good rest will set things right." Seeing that he could breathe easier, Xiao Zhu urged her, "Then you should rest. I'll go find my brother to play." "All right. Off you go," Zhen Er replied with a smile, watching the little one scamper away before she rose to leave. She knew that as a servant, she could do little. Her only option was to seek help from Empress Dowager's son, the beloved grandmother of the crown prince. Zhen Er was well aware that the Sun family would undoubtedly care. However, just as she reached the door, she encountered the head eunuch of the Imperial Guard, along with over 100 Imperial Guards clad in brocade. "I have seen the esteemed eunuch," Zhen Er quickly bowed. With a nonchalant grunt, the head eunuch led his entourage straight inside. Concerned by the sudden influx of people, Zhen Er followed closely behind. "I want to play here," the 2-year-old Xiao Zhu protested, speaking rather haltingly and refusing to budge. The head eunuch coaxed and cajoled, but to no avail. The Imperial Guards remained silent. Despite being merely 2 years old, the child held a prestigious status as the emperor's only son, and they dared not interfere. Zhen Er stepped forward, whispering, "Esteemed eunuch, are you taking the crown prince back to the palace?" "Indeed," the head eunuch replied casually, continuing his attempts to persuade the child. Zhen Er's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that she had misjudged the emperor's intentions regarding the crown prince's succession? Regardless, the East Palace was a place designated for the crown prince, and it seemed entirely reasonable for the crown prince to return. "Eunuch, may I give it a try?" Zhen Er eagerly offered, keen to facilitate the crown prince's departure. Noticing someone willing to handle the delicate situation, the head eunuch quickly replied, "Very well. If you can convince the crown prince, there will be a reward." "I dare not," Zhen Er replied politely, but she crouched down and said, "Your Highness, there are plenty of games to play in the palace, even more enjoyable than here." "No, I don't want to," Xiao Zhu stubbornly insisted. "The palace is no fun." Zhen Er chuckled softly and turned to the eunuch. "Is that so?" "Certainly not." The head eunuch responded hastily, playing along. "You're lying," the little one piped up in his sweet, childish voice. The head eunuch, flustered and wringing his hands, was at a loss. Yet, Zhen Er remained patient, gently saying, "Then let's not go. You must be tired, Your Highness. May I hold you for a moment?" The little one, naturally drawn to the kind elder sister who spoke sweetly, opened his arms wide. Zhen Er lifted him, humming a soft tune as she swayed back and forth. After a while of frolicking, the little one quickly succumbed to sleep, his eyelids growing heavy. "Eunuch, the crown prince has fallen asleep," Zhen Er said with a smile. "Impressive indeed," the head eunuch responded, carefully taking the sleeping child from her. "I cannot spare a hand. Your reward will come next time. Now, let us return to the palace. Please take care. Eunuch, I shall see you off," Zhen Er said, unconcerned about the reward. Smiling as she accompanied the head eunuch to the exit. Watching the soft palanquin disappear into the distance, she let out a long sigh of relief, her lips curling into a smile. At last, they were gone. "Sister, why haven't you gone to rest?" As Xiao Zhujianshan approached, curiosity sparkled in his eyes. Zhen Er joyfully crouched down, her laughter filling the air as she exclaimed, "I have recovered from my illness. What game would the crown prince like to play? Isn't that splendid?" "Indeed," she added, rising gracefully and twirling around, even performing a couple of joyful hops. "Now you believe me, right?" Responded Xiao Zhujianshan, equally delighted. "Let us play, could you?" "Certainly." Just then, a voice interrupted, "Hold on, could you?" Both turned to see Yu Qian entering, bowing respectfully as he announced, "I am Yu Qian, here to pay my respects to His Highness, the Crown Prince." "Oh, no need for formalities," Xiao Zhujianshan replied, tilting his chin inquisitively. "What brings you here?" Yu Qian explained. "I have been entrusted by His Majesty to instruct the Crown Prince in his studies." Zhen Er gasped, her heart swelling with uncontainable joy, while the young prince remained oblivious. She, however, was acutely aware of Yu Qian's current esteemed status. The emperor's decision to have him teach the crown prince surely indicated no intention to dethrone him. Zhen Er quickly bowed, saying, "This servant has the honor of meeting you, Sir Yu. No need for formalities." Yu Qian nodded. "I have limited time, so you might wish to wait until the crown prince completes his studies before engaging in any games." "Yes, I shall follow your arrangements," Zhen Er replied with another bow. Then crouched down to whisper to Zhujianshan, "Your Highness, my recovery is not yet complete. Would you mind studying with Teacher Yu first?" "All right," Zhu Qizhen replied, his expression clouded with disappointment, as he found Zhen Er's fluctuating health perplexing. Qian smiled gently. Come, Crown Prince, let us proceed to the study. Oh, very well. Zhu Qizhen nodded, glancing back at Zhen Er. You should hurry along, Your Highness. Sir Yu is exceptionally knowledgeable, Zhen Er urged. In the palace, upon hearing the news, Sun felt a deep sigh of relief. She was undeniably concerned, perhaps more than anyone else. Yet currently, she possessed no advantageous position. Her son was alone in the world, and her grandson was far too young. What could she possibly do? Unless she resorted to poison to eliminate Zhu Qiyu's son, a thought she had entertained. Yet it was not yet necessary, for the crown prince remained her grandson, and such drastic measures seemed unwarranted. However, if her grandson's position as crown prince were to be threatened, she would not hesitate to act. Perhaps I am overthinking, she mused, reassured by the notion that Zhu Qiyu did not seem inclined toward such a course of action. For now, this situation was favorable. As long as the crown prince remained her grandson, the throne would eventually belong to her lineage. Sun was not a virtuous person, yet neither was she one to meddle unnecessarily. Li Qing, upon hearing the news, could not help but sigh. Zhu Qiyu truly deserves this. While Zhu Qiyu lacked the iron-fisted resolve of an emperor, he had maximized his benevolence. For this alone, he merited recognition. It is likely that the historical Zhu Qiyu was also a kind-hearted individual. Otherwise, he would not have been overturned by Zhu Qizhen. Yet, principles must not be forgotten. One must assist when necessary and seize opportunities when they arise. Li Qing did not harbor any particular animosity towards Zhu Qiyu. He had already secured the Yongle Dian, and even the fourth prince, emerging from Chongling, could not be retained, as he had stated. The news of Zhu Qiyu appointing Yu Qian as the crown prince's tutor quickly spread throughout the court, creating quite a stir. All were astute enough to discern the profound implications of Zhu Qiyu's actions. The officials were taken aback by his unexpected magnanimity. Yet, no one dared to voice any objections. Zhu Qiyu's decisions were entirely reasonable and in accordance with propriety. Even the critics had no grounds for complaint. When a person confronts their weaknesses, they cease to be weak. In the days that followed, Zhu Qiyu continued to treat others with kindness, yet there was a subtle display of imperial majesty about him. It was a fearless aura, not overt, but undeniably pure. This version of Zhu Qiyu instilled a greater sense of caution among the officials, for they found themselves at a loss regarding how to handle him. Additionally, the shift in the political climate made it increasingly difficult for those with ulterior motives to disrupt the status quo. This time, the court truly found stability, and the internal strife within the Ming dynasty experienced significant alleviation, while it had not yet reached a point where everyone was wholeheartedly dedicated to their duties. Things were undeniably progressing in a positive direction. Chapter 31. How can one know the joy of a fish? The summer sun blazed fiercely, and the afternoon heat was particularly oppressive. Even the donkey seemed to struggle, panting as if it were a dog, fearing for its well-being. Li Qing took a knife to shear its fur, nearly startling the donkey into submission, as it thought Li Qing intended to consume it. However, after the shearing, the donkey truly appeared splendid. Its sleek, smooth coat was visually appealing, yet it brought considerable discomfort. Now, though somewhat less attractive, the donkey relished the coolness. After all, there were no Jennies at home, so why bother with appearances? This donkey was indeed quite stout. Even after losing its fur, it still retained a substantial amount of flesh. Zhang Lada observed nearby, smacking his lips in hunger. The donkey, frightened, made noises as if to flee. It found this place too daunting and wished to go to Yu Qian's house. Be honest, Li Qing admonished, lightly tapping its head. I'm merely teasing. If I wanted to eat you, I would have done so long ago. The donkey, feeling wronged, drooped its head and turned its backside towards Zhang Lada, inciting irritation in the latter. Qingzi, I think I have a craving for donkey meat, Zhang Lada declared. I'll check the market tomorrow to see if there's any for sale. Li Qing chuckled and nodded. Master, you should go cool off in the guest hall. I'll repair the wooden shed, as the donkey is afraid of the sun. Zhang Lada shot a glance at the donkey, feeling somewhat aggrieved, and stepped forward to kick the donkey's rear. The donkey leapt high, diving into Li Qing's embrace. Move aside. Li Qing sidestepped, unable to catch such a hefty creature. Zhang Lada smiled triumphantly, amused by the donkey's temperament. The donkey brayed incessantly, protesting Zhang Lada's tyranny. Why do you allow him to mistreat me? Li Qing enjoyed a life of leisurely routine, savoring the tranquility it brought him. Yet, he was not idle all day. He occasionally attended court or checked in at the yamen, albeit without engaging in any labor. He remained well-informed about court affairs. Shiheng and his nephew frequently visited to learn martial arts from Li Qing. He was generous with his knowledge, believing it beneficial for the martial generals to possess robust combat skills and tailored specific training programs for the pair. Naturally, he charged tuition for his teachings. At Yu Qian's residence, Li Qing and Yu Qian sat across from each other, sharing a drink in a relaxed manner. The calmness of the court allowed them to unwind. You've been teaching at the East Palace frequently. How is the Crown Prince faring? Li Qing inquired. Quite well, Yu Qian replied with a smile. The Crown Prince is intelligent, with exceptional learning and comprehension abilities. However, he tends to be somewhat reticent. Li Qing nodded gently. He is still young. You mustn't always wear a stern expression. Not at all. Yu Qian chuckled lightly. I haven't been that way for quite some time. When I taught the Grand Emperor, he wore a restrained smile and, furrowing his brow, asked, Is the Grand Emperor truly resolute in not returning? At least for many years to come, he shall not return. Li Qing nodded. We conversed for quite a while. He genuinely wishes to relinquish the throne. The world believes being an emperor is splendid, yet it is, in fact, quite burdensome. He was significantly affected by that incident. Yu Qian sighed. The Grand Emperor was still too young. He was too eager. Had he approached the matter with more steadiness, such a situation could have been avoided. Let us not dwell on that. The current Ming dynasty is quite splendid. Li Qing remarked cheerfully. The court is tranquil. Various industries among the populace are flourishing. The common people can fill their bellies and still manage to work for extra income. Is that not sufficient? As for the Grand Emperor, he is doing well. Do not judge his circumstances through your own lens. One cannot understand the joy of a fish if one is not a fish. Indeed, that is true. Yu Qian nodded. I do not lament either. Let it be as it is. You are right, sir. Since it is the Grand Emperor's decision, it ought to be respected. Precisely. Li Qing smiled broadly, raising his wine cup and taking a sip. By the way, have there been any developments regarding the situation beyond the borders? There have been some. Yu Qian set down his cup and remarked, Walla has launched 2 campaigns against the Tatars. They are not overly significant, but neither are they trivial. Li Qing was not surprised. What are the Tatar losses? Not substantial. Yu Qian pondered. The issue lies not here, but in the turmoil that seems to have arisen within Walla following their attacks on the Tatars. The specifics remain unclear, but it appears there is infighting among Walla's high ranks. Li Qing frowned. Is this information confirmed? Yu Qian shook his head. It is merely conjecture. Yet, I suspect it is quite close to the truth. Li Qing contemplated. Walla is an outsider, not native to the grasslands. In truth, the number of Walla tribesmen is limited, and as they grow, more local inhabitants are joining them, making internal strife rather unsurprising. Li Qing continued. Though the grasslands are devoid of formalities, they still respect lineage. Walla is not even composed of locals, let alone descendants of Genghis Khan. Previously, the Tatars were a looming threat, forcing them to unite. Now that the crisis has abated, dissent is only to be expected. Yu Qian nodded and inquired, Sir, how should we respond? I worry that amidst the chaos, they might unify. Do not fret. At least for now, there is no need for concern. Li Qing replied with a light chuckle. It is not so simple to achieve unity, nor will it happen swiftly. Let them quarrel amongst themselves. Once they are exhausted from their infighting, we can intervene, reaping the benefits with minimal effort. Yu Qian's eyes flickered with interest. Do you mean to use conciliatory measures to win them over? Indeed, Li Qing sighed softly. The Ming dynasty's campaigns during the Hongwu and Yongle eras inflicted significant damage upon the grasslands. History has shown that reliance on military might is futile. Only through a strategy of conciliation can we hope to resolve these issues. Li Qing added with enthusiasm. One day, the realms within and beyond the borders will merge, akin to a unified family. At that time, not only will wars diminish, but we may also embrace the grasslands within the vast territory of the Ming dynasty. Yu Qian's heart stirred, yet he smiled wryly. Is this truly possible? It is indeed challenging, but not devoid of hope, Li Qing replied with a smile, with sincere effort. Even the hardest stones may yield. If one generation cannot accomplish it, perhaps 2 or 3 will eventually see them embrace the Ming dynasty. Are you so confident, sir? Yu Qian inquired with a laugh. Certainly, for they require the Ming dynasty and cannot be separated from it. Li Qing remarked with a smile. Pray tell, who does not wish to thrive better? Yu Qian wholeheartedly agreed, stating, they regard plunder as a natural right. While they may appear brutal and savage, in truth, it is merely a struggle for survival. Thus, they require enlightenment. Li Qing chuckled. Let them clash for now. Once they have suffered and felt the sting of their actions, the Ming shall intervene. Yu Qian added, we cannot afford to delay for too long. We must prevent their unification. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qing replied, I have promised Yong to assist him in reclaiming his subordinates' families. Let us wait until spring of next year, then I shall make the journey. Indeed, with you at the helm, I feel reassured. Yu Qian raised his cup. You have endured much these past 2 years. This year, take the time to rest well. Oh, you no longer urge me to labor? Li Qing teased. Yu Qian's face flushed, and he stammered, how could I dare? The tranquil and soothing passage of time slipped by swiftly. Before long, all the counterfeits brought by Zhang Lada had been exchanged. The little old man, unable to remain idle and concerned for his young disciple, noticed Li Qing lounging about and decided to return with the genuine items. However, the young lad chose to stay, as he had not yet had his fill of this place. Li Qing indeed led a leisurely existence. The number of sick leaves taken by others far exceeded the days he attended court, marking him as an extraordinary slacker. Yet, none dared to impeach him. They preferred his absence from the court. The endeavors Li Qing had undertaken over the years, while not universally condemned, had nonetheless alienated the majority of officials. Many whispered curses behind his back, wishing for his swift demise, hoping he would cease his lively antics. In the current situation, all seemed pleased to avoid confrontation. Li Qing felt at ease, spending his days teaching his godson to read and instilling in him the correct values. In his spare time, he also devised some plans regarding the affairs of the grasslands. Shi Heng and his nephew frequently visited with food and drink, enjoying jovial feasts together. Following recent events, Shi Heng had become remarkably enlightened, adopting a more low-key and cautious demeanor. Apart from Yu Qian, he generally avoided entanglements with the officials of the court. The rapport between Shi Heng and Yu Qian was quite favorable. This was partly due to Yu Qian generously sharing his accolades, and partly because Yu Qian, unlike traditional scholars, possessed a martial disposition that suited Shi Heng's temperament. Moreover, Yu Qian served as the Minister of War, overseeing military supplies and logistics. In early July, Zhang Lada returned once more, this time bearing more counterfeits. Without further ado, since he had embarked on this course, he was determined to see it through to completion. Thus, each night, the stillness of the streets would witness an old man and a young one, both clad in black and shouldering bags. As autumn deepened, the calendar turned to August. Everything that needed to be exchanged had been, and the master and disciple found themselves once again without purpose. The little old man grew restless. Qingzi, are you not busy? What is it? Come, accompany your teacher back to Jinling, Zhang Lada proposed. Let us celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival properly this year. By the way, there is a new addition to the family. Li Qing paused, then quickly realized it was the Qian family that had given birth. A boy or a girl? A girl, Zhang Lada replied with a smile. That granddaughter is cherished beyond measure, and the household is quite lively. Let us return to that warmth. In truth, Jinling possessed much of what the capital had, yet Zhang Lada felt out of sorts there. He did not enjoy the local performances and preferred the delights of Jinling. Very well, I shall inform the emperor. Li Qing nodded in agreement. The palace awaited. Upon learning that Li Qing intended to take an extended leave, Zhu Qiyu immediately expressed his displeasure. I merely allowed you to rest, not to flee, he remarked with a frown. To be candid, Li Qing's action seemed somewhat presumptuous. Your Majesty, I wish to journey to the grasslands next year. Li Qing briefly shared his aspirations regarding the vast plains. This was merely a preliminary notion, still in need of refinement. Li Qing chuckled. Although I may not be laboring here, I often find myself preoccupied with state affairs. It is only by finding tranquility there that I can better improve my endeavors. Is it not? You merely wish to shirk responsibility, Zhu Qiyu teased. Li Qing responded with a hint of exasperation. Your Majesty, such words are rather hurtful. Zhu Qiyu rolled his eyes, but, reflecting on the hard work Li Qing had put forth over the past 2 years and the journeys that lay ahead, he nodded. Very well, when shall you return? After the new year, Li Qing replied. Chapter 32, Telling Stories, Discussing Heroes. Did the emperor agree? Zhang Lata inquired. Indeed. Li Qing smiled. It is getting late today, let us depart tomorrow. I must first attend to the donkey. Yes, the donkey eagerly interjected, genuinely fearful of the old man, as its fodder had lost its flavor. Zhang Lata shot a glance at the donkey, which promptly fell silent and hid behind Li Qing. Quickly, take this creature away. Zhang Lata expressed his disdain. If it weren't for you, it would have been meat by now. The donkey nudged Li Qing, pleading, hasten to send me to Yu Qian's residence. Li Qing chuckled, Master, I shall take my leave. Go on, Yu Qian replied. Upon arriving at Yu Qian's residence, the donkey instinctively made its way to its designated wooden stall, treating it as its own home. Nay, even more liberally than its own abode. Yu Qian was still occupied with official duties, so Li Qing exchanged a few words with Yu Mian before returning home. After dinner, Li Qing visited Yu Qian once more, for in the capital, he had but one friend, and a farewell necessitated a drink. What? You are taking leave until next year? Yu Qian questioned, astonished. No one takes leave like that. Such dramatics. Li Qing shot him a sidelong glance. Have I not bled and toiled for the Ming? But haven't you always been enjoying yourself? Yu Qian retorted, incredulous, and this leave is excessively long. One might think you are retiring to your hometown. He had begun to envy Li Qing. Sir, your life seems exceedingly comfortable. Li Qing scoffed. You only see the thief feasting, not the thief being beaten. Count carefully. How long have I been toiling? Yu Qian scratched his head, yet I believe the total time you have worked may not surpass mine. In terms of tenure, Li Qing had nothing to say. No one could surpass him. However, in terms of hours worked, he remained silent, for no one could match his dedication. What do you know? It is only in recent years that I have grown lax. I was quite diligent before, Li Qing insisted, attempting to salvage his reputation. You may deceive me, but I recall during the Yongle era, when I passed the imperial examination, you were as inconsistent as a fisherman who casts his net for 3 days and dries it for 2. Do you think I am unaware? Yu Qian replied, his expression darkening. He had no belief in Li Qing's fabrications. Sir, may I ask, why did the founding emperor brandish his sword against you? Because I was not working. Of course, Li Qing inadvertently revealed the truth. Yu Qian smirked. Aha, the truth is unveiled, is it not? Li Qing felt a flush on his face and quickly retorted. What do you know? He is nothing but a workaholic, eager to exploit others like beasts of burden. Who can endure that? Yu Qian looked at him skeptically. Do you think I believe you? Believe it or not? You weren't even around then. How would you know what kind of character the founding emperor possessed? Li Qing merely shrugged and focused on his food and drink. Yu Qian chose not to pursue the matter further, aware of Li Qing's fondness for salted fish. Nonetheless, there were indeed numerous tasks at hand, and he still had many responsibilities ahead. Indulging in a brief respite was hardly a crime. When will you return next year? Perhaps after the Lantern Festival, Li Qing replied. At that time, I plan to head to the grasslands, aiming to gather a group first and make a good start. Upon hearing this, Yu Qian felt a slight sense of relief. The gentleman still prioritizes state affairs. However, he soon realized he had overthought. Li Qing was not one to solely pursue pleasure. Raising his glass, Yu Qian toasted, wishing you a safe journey, sir. Indeed. Li Qing clinked his glass with Yu Qian's and downed the drink in one go. As night deepened, Li Qing returned home, his spirits high. To his surprise, the little one was still awake, sitting under the eaves with the old man, listening to stories. Upon seeing him, the child joyfully rushed forward. Godfather, we're returning to Jinling tomorrow, right? Yes. Li Qing affectionately ruffled his hair and playfully asked, why aren't you asleep at this late hour? I'm too excited to sleep, the little one replied shyly. Zhang Lada, however, was quite relaxed. You've finally returned. It's your turn to tell the stories now. I must go to bed. The old man adored children but preferred not to play with them. Akin to someone who loves cats yet is too lazy to care for one, merely indulging in their company. With a cheerful heart at the thought of returning to Jinling, Li Qing took the little one by the hand and sat down in a chair, glancing at the nearby romance of the 3 kingdoms and chuckling. What part are we on? At Hulao Pass, the 18 warlords have gathered. Little Li Hong exclaimed excitedly. It seems they are about to fight. Oh, isn't the next part the 3 heroes battling Lu Bu? Li Qing decided to skip the original text and recounted the television adaptation instead. Now, Lu Bu was indeed valiant. Wielding the legendary halberd, no one could withstand 3 strikes. After slaying several generals, he became arrogantly invincible, and not a single warlord dared to challenge him. He's so impressive. Little Li Hong was enthralled. Li Qing smiled and continued. Suddenly, the gates of Hulao Pass swung wide open, and there stood a man wielding an 8-foot serpent spear. His voice thunderous. You 3 surnamed traitors, do not be so arrogant. I shall pierce you with 1,000 transparent holes. Godfather, is Lu Bu a good person or a bad person? Little Li Hong inquired, having idolized Lu Bu, but now concerned by the mention of 3 surnamed traitors. He cannot be deemed wholly good. Yet he is not entirely bad either, Li Qing pondered, offering a nuanced judgment. He is capricious, a man of contradictions. I see, Little Li Hong replied, somewhat confused. As children often idolize heroes. He further asked, so who is a good person, and who is a hero? This was a profound question, momentarily leaving Li Qing speechless. Chow chow. Certainly not. A man who would utter I would rather betray the world than allow the world to betray me cannot be called a hero. He is a formidable rogue. After a long pause, Li Qing concluded, among the heroes of the 3 kingdoms, there is only Liu Bei, Liu Xuanda. In his childhood, he was fond of Liu Bei while reading Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. As he matured, his admiration shifted to Cao Cao. Yet now, revisiting the tale, he finds himself once more drawn to Liu Bei. When it comes to the heroes of the 3 kingdoms, none can surpass Liu Bei. Is this the same Liu Bei who sold straw sandals? As a child, his primary focus was on learning characters, utterly oblivious to history, discovering Liu Bei solely through stories. At present, he is aware only that Liu Bei was a straw sandal seller. Indeed, it is he. Li Qing chuckled, stating that a hero's origins are inconsequential. He ultimately became an extraordinary figure, embodying both heroism and virtue. In an era when human lives were regarded as mere trifles, Liu Bei never once besieged a city throughout his life, and before his death, he admonished his son not to commit small evils nor to neglect minor acts of kindness. Such a man cannot be deemed hypocritical. Ah, I understand, Godfather. Please continue with the story. Li Qing nodded and proceeded to recount the new adaptation of the 3 kingdoms. While he preferred the classic version, the battles in the new rendition were more spectacular, so he recounted the tale of the 3 heroes battling Lu Bu. The child listened intently, longing for more, and asked, Godfather, what happens next? It's late now. Let us return indoors, Li Qing replied with a smile. We shall leave tomorrow. Very well, the child nodded reluctantly, accompanying Li Qing back inside. The following day, Li Qing rose before dawn, loaded the original copy of the Yongle Encyclopedia onto the cart, and then went to purchase steamed buns. After breakfast, he drove the cart towards Jinling. Unlike previous journeys, he was not alone this time. However, in order to return before the Mid-Autumn Festival, Li Qing urged the horses onward with vigor. He changed horses without rest, traveling day and night, and eventually entered Jinling on the day of the festival. By the time he arrived home, it was nearly evening. Zhu Yunjian, upon learning that his master and senior brother had returned, came to the front courtyard using a cane, his features easing into a smile as he said, I thought you all would not return for this year's Mid-Autumn Festival. How could we miss a day of reunion? Li Qing replied with a smile, inquiring, what about that grandson? Zhu Yunjian grimaced. He's busy coaxing his daughter. I see. Li Qing nodded. I shall go and calm him down. You should have someone move the encyclopedia to the study. Although Zhu Qizhen was no longer emperor, such matters were best kept discreet. It would not reflect well if he discovered it. Very well, Zhu Yunjian said, somewhat gleeful. Wouldn't it be amusing if fourth uncle knew and became furious? Just the thought brought him joy, and he merrily called for someone to move the books. From afar, the sound of a baby crying could be heard, followed by the rhythmic clatter of a rattle, and then Zhu Qizhen's voice filled with exasperation emerged. Oh dear, darling, please do not cry. Are you hungry, perhaps? That seems likely, Zhu Qizhen replied, ready to rise when suddenly he froze, looking towards the source of the voice. Li Qing? He exclaimed in astonishment. How have you returned? Li Qing's expression darkened. How dare you call me by my full name? Are you itching for a reprimand? Isn't this a bit excessive? Zhu Qizhen said awkwardly, then added, could you not show me some respect in front of my daughter? She cannot understand yet. Li Qing rolled his eyes and took a seat on a bench under the pavilion, remarking, life must be fulfilling, right? Ah, quite fulfilling indeed. Zhu Qizhen chuckled, reflecting. It truly is a life akin to that of an immortal. Sir, please take a seat for a moment. I will send the child to Xiao Qian, said Li Qing, leaning back against the bench, feeling a delightful sense of relaxation. Although he was not attending court, the atmosphere in the capital lacked the same intensity. This place felt like home. Before long, Zhu Qizhen returned and sat beside Li Qing, inquiring, the officials have all returned. I presume the court situation has stabilized? It has indeed, Li Qing sighed. These past 2 years have been exhausting, and this time, I intend to rest well. Curiously, Zhu Qizhen asked, did he really allow you to come back? Why wouldn't he? Li Qing teased. Do you think everyone is as stingy and miserly as you? Look at you. I was merely inquiring, Zhu Qizhen retorted. How long will you be staying this time? Until after the new year, Li Qing replied. Wow, he is quite generous. Zhu Qizhen remarked, pausing briefly. I heard the government's currency exchange policy has commenced. It has concluded. Both the capital and Tianjin have completed the exchange, Li Qing scoffed. It's not your money at stake, so why concern yourself? The copper coins I minted during my reign were not worthless, Zhu Qizhen countered, though the money is his. I played my part as well. Besides, I left him with a substantial sum in the treasury. Zhu Qizhen chuckled. That amount is sufficient for him to spend for 3 years. 3 years, you say? He couldn't even last until the first year of Jingtai. Li Qing rolled his eyes. Though he refrained from voicing this thought. Zhu Qizhen was no longer an emperor, so why discuss such matters with him? Li Qing shifted the conversation to lighter topics. What is your daughter's name? She is a beauty, elegant and graceful, Zhu Qizhen replied proudly. And Zhu Qizhen grinned. Zhu Qing. How bold? Li Qing said sternly. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Hey, don't be so hasty. It's not the Qing you're thinking of. It means clear water, Zhu Qizhen quickly explained, retreating with a sheepish grin. I was just joking. My daughter is named Zhu Wanqing. Next time, be mindful. You might not get a chance to explain, Li Qing huffed. Can we not be so coarse? Zhu Qizhen lamented. Is it not permissible to jest among friends? Li Qing chuckled. Who is your friend? By seniority, you should address me as grandfather. Oh, Zhu Qizhen said, intrigued. Does that mean you are a generation lower than Taizong? Between you and your grandfather, we each have our own standings, Li Qing replied crossly. Of course, if you wish to call me great-grandfather, I would not object. Huh, Zhu Qizhen scoffed. If I were to call you great-grandfather, would you dare to accept that? Li Qing responded lightly. What would I have to fear? Then let us go to the street, Zhu Qizhen said, grinning. Even if you have a beard, you hardly look older than I do. Let us see how the passers-by react. Unable to argue further, Li Qing rolled up his sleeves, ready to engage. This startled Zhu Qizhen, who jumped about. A classic case of someone inexperienced yet eager to play. At that moment, Qian approached briskly to rescue her husband. When did you return, sir? Oh, I just got back, Li Qing replied, easing up and sparing Zhu Qizhen some dignity. Xiao Qian, your timing is impeccable, Zhu Qizhen said cheekily, taking his wife's hand and turning to Li Qing. Go on, hit me. Li Qing nearly lost his composure. Qian cast a reproachful glance at her husband and approached the pavilion courteously, saying, Please, sir, take a seat. Li Qing shot a warning look at Zhu Qizhen before sitting down. I have a request to make, esteemed sir, Qian stammered, her cheeks flushed. Leaning back in his chair, Li Qing replied leisurely, Do go on. Hesitating, Qian tugged at her husband's sleeve shyly and whispered, You should speak on my behalf, dear. Zhu Qizhen touched his nose and sat beside Li Qing, awkwardly stating, Well, my wife and I would like to have another child. Do you think it is feasible? Unless absolutely necessary, it would be best not to. Li Qing gently shook his head and inquired of the couple, What are your thoughts? Is it truly essential? Then let it be, they both replied almost simultaneously. Qian, starting to speak, fell silent upon hearing her husband's words, pursing her lips. Li Qing smiled and remarked, For the sake of safety, it is better to refrain. There is nothing wrong with having a daughter. Indeed, Zhu Qizhen affirmed decisively, addressing Qian. I cherish both sons and daughters alike. Besides, I have no claim to the throne. The absence of a son bears little consequence. Qian responded softly, refraining from further comment. After a brief pause, she rose and said, Dear, I shall go check on our daughter. Please keep the esteemed sir company. With a slight nod to Li Qing, she turned and departed. Li Qing cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Qizhen, saying, You are quite fortunate, my friend. Indeed. Zhu Qizhen grinned, then voiced his concern, but what if Xiao Qian's health is compromised during childbirth? It could leave her with lasting ailments. Li Qing chuckled and shook his head. As you mentioned, her constitution is weak. Childbirth is a significant burden for her. Understood, Zhu Qizhen nodded. Just then, Zhu Yunwen approached after completing his tasks, cheerfully inquiring, What are you discussing? What business is it of yours? Zhu Qizhen retorted sharply. Playful as always. Zhu Yunwen replied without offense, still buoyant from the grand ceremony. Come to my courtyard tonight. We shall admire the moon. Ah, understood, Zhu Qizhen responded, this time without a cold demeanor. Observing the increasingly aged Zhu Yunwen, Li Qing sighed and offered, Junior brother, allow me to take your pulse. No need. The master has already done so, And I am in no serious trouble. Zhu Yunwen laughed. Living a few more years is not a concern. Zhu Qizhen shot him a glance, feeling a tinge of melancholy. Despite their constant bickering, it was impossible to deny the bond they had developed over the years. Life would undoubtedly lose much of its joy without him. Clearing his throat, Zhu Qizhen offered rare comfort. As the saying goes, good people do not live long. While calamities endure for 1,000 years, fret not, I foresee you living on. Zhu Yunwen coughed. Are you attempting a sneak attack? Zhu Qizhen clutched his chest in mock distress. Frustrated, he wondered why the old man could not grasp the gravity of the situation. Mind you, striking can be quite painful. It seems you are indeed meant to live on. A gentleman resorts to words, not violence. Do you dare to test me with a punch? Zhu Yunwen taunted, extending his head toward Zhu Qizhen. One punch from me, and we might as well start feasting, Zhu Qizhen retorted. If it comes to blows, not just Li Qing, but even the old man would not spare you. Ultimately, Zhu Qizhen chose to exhibit magnanimity, exclaiming, were it not for your advanced age, I would have surely knocked your teeth out. Huh, if I were not of such an age, would you truly stand as my rival? Retorted Zhu Yunwen, matching his brother's jest. This exchange elicited amusement from the elder brother, Li Qing, who interjected to mediate. It is a festive occasion today. Let us refrain from quarrels and conflicts, as it bodes ill. The two brothers exchanged glances, each turning away with a quiet defiance, neither willing to concede. On the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, Li Qing, Zhang Lada, Zhu Yunwen, Zhu Qizhen, and their families, including young Li Hong, gathered together. The table was adorned with an array of delicacies, and at its center rested a mooncake as grand as the moon itself. Fine wine and exquisite dishes were complemented by the warmth of family. Beneath the moonlight, they raised their glasses in a gentle toast, laughter echoing through the night. Little Li Hong, having procured a cup of wine, took a sip only to choke, his face turning crimson as he fanned his face with his small hands, exclaiming how spicy it was, which provoked hearty laughter from everyone. With the autumn breeze gently blowing and the moonlight shining brightly, the atmosphere was one of joyous togetherness. Spirits were high as they indulged in food and drink, engaging in lively conversation, oblivious to the passage of time. Qingzi, do play a tune to enliven the mood, the jovial elder encouraged. Certainly, replied Li Qing, wiping his hands before taking a seat at the guqin, plucking the strings gently, producing a soothing and melodious sound. Conversation ceased as everyone listened intently, the soft notes cascading from Li Qing's fingertips like a gentle stream, bringing ease and healing to their hearts. After a brief moment, Li Qing began to sing the words of Su Shi, when will the bright moon appear? I raised my glass to ask the azure sky. The lyrics were ancient poetry, while the melody was of a later era, distinct from traditional singing, but remarkably fitting for the occasion. I know not of the celestial palaces above. What year is it tonight? With his resonant voice, Li Qing imbued the verses with even greater depth, captivating the audience. High above, the chill is unbearable. Dancing. I cast my clear shadow. How is it so unlike the mortal realm? There should be no hatred. Why must the moon always be round during parting? Humans experience joy and sorrow, reunion and separation, just as the moon waxes and wanes. This matter has been difficult to achieve since antiquity. May we long endure, sharing the beauty of the moonlight across 1,000 miles. As the song concluded, the audience remained entranced, lost in the exquisite ambience. Beautiful, exclaimed the little one, clapping his hands enthusiastically. Godfather sings so wonderfully. Is it truly beautiful? Li Qing smiled. Yes, yes. The child nodded vigorously. Zhu Qizhen nodded in approval, stating, such a rendition is unique and splendid, indeed. It lingers in the air for 3 days, leaving an endless aftertaste. Zhu Yunwen praised, stroking his beard. Zhang Lada cast a sidelong glance at the two. You both have recited the verses, what am I to say? The elder, somewhat exasperated, waved his hand, saying, Qingzi, come over and have some mooncake. Yay, mooncake time. The little one exclaimed, raising both hands in agreement, his eyes sparkling with joy. The family gathered around, sharing the mooncake, their laughter and conversation filling the air. The moon shone round and bright, and the mooncake was sweet, indeed. Chapter 34. Shun Xian's grand gesture in the early morning. The elder practiced Tai Chi in the courtyard, while little Li Hong attempted to mimic him with earnest enthusiasm. Under the pavilion, Li Qing and Zhu Yunwen sat across from one another, one holding black stones and the other white, engaged in a game of Go. Zhu Qizhen, finding it rather dull, frequently interjected with playful banter to disrupt their focus. Sir, you entered the court in the 15th year of Hongwu. Who holds greater rank between you and the Emperor Taizong? Zhu Qizhen inquired softly. I do, was the confident reply. Li Qing placed a piece on the board, patiently awaiting Zhu Yunwen's move. What about you and the founding emperor? He inquired. The founding emperor is indeed older than I. Li Qing reflected. By the time I entered the court, I was already in my 30s. And the founding emperor had begun to show gray hair, whereas the second emperor was still in his early 20s. Realizing his chances of winning were slim, Zhu Yunwen opted not to play and instead joined the conversation. He pointed towards the distant figure of Xiao Li Hong, saying, At that time, I was about his age, while your grandfather was still a chubby little boy. Zhu Qizhen, feeling a twinge of indignation, acknowledged his inferior position. The three of them, with ages progressively increasing, left him feeling outmatched. I can hardly be bothered to argue with you. Zhu Qizhen rolled his eyes and addressed Li Qing. Did you act so brazenly during the Hongwu reign? Not at all, Li Qing chuckled. Initially, I was quite compliant. That rascal, old Zhu, cough cough. The founding emperor was so intimidating that I feared for my head. Zhu Qizhen, incredulous, asked, You were so formidable, yet still feared others? I wasn't as powerful then as I am now. I exercised restraint, Li Qing clarified. The circumstances then were vastly different. The common people could not move freely. The household registration system was cumbersome, and there was a strong aversion towards outsiders that is incomparable to today. Zhu Yunwen nodded in agreement. Indeed, the common folk enjoy much more freedom now. Yet, given the different circumstances, it cannot be said that the founding emperor was entirely wrong. The Ming dynasty had just been established for a few years, and the situation was unstable. Preventing the populace from wandering helped maintain order and restore production. Precisely. Li Qing concurred. The governance of a nation must adapt to the times and circumstances. It is not a fixed principle. Nor can contemporary situations be used to retroactively judge past policies. I understand that, Zhu Qizhen interjected with a smile. Were you as obedient as a child back then? Adhering strictly to the rules? Do you have a misinterpretation of what it means to follow the rules? Zhu Yunwen scoffed. Do you think everyone is like you? Bold at home, but meek as a rabbit outside? Could you refrain from bringing that up incessantly? Zhu Qizhen retorted, feeling exasperated. Am I mistaken in my observation? Zhu Yunwen countered. What business do you have interjecting while I'm conversing with the gentleman? Enough of this bickering, Li Qing interjected, rubbing his temples. Have you not read the official records of the founding emperor? Zhu Qizhen shook his head. Too tedious. I've only skimmed a bit, all about the founding emperor's rise. I haven't seen you in action yet. Only in the records of the second and the Qian emperors. Li Qing frowned. Why not read the records of the Ren emperor? During the Ren emperor's reign, the court was stable. There was nothing noteworthy. Zhu Qizhen replied matter-of-factly. If you wish to know, just ask him. Li Qing suggested as he picked up water margin, leaning back to read with interest. Zhu Qizhen, feeling a twinge of curiosity, became restless. Hey, tell me about it. Plead with me. Zhu Yunwen raised his chin defiantly. Plead with you to tell? Zhu Qizhen responded with feigned patience. Zhu Yunwen, dissatisfied, remarked, Is this how you plead? If you don't want to tell, then I shan't listen. Zhu Qizhen, nearly fuming, stood to leave, only to see Zhu Yunwen lean back with a sigh. I initially intended to share, but some are unwilling to listen. Zhu Qizhen paused, returned to his seat, and grumbled, Go ahead then. But I won't let you speak for free. Zhu Yunwen cheerfully replied, You must treat me to 10 performances first. Why don't you go steal them? Zhu Qizhen has abdicated his role as emperor, yet his miserly nature remains unchanged. In truth, he is not lacking in wealth. During festive seasons, Zhu Yunwen would bestow monetary gifts upon his granddaughter-in-law, which ultimately finds its way into Zhu Qizhen's hands. With no household expenses to bear, he enjoys a life of ease, relishing the comforts provided by his wife's family. 2 rounds, no more, Zhu Yunwen declared. 5 rounds. You cannot expect such a bargain. 2 rounds? Am I to engage in endless negotiations without purpose? 4 rounds, no haggling. Very well, let us commence from the moment the prince dismounts. Zhu Yunwen acquiesced. Li Qing, weary of the discourse, set aside his reading and ventured out to play with his godson. The streets of Jinling remained vibrant and bustling. Shops lined the thoroughfare, with 9 out of 10 adorned with the name Shun. It appears that Qian has successfully monopolized the market. Li Qing was not surprised. During the price wars, Qian had proven invincible and had begun to extend his influence towards Suzhou and Hangzhou. Given Jinling's status as a directly governed city, the number of officials and gentry here is substantial. For Zhen Er to achieve such dominance, it is hard to believe he has not colluded with government officials. Those individuals are not to be underestimated. They possess numerous means to exact punishment. At present, Li Qing harbored no concerns about Zhen Er's growing power. Rather, he found himself anxious for Zhen Er's welfare. These individuals are relentless, and regardless of Zhen Er's wealth, it is a formidable task to satisfy their insatiable appetites. Godfather, I wish to return home for a couple of days, young Li Hong expressed. It has been a long time since I stayed at home, and I miss my parents. Not an issue, Li Qing replied with a smile. You may reside wherever your heart desires. Thank you, Godfather, young Li Hong beamed, before confirming. You will stay until the new year, right? Indeed, Li Qing nodded. The young lad's worries were thus alleviated. After a stroll, Li Qing purchased some gifts and, accompanied by the young boy, visited the Li family. After engaging in light conversation with young Li Hong's parents, Li Qing bid them farewell, leaving his godson behind. Instead of returning home, he made his way to the weaving bureau, eager to ascertain the current state of maritime commerce. Little Lu had grown considerably, his body jiggling with every step, weighing at least 200 pounds, and with his short stature, he resembled a sphere. Our family has had the honor of meeting Lord Li. Little Lu managed to bow with difficulty. Li Qing chuckled as he helped him rise, explaining, No need for such formalities, I am not here as an imperial envoy this time. Is that so? Little Lu squinted, smiling. Then our family has met Lord Li. His skepticism lingered. Why would Li Qing travel such a distance to Jinling if not on imperial business? Li Qing chose not to clarify, relishing the misunderstanding, which could prove advantageous should he need to undertake any official matters later. What is the current situation at the Weaving Bureau? Little Lu straightened himself and reported. Since the maritime trade shares were reallocated, the Weaving Bureau has become entirely self-sufficient, no longer reliant on Shen's goods. However, revenue has correspondingly declined. Pausing for effect, he added, Overall, we are still profitable, but not as much as before. Li Qing inquired, Where are the account books? Ah, my lord, just a moment. I shall have someone fetch them, Little Lu responded promptly. Xiao Liuzai rubbed his hands together and inquired, Has the emperor issued any new directives concerning the Weaving Bureau? Not yet, replied Li Qing, taking a sip of tea. What is the current status of Zhen Er? That fellow is now reaping substantial profits. Indeed, he is amassing wealth by the handful. Xiao Liuzai exclaimed, his envy palpable. His enterprise is expanding rapidly. I've heard he nearly dominates the markets in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Apologies, I misspoke, he quickly added, striking himself across the face twice. Li Qing chuckled at the antics, deeming it unnecessary to dwell on such trivial matters, and chose to feign ignorance. To reach this level, he must have generously greased the palms of officials from Zhili, correct? After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Liuzai nodded, admitting, The gentleman has indeed been most generous. No official in Jinling has escaped his beneficence. Oh, it seems even you have partaken of his generosity? Li Qing remarked with a smile. Ah, indeed. Xiao Liuzai replied with a sheepish laugh. However, we have not engaged in any misconduct, if others benefit without cost. Who would refuse? Li Qing joined in the laughter. It is a matter of coexistence. After all, I am not devoid of human sentiment. However, he quickly adopted a serious demeanor, stating, Nevertheless, amidst all the discourse, the duties at hand remain paramount. The court is in urgent need of funds. Let us not lose sight of what truly matters. Xiao Liuzai promptly assured him, Rest assured, I shall not forget. Li Qing's expression softened as he probed further. You mentioned his generosity. Just how generous are we speaking? At the very least, 1,000 taels, Xiao Liuzai replied in a hushed tone, and for any official of standing. He promises that amount annually. 20,000? Li Qing queried, to which Xiao Liuzai nodded affirmatively. A smirk crept onto Li Qing's lips. This fellow is rather audacious. Chapter 35. Zhen Er's choice. The accounts did not reconcile, and the reason was simple. Xiao Liuzai had indulged, albeit not excessively. You are not a stranger, my lord. I shall be candid with you. The Genie Wei, the Eastern Depot, and several officials from the Sea Li Jian require occasional gratuities, Xiao Liuzai confessed bashfully. To expect a horse to run without feeding it grass would be folly. I hope for your understanding. A flicker of resignation crossed Li Qing's mind. In an era rife with human connections and societal expectations, how many could truly remain unsullied? He chose not to dwell on the matter further. Instead, offering a gentle reminder, Minor transgressions may be overlooked, yet grave errors are intolerable. You enjoy considerable income here. Merely that which Qin Xian provides should suffice. One must learn contentment. Many envy your position, and the Li Jian is not devoid of capable individuals, nor of those adept at flattery. Indeed, my lord, your wisdom is appreciated. I shall amend my ways, Xiao Liuzai replied, offering contrition. Li Qing refrained from escalating the matter further. This eunuch seemed reasonable enough, at least not insatiably greedy, and was forthright in his dealings. Upon departing the weaving bureau, Li Qing made his way to the Shun residence. Upon learning of Li Qing's visit, Shun Xian, eager to show his respect, personally welcomed him into the courtyard, laying out a sumptuous feast. His gratitude towards Li Qing was profound. Without him, he would not have attained his current standing. My lord's presence today brings me immense joy. We shall drink until we can drink no more. Qin Xian exclaimed with hearty laughter. Li Qing clinked his cup against Qin Xian's, downing the contents in one swift motion before slamming the cup heavily onto the table. Clang! The dish trembled slightly, and the corners of Qin Xian's eyes involuntarily quivered as he awkwardly inquired, "My lord, what is this? I previously mentioned that one must learn to be content. Have you forgotten?" Li Qing replied in a grave tone. Qin Xian's expression stiffened, and he forced a smile, saying, "My lord, how could I dare to forget your words? I am but a humble commoner." Pausing momentarily, he added, "I have dutifully paid my taxes and have not taken advantage of the court in the slightest." Li Qing scoffed. "It seems you are resolute in your stubbornness." "What do you mean by that, my lord?" "I have always adhered to the law," Qin Xian responded, his face a mask of confusion. "You were promoted by me, thus I wish to offer you a chance at redemption. However, should you refuse, I shall not compel you." Li Qing replied indifferently, "Cease your current endeavors, and I shall ensure your safety." Qin Xian's countenance darkened. "My lord, you previously promised to elevate me, even allowing me to influence Su and Hang. Why is it that now, upon my success, you appear displeased?" "I did promise you," Li Qing acknowledged. "But if your ascension relies on dubious methods, I have no recourse to interject." Qin Xian forced a bitter smile. "My lord, as someone who navigates the court, you must understand that achieving genuine success is arduous. Employing some stratagems is entirely normal." Li Qing sighed. "You have allowed greed to cloud your judgment, and you overestimate your own significance." "I would never dare," Qin Xian replied. "As the saying goes, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. I cannot guarantee much, but I assure you, I will pay my taxes in full." In his view, prosperity was attainable as long as he aligned himself with influential officials who would advocate for him, while he contributed his fair share of taxes, thereby benefiting the Ming dynasty collectively. Yet, he failed to recognize that he was merely a commoner. He had underestimated the officials and overvalued himself. Was Qin Xian foolish? Certainly not. He was astute. However, intelligence does not equate to rationality, and under the overwhelming tide of wealth, he had succumbed entirely. Li Qing understood that retrieving the current Qin Xian was impossible. Only death could achieve that. For Li Qing, taking a life was a trivial matter. Yet slaying Qin Xian would severely disrupt the thriving city of Jinling and dismantle his previous plans. The industrial chain was still maturing. Qin Xian could not be allowed to perish, and indeed, Li Qing did not wish for his demise, for he was of considerable utility. "Qin Xian, one day you shall regret this, and it may lead to your utter ruin," Li Qing stated earnestly. "While I cannot dissuade you now, remember this: insatiable greed can lead to one's downfall." The fate of Qin Xian was already inscribed in the annals of destiny. In 10 years, or perhaps even sooner, he would be utterly drained. However, by that time, the industrial chain would be perfected, and his absence would bear little consequence to the Ming dynasty. Furthermore, the ecosystem of the Ming would thrive, as one great fall would nurture myriad lives. Nevertheless, Qin Xian had made his contributions, and if possible, Li Qing preferred not to see him meet a tragic end. Thus, he said, "If one day you feel calamity approaching, seek me out. As long as you have not completely lost your humanity, I will safeguard your fortune and life." I thank you, my lord," Qin Xian replied gratefully. Qin Xian harbored a sense of skepticism, yet did not dare to offend Li Qing. He was acutely aware of Li Qing's capabilities and recognized that he was no ordinary official. Qin Xian promptly gestured, and the steward of the estate immediately brought forth a prepared wooden box. Upon receiving it, he opened it with a smile, saying, It is no small feat for you, my lord, to visit. I am uncertain of your preferences, so I can only offer some mundane items. Whatever you fancy, I shall procure. Inside was a thick stack of silver notes amounting to at least 50,000 taels. It seems you have indeed profited handsomely. Li Qing chuckled. Shen Xian, slightly embarrassed, replied. All of it has been duly taxed. It is merely regular income. I appreciate your kindness, but it is unnecessary. Li Qing waved his hand dismissively, having said all that needed to be said, and departed with a flourish. Upon leaving the Shun residence, Li Qing visited 3 maidens, and by the time he returned home, night had fallen. Zhu Qizhen, with a mischievous grin, remarked, "The old man missed out on your cooking. He might be rather displeased, so do tread carefully." "Take care of yourself first," Li Qing retorted with silence, though he responded with a punch. The following day, Li Qing visited 2 old friends. On the 3rd day, he paid a visit to the elderly Zhu. The Ministry of Rites assumed he was performing ancestral offerings on behalf of the emperor and even sent someone to make the necessary arrangements. Gazing upon the portrait of the elder Zhu, Li Qing felt a wave of nostalgia. How swiftly time had passed. Years had flown by in the blink of an eye. After lighting incense, he began to speak of the current state of the Ming dynasty, rambling on for quite some time. The elder Zhu remained aloof, offering no response. As Li Qing spoke alone. Finally, Li Qing softly mused, "It is all well, he is well, everything is well." In the days that followed, Li Qing seldom ventured out. He remained at home, practicing martial arts with his master and playing chess with Zhu Yunwen. Occasionally, when boredom struck, he would engage in a playful scuffle with Zhu Qizhen to pass the time. This was not due to Li Qing's impulsiveness, but rather Zhu Qizhen's incessant banter. Time slipped by like a fleeting shadow. The leaves gradually turned a crisp yellow, falling silently to the ground, leaving branches bare and gaunt. On the streets, the common folk donned heavier garments, their figures appearing more rotund. Shortly after the arrival of winter, they began to exhale clouds of breath in the crisp morning air. This year in Jinling seemed to carry an added chill. Li Qing murmured to himself, his brow slightly furrowed. "Sir, would you care for some freshly steamed meat buns?" The young proprietor enthusiastically advertised. Li Qing, pulled from his thoughts, noticed the enticing buns and inquired, "How much for one?" "5 for a large one." "10 for an extra large," the young vendor replied with a shrewd grin. The extra-large buns he mentioned were roughly comparable to those found in the capital. Prices in Jinling were rather steep, even surpassing those in the capital. However, there were still some affordable options, like vegetable buns, available for merely 3 "I shall have some of those smaller meat buns," Li Qing said. "We have no small meat buns," the young vendor chuckled awkwardly, "only large and extra large." Noticing Li Qing's silk attire, he refrained from promoting the vegetable buns. "Then let me have some of these smaller meat buns." "That would be the large meat buns," the vendor corrected. "I will take 20, Li Qing decided. After paying, he cradled the oiled paper bag in one hand while holding a meat bun to his mouth, muttering, "How expensive! Scoundrels!" Yet, the taste was indeed delightful. Before even reaching home, he had devoured half. Gazing at the remaining bag of buns, Li Qing resolved to indulge further, consuming the entire contents in one go. With a gentle pat on his belly, Li Qing mused to himself. Upon returning home, he would simply explain that he had been so engrossed in his morning jog that he forgot to buy anything. After all, the household servants prepared breakfast daily, ensuring no one would go hungry. Ah, how delightful it is to indulge in solitary pleasures. Li Qing chuckled, relishing the taste of solitary indulgence. Chapter 36. The beauty of yesteryear's Li Qing paid no further heed to Shen Er. The man as fate was already sealed. Li Qing had even contemplated his future banishment. Outside, the rain mixed with snow began to fall, prompting Li Qing to open the window. The cool moisture wafted in with the breeze, sending a shiver down his spine. It was not yet the winter solstice, yet the temperature had plummeted so drastically. Furrowing his brow, Li Qing mused aloud, his breath forming a mist that danced away with the wind, merging into the air. He couldn't help but recall his discussions with Yao Guangxiao at Jiming Temple, where they had deliberated on the fortunes of the Ming dynasty. Yao Guangxiao had calculated, using the principles of heavenly cycles, that the Ming would soon face harsh winters, citing historical precedents. In retrospect, it seemed that those predictions were beginning to materialize. How swiftly it had come. Li Qing was taken aback, yet upon reflection, he recognized numerous subtle signs that were not without foundation. Indeed, since his arrival in this era, he had noticed that the climate of the Ming was markedly different from that of later times, colder in fact. At the time, he had dismissed it, attributing such differences to the rapid industrialization of the modern era, which he believed had polluted the air and contributed to global warming. Yet now, it appeared that the Earth was merely entering a new cycle. A sense of helplessness washed over him. While the political landscape was arduous, with diligent effort, he might be able to effect some change. However, the climate was beyond his control. The fundamental conditions of the Ming had shifted, and the future remained uncertain. With a population exceeding 100 million, how many would there be in a few decades or centuries? 200 million? 300 million? Or even more? At present, there was ample food supply, with a surplus to spare, but what lay ahead? As the population swelled and the cold intensified, would there still be enough sustenance? The so-called economic prosperity was predicated on a foundation of basic needs being met, if people could not even find enough to eat. What talk could there be of economic flourishing? Qing found himself contemplating the notion that an excess of population might not be a boon after all. The rain fell softly, its pace gradually slowing until it transformed into delicate snowflakes, swirling gracefully in the wind. Soon, the ground could no longer absorb the moisture, resulting in a thin layer of snow. With a puff of warm breath, Qing closed the window and settled into a chair, his brow furrowed in silence. The sound of a cane tapping against the tiled floor approached, and Zhu Yunwen, hunched over, came into view, smiling as he inquired, "What occupies your thoughts, brother?" "Nothing of consequence, just a moment of reflection," Qing replied, shaking off his negative sentiments. He jested. The first snowfall of the Jingtai year has arrived even earlier than that of the 14th year of the Jingtong era. Zhu Yunwen took a seat beside him, resting on his cane, and nodded. "Indeed, in my youth, this time of year was still quite warm. The chill seems to grow more intense by the day." Zhu Yunwen sighed, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. "It has become unbearable to venture outside. There is no warmth left in my body." Qing spoke softly. "Do take care to keep warm. Add some layers to your attire." "Yes, I know," Zhu Yunwen replied with a smile. "Come, the hot pot is ready. The steward has procured some dog meat for us to savor at lunch. Let us go then." The steaming hot pot, accompanied by spices and dried red chilies, is both fragrant and spicy, truly a delightful indulgence. Zhu Yunwen, now advanced in years, must restrain himself from overeating, partaking only in small sips of wine, preferring instead to engage in light-hearted banter while observing others dine. In contrast, Zhu Qizhen, youthful and unabashed, devours the food voraciously, relishing every morsel without concern for indigestion, leaving his mouth glistening with grease. Were it not for the fiery nature of the hot pot, he would have considered bringing some back for his wife. "That's enough. You should eat some vegetables," Qing remarked, noticing Zhu Qizhen's relentless appetite. "What? Is it forbidden to eat my fill?" Zhu Qizhen protested, feeling unjustly treated. "You are being cruel." Zhu Yunwen rolled his eyes and turned to Qing. "Brother, does he behave this way on the grasslands as well? I won't eat anymore." Zhu Qizhen grumbled. "Why must I watch my portions?" "Well, I haven't seen you eat less, yet you still feel wronged." Qing chuckled, shaking his head, then glanced at the elderly master. "Master, why aren't you eating?" "I lack an appetite today. I shall go practice some martial arts," Zhang Lada sighed, rising to leave, leaving Qing puzzled. Qing finished his drink and stood, saying, "Please enjoy your meal. I shall take a stroll." Zhang Lada, instead of practicing, ambled through the snow with hands clasped behind his back, his steps heavy. Qing hurried to catch up, softly inquiring, "Master, what troubles you?" He rarely witnessed his master in such a state. The old man was typically so magnanimous, seemingly impervious to the vicissitudes of life. Zhang Lada remained silent and continued his walk. Qing chose not to press further, following behind in quiet companionship. After a long while, Zhang Lada halted and sighed. "Qingzi, young Zhu has only a couple of months left." "What?" Qing's body stiffened, his complexion paling. "Master, I observe that junior brother appears to be in good spirits." "That is because I have been channeling my true energy to him," Zhang Lada replied weakly. "He fell gravely ill at the beginning of last year. Although he received timely treatment, it left lingering effects, especially at his age. However, for this time, I am powerless to assist." Qing hesitated, rendered speechless. If even the old man found himself unable to help, what could he do? "Will he last until the new year?" "Barely. I will do my best," Zhang Lada stated. If it were merely a matter of prolonging his life, that would pose no issue, but such an existence would confine young Zhu to a sick bed. Qing fell silent. understanding that Zhu Yunwen would likely detest such a fate. In his final moments, especially for someone as enlightened as Zhu Yunwen, freedom and dignity would be far more desirable than a forced extension of life. The two remained quiet for a time, until Li Qing finally asked, "Is junior brother aware?" "He is well aware of his own condition," Zhang Lada replied with a bitter smile. Li Qing gently nodded, saying, "He wishes to be buried at the Shaoling tomb." "I know this. We must certainly fulfill that wish." Zhang Lada sighed softly. "He is a dutiful and kind-hearted child." Indeed, as days passed, Zhu Yunwen grew increasingly thin, gradually wilting away. The sensation of life slipping away became ever more palpable, and even Zhu Qizhen sensed the change, refraining from provoking him further and ceasing their playful banter. Li Qing took no action, for with his master present, his intervention was unnecessary. The elderly gentleman provided continuous medical care, striving to secure time for Zhu Yunwen while ensuring his dignity remained intact. Aware of his fondness for children, Zhu Qizhen often brought his daughter to showcase her to him. Zhu Yunwen, with a cheerful smile, graciously accepted the goodwill of those around him. Gradually, he became less active, preferring to sit at the door with a book in hand and a cup of warm tea beside him. At times, he would sit in silence, lost in thought, particularly enjoying the snowy landscape in the courtyard during winter. Time is impartial and merciless. It neither slows for anyone nor spares any individual, except for Li Qing. As the 12th month approached, the weather grew colder and snow fell frequently, blanketing the surroundings in white. Everyone gravitated around Zhu Yunwen, who comfortably relished their kindness. He took pleasure in hiding some candied fruits in his sleeves, allowing him to delight little Li Hong during his visits, bringing joy to the tightly controlled child at home. He cherished the laughter of children and felt a deep sense of gratitude and contentment. However, as time passed, he eventually succumbed to illness, confined to his bed and unable to rise. Yet, he remained optimistic, with a positive outlook, determined to endure and ensure everyone could celebrate the new year joyfully. By his bedside, Li Qing held a small bowl of warm porridge, gently stirring it to cool. Once it reached a suitable temperature, he placed it on a nearby tray, leaned down to assist Yunwen in sitting up, and propped him up with a pillow for added comfort. "Today is the 8th day of the 12th month. This porridge was personally made by my senior brother. Do give it a try." A weary smile graced Zhu Yunwen's face as he replied, "My brother's culinary skills are always commendable. I must have more." Li Qing, forcing a smile, lifted the bowl of porridge, feeding it to him. The usually confident Li Qing felt a twinge of anxiety at that moment. Was it to his liking? "As delightful as ever," Zhu Yunwen affirmed with a smile. Li Qing's smile widened, though he remained unaware of its melancholy undertone. "If it's good, do have more." "Indeed, I will." One fed the porridge, the other consumed it. Creating a gentle and warm atmosphere, both were diligent yet deliberately avoiding certain topics. However, some matters are destined to be unavoidable. Setting down the bowl, Li Qing stood to assist him back to a lying position, but Zhu Yunwen gently waved his hand. "Brother, please stay and talk with me." "Very well." Li Qing nodded softly, reminiscing about the past, specifically the era of the Hanwu reign, when Zhu Yuanzhang was still vigorous, when Empress Ma was alive, when Zhu Biao was in his prime, and when Zhu Yunwen was but a child, a time when everything felt so beautiful. Chapter 37. There remains too much left unsaid. Zhu Yunwen, drained of energy, soon dozed off mid-conversation. Li Qing ceased his chatter, helping him to lie down, sitting by the bedside for a long while, slowly exhaling a heavy sigh. "Go rest," he said, patting Li Qing's shoulder. Turning to face him, Li Qing replied, "Master, go take a walk. Leave it to me." Zhang Lada said. Li Qing nodded and stepped out of the room. Upon exiting, he encountered a hurried Zhu Qizhen. "How is he now?" Zhu Qizhen inquired softly. "Is there truly no hope left?" "Alas, it is evident," came the response. Li Qing's expression was one of despondency as he stepped down from the eaves, treading on the snow with a crunching sound beneath his feet. Zhu Qizhen glanced inward, noticing that Zhu Yunwen had fallen asleep, while Zhang Lada stood guard, and then turned to follow Li Qing. He wished to utter something, yet upon observing Li Qing's melancholic silhouette, he found himself at a loss for words. Strangely, a pang of sympathy surged within Zhu Qizhen. How had Li Qing endured this journey? Despite enduring countless hardships, Zhu Qizhen understood that Li Qing was a man of deep emotions. Otherwise, he would not have preserved the lives of Zhang Wen, the Han Prince, himself, and the Ming dynasty. Zhu Qizhen could sense that profound sorrow, and he knew that the weight of despair within Li Qing far exceeded his own imaginings. Merely empathizing was almost unbearable for him. He could scarcely fathom the true anguish experienced by the one who had lived through it. He yearned to console Li Qing, yet felt that any words would be utterly inadequate. As Li Qing continued ahead, Zhu Qizhen trailed behind, the two moving quietly, leaving 2 lines of footprints in the snow. After a while, Zhu Qizhen called out, "Sir." Li Qing halted but did not turn around. "What is it?" he inquired. "It's cold. Perhaps you might enjoy a cup of wine to warm your body," Zhu Qizhen suggested. "No need. I have endured colder days," Li Qing replied, gesturing dismissively before continuing on his way. Zhu Qizhen stood in silent contemplation, realizing he could not keep pace and could only accompany him for a short while. Days passed, and the festive atmosphere of the new year enveloped Jinling, with a rich sense of celebration permeating the air. The streets were bustling with more people than usual, their faces alight with joy as they hurried to the markets to purchase New Year's goods. Tailors' shops and vegetable markets were crowded, with people jostling against one another. At home, an abundance of New Year supplies had been gathered. Couplets, door gods, and bright red lanterns adorned the house. As the old year made way for the new, Li Qing found himself averse to change and nostalgic for the past. With several days of brilliant sunshine, the ice and snow gradually melted away, ultimately transforming into clear water that seeped into the ground. Finally, the new year had arrived. On New Year's Eve, at Zhu Yunwen's request, the family once again adorned their home with couplets, door gods, and high-hanging red lanterns. The day was bright and clear, and Zhu Yunwen appeared in good spirits. The radiant sunlight dispelled the shadows within, and laughter filled the air. Under the sun, the family gathered around, enjoying sunflower seeds and candied fruits while sharing stories over tea. On this day, their smiles were more abundant than in a month, reminiscing about the beauty of the past. In the end, all that was lovely seemed to melt into the sunset, with countless tales left untold, yet arriving at their conclusion. On New Year's Eve, they did not keep vigil. Zhu Yunwen lay quietly in bed, his countenance serene, marked by acceptance and tranquility. In stark contrast stood several others. Zhu Qizhen's red envelope was clenched so tightly that it had become misshapen, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. The once sprightly old man appeared wearied, his eyes clouded with age, and his back slightly hunched. Li Qing remained impassive, his face expressionless and silent. "Master, you are the elder. It is not customary for seniors to keep vigil for juniors. Please, return to your room and rest," Li Qing gently urged. Zhang Lada said nothing, softly pushing away Li Qing's supportive hand before turning to leave. The morning hall had yet to be arranged, the room retaining the semblance of Zhu Yunjian's life. Li Qing and Zhu Qizhen kept vigil. It was a new day, a new year, yet some remained anchored in the past. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, the two lent a hand in preparing the morning hall, with Zhu Qizhen and his wife clad in white mourning attire. Zhu Yunjian, a man of modest means and lacking a vast network, had a serene morning hall. By the second day of the new year, the descendants of the Li family arrived one after another to pay their respects. The new generation of the Chao family came in person, presenting a tribute and lingering for a time, offering their condolences before departing in sorrow. Li's father also brought his son to mourn, shedding tears for a while. Subsequently, the casket was sealed. Before doing so, Zhu Qizhen draped his last remaining dragon robe over Zhu Yunjian. The old man had vanished without a trace, leaving no words behind, simply disappearing. However, Li Qing was untroubled, confident that the old man was not one to succumb to weakness, and his departure was surely for a reason. The 7-day mourning period swiftly passed. Yet, Zhang Lada had still not returned, prompting Li Qing to commence preparations for documenting Zhu Yunjian's life. After all, he was the emperor of the Ming dynasty, deserving of a dignified farewell. Little Li Hong felt despondent during these days, despite receiving numerous red envelopes for the new year. He remained unhappy. At the age of 7, he understood the gravity of death. That kind-hearted old gentleman had always treated him well, bringing him delightful treats and generous red envelopes each year. But now, that benevolent figure was gone, departed forever, leaving him to dwell alone in the earth. Huddling his knees, he sank deeper into sorrow, tears escaping his eyes. Li Qing, noticing the weeping child, approached and embraced him, softly saying, "Grandfather Zhu has merely moved to a new home. Do not cry. Godfather is lying." "I know," the little one replied with a quivering voice. "Grandfather Zhu is truly gone. Li Qing's tone remained gentle. Godfather has not deceived you. Grandfather Zhu is on his way to his new home, but he is clearly in the coffin. The journey is long and arduous, and his body is heavy. He must travel light. Li Qing consoled the little one with a tender embrace. Is that true? The child ceased his tears, feeling less sorrowful. Li Qing nodded with a smile. Indeed. 7 days later, Zhang Lada returned, carrying an exceptionally thick log, nearly a meter in diameter and close to 10 feet long, a rare specimen of exquisite golden silk nanmo. The wood of the casket was of inferior quality, unworthy of the young Zhu. Zhang Lada set down the lumber, determined not to compromise on the quality for the young Zhu, who was his cherished disciple. Indeed. Master speaks wisely, Li Qing replied hoarsely, his eyes moistening. He understood that this was the old man's preparation for him. Yet, Li Qing could not dissuade him. It was the master's choice. Such fine timber could not be wasted, so Li Qing ventured to the finest coffin shop in Jinling, investing heavily to procure the best blueprints, and subsequently purchased various carpentry tools. Upon his return, the master and disciple began cutting, polishing, and assembling the wood, both immersed in silence as they crafted the casket. During this time, Zhu Qizhen wished to assist, but was gently declined by the two. After 5 arduous days, the master and apprentice crafted an exquisite coffin made of golden silk nanmu, a burial vessel worthy of Zhu Yunjin, one that would incite envy among emperors. Li Qing gently placed Zhu Yunjin into the golden silk nanmu coffin, alongside a chronicle of his life, meticulously documenting his journey. Additionally, he included an assortment of seeds from various crops, along with poetry, historical texts, and Taoist scriptures. Zhu Yunjin had a passion for farming, for the bounty of harvests, and for the pursuit of knowledge. With such companions, he would surely not face solitude. Indeed, he would be far from lonely. Besides these treasures, he had family, his father, grandfather, and grandmother, all resting in the Shaoling Mausoleum, ensuring he would never be solitary. The Shaoling Mausoleum, guarded by troops, posed a challenge for interring a body, yet the capabilities of the master and apprentice were not to be underestimated. After several attempts to discern the patterns, they took decisive action. Under the cover of night, with the moon concealed and the winds rising, the master stood watch while the apprentice dug. Li Qing, armed with a hoe at Zhu Yuanzhang's Shaoling, worked tirelessly. With astonishing speed, within just 1 hour, he unearthed a grave deep enough to accommodate the coffin of Zhu Yunjin. Together, they carefully lowered the coffin into the grave, shoveling earth over it, while simultaneously entombing their brotherly bond and master-apprentice relationship. Once the burial was complete, Li Qing compacted the loose soil and then spread a thick layer of dry earth over the surface, treading it down until no trace remained, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Everything was impeccably executed, save for one regret, the absence of a tombstone. The two stood silently over the flattened ground for a long while, only departing when the morning star began to illuminate the eastern sky. With the absence of one family member, the home felt considerably more desolate. Zhu Qizhen, too, appeared less carefree than before, his humor diminished, as the absence of a sparring partner robbed life of much of its joy. Although the household was adorned with festive decorations, the essence of the new year was conspicuously missing. Zhu Qizhen found himself reminiscing about the last New Year celebration, recalling the vibrant atmosphere, the family feasting and laughing together, even the playful scuffles during dough preparation that he now longed for. Alas, time is a relentless thief. With Zhu Yunjin gone, the family business fell into neglect, as the master had little interest in managing it, and young Li Hong was still but a child. Thus, Li Qing entrusted the affairs to Zhu Qizhen. In Jinling, officials had seen Zhu Qizhen, yet their encounters were limited. Few dared to gaze directly at the emperor. Even the officials from the capital had not seen him in 2 years, compounded by the belief that he resided on the grasslands, as well as Zhu Qizhen's own transformation. One could say that as long as he did not don the dragon robe, he would go unrecognized. Nevertheless, for safety's sake, Li Qing advised him to be cautious when venturing out and personally redefined his appearance. Li Qing took it upon himself to shave Zhu Qizhen's beard clean, leaving only the mustache. Though the heavy sideburns were gone, Zhu Qizhen appeared utterly transformed. Delegate tasks to the servants as much as possible. You need only steer the overall direction, Li Qing instructed. You've tanned considerably on the grasslands. Make it a point to bask in the sun more often, bidding farewell to your previous delicate complexion. Understood, Zhu Qizhen replied. I won't act like a resentful woman. Li Qing, with a hint of annoyance, remarked. Unless you wish to remain confined at home indefinitely, changes must be made. Zhu Qizhen sighed softly. I understand. He presented the brief essay that Li Qing had requested, inquiring, Are you leaving now? Yes, it has been quite some time since the Lantern Festival. It is time for me to return, Li Qing replied with a gentle sigh. There are many matters still to attend to. I cannot afford to pause at this stage. Zhu Qizhen fell silent for a moment before apologetically stating, You have worked hard. I will keep an eye on things here. Li Qing smirked slightly and addressed Zhang Lada. Master, I am heading back to the capital. Very well, go ahead. Zhang Lada said, reclining in his chair, turning a page of his book without lifting his gaze. Li Qing, feeling a twinge of guilt, turned back to Zhu Qizhen and advised, Live well, show more filial piety to the old gentleman, or else when I return, I shall break your legs. Do I need you to tell me that? Zhu Qizhen replied, exasperated. Besides, I wouldn't dare provoke the old gentleman. That's good to hear, Li Qing said, giving a hum of satisfaction as he took the reins and departed. Sir, Zhu Qizhen suddenly spoke. What is it now? Li Qing turned around, his face showing impatience. With sincerity in his eyes, Zhu Qizhen quietly said, I am sorry. Li Qing paused for a moment, then smiled casually. It's all in the past. Just live well from now on. I am leaving, no need to see me off. With that, he led his horse out the door, mounting his steed. Li Qing grasped the reins and turned back once more, lingering for a while. He was uncertain what he awaited. Perhaps he hoped for the old man with the cane to bid him farewell. Yet, he would receive no such farewell. With a crack of the whip, the horse set forth, carrying Li Qing away. Those who had departed had gone, and those who remained must continue onward. Chapter 38. A senior in the household is a treasure. In the second year of the Jingtai era, late February, Li Qing returned to the capital. Having exceeded his leave by nearly a month, he felt somewhat guilty. Thus, he refrained from going home and proceeded directly to the palace. Zhu Qiyu did not express any discontent. He merely inquired briefly about the Jiangnan weaving bureau. It must be said that the new owner was quite generous. Li Qing had enjoyed a full 6 months of leave, yet his salary continued to be disbursed without a single cent missing, which he graciously accepted. While the sum was not substantial, such an attitude was rather endearing. Li Qing adhered to the principle of not disappointing the kindness of others, except in cases of blatant bribery or attempts to secure his loyalty through trivial favors. For instance, when Zhu Laosi was still the Prince of Yan, he once attempted to strip Li Qing of his military oversight rights for a mere leg of lamb. Li Qing set down his teacup and said, Your Majesty, it has been nearly 2 years since the defense of the capital. It is time to address the tribal forces on the steppes. After a 6-month respite, I wish to engage in some activities and emerge from the shadow of past losses. Not just yet, Zhu Qiyu replied with a smile. You may not be aware, but the Walla came to pay tribute before the new year. Tribute? Li Qing was taken aback for a moment. So, the court has expanded its trade relations with them, and Walla is willing to continue acknowledging the Ming dynasty's sovereignty. Zhu Qiyu's mood appeared quite buoyant. This was, after safeguarding the capital, another of his political achievements, which simultaneously elevated his political standing. The fact that the most formidable tribe on the steppes, Walla, now acknowledged his authority, was sufficient proof of his prestige among foreign entities, rivaling that of his elder brother. As the political landscape stabilizes, the northern tribes submit and pay tribute, achieving notable results in merely 2 years, which fills Zhu Qiyu with a sense of accomplishment. I have instructed the Ministry of Revenue to calculate that the furs from the steppes, after processing, can fetch a handsome price overseas, at least 3 times more than what is offered in the Ming dynasty, Zhu Qiyu remarked with a smile. However, ginseng seems to lack appeal, as only Japan and Korea recognize its value. Other nations do not regard it highly. Nevertheless, it matters not, for the Ming can fully absorb it, albeit at the cost of slightly reduced profits. He chuckled merrily, envisioning the prospect of early loan repayment. Li Qing pondered a moment before inquiring, Was this initiative proposed by Your Majesty or suggested by the officials? It is both the official suggestion and my own initiative, Zhu Qiyu responded. Noticing Li Qing's lack of the anticipated joy, he queried, Could it be that you have discerned some hidden peril? Not exactly. Li Qing shook his head slightly. Increasing trade between both parties is a mutually beneficial strategy, effectively curbing the likelihood of war. The tribes of the steppes, fierce and brutal as they may be, are ultimately seeking survival. Zhu Qiyu relaxed, jokingly quipping, I thought you might disapprove or have detected some issue. There are indeed concerns. Li Qing nodded. While it is a strategy that guarantees profit and stabilizes the borders, it is not without its drawbacks. Zhu Qizhen exclaimed in surprise, his smile fading as he furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting that this may enable Walla to grow stronger, potentially unifying the steppes? No, Walla cannot unify the steppes, Li Qing asserted decisively. Only the Tatar tribe has the potential for such unification. Well, that is a relief. Zhu Qizhen leaned back comfortably in his chair, laughing lightly. As long as Walla cannot unify the steppes, other matters are insignificant. We can profit, reduce conflicts, and ensure border stability in the face of such benefits. Minor issues are inconsequential. Li Qing lifted his teacup, taking a sip, and remarked, Your Majesty, every situation possesses dual aspects. One cannot focus solely on one side. Please, do not hesitate to elaborate, Zhu Qizhen encouraged, straightening in his seat, signaling Li Qing to continue. Are you aware of Walla's internal instability? I am indeed informed. Their envoy mentioned this during the tribute visit, Zhu Qizhen acknowledged. However, from my perspective, increasing trade will effectively enhance the prestige of Walla's leader, Boyan Timur, thus denying the Tatar tribe any opportunity. Your reasoning is sound, Li Qing agreed, but therein lies the crux of the issue. Consider, as trade flourishes, Walla grows increasingly affluent. Might not more tribes from the steppes choose to align with them? Indeed, that seems likely, Zhu Qizhen conceded with a slight nod. As you have pointed out, the tribes seek survival. They would not hesitate to choose a better option. However, as you also noted, Walla is an outsider, and thus, they struggle to achieve unification. The problem lies here, Li Qing elaborated. Walla is an outsider, possessing power but lacking legitimate status. Li Qing remarked that as an increasing number of nomadic tribes join the fray, internal conflicts are bound to intensify. The prevailing allegiance on the grasslands lies with the descendants of Genghis Khan, while the Walla are not native to these territories. With a multitude of tribes joining forces, there exists a risk of the newcomers overshadowing the established order. Moreover, trade is inherently limited and cannot possibly satisfy the demands of all tribes. The concern is not about scarcity, but rather inequality. At such a juncture, when the leaders of the various tribes rally their forces, the Walla will undoubtedly find themselves besieged. Li Qing asserted that the Walla would not withstand the pressure. They would either retreat to their homeland or be consumed by the nomadic tribes. Ultimately, this would lead to unification. Li Qing sighed, noting that the support provided by the Ming dynasty to the Walla would likely shift to the Tatars, who claimed to be the rightful heirs of the steppes. Zhu Qizhen's countenance changed. He had not anticipated that what he believed to be a brilliant strategy harbored such considerable risks. Do you have any sound plans, sir? He inquired, acknowledging the uncertainties surrounding the Walla's situation. Li Qing gently shook his head, expressing the urgency of his departure. Zhu Qizhen refrained from further comments, having recognized the severity of the matter and the significance of the ancestral treasures. The depth of Li Qing's foresight and understanding of the broader situation was truly formidable. An elder in the family is like a treasure, Zhu Qizhen mused, only to find himself questioning this notion, given Li Qing's youth. What do you require, sir? How many men do you need? Zhu Qizhen asked. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qing responded, 20,000 will suffice, 5,000 combat troops, and 15,000 for supplies. We will need ample provisions, as we must also accommodate the families of those who previously aligned with the Ming. That is agreeable, Zhu Qizhen readily affirmed, then inquired. Is 20,000 too few? It is sufficient. The last battle severely depleted the Tatar forces, and they have yet to recover, Li Qing replied. As for the Walla, they are currently in a position of seeking support from the Ming and are unlikely to turn against us. Indeed, Zhu Qizhen nodded. When shall we depart? The sooner, the better, Li Qing urged. The Walla have been embroiled in internal strife for quite some time, and continued inaction poses a risk of losing control. Zhu Qizhen, no longer hesitant, approached the imperial desk, took up a brush, and penned an edict to hand over to Li Qing. You are well acquainted with ministry, and both of you are my trusted advisors. I have little to worry about. Li Qing smiled and replied, I take my leave. Upon exiting the palace, dusk was approaching, and Li Qing decided to visit Yu Qian's residence directly. Yu Qian had not yet returned, so Li Qing engaged in light conversation with Yu Mian, amusing himself to the point where even the donkey seemed to lose interest in its fodder. As the sky darkened, Yu Qian finally returned. Noticing Li Qing's presence, a glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes, and he beamed. You have finally returned, sir. I thought you would extend your leave. I was delayed by some matters. Li Qing replied with a smile. Now that the court is tranquil, why are you still so busy? The crown prince had a lengthy lesson today. So I stayed a bit longer in the eastern palace. Qin chuckled. When did you come back? I just returned this afternoon and came to see you right after visiting the palace, Qing explained, patting the donkey before turning to Qin. I have important matters to discuss with you. Qin paused, then nodded. Let us speak in the study. Are you concerned that the Walla may not easily relinquish their power, thereby facilitating the possibility of unification among the steppes? Indeed, Qing affirmed. Qing sighed lightly. Such a situation is highly probable and must be approached with caution. If the grasslands are unified, the borders of the Ming dynasty will undoubtedly face unrest. Qin pondered. When do you plan to depart, sir? As soon as possible. Please prepare the provisions and supplies promptly. I will visit the capital to see Shiheng tomorrow. Qing replied. This is not a military engagement, so there is no need for elaborate arrangements. Simplicity and expedience are key. Understood, Qin nodded, adding, it is imperative, both for sentiment and reason, that you pay your respects to the former emperor during your visit to the grasslands. Although you cannot dictate his return, failing to acknowledge him may lead to criticism upon your return. He paused. There are many officials who harbor resentment towards you. Furthermore, it would be prudent to bring back a personal letter from the former emperor to silence some of the naysayers. Qing smiled and nodded. I am well aware of this. In fact, I have already made preparations. Chapter 39. Agreeing to agree, Qing insisted on not accepting the salary that had been entrusted to him at Qin's residence. After all, he had received assistance in caring for the donkey numerous times, and the donkey would continue to be fostered there in the future. Hence, it was sensible to offset those wages. Their relationship was strong, yet Qin's finances were not boundless, and he was far from wealthy. The following day, Qing sought out Shiheng. Shiheng immediately began to make arrangements and insisted on accompanying Qing. However, since this was not a military expedition, Qing opted for Biao instead. Why not me? Shiheng protested. Because there are too many uncontrollable factors associated with you. Qing chuckled. You are the chief commander. It would be unwise for you to leave your post so easily. Indeed, uncle, your responsibilities are considerable. This minor task can be managed by Mr. Li and myself. Biao chimed in, his enthusiasm palpable. One does not use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. You rascal, Shiheng retorted, nearly fuming with indignation. Are you seeking a fight? Biao's smile faded as he calmly remarked. Uncle, you know you cannot best me. Nonsense. Just be mindful not to embarrass yourself later. Do not blame your nephew for being merciless, Biao quipped, raising an eyebrow. Shiheng gritted his teeth. You are truly filial. He then turned to Qing, scoffing. I do not care. I intend to go. No, you shall not accompany us. To the grasslands? Very well. I have been waiting for you. When do we depart? Qing stated. Provisions, supplies, and soldiers were already being arranged, with the timeline set for 5 to 7 days, and no longer than 10. Be cautious this time. We must ensure that those who speak the Han language do not inadvertently reveal the former emperor's secret. I am well aware. Qing nodded. I have left several dozen elite guards as personal protectors. I will bring them along, but they will require space to move. Qing smiled. That is not an issue. I will station the main force outside, just as we did last time. Is that feasible? Qing hesitated. Sir, this situation is different from last time. Previously we launched a surprise attack, but this time it is impossible to retreat quickly with families in tow. I understand. Which is why we will approach this openly, Qing proclaimed with confidence. This time, we will directly demand the people from the new Tatar leader. What if he refuses? Refuses? Qing laughed. We will eliminate him. A starving camel is still larger than a horse. It could lead to a deadlock. Then let us eliminate him together. Qing declared boldly. Moreover, do they dare to provoke a standoff? What virtue do the Tatar tribes possess these days? One might wonder. Humph, whether they consent or not. They must ultimately comply. Otherwise, the mighty Ming shall dispatch hundreds of thousands of troops to trample them into submission. Qing, a man of valor, does not need to say much. This expedition is for his direct kin in the grasslands. Even Qing fears not, so what is there for him to dread? Qing instructed, prepare swiftly and await my signal. Understood, Qing nodded. Once Qing had arranged matters for several individuals, he found himself at leisure, venturing into the streets to procure wine and meat. At noon, he dined alone at home, indulging in rich delicacies. Suddenly, a resounding knock echoed at the door. Instinctively, Qing moved to retrieve the provisions, having learned his lesson from a previous incident where he was reprimanded by the old man for indulging alone. However, recalling that the old man was currently in Jinling, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Leaning back comfortably in his chair, he languidly inquired, "Who is it?" "I am a servant sent by Her Majesty the Empress Dowager to pay my respects to you," came the voice of Zhen Er. Li Qing surmised that her visit was likely regarding Zhu Qizhen. After some contemplation, he thought it wise to seize the opportunity for his own gain. "Come in," he said, opening the door. Zhen Er entered, performing a slight bow before he closed the door behind her. She bowed again, "My lord. The Empress Dowager wishes for you to persuade the retired emperor to return. Sun's family remains persistent, though her grandson is still the crown prince. His position is not entirely secure. If Zhu Qiyu were resolute, he could still replace the crown prince. Only the return of the son would guarantee absolute certainty." Li Qing understood this logic, yet he remained indifferent. The prospect of returning was utterly implausible. Life in Jinling was prosperous and tranquil, with family warmth and comfort. Zhu Qizhen would not dream of returning. "That is no issue," Li Qing nodded. "As a subject, it is only proper to advise the retired emperor. However, cough, you comprehend my meaning, do you not?" Zhen Er was speechless. She had never encountered a man like Li Qing. Nodding, she replied, "The Empress Dowager has promised that if you can bring back the retired emperor, a reward of 1,000 taels of gold awaits you." This was the utmost price Sun's family could offer. Despite her status as Empress Dowager, even the emperor must pay his respects to her. Her wealth was not vast, as the royal treasury and the inner vaults were beyond her control. Sun's financial resources stemmed from the emperor's reverence and the expenditures of the inner palace. The latter bore significant profits, yet not to an outrageous extent, and she still had to support her maternal family. Sun could not compare to the likes of Zhen Er, who was immensely wealthy. Cough, you misinterpret my intent," Zhen Er stammered, realizing she had underestimated Li Qing. Embarrassed, she smiled, saying, "There is no need for my lord to refuse. This is the Empress Dowager's generous gift." "Oh no, what I meant was, could we possibly arrange for a deposit first?" Li Qing felt a twinge of shyness. He knew he could not bring Zhu Qizhen back, regardless of whether Sun promised 1,000, 10,000, or even 100,000 taels. He would not see a single coin. Just a mere pretext to solicit an advance payment. Zhen Er's lips twitched as she retracted her earlier thoughts. She was astounded. How could a minister attempt to extort the Empress Dowager? Not daring to offend Li Qing, she steeled herself and replied, "I can speak on your behalf regarding this matter." "Well, I appreciate your assistance," Li Qing smiled. "If the Empress Dowager could grant an early reward, it would certainly bolster my motivation." "Your words shall be conveyed," Zhen Er replied, executing a slight bow before departing. "Be sure to convey them." Li Qing raised his voice to add that time waits for no one. In just a few days, he would set forth. Zhen Er paused. Yet she did not look back, for she had already lost her composure. "I understand, my lord." The Sun family was indeed willing to invest. As the next day they sent 200 taels of gold with Zhen Er, Li Qing could hardly contain his joy. His meager salary as a 7th-rank official was hardly sufficient for his needs, yet with just a few words, he had secured enough to sustain him for 20 years. However, while he accepted the gold, Li Qing was not one to alter his principles for material gain. He could accept the money, but Zhu Qizhen could not be allowed to return. That evening, Li Qing went to the Yiqing Tower to listen to music and drink, indulging himself in a moment of leisure. After several days of relaxation, Qian and Shi Hong prepared themselves accordingly. Without hesitation, Li Qing greeted Zhu Qiyu and then made his way to the grasslands of the northern desert. By the end of February, the army set out. Li Qing began to strategize and refine his plans, preparing for future endeavors. Throughout history, the Central Plains had faced numerous calamities originating from the north, and thus the northern desert grasslands could not be overlooked. Li Qing did not dare to hope that a single expedition to the grasslands would ensure lasting peace. But he was confident that with proper maneuvering, he could at least manage to divide and weaken the power of the grasslands for the next 2 decades. The Walla could not expand too much. It was not the unification of the grasslands that he feared, but rather their self-destructive inflation. The grasslands could not afford to lose the Walla. Without this external influence, the grasslands would inevitably unify, while diminishing the power of the grasslands. It was also essential to strengthen the Ming dynasty. Li Qing mused quietly, wondering if that Chu Saboyan teamer still retained his former innocence. "Sir, the meal is here," Shi Biao announced as he approached with dishes of wine and meat, urging him to eat. and to set aside his troubling thoughts, for there would be ample time on the road. Li Qing set aside his musings, smiling and nodding. You speak wisely. Please call Hiyong to join us for a meal. All right, fine. Shi Biao was somewhat reluctant, still burdened by past grievances, yet he did not object, turning to leave the command tent. Before long, Hiyong entered alongside Shi Biao, and the three of them sat down to eat and drink. Although Hiyong was currently part of the Jinyue, this was merely a temporary arrangement. He was destined for a military career in the future. Li Qing sought to ease the tension between the two men to prevent any discord should they find themselves fighting side by side. Despite their mutual reluctance, both men showed respect to Li Qing, and the meal proceeded harmoniously. In the following days, at every meal, Li Qing invited the two men to join him. As they dined together, the relationship between them gradually improved. Though they were not yet at the point of sharing everything, they were no longer at a loss for conversation. By fostering their relationship, Li Qing was enhancing the overall strength of the military commanders, albeit modestly, yet any improvement was better than none. Li Qing could be said to have devoted his heart and soul to the welfare of the Ming dynasty's military. Chapter 40. This must not happen again. More than a month later, the army was stationed. What? You want me to stay here indefinitely? What a joke. Shi Biao shook his head vigorously, adamantly refusing. I will not do it. This is not a negotiation. It is an order, Li Qing replied calmly. I am an imperial envoy. Do you dare to defy me? Why should I? Shi Biao protested. Did I come all this way just to be a placeholder? If you won't let me go, then what am I even here for? Am I truly rendered useless? How could that be the case? Li Qing reassured him gently, stating that your presence is crucial for maintaining order. With you here, the Tartars will recognize that the Ming army has arrived and will refrain from reckless actions. Furthermore, the numerous families accompanying us will rely on the individuals you have brought for their protection. Li Qing continued with kind words. Achieving military merit is not solely dependent on victories in battle. The influx of such a significant population into the Ming dynasty is indeed a commendable contribution. Indeed, that is a valid point. Hiyong chimed in, asserting that as long as you stand here, who would dare to challenge us? Conversely, should we actually bring a large army into the enemy's camp, it would convey a sense of declaration of war. Under such circumstances, even if the enemy is reluctant to engage, they would have no choice but to fight. Li Qing nodded in agreement. Your presence here serves as our steadfast support. I shall accompany you, leaving him behind. Shi Biao pointed at Hiyong, declaring that regardless of the circumstances, he could not permit him to take risks alone. No, Li Qing firmly declined, stating that he was merely a Jin E-town protector, incapable of commanding troops, and no one would heed his orders. Noticing Shi Biao's insistence, Li Qing added, upon our return, I shall teach you some of my most secret techniques. I knew it. Shi Biao retorted, vexed, you have indeed kept something back from me. Enough of this banter. Will you learn or not? It is far too perilous. If you choose not to bring me, that is acceptable, but surely bringing along 5,000 elite troops is feasible, while I oversee the remaining 15,000 supply soldiers. Shi Biao asserted that even if negotiations were to falter, you would still be able to endure until I come to your rescue. In such a scenario, even with 5,000 elite soldiers, it would still be insufficient. Even if we awaited your assistance, Li Qing persistently refused, coldly stating, Shi Biao, do not act impulsively. My intention in bringing you is for the greater good. If it were a matter of engaging in battle, I would have brought your uncle instead. After a pause, he added, the interests of the Ming dynasty take precedence. Understand this. I am not discussing with you, but issuing a command. Suit yourself. Shi Biao turned his head away, dismissing the matter. Now that is more like it. Li Qing smiled approvingly, then patted his shoulder, earnestly saying, have you forgotten what I once told you? Shi Biao hesitated. Li Qing continued, you are a military general, not a reckless fool. He pointed at the soldiers surrounding them, emphasizing that you must take responsibility for them and for the Ming dynasty. As the commander, the gravest error is to act on impulse. One must analyze situations calmly, weigh the pros and cons, and make the most favorable decision. That is the code of a true general, not merely a matter of loyalty. Alas, I understand, Shi Biao sighed dejectedly, his shoulders slumping as he weakly said, grant me some time. Li Qing smiled, 5 days. If you do not return by then, it will signify that we have encountered trouble, and you are to lead the troops back to the capital and report to His Majesty accordingly. All right, understood, Shi Biao muttered. Be cautious. If you truly perish on the grasslands, His Majesty will not spare me. Rest assured, they will not dare to detain me. Li Qing replied confidently with a smile, and let us await good news. The following afternoon, Li Qing and his entourage were intercepted near the Tartar encampment. The Ming army, comprising 20,000 troops, was not far from the Tartars, and scouts had already reported their presence. Upon seeing Li Qing and his companions dressed in Han attire, they became increasingly anxious. Surely, the Ming does not intend to declare war? Let your new Grand Minister come forth to meet us, He Yong proclaimed loudly. 2 years have passed, and with the changes in attire and demeanor, this group of nomads failed to recognize him. What does the Ming intend to do? The leader inquired. We are not here to declare war, merely to discuss a few matters with your esteemed chieftain, Li Qing replied with a smile. We number less than 50. Surely we cannot pose a threat to your chieftain, can we? The group of nomads exchanged glances, at a loss for how to respond. If he chooses not to come, will you not allow us entry? Li Qing jested. The Tatar tribe fears merely a handful of us. Upon hearing this, the faces of the group flushed with embarrassment. The leader stepped forward, asking, the Ming truly does not come to wage war against us? If the Ming intended to initiate conflict, would they resort to subterfuge? Li Qing chuckled. The man paused, then, without further hesitation, gestured for them to enter. By the time they reached the Tatar camp, evening had descended. Li Qing remained at ease, while He Yong was filled with nostalgia and sighed deeply. What? Do you wish to remain on the grasslands? Li Qing teased. He Yong smiled ruefully. Not at all. I merely find that looking back at past efforts now seems rather naive. The grasslands have long since lost the strength to vie for supremacy in the Central Plains. It was nothing more than a fanciful notion. He sighed again. Even if a king were to unify the grasslands, it would not be enough to overturn the Ming. Li Qing chuckled softly and sighed. If only everyone on the grasslands possessed your level of insight, the Ming would have much less to worry about. To be frank, becoming subjects of the Ming would be a blessing for them. That is quite difficult. He Yong shook his head. 99% of them remain immersed in the glories of the past, unwilling to confront reality. Indeed, but there will come a day when they will see clearly. Li Qing said confidently. I believe that as time passes, more and more will come to recognize the truth. He Yong merely smiled, offering no rebuttal. After a while, a rugged man, flanked by his guards, entered the tent. It's you? Both Li Qing and He Yong exclaimed in surprise. And you? The rugged man was equally astonished, soon feeling a twinge of guilt. He had been the quickest to flee during that final battle, returning to the grasslands first. Realizing he could no longer survive among the Tatars, he quickly began consolidating resources, intending to ally with the Walla, but upon learning of his leader's capture, he opted for a complete overhaul and emerged as the new leader of the Tatars. Now, facing his former leader, he felt a pang of shame, having betrayed him in the past. Then, recalling something, he asked, were you the ones last time? Indeed, Li Qing readily acknowledged, smiling. Chieftain, please take a seat. We have come precisely regarding that matter. The rugged man, observing Li Qing's cheerful demeanor, felt a sense of dread and hesitated to approach. He had intimately experienced Li Qing's prowess and ruthlessness. After all, this was a man bold enough to confront even his own emperor. How could he not be fearful? Speak plainly if you have something to say. There is no need for pretenses, he asserted with bravado, though he instinctively stepped back, retreating behind his guards. The Ming is not here to engage in battle, yet if you desire conflict, the Ming is more than willing to oblige, Li Qing remarked with amusement. How curious that a dignified chieftain should exhibit such trepidation. Do you truly believe I could devour you? The rugged man's face flushed with embarrassment as he recalled that this was his territory. With only a few dozen men on Li Qing's side, he felt reassured. Everyone, step back, he commanded his guards, moving forward to take a seat. Speak, what is the matter? Li Qing replied, it isn't anything of great consequence. Remember the last time when we took away 4,000 warriors? Are you planning to employ that tactic again? The rugged man's expression darkened. No. We have come this time to alleviate your burden, Li Qing continued with a smile. With the loss of young warriors, the value of the elderly, weak, and women diminishes significantly. It would be more prudent to hand them over to the Ming, thus reducing food consumption. Who says they are of no use? They can tend to cattle and sheep, the rugged man countered. Li Qing responded coolly, listen carefully, I am not here to negotiate with you. You, the rugged man exclaimed in anger. Yes, we are far from being a match for the Ming, but do not overstep your bounds. Yesterday you abducted people. Today you are seizing them. Do you think I have no temper? Hand over these people to me, and the Ming will no longer come to abduct or seize anyone. Li Qing stated firmly. This is the will of our emperor. See for yourself. Li Qing produced the guarantee from Zhu Qizhen. If you do not trust me, do you not trust the emperor of the Ming? A sovereign's word is as good as gold. The rugged man, upon seeing the document sealed with the imperial stamp, felt his agitation slowly subside. This is the last time, he muttered. It cannot happen again. Chapter 41. The crisis of Walla. Everything unfolded as Li Qing had anticipated, and he effortlessly acquired over 12,000 individuals, a considerable gain. With their addition, not only could the loyalty of those who had sided with the Ming be secured, but the increase in the Mongolian population would also positively influence future recruitment from the steppe tribes. However, Li Qing's purpose in coming to the grasslands was not solely for this. There was a more pressing matter at hand, and this was merely a secondary concern. Addressing the persistent issue of Walla was of utmost importance. Shibiao, you need not wait any longer. Take these individuals back, Li Qing instructed. I must make a trip to Walla. With so many people in tow, your progress will be slow. I will catch up with you once I have completed my task. This time, Shibiao did not protest. Walla had always been respectful towards the Ming, and even the Tatars dared not act against Li Qing. Walla would certainly not do so either. The two parties had just signed a trade agreement, and Walla looked forward to conducting business with the Ming. Shibiao was well aware of this and felt no apprehension. Very well, Shibiao replied. Once you are done, hurry back to join the main force. I find it quite dull to be alone. I hope you will quickly impart your skills to me. Rest assured, I keep my promises. I will certainly teach you. Li Qing responded with a smile, adding, those women and children will soon belong to the Ming as well. Do not let them go hungry. They must be well fed. We have brought more than enough food. We want to be able to eat it all. Shibiao nodded. Your prompt return is what truly matters. Indeed. I shall take my leave now. Given that a single person holds little weight and is not easily trusted, Li Qing decided to bring along a contingent of the Jinyui. Half a month later, just miles away from the Walla camp, they encountered a scout from Walla. Li Qing announced his identity, and the scout briefly verified it before leading him to the Walla camp. After all, Li Qing had only a few dozen men with him, which posed no threat to Walla, and currently, the Tatars dared not harbor any ambitions towards Walla. There was not a hint of friction between the two parties. Everything proceeded remarkably smoothly. That afternoon, Li Qing and his companions arrived at the camp of the Walla. Upon their arrival, they were warmly welcomed with fine wine and sumptuous meat, after which Bayan Timur personally came forth. He scanned the surroundings and noted that, apart from Li Qing, the others appeared to be natives of the grasslands, albeit all donned in official Han attire, particularly He Yong, whose flamboyant fish-scaled robe was especially eye-catching. Are you truly people of the Ming dynasty? He queried, a hint of skepticism in his tone. Absolutely, Li Qing replied with a smile. The Tatar people would not travel such a distance to Walla merely for a feast, would they? Bayan Timur paused, then chuckled softly. Indeed, if they were to come, they would not do so for just this. After a brief moment, he inquired, may I ask what brings you esteemed friends from the Ming to our Walla? Li Qing wiped his greasy hands and rose, stating, I am an imperial envoy, dispatched by His Majesty. Bayan Timur hesitated. He found himself partially convinced. Yet the small size of the envoy seemed somewhat lacking, even shabby. How can you prove your identity? I bear an imperial edict. Li Qing produced a bright yellow document. This is the emperor's command. The Ming has just signed a trade agreement with you. You may compare the handwriting with that of His Majesty. Bayan Timur stepped forward and took the document with both hands, unfolding it for inspection. Having spent some time in the Ming previously, he was quite familiar with the Han script and found himself believing it at first glance. Upon examining the seal at the end, his doubts dissipated entirely. He took a few steps back and, lifting his robe, bowed deeply. I, Chua Lu Si Buyen Timur, humbly request your Majesty's peace. May your esteemed self be at peace, Li Qing responded, standing with an air of dignity. He then moved forward to assist Buyen Timur to his feet, smiling as he remarked, it is truly a pleasure to meet you in person, Your Highness, the hero of Shunning Ning. Too kind, Buyen Timur replied courteously. Smiling, the imperial envoy overstates my worth. For reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable familiarity with Li Qing, as though they had crossed paths long ago. Yet he was entirely certain they had not met before. How strange, Buyen Timur mused, scratching his head, then dismissed the odd thought and turned to his guards. Quickly prepare a lavish feast. I shall host the Ming envoy and all our Ming brethren. The envoy representing the emperor in the Ming. is regarded as a figure of higher rank than the officials themselves. Thus, Buyan Timur was determined not to show any lack of respect. Half an hour later, a table laden with roasted lamb, mutton soup, cheese, and mare's milk wine was set before them. Li Qing and Buyan Timur sat facing each other, with He Yong seated beside them. How odd, Buyan Timur thought. This Jinui seems somewhat familiar. He found himself puzzled, but managed to conceal his confusion as he raised his wine bowl in a toast. I toast to the envoy. Your Highness is too gracious. Li Qing smiled, clinking his bowl with Buyan Timur's before downing the contents in one go. He Yong, enamored with the mare's milk wine, guzzled it down with gusto. Their exuberance ignited Buyan Timur's spirits, prompting him to call for more wine. In contrast to the Han, Mongolian drinking culture is straightforward. It's all about drinking. Buyan Timur and He Yong, one a leader of the Walla and the other a former leader of the Tatar, possessed remarkable drinking capacities, while Li Qing, though seemingly unassuming, had a reputation for an extraordinary tolerance. The trio consumed 2 large jars of wine, only stopping when Buyan Timur and He Yong could no longer drink another drop. Li Qing observed the flushed yet relatively sober Buyan Timur and could not help but nod inwardly, pondering to himself. This fellow certainly has a commendable tolerance for alcohol, far superior to his brother. Buyan Timur, however, was taken aback. Everyone was consuming their drinks in equal measure, devoid of any trickery. Yet he found himself 6 parts intoxicated while Li Qing appeared utterly unaffected. He secretly mused, am I truly outdrunk by a Han? Grateful for the hospitality of Prince Shunning. Let us now turn to the matter at hand. Not wishing to consume any more mare's milk wine, Li Qing promptly shifted to the main topic, sensing Buyan Timur's lingering dissatisfaction. Upon hearing this, Buyan Timur had no choice but to acquiesce, nodding and inquiring. What edict does His Majesty convey? It is not an edict. I am here as an imperial envoy, sent to extricate Walla from its predicament, Li Qing replied with a smile. To extricate Walla? Indeed. Though the situation may seem favorable for Walla at present, it is fraught with peril. Li Qing sighed, remarking that as Walla expands and grows, the internal discord also intensifies. I imagine Prince Shunning must be quite troubled by this. Buyan Timur was initially taken aback, then astonished, and subsequently clasped his hands together in respect, exclaiming, His Majesty is indeed wise. He turned to Li Qing and confessed, to be candid, we have encountered some minor issues. Li Qing chuckled and shook his head. Prince Shunning is truly audacious. What you deem minor issues appear to me as significant troubles. It seems Prince Shunning may not require my assistance after all. Minor issues? Buyan Timur paused, then shook his head with a smile, stating, while there are indeed some issues, they are not as grave as the envoy suggests. It appears that officials of the Ming dynasty tend to exaggerate matters, or perhaps they seek to exploit the situation. I must remain cautious, Buyan Timur thought, the effects of the wine diminishing. Unexpectedly, Li Qing's subsequent words rendered him entirely sober. Walla is not favored by the Mongols, and the number of people in Walla is exceedingly limited. There is now a risk of being overshadowed, and as Walla grows, its power will ultimately be consumed by local forces. Li Qing asserted, the current situation is not only precarious, but nearly insurmountable. The Ming has signed substantial trade agreements with you, leading to increasing wealth. As your riches accumulate, so too will your need for military strength. Only by bolstering your power can you safeguard your wealth. Should you refuse to accept the fragmented forces from the steppe, they will unite against you or be consolidated by the Tartars, posing a significant threat to your prosperous state. Conversely, if you do accept them, the power of Walla will gradually wane and inevitably lead to its absorption. Li Qing remarked, such a perilous predicament, and Prince Shunning dares to label it as minor. He is indeed a hero, and I hold him in the highest regard. Rising to his feet, he continued, initially, His Majesty was concerned for Walla's plight, but it seems Prince Shunning has already devised a strategy, and it is the Ming who need to be more vigilant. He and Yong also stood, bowing slightly to Buyan Timur, preparing to depart together. Hold on, envoy. Buyan Timur urgently called out, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He was aware of the issues, but had not anticipated their severity. Now, upon hearing Li Qing's words, he comprehended the gravity of the situation, realizing it had escalated to a matter of life and death. The Ming dynasty's terror extends even to distant lands, revealing insights that surpass those of myself. The leader of the Walla, Buyan Timur, both astonished and filled with trepidation, swallowed hard, recalling his father's dying words, son, Remember to remain loyal to the emperor of the Ming. With this thought, Baryon Timur set aside his pride, grasping Li Qing's arm and humbly imploring, "This king is foolish. I hope the esteemed envoy will not take offense. I beseech the Ming to extend a hand of assistance to the loyal Walla." Li Qing paused momentarily before responding with solemnity. "Since Prince Shunning lacks the means to resolve the issue, the Ming shall assist you. Do not worry, Prince Shunning. I affirm with utmost sincerity that our Ming shall never abandon loyal subjects." The righteousness of the Ming moved Baryon Timur to the brink of tears as he clasped Li Qing's hand, deeply touched. Truly, Baryon Timur was a simple-hearted man. Li Qing reciprocated the gesture, his expression earnest. Chapter 42. Someone must play the villain. Though Li Qing's words contained an element of persuasion, they were not mere fabrications. The situation in Walla was indeed perilous. If it continued to evolve in this manner, an explosion was inevitable. This fact was indisputable. Furthermore, Li Qing could not permit the downfall of Walla. Should such a calamity occur, the Mongols would likely unify. Although the Ming could suppress this, the cost would be significantly greater, and the effectiveness would pale in comparison to the present circumstances. "What should I do, Your Highness?" Baryon Timur inquired anxiously. Li Qing smiled slightly, responding, "It is simple. Fight." Baryon Timur furrowed his brow, asking, "Fight whom?" "Strike those whom you find displeasing," Li Qing advised. "The purpose of fighting is to enhance your prestige. Currently, Walla possesses the greatest overall strength on the grasslands. Why not assert your dominance? Wouldn't that incite hatred?" Baryon Timur hesitated. As Li Qing pointed out, Walla had never been favored by the locals, and indiscriminate warfare would only complicate matters further down the line. "Your Highness, that notion is misguided," Li Qing countered. "The more forceful and fierce Walla appears, the more it can intimidate others. On the grasslands, might dictates kingship. Moreover, engaging in external warfare is always the most effective means of resolving internal conflicts." After a brief pause, Li Qing continued, "Through warfare, Walla's strength can be elevated even further. As your power grows, those who were previously ambivalent will become more loyal, for they will realize that separating from you not only leads to hardship, but also the fear of retribution. Their loyalty will only deepen." Baryon Timur nodded slowly, recognizing that constant warfare could indeed address many issues and fortify Walla, although the cost would be considerable. He sighed, "Even with the support of the Ming, Walla may struggle to bear such expenses." "That is of little concern," Li Qing replied. "The Ming can lend you a portion of funds, which you may repay gradually once you have resolved your issues. Additionally, the Ming can provide you with firearms, large quantities of them." Baryon Timur was taken aback, then felt a surge of exhilaration. With the addition of artillery, their already advantageous position in battle would become overwhelmingly powerful. However, a sense of disbelief lingered in his mind. Why would the Ming assist Walla to such an extent? Li Qing smiled and remarked, "For all these years, has the Ming dynasty not consistently supported the Walla?" Baryon Timur was momentarily taken aback. This was indeed the truth. The assistance the Ming had extended to Walla over the years was substantial. Without the Ming's backing, Walla would have long been obliterated by the once formidable Tatars. Li Qing continued, "The Ming does not speak in riddles. The purpose of supporting Walla is clear to Shunning Wang. Thus, he need not doubt the Ming's intentions. The Ming would not harm you. Without Walla, the grasslands would be more detrimental than beneficial for the Ming." Li Qing earnestly stated, "We share a common adversary. Walla is loyal to the Ming. If we do not aid you, who else shall we assist?" Baryon Timur nodded gently, no longer skeptical of the Ming's sincerity. However, he soon expressed concern, tentatively suggesting, "If Walla were to unify the grasslands, that would be even better." Li Qing chuckled. "The Ming naturally hopes for Walla to lead the grasslands, fostering a bond akin to family among rulers and subjects. Would that not be ideal?" This statement was merely a facade. For the Ming, it was unacceptable for anyone to unify the grasslands. Currently, a continually warring grassland was a healthy one. Should their energies not be expended on internal strife, they would inevitably turn their vigor toward the borders of the Ming. Yet, this was not Li Qing's ultimate goal. His singular objective was integration. As Walla stirred turmoil across the grasslands, the Ming could emerge as the benevolent force, hastening Walla's embrace of the Ming, thereby fostering a more effective pacification of the grassland tribes. Li Qing brimmed with confidence, believing that as long as Baryon Timur adhered to his counsel, Walla could not only resolve its internal conflicts, but also gradually grow stronger. As Walla became increasingly formidable, the living space of many tribes on the grasslands would be further constricted. At that point, the Ming would only need to offer slight incentives, such as bestowing titles upon the chieftains of the tribes that sought refuge, to ensure a steady influx of allegiance. Once a critical mass of defectors accumulated, the Ming could initiate expansion towards the northern desert, ultimately encompassing the entire grassland within its domain. Admittedly, this process would require considerable time, perhaps spanning generations, but it was the most prudent, economical, and effortless method, allowing the Ming to avoid direct military engagement and the resultant fierce resistance from the grasslands. The Ming had consistently played the role of the benevolent benefactor. Thus, a lasting peace could be secured. Life resembles a theatrical performance, with some portraying the heroes and others the villains. Since there must be a villain, why not allow Walla to take on that role? Li Qing aspired for the Ming to be the hero. As for whether Walla would become strong enough to unify the grasslands, Li Qing harbored no concerns. That was absurd. How many people comprised Walla? The grasslands boasted a population of several million, and Walla's numbers were simply insufficient. Furthermore, even if Walla did indeed grow, the Ming could simply halt trade, and the universally despised Walla would crumble in disarray. Thus, there was no need for concern. Expanding territory is not as straightforward as it seems, especially as the Ming was currently in a period of peace, unlike the chaotic end of the Yuan dynasty. Employing violent methods to broaden territory would be neither wise nor economically viable. Even if forced expansion were achieved, it would only yield a plethora of problems. The only approach that Li Qing could conceive was this relatively mild method. Although it required a longer duration, it was ultimately more secure. Subsequently, Li Qing contemplated the future development direction of the Walla and provided Boyan Timur with a clear path. While he was utilizing the Walla, he was not entirely indifferent to their welfare. His genuine intention was to prevent their demise. Though his motives were aligned with the interests of the Ming dynasty, they could also benefit the Walla. Boyan Timur was nowhere near Li Qing's cunning. Not only he, but even the astute individuals within the court were no match for Li Qing. After listening to Li Qing's theories, he could not help but exclaim inwardly, "Remarkable, truly remarkable." If they adhered to the developmental trajectory that Li Qing had established, the Walla would undoubtedly become even more formidable in the future. Their conversation grew increasingly harmonious, culminating in a toast. Li Qing chuckled, suggesting, "You provide the manpower and the Ming will supply the funds, all for the stability of the grasslands. Cheers." Boyan Timur raised his wine bowl and drank it down, neglecting to consider that the funds from the Ming were not a gift, but a debt to be repaid. Nevertheless, even with this caveat, Boyan Timur held no grievances, for this was indeed the optimal solution to their internal challenges and a means to strengthen the Walla. Li Qing lingered for 3 days, during which Boyan Timur treated him with abundant food and drink, and they conversed freely, ultimately establishing a detailed and feasible plan. On the day of departure, Boyan Timur personally saw him off for 300 miles. 10 days later, Li Qing's party reunited with the main forces. Before he could catch a moment's rest, Shi Biao approached him, eager to learn the skills he had acquired. In truth, Li Qing had little to impart, merely sharing the techniques of breath regulation and energy cultivation. To be precise, this was not martial arts, but rather a method of maintaining health. Yet, Shi Biao regarded it as a treasure, for practicing it would invigorate his spirit and boost his vitality. Once he had sent Shi Biao on his way, Li Qing finally found leisure, spending his days in a relaxed manner, appreciating the splendid scenery of the grasslands. The thought of the grasslands eventually becoming part of the Ming dynasty filled him with even greater joy. Traveling with a family in tow had slowed their pace considerably, taking over 2 months to return to the capital. By the time Li Qing arrived home, it was already July. Without pausing for rest, he changed his clothes and entered the palace, recounting the entire journey across the grasslands to Zhu Qizhen. Upon hearing the account, Zhu Qizhen could not help but exclaim in applause, "Your strategy is truly ingenious, absolutely marvelous. This venture will surely incorporate the grasslands into the Ming territory." His heart surged with excitement. Territorial expansion had always been the foremost ambition of emperors. Any achievement paled in comparison to the expansion of territory, especially when that territory encompassed the vast northern grasslands. Who would not be exhilarated? This was an accomplishment that even the founding Emperor Taizu and Emperor Taizong had not attained. With this alone, Zhu Qizhen would secure his place among the illustrious sovereigns in future historical records. Zhu Qizhen regarded Li Qing with sincere and earnest eyes, stating, "I wish to reward you generously." "There is no need." Li Qing waved his hand dismissively. I seek not for that. Zhu Qizhen replied. Whether it is of value to you is one matter, but rewarding you is my prerogative. Li Qing was not the type to turn his back on monetary rewards. If the emperor insisted on bestowing a gift, one ought to show some respect. How much gold will the emperor reward me? Gold. Zhu Qizhen responded decisively. Too trivial and too mundane. I simply adore the mundane. Li Qing expressed his confusion. What reward does the emperor intend to bestow upon me? Earl Yongqing. Chapter 43. Reinstatement. As Earl Yongqing, Li Qing was momentarily taken aback, then sighed. Your Majesty, allow me to speak. Listen to me. Zhu Qizhen interrupted. You are already Earl Yongqing. Even without this title, given your contributions to the Ming dynasty, you are deserving of a noble title, or even a royal one. I have conferred upon you the title of Earl not out of reluctance, but to protect your secret. With resignation, Li Qing replied, Your Majesty, this strategy seems rather unrefined. If you publicly confer the title of Earl upon me, it may inadvertently alert the Walla, resulting in more harm than good. That is indeed a valid point. Zhu Qizhen conceded, this matter should not be made public. Let us approach it from another angle. Li Qing was no longer keen on being Earl Yongqing. To him, titles had lost their significance. What mattered was gaining the trust of the emperor, and being reinstated as Earl Yongqing would hinder his actions. Let us consider a different reward. Li Qing suggested, perhaps a brief respite. After such a long journey, I am indeed weary. No, I shall not change it. It is settled, Zhu Qizhen insisted. If you are fatigued, rest is what you deserve. The emperor was quite stubborn, and Li Qing, amused, remarked, I am not in need of sustenance. The title of Earl holds no value for me. It is merely a facade. This title rightfully belongs to you. I am merely returning it, Zhu Qizhen stated. My decision is made, do not press further. Compared to a title, I would prefer gold, Li Qing declared. Zhu Qizhen sighed inwardly, truly selfless. How could I let him feel wronged? Very well, Earl it is. After much persuasion, Zhu Qizhen remained resolute, more obstinate than a donkey at home, leaving Li Qing without a retort. Upon returning home, Li Qing intended to take a bath to unwind when Zhen Er hurried in. My lord, did the retired emperor not accompany you back? Zhen Er inquired. I have said all that needed to be said, my words nearly worn thin. Yet the retired emperor refuses to return, Li Qing lamented. He claims that he is content with his current life and does not wish to disrupt the existing order of the Ming. As he spoke, Li Qing retrieved a letter from his bosom. This is a correspondence from the retired emperor, meant for the emperor but forgotten in the rush. Please take it back to the Empress Dowager. He paused, adding, and kindly inform the Empress Dowager that once she has read the letter, it should be returned to the emperor. Zhen Er accepted the letter, casting a glance at Li Qing. Her lips parted as if to speak, yet she ultimately said nothing, offering a slight bow before departing. Surely, the 200 taels of gold shall not be reclaimed, Li Qing mused. Once it has entered my mouth, there is no reason to regurgitate it. I shall not yield it. What? Li Qing is to be conferred a title of Earl? He is but a mere minor official. What merit does he possess? Earl Yongqing? Is it fate that Li Qing should be granted such a title? I, too, share the surname Li. Perhaps I shall change my name to Li Qing tomorrow. Voices of dissent echoed throughout the court. The title of Earl bestowed upon Li Qing was met with widespread discontent. The root of their ire lay in the fact that Li Qing was simply too polarizing. Had it been anyone else receiving the title, their reactions would not have been so unrestrained. Since Li Qing entered the court, the civil officials' faction began to decline. With every dissent, Li Qing's influence was unmistakably present. He was indeed a cunning individual. Though some aspects remained obscure, the instigator was still discernible. Li Qing is conferred a marquisate. May the heavens strike him. This sentiment resonated among a segment of officials, albeit a minority, especially after a significant number were eliminated by Zhu Qizhen. The remaining skeptics largely questioned Li Qing's merit, recognizing his contributions, yet deeming them insufficient for such an elevation. Public opinion quickly intensified, escalating into fervent discourse. However, not all were opposed. Figures like Qian and the Shi family openly supported him. Qian was aware of Li Qing's true identity, while the Shi nephew and uncle acknowledged his capabilities. Yet, they were the sole supporters. The rest harbored varying degrees of dissent regarding Li Qing's elevation, finding it rather perplexing. The abruptness of his promotion from a 7th rank to a marquis was jarring, igniting jealousy among many. This was a marquisate after all, and given the emperor's demeanor, it likely held the permanence of a hereditary title. Such an honor ensured a steady livelihood for his descendants alongside the Ming dynasty. Were they to attain such prestige, they would gladly accept fate, even in death. Li Qing found little need to justify himself. The emperor was resolute in his decision, and accepting the title was merely a means of securing a legacy for his adopted son. As for the criticisms directed at him, they had commenced in the Hongwu era, and after so many years, Li Qing had grown indifferent to them. What could they do? They could not remove him from power. Upon hearing the whispers from Qian, he merely scoffed, dismissing them with a wave of his hand. He could not be bothered to clarify matters. Engaging with petty clowns would only diminish his stature, yielding no fruitful outcome. While he remained unconcerned, others were not. Qian cared, as did Zhu Qizhen and the Shi family, who often engaged in heated debates in the court. In contrast, Li Qing, the subject of such discourse, lived in leisure, rarely stepping beyond his threshold, and even hesitated to open the door, fearing the demands of the Sun family for repayment. He remained ensconced within his home, resembling a refined lady of high society. The ministers truly found themselves at a loss. They could voice their opinions and stir up commotion, but none dared to confront him directly. After the span of over half a month, Zhu Qizhen, defying the majority, conferred upon Li Qing the title of Marquis of Yongqing. Upon receiving this title once more, Li Qing felt no elation, only a sense of nostalgia. The last time he was honored as Marquis of Yongqing was following the surrender of Zhen Er, after which Zhu bestowed the title upon him. How swiftly time had flown. 5 monarchs had reigned since then, and many acquaintances from the Hongwu era had departed this world. What significance did a marquisate hold now? Presently, of those from the Hongwu period, only Zhu Gaoxiu, far away in Jiaoji, remained alive. He sighed, pondering how that fellow fared now. Despite his lack of intellect, he seemed to possess a certain fortune and, being robust, should endure for years to come. Li Qing exhaled deeply. On the second day following his elevation, he attended court, moving seamlessly from the end of the line to the foremost ranks. Li Qing surveyed the assembly, curious to see who would dare speak against him. Yet, none did. Confronting Li Qing directly entails a significant cost, potentially even jeopardizing one's life. Navigating the court is no simple feat. One must tread carefully. In the court, many adopt a strategy of outward submission while covertly striking hard, a common approach among officials, often euphemistically referred to as maintaining decorum. Following a court assembly, the voices of dissent diminished considerably, as the situation had crystallized into an established fact, rendering further efforts unnecessary and risking offense to Li Qing. The officials returned to their respective duties, and after a period of fervor, the previously tumultuous court returned to a state of calm. Even the matter of the retired emperor was scarcely mentioned. Li Qing had ceased to attend court, which had become his norm. However, he frequently visited the palace to discuss affairs concerning the steppes with Zhu Qizhen. The political landscape remained stable, and trade among the populace thrived. Li Qing gathered energy for the expansion of territory, believing that if he succeeded in this endeavor, it would leave a legacy for future generations, regardless of what lay ahead. Both he and Zhu Qizhen were deeply invested in this mission. In September, upon Li Qing's suggestion, 1/3 of the trade goods from the Walla were to be settled using firearms from the Ming dynasty. Zhu Qizhen acquiesced to this proposal, agreeing to purchase a portion of Walla's goods with some arms as a trial run. Burke and Timur did not disappoint them, launching the first cannon shot in the winter of the second year of Jingtai. The steppes, which had gradually calmed following significant losses to the Tatars, were once again engulfed in turmoil. Upon learning of this, Zhu Qizhen was eager to implement a friendly policy to welcome the steppe tribes into the Ming fold. But Li Qing advised against rushing into such a decision. It was wiser to wait until the Walla's aggressiveness escalated and the majority of steppe tribes suffered before introducing a recruitment policy. Although Zhu Qizhen felt a sense of urgency, after careful consideration, he recognized the prudence of Li Qing's counsel and restrained his impulses. Nevertheless, he increased the share of firearms in trade to 50% and assured Burke and Timur that should he require funds for warfare, he would receive the full support of the emperor to lead the steppes. With such generosity from the emperor, Burke and Timur felt no reservations and promptly submitted a loan application for 200 pieces of artillery. Zhu Qizhen received the application and, without hesitation, arranged for the cannons to be delivered to Xianzhou before the year's end, instructing the Walla to send someone to collect them. With the addition of these 200 cannons, the Walla would undoubtedly become more formidable, prompting a smile from Zhu Qizhen. Chapter 44. The Great War on the Steppes, profits for the Ming as the new year approached. Li Qing opted not to take leave this year. He had no desire to return home. Alone with the donkey, he celebrated the holiday. The donkey grazing while he enjoyed a donkey meat hot pot, finding a certain joy in the companionship of man and beast. On the first day of the new year in the third year of Jingtai, Li Qing received 2 generous red envelopes. Pleasantly surprised by Zhu Qiyu's duality of public display and private intentions, which he appreciated greatly. In February, as the Walla exhausted their ammunition, they requested to settle for artillery shells in the upcoming trade. Zhu Qiyu readily agreed. The Ming's firearms were not sold to the Walla at cost, but rather at 3 times the production price, promising substantial profits for the Ming through this arrangement. By May, the Walla began to feel the strain and suggested reverting to tea and salt iron trade. Zhu Qiyu did not complicate matters and informed the Walla that if they faced difficulties, they could take out loans, for warfare should not be conducted in a state of penury. Bayan Timur, ever adaptable, procured an additional 3,000 artillery shells and 100 cannons in July. The Ming dynasty had long been prepared, swiftly approving the application and dispatching the supplies to Xuanfu for the Walla to collect. Bayan Timur was not a fool. He recognized that the Ming was cleverly profiting from this arrangement, yet he remained indifferent, as the pressing issue with Walla was being effectively resolved, which allowed for gradual expansion. His prestige on the steppes was steadily increasing. By the end of August, the weaponry arrived at the Walla camp. In September, Walla launched a formal assault against their old adversary, the Tatars. After a fierce month of battle, the Tatars were ultimately defeated, abandoning their camp in retreat. Bayan Timur reaped considerable rewards. By winter, he repaid the loan. Upon receiving the goods, Zhu Qiyu dispatched these resources to the Weaving Bureau in Tianjin, ordering rapid processing for sale in Japan the following March. Concurrently, the Baoyuan Bureau was fervently minting copper coins. In the 4th year of the Jingtai era, the Tatars regrouped some tribes and returned with a stealth attack on the Walla camp, inflicting 1,000 casualties on the enemy while suffering 800 losses themselves. In the 5th year of Jingtai, Walla, armed with the firearms and cannons loaned from the Ming, retaliated against the Tatars, avenging their previous grievances and nearly annihilating the Tatar faction. By the 6th year, the Tatars had once again grown stronger, akin to an indomitable cockroach. After all, the Tatars were native to the steppes, and the local tribes naturally gravitated towards them. In their subsequent encounter, Walla decisively defeated the Tatars and pursued them for 300 miles, leaving the Tatars in disarray. By the 7th year of Jingtai, Bayan Timur had become exceedingly arrogant, believing he could dominate the steppes and resorting to violence against anyone he encountered in a bid for unification. His tyranny ignited a shared animosity among the tribes of the steppes, prompting some to ally with one another and others to actively seek refuge with the Tatars. A once foreign invader had stirred the wrath of the locals, an anger not to be underestimated, and Walla soon faced the bitter consequences. However, Walla did not suffer significant losses. The battles fought over the years were not in vain, and bolstered by Ming weaponry, they remained formidable. Yet, despite Walla's strength, they found it difficult to withstand the collective assaults from the locals and soon found themselves unable to hold out, resorting to further loans from the Ming. The Walla were not well off, and the various tribes on the steppes were equally weakened, yet, with no means to resist. They had no choice but to endure their fate. In the 8th year of Jingtai, Li Qing recognized that the time was ripe and urged Zhu Qiyu to implement a policy of conciliation. Upon hearing Li Qing's suggestion, Zhu Qiyu smiled gently. He had waited 5 long years, every attempt to enact this policy thwarted by Li Qing's insistence that the timing was not yet right. This time, the reclamation of the steppes could finally be prioritized, and he had no reason to hesitate. He would proceed decisively. Li Qing even refined the narrative, asserting that the Ming, seeing Walla besieged on all sides, had intentionally adopted this policy to alleviate their burdens. What could Bayan Timur say? The Ming truly acted with righteousness. After all, this action did indeed relieve the pressure on Walla. The smaller tribes on the steppes were the first to respond, as they were generally unable to defend themselves and often found themselves at the mercy of others. Seeking allegiance with the Ming was their only path forward. At this moment, the former Grand Tutor, Qian, finally found his opportunity to be of service. Zhu Qiyu appointed him as the right commander, overseeing the nomadic tribes that sought refuge. However, Zhu Qiyu harbored some reservations regarding Yang. Thus he included Li Qing in the endeavor. Though Li Qing had a penchant for idleness, he never shied away during critical moments. He collaborated seamlessly with Yong and commenced the migration of populations to Liaodong, successfully relocating nearly 100,000 individuals in just over half a year. Upon Li Qing's suggestion, the Ming dynasty invested funds and resources into the development of Liaodong, indirectly fostering the economic growth of the frigid region. On the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, Li Qing received an imperial summons to return to the capital, where he presented himself before Zhu Qizhen to report on the current state of Liaodong. He conveyed that the situation was quite favorable, with substantial advancements in infrastructure. However, he quickly shifted his tone, indicating that there were still some areas of concern. Zhu Qizhen, smiling amiably, remarked, "It seems you have already devised solutions to the issues you raise. I presume this time is no exception. Can I not expect complete honesty from you?" With a wry smile, Li Qing candidly proposed, "I advise your majesty to implement a national policy permitting intermarriage between Han and Mongols." Zhu Qizhen furrowed his brow slightly, apprehensive about the feasibility of such a policy. "The populace should not be compelled," Li Qing clarified. "It is merely a declaration of the court's stance. If the people are willing to marry Mongolian women or men, the court would support such unions. This approach would prevent situations where mutual affection exists, yet barriers remain unbridged." Zhu Qizhen nodded, contemplating the suggestion. "You are correct. True integration can only be achieved through intermarriage. Otherwise, the divisions will persist." After a brief pause, he proposed, "What if we provide financial assistance for Han-Mongolian couples marrying?" Li Qing firmly shook his head. "That would be inadvisable. The two parties are only beginning to engage with one another and are still unfamiliar. Such measures could lead to individuals being coerced into marrying for profit, potentially resulting in tragedy." He continued, "It would be wiser to allow time for both sides to become accustomed to each other's customs and to foster voluntary unions. The court's position should simply be made clear, allowing for free choice." Your considerations are indeed thorough," Zhu Qizhen acknowledged with a nod, smiling. "You have worked hard these past 6 months. Please enjoy the new year at home and resume your duties after the Lantern Festival." "Then I shall graciously comply," replied Li Qing with a smile. Upon returning home, Li Qing pondered whether to return to Jinling for the new year. With only the 28th day of the 12th lunar month remaining, he would only be returning to celebrate the Lantern Festival before hastily returning, as many matters in Liaodong awaited his attention. After much deliberation, he resolved to visit, for despite having returned over the years, his visits had been infrequent and brief. The old master had but one disciple left, and it was fitting to gather during the festive season. He sighed contentedly, murmuring to himself, "Once I complete this year or two of intense work, I can settle into a routine and spend more time with my master." Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the room, followed by the voice of his godson, Li Hong. "Godfather, we have come to see you." Li Qing was taken aback and quickly moved to open the door. The old master, your godson is here." Behind them stood a large horse-drawn carriage, and through a corner of the lifted curtain, boxes were visible. Without a doubt, they contained precious relics. "Master, what brings you here?" Li Qing exclaimed, his face alight with surprise. Zhang Lada cast a sidelong glance at him and softly remarked, "Isn't it because I see you are busy?" Li Qing felt a pang of guilt in his heart and replied, "Master, I am truly sorry. Enough with the empty words. During the new year, let us prepare some delectable dishes." Zhang Lada waved his hand dismissively, then walked over to the warm recliner and began to move things down. "All right," Li Qing responded with a smile. "What would you like to eat?" "I shall prepare it tonight." "Have you been to the New Year market?" "No, but I could procure supplies from the palace." Zhang Lada rubbed his nose and said, "Stealing books is one thing, but pilfering vegetables a bit excessive? No need to steal vegetables. We can simply request them from the emperor." Li Qing chuckled. "I will bring the items in first, so rest assured. There will be a feast tonight." Li Hong, now 13 and nearly as tall as Li Qing's chin, joined in to help and quietly asked, "Godfather, are you and Grandpa going to the palace to steal things?" Yes," Li Qing replied, giving the little old man a resentful glance. "Godfather is merely ensuring the preservation of the grand ceremony." Li Hong harbored no doubts about his godfather's character. He rubbed his hands together and asked, "Can I go with you?" "Absolutely not." Li Qing firmly rejected him, playfully swatting him. "Get to work. If you keep thinking about such dubious matters, I'll make sure you regret it." After completing their tasks, Li Qing headed to the palace. Not long after his return, a dozen or so imperial guards arrived, delivering over 20 baskets of top-quality fresh meat and vegetables, sufficient for the three of them to enjoy until the end of the new year. Zhang Lada praised. This emperor knows how to manage things, far better than the one at home. Master, keep your voice down, Li Qing said, glancing at Li Hong, who was practicing his punches in the courtyard. This matter must remain discreet. The more who know, the greater the risk of exposure. He can't hear us. Zhang Lada shrugged, but he did not dwell on the subject, redirecting the conversation. Hurry and prepare dinner. We Wu and Ti want to delay our meal. Li Qing chuckled. All right. Just you wait and see. Master, Hong Er, it's time for dinner. Li Qing arranged the bowls and chopsticks, calling out, coming. Li Hong, having learned boxing from Zhang Lada, responded as he jogged over. Due to his vigorous activities, his face was flushed and beads of sweat glistened on his nose, enhancing his youthful charm. In that moment, he resembled the spirited young lad who would often fan himself with a gilded hand fan. Godfather, what's wrong? Li Hong noticed Li Qing staring at him absent-mindedly and touched his face. Is there something on my face? Ah, no, nothing at all. Li Qing snapped back to reality, gently instructing, go wash your hands. All right. Dinner was sumptuous, and Li Qing's culinary skills were beyond reproach. Both the elder and the younger savored the meal with great delight. Li Qing felt an immense sense of satisfaction and chuckled. From now on, this shall be our standard. Godfather's cooking is truly delicious. Li Hong mumbled through a mouthful, continuing to devour his food. At this age, he was growing rapidly, and his appetite was voracious. He polished off 3 large bowls of rice before feeling content. After dinner, Li Hong eagerly rushed to wash the dishes, and Li Qing accompanied him, chatting with his master in the parlor. Master, how are that couple from Jinling faring? Li Qing inquired. Quite well. They are always cheerful, Zhang Lada replied. Zhang Lada remarked. You are far more lively than this old man. By the way, are you still busy? A bit, Li Qing replied awkwardly. I have to go to Liaodong after the first month. Zhang Lada nodded. How much longer do you expect to be busy? Perhaps 1 or 2 years, Li Qing explained. Once these 2 years pass, it will ease up. If I lay a solid foundation now, things can proceed in an orderly manner, allowing others to take over my responsibilities. Indeed, Zhang Lada said, once you finish this busy spell, do take some time to rest. In such a vast nation, there are plenty of talented individuals. It won't cease to function in your absence. Give yourself some time to unwind. He paused. Perhaps you could travel a bit, explore the mountains and rivers, and appreciate the splendid scenery. You've been under so much pressure for too long. You need to pause. Li Qing smiled faintly and replied, my disciples have grown accustomed to it. It's nothing. Accustomed? Zhang Lada chuckled bitterly. How could one possibly become accustomed to it? Do not deceive yourself. Li Qing fell silent. Indeed, how could one ever get used to it? Let's discuss this later. For now, let us finish what's at hand. Li Qing sighed and added, by the way, Master, how about we go to Liaodong after the new year? With that couple in Jinling. There's not much to worry about. No interest. I want to go. Zhang Lada firmly rejected. Jinling is so comfortable. Why would I accompany you to endure hardships in Liaodong? Actually, Liaodong isn't that bad anymore, Li Qing said, his expression darkening. Zhang Lada inquired. Is it better than Jinling? Not at all, Li Qing replied, speechless. Let alone Liaodong. You could scarcely find a few places across the entire Ming dynasty that compare to Jinling. Then I want to go. You can finish your work and come find me in Jinling, Zhang Lada stated. I've grown accustomed to Jinling and have no desire to relocate. Li Qing responded sulkily. Very well, I shall find you once I'm done. He then asked with concern, Master, are you in good health? Rest easy. I should manage to live another decade or so, Zhang Lada replied with a smile. However, Li Qing could not share in the laughter. In the past, the old man would boast of living for several more decades, yet now only a mere 10 years remained. How swiftly time passes. What troubled Li Qing further was that while he could treat others and extend their lifespans, he felt powerless when it came to his master. The sensation of a countdown was truly tormenting. 10 years may seem lengthy to an ordinary person, yet for Li Qing, it could slip away in the blink of an eye. Noticing his despondency, Zhang Lada rarely offered comfort. Since ancient times, loyalty and filial piety have rarely coexisted. I do not only have a year or 2 left, you will have the chance to fulfill your filial duties. Li Qing nodded slightly. On New Year's Eve, they kept vigil, and on the first day of the new year, they received red envelopes. Upon returning, they distributed red envelopes to their adopted son, prepared meals, shared conversations, and spent a tranquil evening reading books. In the blink of an eye, it was time to enjoy the Lantern Festival. Li Qing personally made sesame-filled tangyuan, soft, sticky, and sweet. Li Hong even drank the soup. After the festivities, the old and young lingered for a few days before heading back to Jinling, leaving Li Qing alone in the small courtyard. Time passed relentlessly, leaving one helpless. One day, Li Qing received an imperial summons to the palace. It turned out that Sun had fallen ill. Having taken the physician's medicine with no improvement, she thought of Li Qing. Li Qing held no affection for her, yet found it impossible to decline, so he feigned a thorough examination, frowning in silence as he contemplated a plausible excuse. Sun was startled and hurriedly inquired, "What ailment has befallen me?" The Empress Dowager was not in grave danger. Li Qing sighed, his brow furrowed with concern. In truth, Sun was not severely ill. She merely suffered from lingering cold symptoms, and the imperial physician had prescribed remedies that were too mild. Coupled with her advancing age and lack of physical activity, she experienced pervasive weakness and a diminished appetite. Although Li Qing spoke the truth, his expression greatly alarmed Sunday. Li Qing, feel free to speak candidly. Sun trembled as she said, "I can endure it." Li Qing mischievously pondered whether telling her she had an incurable disease might frighten her to death. Nonetheless, such a falsehood would be easily exposed. After all, those imperial physicians possessed genuine skills, though they often treated not ailments, but rather the intricacies of human relationships. Before addressing health, they would first consider their own safety, wary of the consequences of their words. At 58, Sun was at an age where physicians dared not prescribe potent remedies. Should they concoct a lethal brew, their own heads would be at risk. Thus, they prescribed gentle medications that, while questionable in efficacy, at least posed no threat to life. Generally speaking, once one entered the Imperial Medical Institute, their medical prowess would sharply decline. "Do not worry, Your Majesty. Take time to rest and adhere to the prescribed remedies. You shall surely recover," Li Qing mused, affirming that the medications prescribed by the imperial physicians were well suited to her condition. "If I were to prescribe, it would be the same." Li Qing, Sun bitterly replied, "I have treated you well. It is clear you do not wish to attend to my ailments." She sighed, "The turmoil within the grasslands is unceasing. We cannot even ascertain the status of the Grand Emperor, whether he lives or has passed on." Frustration tinged her voice as she continued, "If the Grand Emperor were still alive, would the Walla dare to repeatedly assault the Tatars? This is clearly a matter of the Emperor's negligence." Sun paused, her tone shifting. "The Crown Prince is still young. His father departed too soon. We cannot afford to lose his grandmother as well." Li Qing remained speechless. "At present, Your Majesty, your influence has waned. Your presence or absence bears little difference to him. Furthermore, he is not without maternal support, and there are plenty of servants attending to him. I believe it would be more prudent for you to accompany Zhu Zhanji. Li Qing, I recognize your medical expertise. Please prescribe a remedy for me," Sun said, though somewhat vexed. However, regarding her life, she dared not express her irritation and instead forced a calm demeanor, stating, "I am not a miser. Your consultation will not go unrewarded." "Very well," Li Qing nodded, taking up his brush to draft a prescription with mild effects. Regardless of its efficacy, the concoction would not prove fatal. Sun received it with great reverence, promptly ordering the preparation of the medicine. Given the stakes of her life, she could not afford to be untrustworthy. Perhaps she would require Li Qing's assistance again in the future. Thus, under the guise of a reward, she bestowed upon him 100 taels of gold. Li Qing, of course, did not decline the generous offering. Upon exiting the palace, he had not ventured far when he encountered Qian, who was hastily returning home from the eastern palace. The two rode, one on a horse and the other on a donkey, engaging in conversation. "How was the lesson? Is the Crown Prince still as astute?" Now 11 years of age, the Crown Prince was displaying considerable insight, and Li Qing held a genuine interest in the future monarch. Chapter 46. Substitute Teaching. Qian reflected. The Crown Prince is exceptionally gifted, learning swiftly and possessing commendable character. Yet, what is it? After careful consideration, Qian remarked that it is quite natural to show favoritism towards those close at hand. Li Qing, unfazed, responded with a smile, noting that having lost his father's affection at a young age, and with his mother unable to frequently accompany him in the palace, it is only reasonable for him to feel a connection with those who have grown up alongside him. Li Qing furrowed his brow, expressing concern about whether he possesses the qualities of a wise ruler, and suggested that after so many years as his teacher, Qian should have a deeper understanding. After a moment of contemplation, Qian nodded, acknowledging that the crown prince is indeed ambitious. With the current stability of the court and a significant reduction in the previously hostile atmosphere of officialdom, he expressed confidence that the crown prince will accomplish great things once he ascends to the throne. Seeing Yu Qian's earnestness eased Li Qing's worries slightly, and he chuckled, stating that this would be most ideal. Yu Qian, picking up on the underlying implications, asked in surprise if Li Qing intended to retire. Li Qing sighed lightly, explaining that nearly 20 years have passed since he returned to the court in the 5th year of the Zhengtong era, and he felt he could not remain in the court indefinitely. Yu Qian assured him that as long as he wished, it was indeed feasible. Glancing around to ensure no one was nearby, Yu Qian lowered his voice. Recalling that Li Qing had entered the court in the 15th year of Hongwu and did not retire until the Qian era, it was possible then, and it certainly is now. Li Qing rolled his eyes, playfully questioning when he had become so greedy for retirement. Yu Qian stumbled over his words, blushing slightly, yet insisted that the affairs of the Ming dynasty were of great importance. He suggested that Li Qing could take a break, even for several years. However, he lamented that the political situation had only been stable for a few years, and the future remained uncertain, with numerous pressing matters at hand. He pointed out that Li Qing's years of hard work should not be undermined by stepping away from the court, as it would render his efforts fruitless. Li Qing shrugged, half-heartedly dismissing Yu Qian's concerns, though his desire for retirement waned somewhat. Yu Qian chuckled ruefully, reminding Li Qing that he was not getting any younger, as he would soon enter his 60s. Li Qing was taken aback, realizing how much time had passed. Yu Qian, amused, reminded him that he was a jinshi from the 19th year of Yongle, which had been many years ago. Li Qing's expression darkened slightly as he acknowledged that time is indeed unforgiving, noting that even Yu Qian was approaching 60, and lamenting how swiftly the years have flown. As they approached Yu Qian's home, he invited Li Qing for a cup of tea. Li Qing accepted without hesitation, never one to stand on ceremony with acquaintances. The donkey, even less courteous, made its way directly to Yu Qian's house, as if returning home. In the parlor, the two sipped tea and engaged in casual conversation, naturally gravitating towards discussions about the court. Yu Qian suggested that when Li Qing travels to Liaodong, it would be beneficial to bring along some officials, as the increasing population has led to more matters to address, making the appointment of additional officials necessary. Li Qing confirmed that he had already discussed with the emperor the need to increase officials, including the establishment of military posts. He mentioned that there were at least a dozen vacancies for civil and military officials. Curiously, Yu Qian inquired about who those civil officials would be. Li Qing replied that they were mostly newcomers, having been selected from those who, after passing the imperial examinations, were relegated to the Hanlin Academy, neglected by both family and society, and who came from less affluent backgrounds. He added with a smile that those who have faced adversity would cherish the opportunity all the more. Yu Qian nodded, recognizing that the emperor had conferred titles upon the chieftains of the grassland tribes, asserting that the leadership must rest with the Ming dynasty. Li Qing firmly stated that he would make it clear to them that those willing to follow the Ming would not be treated unjustly, while those unwilling would not be compelled to stay, returning to whence they came. Yu Qian felt greatly reassured and smiled, remarking that the barbarous tribes of the grasslands were unaccustomed to civilization. Excessive leniency towards them could potentially lead to unforeseen calamities. Suddenly, recalling the issue of their lack of education, Yu Qian inquired if there were plans to establish schools in the concentrated areas of the grassland tribes. Li Qing responded that while the construction had recently been completed and classes had yet to commence, it would be on the agenda by the latest in the latter half of the year. He placed his teacup down and stressed that cultural recognition was of paramount importance. They did not need to master classical texts but should be subtly influenced, fostering a sense of belonging to Han culture. Without achieving this, true integration could not be deemed successful. Yu Qian nodded in agreement, cheerfully stating that with Li Qing around, he had no need for concern. Li Qing, half-jokingly, teased him about his newfound penchant for idleness. Yu Qian chuckled, responding that who wouldn't he wish for ease. Furthermore, he noted that such matters were not within his purview as the Minister of War. He could not possibly manage every detail. Li Qing, amused, shook his head, noticing a hint of unease in Yu Qian's eyes, and reassured him that he would not truly neglect his responsibilities. With Yu Qian finally at ease, he acknowledged that with Li Qing's abilities, stability could be maintained without excessive effort. Li Qing rolled his eyes, claiming he was not a free laborer. Yu Qian, somewhat sheepishly, asked when Li Qing would be heading to Liaodong. Li Qing replied that the emperor had instructed him to wait until after the new year, which was still several days away. Stretching, he inquired if he had any pressing engagements that afternoon. Yu Qian informed him that the crown prince had a physical education class. Yu Qian suggested that since his archery skills were mediocre, perhaps Li Qing could accompany him to the East Palace to substitute for him. Li Qing, not amused, clarified that his intent was to share a drink if he had no other business, rather than take on additional work. Yu Qian insisted that this was no trivial matter, as the crown prince was the heir to the Ming dynasty and the future emperor. Li Qing, feeling a headache coming on, pointed out that he did not enjoy exerting himself for no reward. Yu Qian quickly proposed that he would treat Li Qing to dinner that evening. Li Qing agreed, noting that he hadn't seen the young crown prince in several years and was curious to observe the future ruler of the Ming dynasty, wondering if he matched Yu Qian's descriptions. As noon approached, Yu Qian suggested that Li Qing should stay for lunch, after which they would head to the East Palace. Li Qing's residence was quite distant from the palace. Initially, Zhu Qizhen had intended to allocate land for the construction of a mansion for Li Qing, but he had declined the offer. He felt it unnecessary to build another when the one in Jinling sufficed. Such a construction would be wasteful, particularly when the court was not affluent enough to justify the expense. Yu Qian playfully reminded Li Qing that lunch was separate from their evening plans. Li Qing, suppressing a laugh, confirmed that it was indeed no issue. At noon, Li Qing had a few drinks, while Yu Qian abstained entirely. After their meal and a brief rest, the two set off towards the East Palace. After finishing his meal, Zhu Qizhen pushed away the bowl and turned to Zhen Er, saying, "Sister Zhen Er, gather Xiao Daji and the others. Shall we play, could you?" At his age, he was filled with an insatiable desire for play, wishing to indulge for hours on end. Seizing the moment before teacher Yu's arrival, he longed to revel in carefree fun. "Your Highness, this afternoon we have horseback riding and archery practice, both demanding physical exertion," Zhen Er advised. "It would be wise to conserve your energy. Perhaps we can play tomorrow instead?" "Very well," Zhu Qizhen replied, a hint of disappointment shadowing his expression. Observing his demeanor, Zhen Er pondered for a moment and suggested, "How about a brief game?" "All right." Zhu Qizhen's spirits lifted immediately. "I shall go summon them." With that, he darted out in a flash. Zhen Er smiled with affection, her eyes sparkling with tenderness. Just as she was about to return to her chambers to change into more suitable attire, a young palace maid hurried in. "Greetings, Sister Zhen Er," the maid said respectfully. "The esteemed official has arrived." "So early today?" Zhen Er inquired, slightly surprised. "Indeed," the maid replied, smiling while choosing her words carefully, for she dared not offend someone in favor with the crown prince. "I have informed the esteemed official that His Highness will be along shortly." "Very well," Zhen Er acknowledged. "Why haven't you changed your clothes?" Zhu Qizhen queried, noticing her leisurely approach, which seemed contrary to the spirit of Kuju. It was somewhat improper to play in palace attire, as it would hinder movement. "Hurry and change, lest teacher Yu arrives," he urged. Zhen Er offered a slight bow. "Your Highness, the esteemed official has already arrived." "So soon?" Zhu Qizhen was taken aback, feeling a tinge of frustration at the unexpected timing. "Your Highness, it would be prudent not to keep the esteemed official waiting," Zhen Er gently reminded him. Zhu Qizhen waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Everyone disperse, go on." "Yes, Your Highness," the young eunuchs scurried away upon sensing his displeasure. "Come, Sister Zhen Er, let us go," Zhu Qizhen urged. I cannot accompany you." Zhen Er gently shook her head. "I am but a palace maid, not a scholar." "What does that matter?" Zhu Qizhen insisted. "It is simply not proper," Zhen Er replied. Frustration gnawed at Zhu Qizhen's heart, intensifying his mood. "If I say it does not matter, then it does not. Who dares to speak otherwise? I shall deal with them." Ignoring Zhen Er's protests, he grasped her hand and led her toward the front hall. "Your Highness, release me," Zhen Er exclaimed in distress. "If anyone sees us, it could lead to serious consequences. I will follow you, but you must let go." "Now that's the spirit." Zhu Qizhen smiled, loosening his grip. "Fear not, I shall protect you." Zhen Er forced a smile, though she did not truly believe it. Under the pavilion, Li Qing lounged comfortably, his legs crossed, taking an idle interest in the surrounding architecture. Yu Qian contemplated reminding him of the decorum, but reconsidered given Li Qing's temperament. After a while, Li Qing grew impatient. "This little brat certainly knows how to put on airs. His ancestors never behaved in such a manner. It vexes me to no end." "Enough of this," Li Qing declared, rising. "I have matters to attend to this afternoon. You can handle the teaching." "What matters could you possibly have?" You simply wish to shirk responsibility. Qin exclaimed, quickly grasping his arm, urging, since we are here, let us continue. I can wait for no more than a quarter of an hour, Qing remarked. Just as he finished speaking, a youth clad in dark robes and trousers approached, accompanied by a familiar figure. Qin caught a glimpse, tugged at Qing's sleeve, and said, the crown prince has arrived. Yes, I see, Qing nodded. The two stepped forward to pay their respects to his highness. No need for formalities, Zhu Qizhen replied nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. Qing arched his brow, thinking to himself how this young lad had quite the airs, reminiscent of his father. Why has today's lesson been moved forward? Zhu Qizhen inquired. Well, Qin began to explain, the Duke of Yongqing is unparalleled in horsemanship and archery, and today he happens to be available. Your Highness might consider learning from him. Suddenly, Qin sensed something amiss. The crown prince was staring intently at Qing, seemingly displeased. He turned to look at Qing, only to find him utterly absorbed in observing a palace made behind the crown prince. The maid, in turn, appeared anxious, lowering her head and avoiding eye contact. For the first time, Qin felt his mind was somewhat inadequate to grasp the situation. Are you the Duke of Yongqing? Zhu Qizhen asked. Have you heard of me? Qing replied, retracting his gaze to face Zhu Qizhen. With his hands clasped behind his back and his chin held high, the young prince, though diminutive in stature, exuded an air of superiority. Not at all. How intriguing, Qing chuckled, casting another glance at Zhen Er, his brow furrowing in silence. He suddenly realized a blind spot, though he was still uncertain. Your Highness, do you have any matters to discuss? Qing queried, surprised. Qin interjected. Sir, you are here to instruct the crown prince. No, which side are you on? It's quite evident. Qing shot a glare at Qin, stating, since the crown prince is here, let us commence. Heh. Zhu Qizhen smiled proudly. Not just anyone can learn alongside the crown prince. If you wish to be my teacher, you must possess genuine skill. Qing laughed. Turning to Qin, you have seen it for yourself. The crown prince does not wish for my instruction. It is not a matter of my unwillingness. Zhu Qizhen, feeling slighted, turned to Zhen Er. You have also seen. It is not that I refuse to learn, but rather that there is no one capable of teaching me. Let us return to playing Kuju. Your Highness. Sir. Both Zhen Er and Qin called out simultaneously, each trying to persuade him with earnest words. Zhen Er knew of Qing's abilities. Having entered the palace at a young age, she regarded Qing as the most formidable individual she had ever encountered. Without exception, it would be immensely beneficial for the crown prince to learn from such an extraordinary figure. She did not want him to miss this opportunity for a worthy mentor. Qin shared similar concerns for the crown prince, recognizing that he was the foundation of the nation and that his education could not be taken lightly. After all, he was a civil servant, and his proficiency in horsemanship and archery was quite limited. In truth, matters of horsemanship and archery should ideally be taught by military leaders, such as the Duke of Wuqing, Shi Hong, who, in terms of rank and status, was most suitable for this role. However, Zhu Qizhen was, after all, not the biological son of Zhu Qiyu. Allowing the crown prince to engage with military leaders prematurely was not favorable for Zhu Qiyu or the court. Zhu Qiyu was magnanimous enough to consider passing the throne to his nephew, but he had yet to be so generous as to allow his nephew early access to military power. Once this matter is broached, certain individuals with ulterior motives are bound to take action. Not to mention the tranquil court would be stirred once again. Even the throne of Zhu Qiyu could become precarious. A child just over 10 years old is easily swayed, and Zhu Qiyu must remain vigilant. In fact, over the years, aside from Qin, Zhu Qiyu has prohibited any officials from interacting with the crown prince. Zhu Qizhen has also not engaged with any officials of the Ming dynasty apart from Qin, with Qing being the first. The reason Qin had the audacity to bring Qing was simple. He understood that the emperor was aware of Qing's identity. However, Qin did not anticipate that the two would immediately clash upon meeting. After a quarter of an hour, Qin still could not persuade Qing, while Zhen Er managed to sway Zhu Qizhen. Qin touched his nose, feeling quite defeated. After Zhen Er had finished her persuasion, she assisted Qin in convincing Qing, which left Qing feeling quite overwhelmed. Enough, stop arguing. Can I teach him myself? Qing, weary from their bickering, cast a pointed look at Zhen Er and slightly raised his chin. Having spent so many years in the palace, Zhen Er was exceptionally astute and immediately discerned that Qing had something he wished to inquire about. Just as she intended to dismiss Zhu Qizhen, the young prince caught on to Li Qing's subtle movements. Zhu Qizhen, not granting any opportunity, stepped forward and asked, "Shall we begin?" Li Qing, slightly taken aback, nodded in agreement. After this exchange, while Li Qing could not glean much else, he did observe that this young prince, aside from putting on airs, was indeed a meticulous individual. He suppressed his curiosity and asked, "Where shall we practice archery and horseback riding?" "My lord, please follow me." Zhen Er promptly stepped forward to lead the way. However, Zhu Qizhen made a face and retorted, "You are a palace servant, not his servant." Zhen Er momentarily froze, her face flushing with embarrassment, feeling utterly awkward in the moment, yet she could only apologize. "I was wrong. Please punish me, Your Highness." The moment Zhu Qizhen spoke those words, he regretted them, but being young, he could not retract his statement and huffed, "No need. You may go about your business. Your attendance is not required." "Yes, I take my leave." Zhen Er's voice trembled, filled with sorrow and grievance. She was merely acting for the benefit of the crown prince. Yet, Li Qing furrowed his brow, with a subjective assumption coupled with Zhu Qizhen's demeanor. If he could not discern the underlying truth now, then all these years would have been in vain. He was profoundly shocked. This young rascal was remarkably precocious. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Qian attempted to ease the tension, saying, "Well then, time is precious. Let us proceed swiftly. Please follow me, sir." Li Qing, suppressing the impulse to unravel the mystery, nodded, "Let us go. You must hit 7 out of the 10 targets 50 paces away to qualify as the crown princess teacher." Zhu Qizhen pointed towards the distant targets, now being positioned. Li Qing chuckled softly and, lowering his voice suddenly, asked, "Crown Prince, do you fancy that Zhen Er?" "What?" Zhu Qizhen exclaimed in astonishment, his expression swiftly changing. And soon his face turned crimson. He was both shy and anxious, while simultaneously perplexed. How did he perceive that? "Is it not so?" Li Qing teased playfully. "You're talking nonsense," Zhu Qizhen shouted, using anger to mask his fear and unease. "You slander the crown prince." Qian was busy adjusting the arrow targets when he heard Zhu Qizhen's furious outcry from afar, causing him to press his forehead in frustration, regretting his choices immensely. If the timeline could rewind an hour, he would undoubtedly refrain from allowing Li Qing to substitute for him. However, it was too late for regrets. Qian, feeling exasperated, yet maintaining a forced smile, hurried over to the two and softly inquired, "What seems to be the trouble?" Chapter 48. Managing the mischievous child. Zhu Qizhen pointed at Li Qing, his finger trembling with indignation. "Defamation. He has defamed me." Qian, taken aback, turned to Li Qing. "Sir, what have you accused the crown prince of?" "I have no idea," Li Qing replied, equally astonished, then turned to Zhu Qizhen. "Might the crown prince elucidate what exactly I have defamed you about?" "You have defamed me," Zhu Qizhen retorted, his temper flaring. Li Qing teased, "Now, one must speak with evidence. You claim I have slandered you, and thus I have." "You." Zhu Qizhen fumed, "I shall not back down." Confronted with an army, Li Qing remained unperturbed, especially against a child barely over 10 years of age. He simply extended a hand and pressed down on Zhu Qizhen's head. The height difference was too great for Zhu Qizhen's small fists to reach him. Zhu Qizhen, in a fit of impotent rage, flailed his tiny fists like windmills. The young eunuchs nearby were dumbfounded. How audacious of the Marquis of Yongqing to press the crown prince's head. Even Qian was momentarily stunned. Realizing the gravity of such disrespect, he contemplated advising Li Qing, but then shifted his focus to Zhu Qizhen. "Your Highness, perhaps you should take a moment to calm down," Qian implored earnestly. His advice only fueled Zhu Qizhen's fury further. He broke free from Li Qing's grip, retreated a few steps, and, with his hands behind his back, charged at Li Qing with a defiant neck. "Stop!" Li Qing swiftly and accurately restrained Zhu Qizhen's head again, smiling as he said, "Your Highness, this approach is quite ineffective." "You should really say less," Qian remarked, both amused and exasperated, quickly intervening to separate the two. "Your Highness, let us quell your anger for now. The class is about to commence. Any matters can be discussed afterward," Qian suggested to Zhu Qizhen, silently vowing to whisk Li Qing away after class. For the situation had grown utterly alarming. Zhu Qizhen felt resentful, but could not articulate how Li Qing had defamed him. Yet, he could not swallow his pride, and huffed. "Fine, let us proceed with the class." He gazed at Li Qing and coolly proposed, "Shall we make a wager?" Certainly, Li Qing replied with a smile. What shall we wager? If you can hit the bullseye on all 10 targets, I will concede to your prowess. Otherwise, prepare to receive a sound thrashing. Zhu Qizhen declared with a scowl. That is quite unfair, Li Qing countered, shaking his head in refusal. Zhu Qizhen grew anxious and quickly resorted to provocation. What? Are you afraid? Not at all. I simply find the stakes too steep, Li Qing responded. I do not require the crown prince's acknowledgement of my abilities. If I win, I demand 100 taels of gold. Deal. Zhu Qizhen eagerly agreed, not hesitating to nod, and summoned Yu Qian as a witness. You have seen this. Do not blame me for being unsympathetic afterward. Yu Qian noticed Li Qing's mischievous smile and felt reassured. Nodding, Your Highness, do you possess 100 taels of gold? Why do you look down upon me? Is that your intention? Zhu Qizhen exploded again. And no, I merely asked casually. Yu Qian quickly clarified. If that is settled, let us commence. Zhu Qizhen's expression softened, and he gestured to a nearby attending eunuch. Bring me my bow. Yes, Your Highness. The young eunuch respectfully replied. Your Grace, please. Li Qing accepted the exquisite longbow and drew the string, marveling silently. It was a fine bow, albeit somewhat too light. However, considering the young boy was only 11, it was understandable. A heavier bow would be beyond his capacity. Assessing the distance, hitting a target 50 paces away posed no challenge. Li Qing extracted an arrow from the quiver held by the eunuch and tilted his head with a smile, saying, A true man must keep his word. Of course. Zhu Qizhen puffed out his chest, delighted by Li Qing's words, which resonated more pleasantly than the crown princess. Despite his tender age, he felt quite the man. The corners of Zhu Qizhen's mouth twitched as he thought, Though your words are sweet, I still intend to spank you. Let us begin. Then you shall watch closely. No sooner had Li Qing spoken than a cacophony of creaking sounds erupted. Before Zhu Qizhen could focus, whoosh, the arrow soared forth. The speed of the shot was astonishing. Before he could react, the arrow had struck the target, its fletching swaying enticingly. The young Zhu Qizhen, possessing keen eyesight, immediately recognized that the arrow had pierced the bullseye, and his mouth fell agape in astonishment. Li Qing chuckled. How is that? Just the first shot, and you're already so impressed? Zhu Qizhen pouted, maintaining his stubborn demeanor. Li Qing shrugged and drew a second arrow. Whoosh! Another bullseye. Then came the third, fourth, and fifth, swiftly, seamlessly. Each shot executed with an elegance that left no room for delay. Zhu Qizhen gaped in disbelief. Does he even need to aim? This is absurd. If he can shoot down a soaring eagle, hitting a target 50 paces away is mere childish play. Pay up. Just as Zhu Qizhen was processing his astonishment, Li Qing finished, extending his hand, leaving him momentarily dazed. What am I supposed to pay? He stammered. Young man, this is a wager. Li Qing tossed the bow to the eunuch and rolled up his sleeves. Yu Qian, sensing the moment, quickly interjected with a smile toward Zhu Qizhen. Naturally. It's the bet. Has the crown prince forgotten? Would this prince ever be untrustworthy? Zhu Qizhen retorted, somewhat disgruntled, then added with a hint of bravado. Being skilled does not equate to true ability. Only what you can teach me will prove your worth. That might be quite challenging, Li Qing replied. My skills are not easily acquired by the average person. What do you mean by that? Zhu Qizhen exclaimed, growing agitated. Are you suggesting this prince is just an ordinary person? Look at you. Why are you getting upset again? Yu Qian quickly intervened. What Lord Yongqing means is achieving a level of perfection takes time. It cannot be rushed. He will be heading to Liaodong in a few days, and 1T have the opportunity to teach you further. Isn't that right, Lord Yongqing? Yu Qian nudged Li Qing, signaling him to agree. Li Qing, with a resigned nod, replied, Indeed, I do not have that much time. Yu Qian let out a long sigh of relief and encouraged. Crown Prince, let us start with the basics. With persistence and effort, you too can reach the heights of Lord Yongqing, perhaps even surpass him. Isn't that a given? Zhu Qizhen scoffed, his face brimming with satisfaction. Seeing his expression, Li Qing could not resist the urge to give him a playful nudge. What are you pretending for? If it were your father, I would certainly reward them with transparent holes. Yu Qian hurriedly tugged at Li Qing's sleeve, saying, For my sake, do not continue to make things difficult for the crown prince. Encountering these two individuals, Yu Qian truly felt respect. The discomfort of being caught in the middle was not to be underestimated. Li Qing, though displeased with the mischievous child, did not wish to put Yu Qian in a difficult position, thus imparting some techniques instead. Zhu Qizhen appeared unconvinced, Yet he held a considerable appreciation for Li Qing's prowess, diligently studying to surpass him. However, despite the instruction and learning, neither held any affection for the other, both wearing sour expressions. After a considerable time, Li Qing grew weary of teaching, stating, "Let us conclude for today. Teaching too much will only overwhelm you." Zhu Qizhen, shaking his aching arms, retorted, "There is no need for excessive teaching. I, the Crown Prince, shall surpass you regardless." "Good luck." Li Qing scoffed, "Your grandfather toiled for a lifetime without surpassing me." Truly, the audacity of youth knows no bounds. He could not be bothered to argue with the impudent child and directly asked, "Isn't it time to settle your debts? With your love for money, you wouldn't be a corrupt official, would you?" Zhu Qizhen teased. Li Qing paused momentarily, then burst into laughter. Clearing his throat, he suddenly shouted, "Breaking news. The Crown Prince has taken a liking to the palace maid beside him." Startled by the exaggerated claim, Zhu Qizhen's voice became distorted with shock as he stammered, "Did I say I wouldn't? Why are you shouting nonsense?" His chest heaved with anxiety, his face pale with fear. "If you dare to slander me again, I shall make you regret it." "Oh dear," Li Qing smirked, unperturbed, leaning closer to Zhu Qizhen and whispering, "Little Crown Prince, I have you all figured out." Zhu Qizhen's anger surged. "You scoundrel, you truly are insufferable." Yet, he dared not confront Li Qing any further. If such a secret were to leak, he would lose all face. Despite his unruly nature, he still valued his reputation. "Wait here, I shall fetch it," Zhu Qizhen declared as he swept away. Once the Crown Prince had distanced himself, Qian, filled with curiosity, asked, "Sir, what were you discussing with the Crown Prince?" Chapter 49, Zhen Er, a maiden of the Wan family. The Crown Prince, precocious for his age, has developed affections for a palace maid, Li Qing responded with a smile. Qian was momentarily at a loss for words, eventually stammering, "Sir, could you be mistaken? Have you not discerned any signs during your time teaching in the Eastern Palace?" Li Qing countered. Qian was taken aback, then suddenly exclaimed, "Is it that maid named Zhen Er? Some matters, though unspoken, do not seem significant until they are illuminated." Connecting all the unreasonable threads into a coherent whole, Qian immediately thought of Zhen Er, and he too sensed that the Crown Prince's feelings towards her were indeed peculiar. Yet, he found it hard to accept and hesitated. Could this be possible? "Did you not witness the Crown Prince's reaction just now? What do you think?" Li Qing chuckled. Qian fell silent, then grew indignant. That maid is far too audacious to entice the Crown Prince. She must be reprimanded. "Hold on. Let us not jump to conclusions before the matter is clarified." Li Qing waved his hand. It could simply be the Crown Prince's early maturity, with no implication of wrongdoing. Regardless, this situation must be taken seriously. Qian's expression turned grave. The Crown Prince represented the foundation of the nation, and at merely 11 years of age. Should he not be kept away from such distractions? This truly was an alarming state of affairs. Li Qing chuckled softly, reassuringly stating, "There is no need for anxiety. I observe that the Crown Prince's spirit is reserved, exhibiting no extravagant behavior. It is merely a matter of psychological concern, far less severe than you might imagine." Hearing this, Qian gradually calmed his emotions. "Nevertheless, we cannot remain idle." Qian insisted, "It is never too late to mend the fold after the sheep are lost. That Zhen Er must no longer stay in the Eastern Palace." Li Qing replied, "Do not concern yourself with this matter. I shall handle it. Since you have already offended the Crown Prince today, it would be better if I took care of it." Qian frowned. "Precisely because I have already crossed him. I have no reservations. You, however, are his only teacher. Such offenses are best avoided by you." Li Qing waved his hand dismissively. Observing Qian's intent to press further, Li Qing added, "If you have a falling out with him, will he still heed your lessons? Aside from you, the Emperor will not assign anyone else to teach the Crown Prince, and I am far too occupied with pressing matters to abandon them for his education. Thus, this responsibility falls solely upon me." Li Qing patted Qian's shoulder nonchalantly. "I have already offended enough people. I can afford to add one more Crown Prince to the list." "Very well," Qian relented, no longer being overly sentimental. A quarter of an hour later, a dozen or so young eunuchs approached with trays. The contents were not gold but silver, equivalent in value, ensuring Li Qing did not incur a loss. With such a substantial amount of silver, Li Qing found it cumbersome to carry and said, "I would appreciate it if you gentlemen could take the trouble to assist." "Oh, I truly apologize, Lord Marquis," The crown prince has instructed us to let you take it back yourself. The lead eunuch smiled apologetically. The crown prince does not permit us to deliver it. In truth, these eunuchs wished to escort Li Qing home, as it was customary for them to receive a small fee for their errands. However, given the crown prince's explicit orders, they dared not defy him. Bring me 2 burlap sacks. Li Qing understood the mischievous intent of the young prince and became more resolute in his determination to thwart any romantic entanglements. If you challenge me, do not expect to emerge unscathed. Let us engage in mutual harm. The young eunuchs exchanged glances. While the crown prince had not forbidden such actions, they feared it might displease him. 1 ingot of silver for each of you, Li Qing proclaimed with grandiosity. Thank you, Lord Marquis, for your generous gift. The donkey, burdened with 2 sacks of silver, and Li Qing himself, was under tremendous strain, which pained Qian to witness. Thus, he requested that Li Qing lighten his load by giving him 1 sack to carry on his own horse. Fortunately, Qian's horse could not voice its thoughts. Preparing for a long journey, Li Qing entrusted the silver to Qian's residence. Upon returning to his small courtyard, he boiled a pot of water and enjoyed a relaxing bath, then donned a fresh set of clothes, ready to contemplate matters concerning Liaodong. Just as he picked up his brush, a knock resounded at the door. Opening it, he found Zhen Er standing there, to which Li Qing nodded slightly. Come in. With the cold weather still biting before the end of the lunar month, Li Qing led her to the eastern kitchen, closing the door and lighting the firewood. Zhen Er's pale face gradually regained some color. Does the esteemed gentleman have matters to inquire of me? Zhen Er hesitated to ask. Indeed, Li Qing nodded, contemplating before asking. What are your thoughts on the crown prince? Zhen Er, caught off guard, took a moment to respond before awkwardly laughing. How could a humble servant dare to comment on the crown prince? You jest, my lord. Li Qing smiled. Between us, what you express leaves your lips and enters my ears. You need only speak freely. The crown prince is remarkably astute and treats others with great kindness. Zhen Er, with a firm resolve, expressed her utter confusion regarding Li Qing's peculiar behavior. Do you harbor feelings for him? Li Qing inquired, specifying the affection between men and women. Zhen Er, upon witnessing her expression, thought to herself, indeed, just as I suspected, that mischievous child is merely precocious, and it has nothing to do with Zhen Er. Your grace should refrain from such jesting. I cannot bear it, Zhen Er exclaimed in a flustered state. I am already 28, and the crown prince's jest is utterly absurd. Should word of this reach others, I would have 100 heads to lose. She was genuinely terrified, after finally attaining the stable life she had longed for. Losing it over such a matter would be exceedingly unjust. Your grace, such jokes cannot be entertained. Zhen Er sobbed, perplexed and aggrieved. Why do you treat me thus? I do not believe I have offended you in any way. Li Qing responded earnestly. What if the crown prince indeed holds affections for you? How could that be possible? Zhen Er replied, both amused and exasperated. I have merely served him since his childhood. He is simply closer to me, but it is not as you think. He likely regards me more as an elder sister. Li Qing nodded slowly, perceiving that Zhen Er was not lying, at least in her awareness. She had not detected any improper intentions from the mischievous child, nor did she harbor any ulterior motives herself. By the way, what is your surname? Li Qing suddenly recalled the importance of this inquiry. I am of the Wan family, Zhen Er replied. Li Qing was momentarily speechless. It was indeed an unexpected coincidence. He had not previously considered this aspect, as the name Zhen Er was hardly uncommon, yet now it seemed history bore an uncanny resemblance. Li Qing furrowed his brow in silence, contemplating the historical figure of Wan Zhen Er. After much reflection, aside from her intense jealousy, she had not committed any heinous acts that would disrupt the court. As for the title of abortion enthusiast associated with Wan Zhen Er, it appeared that mainstream opinion did not fully support this notion. Li Qing found it implausible. After all, 1 or 2 instances might be manageable, but if she were to conceive and terminate pregnancies repeatedly, it would be impossible to conceal from the multitude within the palace. There were simply too many people, and Wan Zhen Er could not control them all. No matter how much Zhu Qizhen favored her, he would not tolerate such actions. Yet, Li Qing hesitated to take such a risk, pondering whether he could truly justify ending a life based on probabilities that might not hold true. Do you remember what I told you previously? Li Qing asked. Zhen Er recalled and nodded. Yes, you said that while I had no choice before, I should strive to be a good person moving forward. She spoke with a sense of injustice. I truly have not committed any wrongs. Over the years, I have diligently served the crown prince, never daring to be negligent. and I have distanced myself from the inner palace, only summoned occasionally by the Empress Dowager, who mostly inquires about the Crown Prince. Your Grace, why would you wish to endanger me? You could leave the East Palace and remain unscathed, Li Qing suggested. I do not wish to return to the inner palace, Zhen Er pleaded. It is a place that devours one whole. The Empress Dowager is old and has little power now. Staying in the East Palace is my best option. I beg you to spare me. Li Qing contemplated for a moment and suggested. What if I speak to the Emperor about allowing you to return home? No, please do not. Zhen Er shook her head, stating, I entered the palace at the tender age of 4. I no longer possess a home. Now, I am but a middle-aged woman, and the prospect of marriage is far from promising. The best I could hope for would be to wed an old bachelor who cannot find a wife. Are you afraid of hardship? Li Qing teased. Indeed, Zhen Er replied, unashamed. I now live in luxury, free from labor. After 20 years of this existence, I finally see a glimmer of hope. Would you embrace such a life? Li Qing found her reasoning so compelling that he momentarily lacked a retort. Chapter 50. Profound affection of the Ming dynasty in the Eastern Palace. Upon Zhen Er's return, she was confronted by Zhu Qizhen. Where have you been? He demanded. I went to see the Duke of Yongqing, she replied candidly. Who permitted you to go? Did you consult me? Zhu Qizhen's face flushed with anger. And though he felt the urge to strike her, he ultimately restrained himself. What business did you have with him? Zhen Er hesitated before responding. The Duke inquired about my surname. You are fabricating lies, Zhu Qizhen retorted angrily. Are you involved with him? His inability to articulate his feelings only deepened his turmoil, leading him to exclaim, I shall beat him senseless. No, I will kill him. Better yet, I will have him castrated. Observing the nearly frenzied young prince, Zhen Er began to believe Li Qing's words. Your Highness, please remain calm. I have something to convey, she sighed wearily. How can I remain calm? Zhu Qizhen shouted in frustration. No, I must duel him. Zhen Er replied coolly. If your Highness continues in this manner, you will never see me again. Zhu Qizhen was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, What? What did you say? I repeat. If your Highness persists, I shall vanish forever, Zhen Er reiterated. You. Zhu Qizhen fumed, rendered speechless. If the prince is angry, he may chastise me. But he must not act recklessly, Zhen Er stated calmly. Zhu Qizhen gazed at her composed demeanor and felt an inexplicable fear of truly losing her. Zhen Er, I have never regarded you as a mere servant to be scolded at will. Zhu Qizhen stammered. Is it because I mentioned you today that you are upset? I would not dare. Zhen Er gently shook her head. Your Highness, might I have a word in private? Very well, Zhu Qizhen nodded. His fury dissipating as anxiety took its place. The pair retreated to a secluded area, and Zhen Er finally spoke. The Duke of Yongqing summoned me not for the reasons you presume, but to impart some information. What information? Zhu Qizhen felt an ominous premonition. Yet simultaneously, he felt somewhat relieved, no longer harboring such intense hatred for Li Qing. He realized that his thoughts had been unfounded. Zhen Er observed his averted gaze and sighed. He said that the prince has feelings for me. That is slander. He is spreading falsehoods. Zhu Qizhen exclaimed, both furious and anxious. Zhen Er, do not listen to his nonsense. He is a scoundrel, accepting bribes and selling people. How could he not be a rogue? Zhu Qizhen's teeth ground in frustration. He had never encountered such a man. Zhen Er smiled gently. Is the prince afraid to speak the truth? Zhu Qizhen paused, courage suddenly swelling within him. He nodded and declared, Yes, I have feelings for you, Zhen Er. He spoke earnestly. When I grow up, I shall marry you. But I am merely a servant, she replied. My grandmother was once a palace maid, he countered. Zhu Qizhen did not take it to heart. After all, she had indeed become both empress and dowager. If Sun were to overhear such words, she would undoubtedly find it amusing. Zhen Er smiled wryly and remarked, Your Highness, you are still young. When you grow up, you shall have beautiful and youthful consorts. While I will have aged, it matters not. Age is inconsequential, Zhu Qizhen replied, holding her hand tenderly. I will never think less of you, Sister Zhen Er. Your Highness, please do not speak like this. Zhen Er quickly withdrew her hand, her heart heavy with bitterness. What kind of predicament was this? After finally breaking through, why did her fate have to be so cruel? Zhu Qizhen looked wounded and asked, Does Sister Zhen Er not harbor feelings for me? If you are referring to romantic affection, then yes, Zhen Er said calmly. I implore you, Your Highness, do not continue to like me. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to disappear. Is it that Lord Yongqing has threatened you? No, Zhen Er replied with a bitter smile. Your Highness, please, Do not dwell on such matters. I beseech you to let me go. There was a 17-year age gap between them. How could that be possible? If the future empress were to learn of these past events, how would she fare? What are you afraid of? Zhu Qizhen asked in confusion. Do you think I cannot protect the woman I love? Zhen Er sighed. Oh, you little rascal, are you trying to take my life? Her expression turned serious as she said, If your highness wishes for me to remain in the Eastern Palace, please do not entertain any feelings for me. If you persist, I will have to leave. I love you, and I will not let you go. Zhu Qizhen, though young, had already begun to make resolute decisions. Zhen Er, her face devoid of expression, said, Then please. Your highness, in my life now. Zhu Qizhen wept bitterly, cursing the ancestors of Qing with fervor. His sister Zhen Er had truly left, departing from the Eastern Palace, and he was left unaware of her whereabouts. The depths of Ming's sorrow were heart-wrenching. When I become emperor, I shall make him pay dearly, Zhu Qizhen swore fiercely. Qing led Zhen Er to the laundry bureau, where he instructed the head eunuch to assign her a task. The primary duty of the laundry bureau was to wash garments, a task Zhen Er had chosen for herself. Although the work was arduous, it spared her from treachery. She could simply focus on her duties, facing only the possibility of reprimand, rather than the threat of losing her life unjustly. Seeing her struggle with the garments, her small hands turning red from the cold, Qing felt a pang of sympathy and offered the head eunuch a gold ingot to arrange a more comfortable task for Zhen Er. The chief eunuch, influenced by the bribe and wary of Lord Yongqing, assigned Zhen Er to a light role of counting clothes, which suited her well, given her experience with Sunday Qing. Aware of the cruelty that permeated the palace but unable to intervene further, discreetly pulled Zhen Er aside in front of the head eunuch, creating an impression that he was protecting her. Do you despise me? Qing inquired. Zhen Er shook her head. No, it is merely my unfortunate fate. This is all destiny. She smiled wryly and said, I must express my gratitude to you, my lord. Were it not for your forthrightness, I would remain blissfully ignorant. In due time, as the crown prince matures, he will surely abandon his foolish notions, and when that moment arrives, the crown princess will not spare me either. Pausing for a moment, she continued, As it stands, should rumors circulate, I would surely lose my head. Having spent such a considerable amount of time within the palace, I am acutely aware of the terrifying reality behind this seemingly envied imperial residence. The crown prince is the heir apparent, and thus cannot be in error. People will only presume that I have seduced him. Even those who know the truth will remain silent for the sake of political correctness, unwilling to speak on behalf of a mere palace maid. Given the current circumstances, I find myself fortunate amidst misfortune. My lord, who knows of my presence here? Only you and His Majesty. Qing suggested, perhaps you should adopt a different name. Though the likelihood of recognition is slim, a change in name would be more prudent. Zhen Er nodded. You are a scholar, my lord. Could you assist me in selecting a name? Qing pondered for a moment and proposed, What about calling you Xiao Wan? Your surname is Wan, and Wan sounds like Wan, which could carry a certain sentiment. Thank you for bestowing me this name, my lord. Zhen Er exclaimed loudly, kneeling and bowing, drawing the attention of those around them. Qing could not help but chuckle, fully aware of Zhen Er's intentions, yet he chose to remain silent, allowing her to utilize the moment. In the imperial study, Zhu Qizhen sighed. It appears I must trouble you once more, dear scholar. Once the matters in Liaodong conclude, return and take a well-deserved rest. I shall grant you an extended leave. Then I must express my gratitude to your majesty, Qing replied with a smile, observing Zhu Qizhen's weary countenance and advising, Your majesty must take care of your health. State affairs are important, yet one's well-being is equally vital. Zhu Qizhen chuckled lightly. In this position, how can I afford to prioritize my health? He sighed. I lack the grand vision and intellect. I can only compensate through diligent governance. How could I not take seriously the legacy of my ancestors? Qing gently reminded, one must also strive for balance. Without a sound body, how can one govern diligently? I understand. Zhu Qizhen nodded with a smile. I have arranged for plows and farming tools through the Ministry of Revenue, and they should arrive in Liaodong around May. Qing acknowledged, agriculture and housing are indeed the best means to win the people's hearts. With these two essentials, progress will surely accelerate. Zhu Qizhen replied cheerfully, You shall soon embark on your journey, and since I am not currently occupied, let us share a drink to send you off. Then I must indulge in a few more cups, Qing responded with a grin, finding Zhu Qizhen far more agreeable than Zhu Zhanji or Zhu Qizhen, who had never favored him. Chapter 51. A philosophical discussion with Your Majesty. As the food and wine were served, the two sat across from each other, raising their cups in camaraderie, engaging in lively conversation. Rarely did they share a meal in such a manner. Today, Zhu Qizhen was fortunate to find himself with leisure time. And with favorable developments in Liaodong, his usually furrowed brow relaxed. Zhu Qizhen chuckled, "Scholar, your understanding of the current political landscape and the entirety of the Ming dynasty is unparalleled. I wish to seek your counsel on certain matters." "Your Majesty, please proceed," Li Qing said, setting down his chopsticks and nodding with a smile. After a moment's contemplation, Zhu Qizhen inquired, "What is your interpretation of the grand trends of the world?" "Your Majesty, that question is rather broad," Li Qing replied. "I am well acquainted with the minutiae. It is these seemingly vague concepts, which encompass profound truths, that I struggle to comprehend fully." Zhu Qizhen remarked, "I am asking broadly, and you are teaching broadly." Upon this comment, Li Qing suddenly realized that this was indeed a significant flaw in Zhu Qizhen. Frankly speaking, in terms of political acumen, Zhu Qizhen ranks as the least capable among all the Ming emperors to date. At best, he could be considered on par with Zhu Yunwen. As for the elder Zhu and the fourth prince, and even the chubby father-son duo, Zhu Qizhen falls far short. Even Zhu Qizhen surpasses him significantly in political skill and strategy. Consequently, Li Qing chose to abandon vague notions and instead grounded his discussion in reality. Of course, one cannot entirely blame Zhu Qizhen. He had never received imperial education and was thrust into this position against his will. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qing quoted, "Laozi said, 'The way of heaven is to diminish the excess and replenish the deficiency. The way of man is to diminish the deficiency and increase the excess.'" Upon reaching this point, Li Qing could not help but feel a deep admiration, exclaiming, in these two brief sentences, "Laozi encapsulates the essence of the grand principles and the prevailing trends." Isn't this rather vague? Zhu Qizhen suppressed his urge to roll his eyes, took a sip of wine, and inquired, "What do these two sentences have to do with the state of the world?" "Indeed, they are related," Li Qing replied with a slight smile, urging the emperor to remain calm and listen attentively as he elaborated. Zhu Qizhen, suppressing his impatience, nodded, prompting Li Qing to continue. After a brief pause for thought, Li Qing pointed to the bubbling hot pot and explained, "Consider this hot pot. It boils vigorously, yet the surrounding area does not reach the same temperature. It possesses an excess of heat, which continually flows toward the area of deficiency, embodying the principle of the way of heaven, diminishing the excess to replenish the deficiency." Zhu Qizhen nodded slowly. He understood the gist of the statement, but Li Qing's explanation rendered it vividly tangible. Li Qing continued, "It will continuously dissipate heat until it reaches a balance with the environment, at which point it will cease. But if it stops, can we still enjoy the hot pot?" "Certainly not." Zhu Qizhen shook his head, feeling increasingly perplexed, unable to grasp why Li Qing was uttering such seemingly trivial remarks. Li Qing, however, appeared to have a profound fondness for hot pot and cheerfully remarked, "This hot pot is so delectable. Would it not be a pity if we could not indulge in it?" Zhu Qizhen could only manage a wry smile. Li Qing then asked, "May I inquire, Your Majesty, what must we do to continue enjoying it?" Zhu Qizhen rolled his eyes and replied, "Add broth, add charcoal." "Precisely," Li Qing exclaimed, clapping his hands together in agreement. "Your Majesty, I may not be exceptionally clever, but I am not foolish either," Zhu Qizhen retorted, somewhat irked. "Do you take me for a fool? Do not be hasty. Your Majesty, listen carefully and savor the words. You will gain insight," Li Qing encouraged, signaling Zhu Qizhen to remain composed. He continued, "The way of man is to diminish the deficiency and increase the excess. The way of man stands in stark contrast to the way of heaven. Do you know why?" Zhu Qizhen, caught off guard, tentatively suggested, "Is it because man can overcome heaven?" Li Qing, scratching his nose, directly revealed the answer. Because man reigns supreme over all creation. Being the most intelligent of beings, thus no one wishes to adhere to the way of heaven, which diminishes the excess to replenish the deficiency. Pointing again to the aromatic, bubbling hot pot, Li Qing said, "If we were to follow the way of heaven, we would soon be unable to enjoy this hot pot. To continue partaking, we must act contrary to heaven, adding broth and charcoal." Zhu Qizhen began to grasp the concept, though his understanding remained somewhat superficial. The teacher continued. Li Qing nodded and explained, "The way of humanity is to diminish the insufficient while augmenting the abundant. Essentially, Resources tend to flow from the deficient to the ample, which starkly contrasts with the way of nature, revealing a fundamental difference in behavioral logic. Please, continue, Zhu Qizhen urged, sensing that valuable insights were about to unfold. Leaning forward with an earnest demeanor, he listened intently. The way of nature represents the universal laws of development, while the way of humanity is not dictated by nature. It is, in essence, a form of human predation, Qing elaborated. To be precise, it is the affluent who prey upon the impoverished. Qing articulated, a quintessential example of this phenomenon is land consolidation. Throughout history, this occurrence has been inevitable for any ruler. Is it that they wish to engage in such practices? No, it is that they are incapable of resisting, for this is the nature of humanity. His discourse left him parched, prompting Qing to pour himself a cup of tea to soothe his throat before continuing. There is a fitting adage: big fish eat small fish. Small fish consume shrimp, and shrimp feed on mud. Shrimp cannot consume small fish, nor can small fish confront big fish. Thus, predation has always manifested in a top-down manner, rather than from the bottom up. Zhu Qizhen refilled Qing's cup, hesitatingly remarking, "Yet, it seems to me that this is not absolute. Indeed, for humans are not fish." Qing affirmed, "Those who possess abundance, seeking to maintain their long-term predation, typically refrain from exhausting their resources. At a certain juncture, they will focus their attention on equally affluent counterparts or even those significantly wealthier than themselves. However, they find it challenging to compete with those of similar strength, let alone those vastly superior, leading them to form alliances. When they unite, their power escalates exponentially. A coalition of landlords can dismantle a major landowner. A group of officials can resist imperial authority, and when all officials and landlords band together, they can overthrow the imperial power." Qing took a breath and elaborated. In practice, landlords exploit tenants, yet they also ensure that tenants have a morsel to eat. Throughout history, many officials and gentry have colluded to resist the predations of imperial power and even to prey upon it. The way of humanity is to diminish the insufficient while augmenting the abundant. When the collective power of officials and gentry reaches a certain threshold, the affluent are no longer merely the imperial authority. Therefore, across all dynasties, emperors and scholars have co-governed the realm. Indeed, emperors have desired sole dominion, yet invariably, they have found themselves incapable of achieving it. Zhu Qizhen stood bewildered. Have I exploited them? Given the differing perspectives, he could not pass judgment. Qing sighed. A state requires officials and military forces to maintain its operations and safeguard its security. All of this necessitates resources, thereby requiring a downward extraction of such resources. The gentry also needs resources to preserve their social standing and quality of life. Thus they too must extract resources from below. The common folk, of course, require resources to sustain their most basic existence, but as mere shrimp, they are too feeble to do anything but scrape for sustenance in the mud. Qing took a bite of his dish and added, "The food in one's stomach diminishes with digestion, necessitating further consumption, while the body's warmth is affected by ambient temperatures, leading to a gradual loss, thus requiring clothing for warmth. In order to survive, one must incessantly seek out resources, like this hot pot, to maintain a constant boil. One must continually add broth and charcoal, otherwise it will cease to bubble, and for a person, halting signifies death." Qing remarked, "Your Majesty, do you now comprehend the meaning of these two statements?" Zhu Qizhen leaned back in his chair, his eyes narrowing slightly as he murmured to himself. The way of heaven is to diminish the excessive and replenish the insufficient. The way of humanity is to diminish the insufficient and benefit the excessive. These two phrases, seemingly addressing different subjects and expounding opposing viewpoints, are inextricably linked by a cause and effect relationship. At this juncture, he could not help but exhibit a countenance akin to that of Qing moments prior, sincerely praising, "Indeed, the sage is truly remarkable." Having spoken, he fell into a contemplative silence. Qing's words were akin to placing corrective lenses upon a nearsighted individual. Zhu Qizhen ultimately perceived the truth, yet regrettably. What he discerned was not beauty but rather a stark, unsettling ugliness. The clearer his vision became, the deeper his understanding, and with it, an overwhelming sense of impotence ensued. How difficult it was. He glanced at Qing, only to see the depths of his profound eyes reflecting an equally profound sense of helplessness, coupled with an indescribable weariness. After a protracted silence, Zhu Qizhen sighed and inquired, Is there a method to restrain this? He refrained from mentioning a cure, for he now understood that a definitive remedy was unattainable. Divide and conquer, Li Qing replied. Can you be more specific? Zhu Qiyu pressed. Li Qing pondered briefly before stating. To capture a thief, one must first seize the king. As long as the upper echelons are controlled, the grand edifice of the Ming dynasty will not collapse. Yet to maintain control, one must offer these individuals benefits. Benefits? Zhu Qiyu furrowed his brow. Isn't their gain already substantial enough? Li Qing paused, then chuckled wryly. Your Majesty, what do you believe to be the greatest harm in this world? Corrupt officials and the unprincipled gentry, Zhu Qiyu responded instantaneously. No, that is incorrect. Li Qing shook his head. Puzzled, Zhu Qiyu asked, then who is it? Li Qing gazed at Zhu Qiyu, remaining silent. Is it I? Zhu Qiyu exclaimed in astonishment, simultaneously feeling a surge of indignation. What have I been diligent for if not for the stability of the Ming dynasty and the welfare of the populace? Your Majesty, do not be angered. I am not referring to you, but rather to the Emperor. Li Qing clarified, there are many landowners in this realm, but the Emperor is the largest of them all. You. Zhu Qiyu felt a flicker of genuine anger. Your Majesty, do not take offense. My intent is not to target you, but to elucidate the issues at hand. Li Qing gestured for Zhu Qiyu to remain calm and continued. The ruler often prioritizes his own substantial interests over the greater public good. In the emperor's perception, the entire realm belongs to him. Thus he desires officials to be selfless and upright, and citizens to dutifully refrain from rebellion, paying their taxes in full upon harvest. Yet this, in itself, is inherently unjust. It is an act of selfishness, is it not? Zhu Qiyu found himself at a loss for words. He genuinely struggled to counter this assertion. Li Qing's statement was undeniably audacious, yet it rang true. The most significant landowner in the Ming dynasty was indeed their own Zhu family. The founding emperor executed corrupt officials in unprecedented numbers. Yet what was the outcome? Many were slain, yet corrupt officials continued to emerge in droves. And the fundamental reason lay therein. As the saying goes, if one does not act for oneself, heaven will enact vengeance. Selfless individuals do exist, yet they are but a mere handful. The majority are extreme egotists. Viewed in this light, I find myself among them, deepening Zhu Qiyu's sense of helplessness. Thus, the emperor cannot impose his own standards upon the world. Li Qing, perceiving that his words had resonated, continued. The reason I assert that stabilizing the upper echelons will secure the towering edifice of the Ming is due to the simplicity of the common folk. For centuries, they have grown accustomed to exploitation. As long as they have food to eat and clothes to wear, they will not rebel. However, those who possess the ability and are dissatisfied with their circumstances are a different matter. If the emperor causes them distress, they will dare to rise against you. Li Qing elaborated. For instance, a group of oppressed commoners typically does not rebel, yet among them, what if there are figures like Chen Sheng and Wu Guang? Zhu Qiyu fell silent, his anger gradually subsiding as he began to reflect. If the Qin dynasty had managed to win over individuals like Chen Sheng and Wu Guang, would it have faced destruction? Therefore, one must provide benefits. Li Qing continued. The Han dynasty opened channels for military officials to ascend, leading to a strong Han. The Tang dynasty created pathways for scholars, resulting in a flourishing Tang. Just like the triennial imperial examinations, even today, the Ming dynasty is not lacking in officials, and the bureaucratic apparatus has become bloated. But can we cease the examinations? Your Majesty, do you understand what I am saying? I understand. Zhu Qiyu responded with a bitter smile. I comprehend it all. Li Qing had not initially intended to convey such thoughts to Zhu Qiyu, at least not for the time being. However, considering Zhu Qiyu's long tenure in the court and the impending need for him to depart for a while, today was the perfect opportunity to reveal this harsh truth, preventing Zhu Qiyu from being at a loss in the future. Zhu Qiyu let out a long sigh, choosing to set aside such pessimistic thoughts, and inquired, what are your specific arrangements regarding Liaodong? Let those tribal leaders guide their clans to undertake extensive reclamation efforts. The arable land they cultivate need only pay the requisite taxes, and the specific divisions can be left to them, Li Qing replied with a smile. This too can be seen as a channel for advancement. With the prospect of elevation, those tribal leaders will settle down and be filled with vigor. Zhu Qiyu furrowed his brow and asked, and what of the future? As integration progresses, the prestige of those tribal leaders will diminish, making it difficult for them to hold sway. Li Qing narrowed his eyes and replied, at that time, the court can effortlessly redistribute resources. promoting capable individuals and granting them modest rewards. Thus, not only will it avoid turmoil, but it will also win the hearts of the people. Zhu Qizhen nodded slowly, praising. You are exceptionally talented, sir. Li Qing chuckled lightly, then spoke earnestly. For an emperor, every action carries significant weight. Impatience is the greatest folly. I urge your majesty to keep this in mind. Indeed, I understand. Zhu Qizhen sighed, marveling. Your words have enlightened me. Your every utterance today has been of immense benefit. It was not merely a great benefit. It was as if a new world had been unveiled before him. Only now did he truly comprehend the difficulties of being an emperor, and the challenge of being a good emperor was all the more formidable. He could not help but reflect on those historical tyrants. Did they truly wish to be despotic rulers? Perhaps not. They may have simply been powerless to change their fates. Zhu Qizhen could not help but ponder. Without the likes of Li Qing and Qian, what sort of emperor would he have become? Perhaps a foolish tyrant. The hot pot still emitted steam, but as the charcoal fire dwindled, the broth ceased to bubble, and the liquid diminished significantly. A bitter smile crept upon Zhu Qizhen's lips as he added more charcoal and broth. 3 days later, Li Qing, accompanied by a group of young men, bid farewell to Zhu Qizhen. The emperor personally escorted them beyond the imperial city. Gazing at the receding figures, he found himself lost in thought. A flicker of despair lurking deep within his eyes, a profound realization, a clarity that illuminated everything yet rendered him powerless to effect change. Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yongqing and his entourage have departed, Xiao Hengzi whispered, feigning a smile. The Marquis possesses remarkable capabilities and will surely adeptly manage the affairs of Liaodong. There is no need for your concern. Zhu Qizhen blinked, suddenly breaking into a smile. Indeed, he sees more clearly than I, and yet, despite his despair, he has not surrendered. On the contrary, he has tirelessly persevered, leading from the front. How could I, as emperor, ever abandon my duties? The hint of despair in his eyes vanished, replaced by a flame of determination. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Qizhen declared, "Let us return to the palace." From that day forth, the emperor of Jingtai became increasingly diligent in governance. As he himself had acknowledged, he lacked extraordinary talents, yet he compensated for it with unwavering diligence. In March, the exchange of copper coins for treasury notes commenced across half of Shandong province. By July, the copper coin exchange resumed. By September, the entire region of Shandong had completed the conversion. During this time, copper was procured from the populace, copper mines were exploited, and copper acquired through trade with Japan was all sent to the Treasury Bureau. The cost of minting coins in the Ming dynasty soared exponentially, many times exceeding the cost of printing notes. Yet Zhu Qizhen did not fret over the expenditure. In the 10th year of Jingtai, in February, the copper coin exchange began in half of Hunan province, and by June, the entire province had completed the conversion. In August, the construction of the Yangtze River levees commenced, followed by the management of the Yellow River in October. The court's expenditures flowed like water, leaving the treasury nearly devoid of surplus. However, the populace thrived, with abundant employment opportunities affording them the chance to earn a living. This marked a channel of upward mobility and an enhancement in the quality of life. The common people gradually shifted their aspirations from mere sustenance to the pursuit of fine living, becoming more proactive and optimistic. In the 11th year of Jingtai, in February, Li Qing completed the handover of responsibilities and returned to the capital from Liaodong. The foundational framework had been established, and the subsequent personnel merely needed to follow the established procedures. At last, he could enjoy some leisure. After reporting his work to the palace, he took a few days to rest at home, regaining his vitality before once again seeking an audience with Zhu Qizhen to request leave. Although the situation on the grasslands was tense, leading to a continuous influx of population into the Ming, the reception process had stabilized. His presence was not crucial, and Li Qing wished to return to spend time with his mentor. After such an extended period of busyness, a respite was indeed warranted. The palace examination will commence next month. It would be prudent for you to remain in the capital for a month to assist me, Zhu Qizhen suggested with a smile. Afterward, you may return to Jinling to relax at your leisure. That sounds agreeable, Li Qing nodded. He was not in a rush, and Zhu Qizhen was quite generous, allowing him to return to the capital for official duties in the 12th year of Jingtai. A nearly year-long leave was indeed a magnanimous gesture, and Li Qing found it difficult to refuse. Your Majesty, please take care of your health. Li Qing observed that the slightly older Zhu Qizhen, barely in his 30s, already bore strands of white hair. With a furrowed brow, he suggested, "Shall I prescribe a tonic to bolster your vitality?" "Indeed, that would be splendid." Zhu Qiyu replied with a smile. Li Qing added, "And remember to rest adequately." Zhu Qiyu chuckled, "I am not a child. I am quite aware of when to take a break if I am fatigued." Li Qing smiled gently and chose to remain silent thereafter. Chapter 53. The dragon-slaying youth during his leisure hours. Li Qing often visited the Qing Tower for a modest drink, occasionally seeking out Qian for companionship over wine, or spending time with the uncle-nephew duo, Shiheng. Life was decidedly comfortable. While exhaustion was genuine, moments of idleness were equally real. Li Qing embraced the freedom of his days, indulging in a languid and pleasant existence. Time slipped away swiftly, and soon it was the balmy month of March. On this particular day, Li Qing arose early, for it was the day the palace examination results were to be unveiled. He had promised to assist Zhu Qiyu in this matter and took a moment to tidy himself before departing. Mounting his donkey, he made his way to the palace. Along the route, Li Qing grew impatient with the sluggish pace of the donkey and gave it a couple of slaps. The donkey brayed in protest, slowing even further. The pair caused quite a commotion, nearly missing their appointed time. In the palace, within the central hall, Zhu Qiyu teased, "You truly have a knack for timing. I thought you had overslept again." Li Qing smiled sheepishly. "In the Jinshan Hall or the Wenhua Hall?" "Wenhua Hall," Zhu Qiyu replied, stretching his limbs. His eyes bore traces of bloodshot fatigue, clearly having not rested well. "The candidates have been waiting for quite some time. Let us proceed." Li Qing nodded, "As you wish." "Your Majesty, the candidates of this era faced far more arduous trials than those of later generations. Not to mention the grueling long journey to reach the examination venue. The examination itself was a torment, confined within a cramped space where movement was restricted, all in pursuit of their lofty dreams. However, only a handful could reach the palace examination. The palace examination consisted solely of essay questions, with candidates entering the examination hall before dawn, enduring roll call, completing 3 essays, presenting their works, and then writing under the rigid constraints of the 8-legged essay format. Fortunately, the palace examination typically lasted only a single day, with papers submitted at dusk. The process involved meticulous scrutiny by officials, transcription, sealing, and storage, ultimately submitted to the examiners for cross-evaluation. The examiners, upon discovering the anonymous papers, noted the uniformity in handwriting, entirely separated from the proctors, ensuring a strict system. Having endured rigorous assessments, the examiners would ultimately select 10 of the most exceptional papers to present to the emperor, who would then designate the top scholar, runner-up, and second runner-up. Throughout the vast Ming dynasty, only these 10 candidates would have the honor of witnessing the emperor's visage in the Wenhua Hall. The difficulty of this examination far surpassed that of modern-day prestigious institutions. Nevertheless, it is worth noting that the emergence of the top scholar, runner-up, and second runner-up often bore little relation to actual ability at this level. Proficiency was quite comparable among candidates. Ultimately, it hinged upon the emperor's decree. This was a matter of serendipity, though there were indeed tangible criteria, primarily concerning appearance. In simpler terms, it was a matter of aesthetics. Historically, newly minted top scholars have always been strikingly handsome. With Li Qing's looks, securing a place among the top 10 would virtually guarantee him the title of the top scholar. Before the Wenhua Pavilion, the officials of the Ministry of Rites awaited the diligent scholars, who had long been anticipating the arrival of the imperial procession. As the dragon carriage came to a halt, Li Qing and Zhu Qiyu emerged, prompting the students to bow deeply in reverence. Li Qing stepped aside, observing the array of emotions displayed by the candidates: joy, anxiety, and yearning, culminating in palpable excitement etched upon their faces. The examinees, glancing his way, seemed to harbor a fervent envy for his privilege of sharing a carriage with the emperor. They dared not gaze for long, exercising caution lest they offend such eminent figures. Li Qing mused to himself that the caliber of this year's candidates appeared commendable. At the very least, they did not seem to hail from affluent or noble families. Their exceedingly cautious demeanor was genuine, not feigned. Zhu Qiyu merely exchanged pleasantries before leading the way into the Wenyuan Pavilion. Inside the pavilion, the examination official knelt to read the candidates' essays, while Li Qing and Zhu Qiyu listened intently, formulating their judgments. After a short while, the official completed his reading, bowed, and exited. Zhu Qiyu closed his eyes, deliberating in silence. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes and turned to Li Qing, suggesting, Why don't we each write down 3 names and see if they coincide? Certainly, Li Qing replied with a smile, moving to the writing desk to dip his brush in ink. But your majesty, do not peek. Rest assured, I shall not. Zhu Qiyu chuckled. Li Qing swiftly penned 3 names on the paper and then handed it to Zhu Qiyu, stating, Your turn, your majesty. Zhu Qiyu quickly wrote down his names as well, saying, All right, let us compare. They laid their papers side by side on the imperial desk. Li Qing's selections were Lu Jian, Li Yongtong, and Zheng Huan, while Zhu Qiyu had chosen Wang Yikue, Li Yongtong, and Zheng Huan. Lu Jian? Zhu Qiyu pondered, recalling the official's earlier recitation, furrowing his brow. I do not believe this individual possesses the merit of a top scholar. Indeed, yet from the perspective of the examination content, he falls slightly short, Li Qing acknowledged. However, his willingness to express himself, unlike others who are merely diplomatic, reveals a pure heart that surpasses many. Very well. Zhu Qiyu replied with a wry smile. While I assessed the examination papers, you seem to read the hearts of men, leading to entirely different conclusions. Li Qing smiled back, saying, In truth, the distinctions among the second and third tiers are not vast. The examination questions are not mathematical. There are no absolute right or wrong answers, as they largely depend on subjective interpretation. Moreover, a top scholar may not necessarily achieve greatness, nor may those in the second or third tiers be mediocre. This is merely a starting point, not the conclusion. Zhu Qiyu nodded gently. Xiao Hangzi, please bring in the candidates. Yes, your majesty. Upon witnessing this, Li Qing clasped his hands in salute. Then I shall take my leave. Why would you retreat when I summoned you to oversee? Zhu Qiyu rolled his eyes. I have already submitted my paper. Li Qing spread his hands. Moreover, I have distanced myself from the civil service. It is fundamentally inappropriate for me to participate so openly in the palace examination. If your majesty were to decree the top scholar, second, and third place while I am present, I can only imagine how many would conspire against me. Zhu Qiyu exclaimed in surprise. Are you truly concerned about conspiracies? Oh, that is different, Li Qing replied. I now belong to the nobility and am part of a semi-military structure. It is best not to set such precedents. The repercussions would be unfavorable. Very well, Zhu Qiyu said with a laugh. When shall we depart for Jinling? Perhaps tomorrow. Li Qing remarked that it had been quite a while since his last visit and expressed a desire to inspect the maritime commercial affairs and the status of the weaving bureau. Zhu Qiyu nodded and said, Then I shall not see you off, for you have toiled diligently for so long and deserve a good rest. However, should the emperor issue an edict, I will certainly return. Li Qing assured him, confident in Zhu Qiyu's integrity. He knew that when given leave, Zhu would not go back on his word unless faced with a significant matter. If such a situation arose, even without Zhu Qiyu's prompting, he would return. Safe travels. Zhu Qiyu smiled. I appreciate your good wishes, your majesty, Li Qing replied, bowing respectfully. As he reached the palace gates, he encountered 10 candidates entering the palace. Li Qing paused to let them pass, and as he beheld their youthful and vibrant faces, he felt a surge of satisfaction. He was uncertain whether any of them might one day become formidable adversaries, but for now, they were all aspiring dragon-slaying youths. Chapter 54. The daily life of the Marquis's household. The donkey, braying joyfully, was about to head to Yu Qian's residence, brimming with excitement. At Yu Qian's home, it would not have to work or endure endless chatter, enjoying premium fodder every day, much to the envy of the neighboring relatives, indulging in its noble lifestyle. Dear donkey, this parting means we won't reunite until next year. Do not think of me. Li Qing gently stroked its smooth coat and whispered. The donkey responded with eager brace, nudging Li Qing impatiently, urging him to take it out. No need for sentimentality. Take me to Yu Qian's home. After years of companionship, Li Qing remarked. Why are you nudging me? Are you feeling itchy? His mood shifted as the donkey's antics disrupted his thoughts, and he became annoyed, resulting in a playful reprimand for the creature. Yu Qian, having surpassed his 60s, was graying and showing deepening lines on his face, appearing older than his years. Though he still maintained a robust constitution, the two sat across from each other, sharing a drink. This farewell means we won't meet until next year. Do take care of yourself, Yu Qian expressed, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. For someone of his age, a year felt like a significant span of time. Li Qing replied softly, the one who must take care is you. Preserving your health is essential for managing state affairs effectively. Yu Qian chuckled bitterly. Many of my contemporaries have already departed. Who knows what the future holds? Do not compare yourself solely to those who are worse off. You are still young. Li Qing comforted him. For instance, Hu Wei is already 85, yet he remains spry and vigorous. You are over 20 years his junior, with many days ahead of you. However, Minister Hu's health is not as robust as you might think. We spoke just yesterday, and he is contemplating retirement to his hometown, Qian sighed. Reaching 80 is no easy feat. Li Qing reflected for a moment and nodded. Indeed, it is quite a challenge. If memory serves me correctly, he was a jinshi in the second year of the Zhengwen era. Few have managed to stand firm in the court for so long throughout history. After a pause, he added, you must not entertain thoughts of retiring. He is 85, while you are just over 60. Qian laughed. Sir, one cannot calculate life in such a manner. Each individual's constitution varies. However, even if I wished to retire, the emperor would not permit it. This was indeed true. Zhu Qizhen currently placed great trust in both Li Qing and Qian. Li Qing enjoyed a long life, and taking a break for a year or so was of little consequence. However, for Qian, each day was a precious commodity, and Zhu Qizhen would certainly not let him go. It is not easy for you either, Li Qing sighed, feeling somewhat reflective. By the way, has there been any significant change in the situation on the northern grasslands recently? The contradictions have deepened, yet the hostilities have somewhat eased, Qian replied. In the past 6 months, the number of grassland tribes aligning themselves with the Ming has noticeably dwindled, and it seems likely that this trend will continue. Li Qing nodded gently. This is to be expected. Everything changes gradually over time, whether for better or worse. It is impossible for circumstances to remain static. Could we eventually see a scenario where no grassland tribes pledge allegiance to the Ming? Qian asked, his brows furrowing in habitual concern. Such a possibility cannot be ruled out, but I believe this is merely the calm before the storm, Li Qing remarked thoughtfully. Walla has invested so much that they cannot afford to abandon their ambitions midway. They still dream of unifying the grasslands. Furthermore, due to their oppression of the local tribes over the years, animosity has reached an irreconcilable level. Even if Walla wished to halt their advance, they would find it impossible. Li Qing's eyes narrowed, his gaze piercing. Ultimately, both sides will vie for dominance. Neither will relent midway. They are merely gathering strength for the inevitable conflict. When do you think this will occur? Qian inquired. How should I know? Li Qing replied, a hint of irritation in his tone. It could be a year or two, but it should happen within 3 years, certainly not exceeding 5. With that, Li Qing set forth on his journey back to Jinling. This time, he did not rush, as the holiday was long and there was no need for haste. In the past, he had often missed the scenic beauty along the way in his pursuit of time, but now he could take pleasure in the sights. He traveled at a leisurely pace, stopping for meals and sometimes staying in inns at night, thoroughly relishing the experience. By mid-April, he arrived in Jinling, ushering in the summer season. Early summer was not excessively hot, and the Ho residence boasted numerous trees, allowing him to fall asleep to the soothing sounds of chirping insects and singing birds, a truly delightful experience. However, his comfortable days were short-lived, as Zhang Lada dragged him into the kitchen, requiring him to prepare 2 meals a day. Fortunately, the old man did not eat breakfast. Otherwise, Li Qing would have been deprived of his precious sleep. One day, Li's father came to visit, during which they discussed Li Hong. The boy is now 16 and of an age to consider marriage, Li's father remarked with a smile. It's just as well that you are here, brother Li. We, as fathers, must oversee this matter. Are there any suitable candidates? Last year there were proposals, and this year, even more have come forth, some quite promising, Li's father replied, stroking his beard with satisfaction. However, a moment later, his expression shifted to one of irritation. Yet the boy is quite stubborn, insisting on making his own decisions. Is this not a form of rebellion? Marriage is a significant affair, traditionally decided by parents, a practice deeply rooted over millennia, Li's father declared, asserting that the boy's defiance was no trivial matter. Of course, he understood that his son's views were largely influenced by Li Qing, but he could not express this openly, instead attributing all blame to his son. Brother Li, your timing is perfect. I can no longer manage that rascal. Please keep a close eye on him. Li's father passed the responsibility onto Li Qing. He was not intentionally shifting blame. Rather, he believed that his son's behavior was a result of Li Qing's indulgence. After some contemplation, Li Qing remarked, Hong Er may have already found a girl he fancies. Have you inquired about it? Indeed, I have, Li's father replied, trying to calm his agitated heart. I thought the same, but he claimed otherwise. Could it be that he is too timid or embarrassed to admit it? Li's father shook his head. That seems unlikely. I have assured him that as long as she comes from a respectable family, I would approve. At this point, he suddenly realized something, and in a fit of alarm, exclaimed, "This little scoundrel isn't secretly visiting brothels, is he? What a disgrace. Li brother, I must take my leave." Li's father hastily bowed and rushed home to confront his son. Li Qing was momentarily taken aback, then burst into silent laughter. At that moment, a lively young girl entered. "Uncle Li, my father invites you for tea and a game of chess." Li Qing corrected her. "Xiao Wanqing, I am older than your father. You should address me as uncle." While she could be forgiven for her lapse in generational etiquette, age was a different matter altogether, by her logic. Zhu Qizhen would be referred to as Li Qing's elder brother. Such an affront was truly outrageous. The more Li Qing pondered, the angrier he became. Neglecting the young girl as he hurried off to confront Zhu Qizhen. Though still young, the girl was quite perceptive and immediately realized that her father was in trouble. Aware that her father was no match for Li Qing, she quickly sought out Zhang Lada. Zhang Lada was busy exercising, enjoying physical activity as it allowed him to indulge in more delicious food at mealtimes. "Grandfather, trouble. Uncle Li is going to beat up my father," the girl panted, urging him to intervene. "What is there to see? He has often been in trouble with your father before." Zhang Lada paused, chuckling. "Little girl, would you like to learn boxing from your grandfather?" The girl, with a twinkle in her eye, replied, "If you convince Uncle Li to back down, I will learn." "Really? Children do not deceive their elders," she nodded. "You are quite the trickster, aren't you?" Li Qing rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront Zhu Qizhen. "So, do you still wish to be my elder brother?" Zhu Qizhen hurriedly interjected. Hey, let's discuss this calmly. What is the meaning of this? I kindly asked my daughter to invite you for tea, and you are making such a fuss over a mere title? Besides, calling me uncle makes me seem youthful, which older folks appreciate, especially since you appear younger than I do," Zhu Qizhen awkwardly defended. Li Qing was not swayed by such reasoning, snorting, "Enough of your prattle. Come here and take your punishment. I can be merciful and spare your face." "You are going too far," Zhu Qizhen faltered. "Is it the title you truly care about? You just want to hit me, you shameless scoundrel." Li Qing was amused by this, thinking, "Since you have branded me as shameless, I must comply with your wishes. Watch as I turn you into a pig's head." Zhu Qizhen's eyes darted around as he plotted his escape route. "No, you promised not to hit my face." "I am shameless." Li Qing approached with a sinister grin. Zhu Qizhen attempted to flee, but found himself hoisted up after just one step. Quickly changing tactics, he pleaded, "I have something to say. Will you allow me to finish?" "Very well, speak," Li Qing said, gripping his collar to prevent him from escaping. "Well, I confess there is a degree of opportunism on my part." However, upon catching sight of his daughter tugging at the elderly gentleman, Zhu Qizhen immediately straightened his posture. "Yet he could not strike me. Oh, how audacious he is." Li Qing chuckled in amusement, assuring him that she would not take his life. "Old man, you must rein in your disciple," Zhu Qizhen bellowed. "Do not strike my father," the young girl interjected, followed by the disheveled voice of Zhang Qingzi. "Grant your master some favor. Let this matter slide this time." Li Qing turned around and, seeing the duo approach, reluctantly released her grip, huffing. "You may escape the first day, but not the 15th. Just you wait. Today is the 16th. Does that not count as a day?" Zhu Qizhen understood he could not evade consequences and decided to feign indifference. "Next time, you'd better be just as brazen," Li Qing scoffed, moving to sit on a nearby bench. Zhu Qizhen, undeterred, plopped down beside her, wearing a mischievous expression. "Will you strike me? Let the bullets fly a while longer." Li Qing replied with a cold smile, uninterested in further engagement. Zhu Qizhen, relishing the rare sight of Li Qing in disarray, proudly beckoned to his daughter. "Come here, dear." The little girl joyfully bounded over, sweetly calling out, "Daddy, Uncle Li." "Indeed, you are my wonderful daughter," Zhu Qizhen beamed, lifting her for a kiss. However, considering she was already 9 years old, he opted against it, merely ruffling her hair before setting her down. At that moment, another voice chimed in, "Godfather, godfather." Li Qing turned to see his godson approaching in a huff, his left cheek flushed, evidently having received a slap. He quickly arrived at the pavilion and began to complain. "Godfather, someone is bullying me. Will you intervene?" Li Qing chuckled. "Who is it? Is it not your duty to protect your son if he is being mistreated?" Li Hong replied, extending his face. "Look, it is all red." "Big brother, did you also get hit?" asked Zhu Wanqing. "Why do you say also?" Li Hong instinctively glanced at Zhu Qizhen. I did not get hit. Zhu Qizhen retorted. Chapter 55. The pitiful Zhu Qizhen. Upon seeing Zhu Qizhen's irritation, Li Hong instinctively shrank back, quickly changing the subject. Godfather, will you help? Of course, I must intervene. Li Qing declared. Tell your godfather. Who is your assailant? Returning the favor in kind, Li Qing scoffed. I shall ensure he understands the distress of having a son who is bullied. There's really no need for that. Just tell him about it. Li Hong smiled awkwardly. That will not suffice. I always let my fists do the talking, Li Qing stated, rolling up his sleeves. Quickly tell me who it is, so I may avenge you. Really, it is unnecessary, Li Hong replied sheepishly. One must be magnanimous. I shall not stoop to his level. Li Qing smirked derisively. Your face is half swollen. How about I help you balance it out? No need, Li Hong, realizing the implication, chuckled nervously. Godfather. You are aware, aren't you? What do you think? Li Qing retorted. Your beating is hardly unjust. Now tell me, whom have you set your sights on? Li Hong glanced at Zhu Qizhen and shook his head. None. I am not in a hurry. A true gentleman has no need to fret over finding a wife. And so on. Li Qing's brow furrowed increasingly. The situation was turning rather dire. Indeed, why the hurry? Zhu Qizhen, upon seeing Li Qing's dark expression, couldn't help but burst into laughter as he playfully nudged Li Qing's shoulder. As the saying goes, every generation has its own fortune. Even Li Hong is not anxious. So why should you be? How does that saying go again? Yes, the emperor is not in a hurry, but the eunuchs are. In any case, the elder has agreed to assist, so there is nothing to fear. With a mischievous grin, Zhu Qizhen encouraged. Li Hong, you are quite right. What does a true man have to fear from lacking a wife? It is you who is to marry, not him, so his opinions should be disregarded. Li Qing looked at Zhu Qizhen in astonishment, his gaze peculiar, causing Zhu Qizhen to feel a twinge of unease. Hey, are you disregarding the elder's authority? Li Qing, surprisingly, was not angry this time. Rather, he felt pity for Zhu Qizhen. The girl has yet to mature, and already she is the subject of someone's interest. What a misfortune. Li Qing could hardly be bothered to dwell on their previous unpleasantness. However, considering the situation, it did reflect the relationship between the Li and Zhu families, which, indeed, had been interwoven for generations. Li Qing's worries dissipated, leaving only sympathy for Zhu Qizhen. As for their age difference, Li Qing was quite open-minded, believing that if Zhu Qizhen, that mischievous child, could fancy someone 17 years his senior, then why couldn't his godson be interested in someone 7 years his junior? As long as both parties are willing. Age is not a barrier. Li Hong noticed his godfather glancing between him and Zhu Qizhen, feeling inexplicably uneasy. He quickly interjected, Godfather, Grandpa Zhang, Uncle Zhu, you may reminisce. I shall take my leave. After taking a few steps, he turned back to say, Sister Wanqing, when adults are speaking, we children should refrain from interrupting. All right. Zhu Wanqing nodded in acknowledgement as she followed him out of the pavilion. Zhang Lauda drank a cup of tea and then returned to his practice, leaving Li Qing and Zhu Qizhen alone beneath the pavilion. You dare to disregard your master? Zhu Qizhen felt a chill as he noted Li Qing's odd gaze fixed upon him. Li Qing, with a hint of exasperation, replied, Fear not, I shall not strike you. Zhu Qizhen exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, without the elder present, he refrained from further jesting. It is still early for lunch. Shall we play a game of chess? Your daughter is nearly being whisked away, and you still have the leisure to play chess? Li Qing rubbed his nose, at a loss for words. What kind of look is that? Zhu Qizhen felt uneasy under Li Qing's scrutiny. Why do you gaze at me so? Li Qing sighed softly. You do realize your daughter will eventually marry, right? You have prepared yourself for that. That is too much. Zhu Qizhen felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. You're deliberately trying to irritate me, aren't you? There was something even more distressing. Your daughter is already being eyed by someone, Li Qing mused. Fortunately, in this era, one's physical appearance is inherited from their parents, and there are no dyes to worry about. Otherwise, if Li Hong were to dye his hair yellow, Zhu Qizhen might just pass out from rage. Reflecting on this, Li Qing felt even more pity for Zhu Qizhen. At that moment, Zhu Qizhen seemed to grasp Li Qing's deeper meaning and sighed. Ultimately, daughters must marry. As long as she lives well in the future, both I and Xiao Qian will be content. It is of no concern. He paused before adding, but isn't it still too early for such thoughts? Li Qing offered a sympathetic smile. Indeed. Sister Wanqing, do you still remember what I spoke to you about earlier? Yes, I remember, Li Hong replied softly. The little girl chuckled, saying that her elder brother had mentioned that when she grew up, she would be quite different. Li Hong quickly covered her mouth, anxiously imploring her to keep quiet, for if her father and his godfather heard her, it would affect his height. What? She pushed his hand away, her eyes, like wild grapes, glaring at him indignantly. Realizing he had overstepped, Li Hong hastily bowed in apology, admitting his carelessness. I forgive you, the little girl replied, somewhat displeased. In this era, affluent families began educating their children at a remarkably early age. Naturally, the 9-year-old girl understood the propriety regarding interactions between genders. However, the more intricate matters were beyond her comprehension, as those lessons were reserved for after marriage. She couldn't fathom how it might impact his height. Because they would certainly break my legs, Li Hong said with a wry smile. Zhu Qizhen scoffed. That would never happen. My father says that when I grow up and marry, he will prepare a grand dowry for me. He treats me exceptionally well. Your father is kind to you. But still, you mustn't speak of such things, Li Hong said with a serious expression. Why not? She asked. Because Uncle Li is a good man. Li Hong was momentarily taken aback. Then his hair stood on end, his face filled with terror, his body stiffening. He slowly turned his head, revealing his immaculate white teeth, which gleamed dazzlingly in the sunlight. Uncle, weren't you just playing chess with Uncle Zhu? Li Hong stammered, forcing a smile that was anything but pleasant. Follow me, Li Qing commanded, and without hesitation, he walked away. Li Hong swallowed hard, feeling as if he had lost something dear. Sister Qing, if I become lame, would you despise me? He asked. Hurry up. The voice called again, causing Li Hong to shudder and rush after her before Qing could respond. The little girl furrowed her lovely brows, pouting as she muttered, Honestly, why is Uncle Li so violent? What are you thinking? I'm not thinking anything. I simply don't want to marry so soon. Li Hong was gambling on the fact that his godfather was unaware of the details. However, he lost miserably. All right, now it looks even, Li Qing said, satisfied as he withdrew his hand, speaking sternly. If you dare engage in any improper conduct, I will break your legs. Mark my words, this is not mere hyperbole. Understood, Uncle, Li Hong replied, forcing himself to respond. Get lost, Li Qing replied curtly. Yes, Li Hong responded, feeling utterly miserable. The pain on his face was nothing compared to the hurt within his heart. In that moment, he empathized with Zhu Qizhen. Yet, just as he felt a shared understanding, he suddenly realized that his godfather's warning about improper conduct did not equate to disapproval. His spirits lifted. He couldn't help but grin. After all, at that time, he would only be 23 and still quite youthful. The smile tugged at his swollen cheeks, and he inhaled sharply but swiftly broke into another grin, embracing the bittersweet pain. Uncle Li, did you hit Big Brother? After lunch, the little girl specifically ran over to inquire. Li Qing remained noncommittal, stating, Uncle Li has a few questions for you, and you must answer truthfully. Will you hit me? The little girl asked, looking a bit frightened. With a stern face, Li Qing responded, If you don't tell the truth, I will hit you. I would dare hit your father, let alone you. I'll go find Grandpa Zhang. She retorted defiantly. You are not allowed to go, Li Qing said, glaring, causing the little girl to burst into tears. No crying. He softened his tone. If you answer my questions honestly, I promise not to hit you. The little girl ceased her sobs, and Uncle Li inquired, or rather, it was Uncle Li Bo. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qing asked, What do you think of the elder brother? The little girl nodded. What is it that you like? The elder brother tells stories, she replied. And what else? The young lady pondered for a moment before shaking her head. That's all. Li Qing mused to himself, realizing that her reasons were quite sufficient. A handsome appearance coupled with a charming voice, what more could one desire? He had a fair understanding of the little girl's sentiments and concluded that all was well. Shall I take my leave then? Zhu Qizhen inquired tentatively. Go on, Li Qing waved his hand, thinking to himself that it seemed that scoundrel had a significant chance of success. He harbored no concerns. Although his godson was cunning, he possessed a sound moral compass and would not overstep boundaries. His words were merely a precautionary measure. When the time came for the two to reach marriageable age and fall in love, it would indeed be a delightful affair. However, in this era, a man marrying at the age of 23 was somewhat late. What are you pondering? Zhu Qizhen approached, startling Li Qing. You tread so quietly, Li Qing retorted, slightly irritated. Is your skin itching? I was quite loud, wasn't I? Zhu Qizhen scoffed. I haven't even settled the score with you yet. What score? Li Qing asked, perplexed. Just a mere title. Must you take it to heart? My daughter was frightened by you. Did she tell you? I didn't ask, Zhu Qizhen replied, taken aback. Did you not summon her to discuss this matter? Li Qing smacked his lips. Yes, indeed, it is about this matter. He decided to withhold the truth from Zhu Qizhen for now, fearing it might affect his godson's stature. Feeling guilty, Li Qing sought to avoid Zhu Qizhen, saying, I shall take a stroll. If you wish to play chess, go find the old gentleman. Until we meet again. With that, he hastily exited. Zhu Qizhen scratched his head in confusion and, upon seeing his daughter enter, put on a brave front, proclaiming, Daughter, father has avenged you. You should have seen how I scolded him just now. Father is so good. The little girl's mood brightened immediately, and she huffed. Uncle Li is so fierce. If he dares to be fierce again, tell father, Zhu Qizhen declared, thumping his chest. Father will teach him a lesson. The little girl looked doubtful. Can you defeat him? I can scold him. The little girl nodded vigorously, her spirits lifted. Father, when I grow up and get married, how much dowry are you preparing for me? Zhu Qizhen responded, Chapter 56, A father cannot betray his father-in-law. My daughter, you are still young. It is too early for marriage. Zhu Qizhen's heart, that of a doting father, felt shattered at the thought of his daughter marrying and seeing her only a few times a year. The little girl counted on her fingers. That's just 7 or 8 years away. Zhu Qizhen clutched his chest, thinking it best not to dwell on such matters for now. Does father not want me to marry? Zhu Qizhen, with a wry smile, gently replied, It is not that. Father simply feels sad at the thought of you marrying and not being able to see you often. Zhu Wanqing smiled sweetly, tugging at Zhu Qizhen's sleeve in a playful manner, but it's south just across the street, very close. I can see father every day. Just across the street? That is not so bad. Zhu Qizhen felt a wave of relief wash over him, unable to suppress a foolish grin. However, as soon as the smile blossomed, it froze. What? The opposite door? The city of Jinling remained as vibrant as ever. Li Qing strolled along the bustling streets, observing the throngs of people and the densely packed shops. His face illuminated with delight. This was a manifestation of economic prosperity. The populace had begun to earn money, and naturally, they were willing to spend it. The swift circulation of wealth invigorated various industries, simultaneously uplifting the surrounding towns of Jinling. As people became affluent, their demands surged. And coupled with the dense population and a plethora of foreign trade, the local resources of Jinling could no longer satisfy the needs of its citizens, undoubtedly presenting opportunities for the neighboring towns. For instance, when there is a demand for fruits, there will be those who cultivate them. This was the current scenario. The highly developed economy of Jinling stimulated domestic demand, and the increase in this demand provided abundant employment opportunities in the surrounding areas. It was a virtuous cycle. The market economy resembled a great river. Only through flow could it thrive, lest it become stagnant and lifeless. If everyone clutched their money and refused to spend, even if every household was wealthy, the Ming dynasty would remain impoverished. As Li Qing wandered along, he began to feel a pang of hunger and decided to visit a nearby tavern to order a few small dishes. The Jiangnan cuisine emphasized refinement, and its flavors did not disappoint. Its lighter taste suited Li Qing's palate perfectly. The only drawback was that it lacked the affordability of northern dishes and was quite expensive. For dishes and a soup, accompanied by a pot of fine wine, cost nearly 2 taels of silver, indeed not cheap. After a satisfying meal, Li Qing emerged from the tavern, a look of contentment adorning his face. Suddenly, his expression changed. Oh no, he was full, but his master had yet to eat. He recalled the last time he had feasted alone. The old man had unleashed a flurry of reprimands that nearly made him regurgitate. Anxiously, he glanced at the time. It was almost past mealtime, and returning now would be too late. What to do? At Yihong Lu, a table was adorned with a fresh fruit platter and chilled fine wine, while 4 elegantly dressed young ladies played the zither and danced gracefully, truly a sight to behold. Li Qing reclined in his chair, pouring himself a drink, indulging in leisurely delight. Since he was destined to face punishment, he might as well savor the moment before it arrived. The icy sour plum wine was smooth and sweet, refreshing to the soul, and Li Qing's satisfaction was palpable as he continued to enjoy the music and dance. Having relished his indulgence, Li Qing soon began to fret. After all, he did not wish to face punishment. The old man was no Zhu Yuanzhang. The tactics of appeasing with wit would not suffice, as he could not outrun the old man. After much contemplation, he realized that the charming little girl might be his only hope. Li Qing purchased a skewer of candied hawthorn to bribe the child. Just as he approached his doorstep, he encountered his bruised and battered foster son. Father, help! Uncle Zhu is going to kill me. Before Li Qing could react, a furious voice interrupted him. Beast! You wretched beast! Zhu Qizhen emerged wielding a kitchen knife. And judging by his demeanor, he seemed intent on chopping Li Hong to bits. Spare him! Li Qing felt an ominous premonition, having a vague understanding of why Zhu Qizhen was so enraged. Let us discuss this calmly, he implored. Zhu Qizhen, with reddened eyes, declared, Today, I shall make this rascal understand why the flowers bloom so vividly. Uncle Zhu, I have done you no wrong. Li Hong complained, hiding behind his godfather. Even if you intend to kill me, shouldn't there be a reason? A reason? Zhu Qizhen sneered. Very well, I shall provide you one. He turned and shouted, Zhu Wanqing. Come here. After a moment, the young girl emerged, her head lowered, tugging at Zhu Qizhen's sleeve, and softly said, Father. Humph. The image of the gentle father was no more. Zhu Qizhen glared fiercely at his daughter before turning his gaze back to Li Hong. Do I need to elaborate further? Li Hong replied, No need. At this point, he understood all too well. Wanqing had inadvertently revealed too much. That Zhu uncle of yours. Listen to me. Who is your Zhu uncle? You wretch. Zhu Qizhen berated, his face flushed with fury. Shouldn't it be father-in-law then? Li Hong ventured tentatively. Zhu Qizhen was momentarily taken aback. After a while, shock transformed into rage. I shall cleave you in two. However, just as he was about to act, the knife in his hand was seized by Li Qing. Yet, after confiscating the weapon, Li Qing ceased to obstruct Zhu Qizhen, ignoring everything else. Zhu Qizhen lunged forward with a mighty roar, landing a punch squarely on Li Hong's cheek. Bam! Li Hong stumbled, regaining his balance just in time for Zhu Qizhen's second blow to come crashing down. More? Li Hong, having already endured a beating, felt a surge of indignation at the unrelenting assault. Having trained under Zhang Lata, he possessed commendable martial skills and was confident he could retaliate, deftly dodging aside. Enough already. If you continue, I shall strike back. Li Hong scoffed. Good lad, you have spirit. Zhu Qizhen panted, nodding in approval. Come, let me see just how formidable you are. Then come. The little girl, anxious and distressed, stamped her feet, pleading, Please, don't fight anymore. Li Hong paused, suddenly realizing that this was his future father-in-law. Losing would be humiliating, and winning would bring shame, rendering the situation a lose-lose. Thus, a clever idea struck him. He would let the elder strike first, refusing to let his father-in-law down. With that thought, he turned and fled. Stop, you little wretch. Stand still. Zhu Qizhen dashed after him, and the two soon vanished from sight. Li Qing turned around, smiling as he offered a candied hawthorn skewer. Do not worry, little Wanqing, nothing will go awry. Here, have a skewer of candied hawthorn. Please, tend to them first. The young girl had no appetite for sweets, urging Li Qing to mediate the fight. No rush, enjoy the candied hawthorn first, Li Qing said cheerfully, extending the treat. The girl shot him a skeptical glance, querying, Next, are you going to say, help your uncle with a favor? Li Qing scratched his nose. Are the children today so astute? You help your uncle, and your uncle will help you. Li Qing nodded. Does that sound agreeable? Really? Adults don't deceive children. Li Qing affirmed. The girl accepted the candied hawthorn. Biting into a large hawthorn berry, her cheeks puffed as she asked, So, what favor? When the old man scolds me, you shield me, and once that is settled, I shall rescue your older brother, Li Qing proposed. Is it a promise? It is a promise. Li Qing replied with a smile. Little one takes on the elder. Oh dear, master, put me down. Li Qing yelped repeatedly, for indeed, the old man remained as formidable as ever, leaving no possibility of escape. Grandpa, you are so kind. But do you also hit people? Zhu Wanqing innocently inquired. Does Grandpa like being rough? Zhang Lada, holding Li Qing by the collar, replied gently. Grandpa is not a rough person. I am merely helping your Uncle Li stretch his muscles. All right, the little girl pouted and murmured. So learning martial arts requires getting hit too? I think I won't learn anymore. No need for that. Zhang Lada released Li Qing, giving him a swift kick on the backside, and disregarded him, urging, Little girl, didn't we agree that children shouldn't deceive Grandpa? The young girl cast a glance at Li Qing, signaling him to intervene. Then, with a sweet smile, she added, But Grandpa is busy right now. Oh, I am free now. Zhang Lada chuckled. Go home and change into your practice clothes. Grandpa will teach you Tai Chi when you find a husband, if he bullies you. You can give him a good beating. This little girl was quite astute. If the two of them truly ended up together, it was likely that Li Qing's future son would be thoroughly dominated. Li Qing couldn't help but reflect, Zhu Zhanji's genes are indeed potent. Upon exiting, they had not ventured far when they spotted a group of people carrying a sedan chair, heading straight for the Ho residence. Li Qing felt a stir of curiosity and quickly stopped the last person in line. What brings you to my house? Your house? The man paused, glancing at the nearby estate and then at the lavishly dressed Li Qing, partially convinced. He explained, our master Shun has invited Lord Li for a discussion. Shun Xian? Li Qing was taken aback. Chapter 57. Shun Xian's regret on the first day of his arrival in Jinling. Li Qing had visited the weaving bureau to gather information before allowing himself to relax. He surmised that Shun Xian must have learned about him from Xiaoluzi. He was puzzled as to why Shun Xian was seeking him, especially after their last conversation had clearly ended on a sour note. Upon further reflection, he realized that Shun Xian had likely encountered some backlash. A smirk of amusement crept onto his lips. Indeed, people seldom turn back until they hit a wall. Only when the situation becomes dire do they realize the need to change. However, extricating oneself from such a predicament was not a simple matter. As the saying goes, inviting a deity is easy, but sending them away is difficult. Those officials were far from amiable. Even if Li Qing wished to assist, the process would not be straightforward. Of course, Li Qing had never intended to help him in resolving the issue. He had given Shun Xian an opportunity, and it was his own failure to cherish it that led to this predicament. Nevertheless, Li Qing did not wish for Shun Xian's demise, as he still found him to be quite useful and had anticipated this day, having arranged everything plainly. Tell them to return. I am the person you seek. Li Qing, exuding an air of nobility and authority, easily commanded respect. The man, without suspicion, hurried off to summon others. Wait a moment. Inform the people at the residence. Li Qing added, to prevent the old man from thrashing him again. Li Qing indeed had matters to attend to, and the old man was quite forgiving. However, should he forget the old man in pursuit of his own pleasures, he would undoubtedly face punishment. The entourage quickly returned, and Li Qing ascended the air-conditioned sedan chair, being carried towards the Shun residence. At the Shun household, Shun Xian was in a state of frantic agitation. Initially dismissive of Li Qing's warnings, he now found himself overwhelmed. With everything unfolding as Li Qing had foretold, he was being drained by those officials. His operations were expanding, yet his profits dwindled. If he could rely on a strategy of thin margins and high sales, he would accept it. However, sales had increased, yet profits were nearly non-existent. He is currently managing to break even, but apart from the costs of raw materials and labor, he is essentially working for nothing, as his profits have slipped into the hands of the major shareholders. These individuals greet him with smiles, yet the moment finances are mentioned, they turn their backs. Even expressing grievances seems to irritate them, resulting in a reprimand. Shun Xian now desires to reclaim what he has lost, but they are unwilling to cooperate. The strategy he once employed of flooding the market with money worked well with wealthy merchants, yet when applied to officials, it falls utterly flat. The reason is simple. These people wield significant power. Shun Xian has come to this realization, but alas, it is too late. He had previously sent someone to Jinling to seek out Li Qing, but each time he returned empty-handed. Today, while visiting the weaving bureau to present his respects to Xiao Yoji, he inadvertently learned that Li Qing had come to Jinling, prompting him to send for him immediately. He hopes that Lord Li possesses a compassionate heart and will overlook Shun Xian's past transgressions. Shun Xian paces back and forth, muttering to himself, occasionally slapping his own face in frustration. Regret consumes him, as he wishes he could turn back time. His current business barely sustains itself. But the problem lies in the fact that many officials have sensed an opportunity and joined the very group he had once rallied. Together, they conspire, half enticing and half coercing him to establish workshops within their jurisdictions. The reasoning is straightforward. Such actions allow officials to enrich themselves while simultaneously contributing taxes to the court, thereby pleasing the emperor. They are, of course, eager to engage in this win-win scenario. Moreover, with citizens finding employment, they become more compliant, allowing officials to indulge in leisure without doing any work, all while receiving accolades from the court and even promotions. It is a comfortable existence. Even more outrageous, these officials, upon receiving promotions, do not forget to drag Shun Xian down with them, compelling him to invest in workshops within their newly acquired territories. Robbers, bandits, no. They are even more shameless than common thieves. Qin Xian grinds his teeth in anger. They are a band of demons. Yet, he can only afford to curse them quietly. My lord, Lordly has arrived. The voice of the old steward precedes his arrival. Qin Xian's spirits lift, his anger replaced by joy, and he hastily exits the room, instructing the servants to prepare food and drink. Yes, my lord. Before the old steward can regain his footing, he rushes off again. In the front hall, Qin Xian bows deeply as he invites Li Qing into the main chamber. Li Qing takes the seat of honor, while Qin Xian sits beside him, barely perched on the edge of his chair, his face a mask of obsequiousness. After a long absence, Lord Li appears as handsome and spirited as ever. Qin Xian flatters him, though it is not entirely insincere. Li Qing, sporting a beard and having made some minor alterations to his appearance, looks considerably older than his actual age, yet still in his 30s. Nevertheless, his vitality makes him seem youthful, creating a dissonance in his appearance. You summon me, Qin boss. What urgent matter brings me here? Li Qing, aware of the underlying tensions, feigns ignorance as he sets down his teacup. Upon hearing the title Qin boss once more, a wave of bitterness washes over Qin Xian. Where is the spirited man he once was? My lord, I was wrong, Qin Xian expresses with heartfelt sincerity, remorse evident in his voice. I should have heeded your advice from the beginning, but now I find myself trapped. As he speaks, he kneels before Li Qing, tears streaming down his face. What are you doing, Qin boss? Please, rise quickly. Li Qing gazed at the graying temples of Qin Xian, feeling a pang of nostalgia. This fellow was no longer young. However, with a life of comfort and the support of skilled physicians at home, his constitution appeared remarkably robust. And even on the brink of his 60th year, he was still full of vitality. Qin Xian staggered to his feet, lamenting, I beseech you, my lord, lend a hand to a humble subject. Speak slowly, there's no need for tears, Li Qing replied, taking a sip of tea. As far as I know you, Boss Qin, have established a vast enterprise across Suzhou and Hangzhou, with nearly half of the businesses in Jiangsu and Zhejiang under your family's name. You are indeed awash with wealth and prospects. With a bitter smile, Qin Xian responded, that is merely a facade. The profits have all fallen into the hands of those officials. I can barely maintain the status quo, and they continuously coerce me into establishing new workshops. My lord, I may be wealthy, but no amount of riches can withstand their pressure. I am but a fat sheep, having been sheared bare. Pausing for a moment, he added hurriedly, my lord, you promised that as long as I do not engage in activities that violate the law and harm the people, you would protect me. What I have promised, I shall naturally uphold, Li Qing replied. I can ensure your survival, but that is the extent of my ability. Do you expect me to offend an entire interest group for your sake? Qin Xian faltered, recognizing that such a demand was indeed excessive. Were their positions reversed, he would never acquiesce to such a request. Yet, if this dragged on, he would inevitably be pulled into an abyss. My lord, if you can assist me in recovering my losses, I am willing to split the proceeds 50-50, Qin Xian stated earnestly. That price was already quite generous. Li Qing furrowed his brow in contemplation for a while before sighing. Very well, I shall assist you this once. Thank you, my lord, Qin Xian exclaimed, bowing deeply and knocking his head against the floor. Li Qing stepped forward to help him up, saying, the deep freeze of 3 feet does not occur in a single day. Over the years, they have grown accustomed to you as their tool. Should you abandon your duties, they will not let go easily. Thus, you must cultivate a new group to take your place, extricating yourself from their grasp. After a moment's pause, he added, I will ensure the factory guards protect you. You should go to Suzhou and Hangzhou, even throughout Jiangsu and Zhejiang, seeking new buyers, packaging your assets and laborers to sell to capable gentry. This way, you can liberate yourself from their clutches. Qin Xian's eyes brightened, but then dimmed again. My lord, while this sounds straightforward, the issue is whether anyone would dare to take over. Moreover, if I were to proceed with such a plan, those people would not let me off easily afterward. Li Qing replied, as long as your pricing is fair, there will be no shortage of interested buyers. Maritime trade is immensely profitable. Those wealthy gentlemen will find it hard to resist, just as you once did. Qin Xian felt a flush of embarrassment. Yet, Li Qing continued, as for those who seek revenge later, you need not worry. I will protect you. No one will dare to harm you. Qin Xian felt a surge of joy, but also skepticism. Can you truly accomplish this, my lord? Li Qing chuckled. Are you doubting my abilities or my integrity? I would not dare, Shen Xian replied awkwardly. But with so many involved, I fear it will be a difficult task for you. Li Qing expressed surprise. Are you unaware of my elevation to Marquis? I have heard of it, my lord, Shen Xian nodded. But those individuals are not to be trifled with. They are numerous. Huh? Li Qing scoffed. I was able to ascend from a 7th-rank official to a Marquis. Do you think I cannot protect a mere merchant like you? Shen Xian hesitated for a moment, then felt a wave of relief wash over him as he exclaimed, I am profoundly grateful for your life-saving grace, my lord. Do not be too hasty in your thanks. I have conditions of my own, Li Qing replied. Ah, is it that you are dissatisfied with a 50-50 split? Shen Xian inquired, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Li Qing shook his head. No, it is not about the division of profits. Once this matter is settled, you cannot remain in Jiangnan. You must accompany me to the north. What? Shen Xian protested internally. My lord, could we not negotiate different terms? I could offer an additional 10%. This is not merely a matter of concessions. You must understand, I cannot remain in the south indefinitely, Li Qing stated matter-of-factly. I can protect you now, but once I return to the capital, how can I ensure your safety if you remain in Jiangnan? Shen Xian sighed deeply, eventually nodding in agreement. You speak the truth, my lord. However, I possess such a vast enterprise. It would be challenging for me to divest it all at once. You need not worry about that. Li Qing reassured him with a smile. I will not return until after the Lunar New Year. Surely that provides ample time for you to make arrangements? Ample time? Shen Xian was taken aback. Li Qing nodded affirmatively. Is the time sufficient? Yes, indeed. Shen Xian responded with newfound excitement. However, I cannot manage this alone. I will need the assistance of my sons. Would that be acceptable to you? Of course, Li Qing affirmed. Begin with the matters in Suzhou and Hangzhou. I shall have my associates at the Weaving Bureau safeguard you, and upon my return, I will write to the emperor, requesting that he dispatch a captain of the imperial guards to assist you. That would be most advantageous. Shen Xian expressed his gratitude with a deep bow, his heart brimming with joy. Li Qing was in high spirits as well. The industrial chain in Jiangnan had become well established, and as long as a suitable successor was found, Shen Xian's presence there was of little consequence. The north lagged significantly behind the south, and Shen Xian's relocation would undoubtedly spur economic growth there. This was the path Li Qing had thoughtfully arranged for him. With Shen Xian's capital, he could establish a foothold, and within 5 years, he would begin to see results. In 10 years, he could significantly invigorate the economy. Admittedly, even after 50 years, the north would not compare to Jiangnan, but it would at least elevate its market economy to new heights. As the population grew, the Ming dynasty would need to adapt. Recognizing that it could not solely focus on Jiangnan, expanding productivity was paramount. In time, the south would focus on foreign trade while the north would cultivate domestic demand, each benefiting from low-cost transactions. Before long, the food and wine arrived. The two sat across from one another, raising their cups in a harmonious toast. Both had achieved their objectives, and their spirits soared as they drank heartily. As the evening wore on, darkness enveloped the sky. Shen Xian invited Li Qing to stay the night and offered him his favored concubine, but Li Qing, uninterested in others' mistresses, graciously declined. The moon shone brilliantly that evening, the night breeze cool and refreshing, as Li Qing strolled leisurely along, serenaded by the sounds of crickets and birds. By the time he returned home, it was already late. His spirits were high, and sleep eluded him. He sat alone beneath the pavilion, savoring the breeze and the moonlight. After a while, Zhu Qizhen approached with a wine jar in hand, surprised to see Li Qing awake. You are still up? He asked. Indeed. And what brings you here? Feeling a bit down, would you care to share a drink? Zhu Qizhen raised the jar in invitation. Thank you, but I shall leave you to your own company. Li Qing replied, waving his hand dismissively as he turned to sit at the central table of the pavilion. Are you still upset about the matter concerning Li Hong? Zhu Qizhen took a sip of wine, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he shook his head. My daughter will surely marry someday. And that rascal is of your choosing. If she truly ends up with him, it brings me more solace than if she were with another. Otherwise, I wouldn't have refrained from striking this afternoon. Li Qing, not bothered by being insulted through the guise of a godson, offered words of comfort. I can empathize with your feelings. Yet, on another note, marrying off a daughter also grants you a son. In time, Li Hong will undoubtedly inherit my family legacy. This marquisate will belong to the two of them. Your daughter will remain here, and in the future, your grandchildren will be here as well. Doesn't that make the situation more palatable? Zhu Qizhen scoffed. My daughter may not necessarily have feelings for him. She is still young and does not comprehend what it means to like someone. That little beast relies solely on his handsome exterior and silver tongue. What a farce. Li Qing, amused by the father-in-law's disdain for the son-in-law, remarked, Enough, your daughter is astute like her father, and she possesses wisdom beyond her years. The two will most likely come together. Besides, she will not tolerate any grievances. Zhu Qizhen responded gruffly, Your godson may not be as remarkable as you believe. I have confidence in what I have taught, Li Qing replied with a smile. Moreover, I have even greater faith in your daughter. Once she matures, she will certainly have Li Hong wrapped around her little finger. Indeed, one ought to consider whose daughter we are speaking of, Zhu Qizhen chuckled. With Li Qing's reassurances, his spirits lifted considerably. After another swig of wine, he inquired, How fares the court these days? All is flourishing, though there are flaws. The positives far outweigh the negatives. Li Qing answered. Zhu Qizhen nodded and continued, And what of the crown prince? What aspect do you inquire about? Zhu Qizhen pressed, his political acumen. Not quite as capable as you, yet he is diligent. Exceedingly so, Li Qing sighed. He has even begun to show signs of gray hair. Zhu Qizhen paused, momentarily lost for words. After a long silence, he took another sip of wine and lamented, I have led him astray. Who could argue with that? The following day, at dawn, Li Qing lay sprawled across his bed, deep in slumber. Suddenly, he frowned slightly, his face flushing, before he slowly opened his eyes. Master, could you refrain from such antics? Li Qing protested, pushing away the little old man who pinched his nose. After catching his breath, his complexion returned to normal. Glancing at the sun outside, he felt even more vexed. The sun has just risen. It is far too early for lunch. Someone is seeking you, Zhang Lada announced. A foreigner. What? Chapter 58. Zhu Gaoxiu arrives. Li Qing scratched his head. I don't believe I know any foreigners. Well, you shall find out soon enough, Zhang Lada replied. In any case, they specifically asked for you, and they clearly stated your title as the Minister of the Interior, so it must be correct. Li Qing slipped on his shoes and donned his robe from the wooden rack. Where are they? In the front courtyard, in the guest hall, Zhang Lada stretched lazily. There is still half a barrel of ice left, just enough for me to catch some more sleep. He playfully tapped his left foot against his right heel, flinging off his shoes, and comfortably reclined, muttering, If you don't cook by noon, I shall see to it that you regret it. Understood, master. Li Qing replied as he rubbed his nose and made his way out. In the front courtyard, Li Qing encountered the visitor, though he did not recognize him. I am the one you seek, the stranger stated. Li Qing eyed him suspiciously. From where do you come? I have arrived from Jiaoji to seek out the esteemed Li Qing, the assistant minister of the great Ming. The interlocutor spoke with a somewhat unrefined accent of Mandarin. His intonation peculiar, yet comprehensible. Li Qing was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly enlightened. Has your master, Lord Zhu, come to the great Ming? He is still en route. I have merely come ahead to scout the way and inquire about Lord Li's whereabouts. The other party responded courteously. When is he expected to arrive? Li Qing inquired. By mid-June, under the guise of a merchant, came the thoughtful reply. I understand. Please convey to him that all is under control, and I shall fulfill my promises to him. With a sigh, Li Qing further asked, What is his current condition? He remains in good health, was the reassuring answer. That is good to hear, Li Qing nodded gently. I shall await his arrival here. He may come directly to this place. Indeed, I take my leave, the visitor said. After bidding farewell, Li Qing gazed at the vibrant courtyard, lost in thought. Li uncle, a young girl called out, her face radiating displeasure. Returning to reality, Li Qing asked, What is the matter? Did you intervene in the quarrel? She queried, visibly upset. I forgot, Li Qing admitted with an awkward smile. Next time, I shall intervene. You lack integrity, accepting benefits yet failing to act. There shall be no next time, she retorted angrily. Li Qing could not help but chuckle. You, a mere child, still possess such spirit? I shall confide in you. I often accept benefits without taking action, so what of it? Her cheeks flushed crimson. She replied, Just wait. Li Qing scoffed. Do you dare to issue threats? Fortunate for you that you are a girl. Were you a boy, I would not hesitate to teach you a lesson. And you expect me to wait? Truly spoiled. Yet, truth be told, without this little girl as assistance, he would inevitably endure more reprimands from the old man in the future. Li Qing was not intentionally neglectful. He had merely grown accustomed to accepting favors without reciprocating. He chuckled, shaking his head at the girl, then began to reflect on how swiftly time passed. It seemed like only yesterday when he returned with Zhu Qizhen from the grasslands, and now Zhu Qizhen's daughter had grown so much. Among those he had known during the Hongwu era, only Zhu Gaoxiu from Jiaoji remained, yet even he had aged considerably. Calculating in his mind, Li Qing realized Zhu Gaoxiu had reached the venerable age of 80, a remarkable longevity indeed. Now returning to his roots, there was little to lament. Although he and the simpleton shared no emotional bond, there was a camaraderie, for Zhu Gaoxiu had genuinely supported him. Moreover, Zhu Gaoxiu had not engaged in any treacherous acts against the regime. Despite having rebelled, such insurrections were akin to child's play, having no impact on the great Ming whatsoever. While only serving to bring about his own misfortune, Li Qing found the thought amusing, yet he also felt a pang of pity for Zhu Gaoxiu. His entire life had been marred by the hands of the fourth son. While others suffered at the hands of their fathers, he had been ensnared by his own progenitor. Where could he seek justice? Li Qing penned a letter to Zhu Qiyu, outlining his thoughts on future strategic developments in the north and requesting the dispatch of a contingent of the imperial guards for his use. He subtly alluded to Zhu Gaoxiu's situation. Initially, Li Qing had meticulously planned everything and secured Zhu Qizhen's consent, but now, Zhu Qizhen was no longer emperor. Zhu Qiyu was unaware of the dealings between his elder brother and their second uncle, and a few words would not suffice to clarify matters. Thus, Li Qing could only hint at the topic, intending to elucidate everything in person later. However, Li Qing remained untroubled. During the Battle of Luchuan, Han Han had played a significant role in restraining the enemy, contributing greatly to the Ming dynasty. With Zhu Qiyu's benevolence and Han Han's contributions, it was only natural that he would be interred in the imperial mausoleum. Ultimately, Zhu Gaoxiu belonged to the same lineage as the fourth prince, sharing both father and mother with Emperor Renzong, which indeed signifies a deep familial bond. In the past, during the fourth prince's campaign, Han Han had also rendered considerable assistance. Now that the first branch had ascended to the throne, it would be ungracious not to acknowledge that. In early June, a contingent of 1,000 imperial guards arrived in Jinling. The formidable presence of the imperial guards, particularly their intimidation of local officials, remained quite potent. As this institution served solely the emperor, they were directly accountable to the emperor, executing imperial orders. To the extent that their presence in the provinces could be likened to that of an imperial envoy. Of course, there was still a significant difference from a genuine envoy. But even so, their influence was formidable. Those with ulterior motives would have to tread carefully. Should they misstep and attract the emperor's ire, their lives would be forfeit. Attempting to curry favor with the emperor's close advisors was almost tantamount to treason. Who would dare? Nevertheless, the current imperial guards were not to be compared with those of the Hongwu era. Their authority had been substantially diminished, overshadowed by the Eastern Depot and the Grand Secretariat, relegating them to merely one of the emperor's enforcers. Even so, they remained more than sufficient for dealing with local officials. Presently, Zhu Qiyu had entrusted the command of this imperial guard unit to Li Qing, a marquis, which inevitably drew the attention and apprehension of court officials towards Li Qing. Consequently, many secretly cursed him, wishing for divine intervention to rid them of this unfortunate presence. In their eyes, Li Qing was nothing short of a troublemaker. With over 1,000 imperial guards as his bodyguards, Qian's personal safety was greatly assured. Coupled with the support of Li Qing, he had no cause for concern. Without a moment's hesitation, Qian mobilized several of his sons and grandsons, commencing the liquidation of his assets. Through this ordeal, he had come to realize that even if Li Qing did not assist him, he needed to find a way to align himself with Li Qing. Remaining in Jinling was no longer tenable. He would undoubtedly face retribution if he stayed. It could be said that he had no options left but to rely on Li Qing, whom he deemed trustworthy, for Li Qing had never betrayed him. His initial partnership with Li Qing had yielded substantial profits, although ultimately, his excessive ambition had led to his downfall. However, that was his personal failing, not Li Qing's, who had even cautioned him. In Qian's heart, Li Qing held an extraordinarily high moral stature, surpassing even the lofty peaks of Qishan Mountain. Over the years, he had fallen prey to the predations of Jiangnan's bureaucrats, yet his wealth remained astonishingly substantial, significantly increased from his humble beginnings. Moving forward, he resolved to be more prudent, avoiding unnecessary provocations, while also focusing on nurturing educated successors. Qian murmured to himself, devising plans for the future of the Qin family. The difficulty of the imperial examinations in the north was considerably less daunting. Should his descendants fail to succeed in the south, the north offered a different prospect. A smile crept upon his lips. It was clear that relocating to the north was the most favorable choice. Qian even began to strategize on how to rapidly amass wealth once he arrived there. On June 20th, Qing rose early, and after freshening up, he made his way to the eastern kitchen. Today, guests are arriving, and as the host, one must extend the courtesy of hospitality. After all, one has received so many golden beans from them in the past. Qing tied on an apron, donned a tall hat, wielded a spatula in one hand, and held a dish of fresh vegetables in the other, skillfully pouring the rinsed produce into the pot. The sizzling sound of water meeting oil filled the air as Qing swiftly stirred and seasoned the dish, and soon, the tantalizing aroma of food wafted through the kitchen. Li Hong watched in awe, exclaiming, "Godfather, your culinary skills surpass even those of the chefs in restaurants." "Indeed," Qing replied with a proud smile. "What? Do you wish to learn?" Sister Wanqing remarked that the meals prepared by Godfather were truly delicious, and she expressed her desire to have such meals in the future. Li Hong, feeling a bit bashful, responded. Qing teased him, "You're still so young, and already thinking of culinary pursuits? What will it be like in the future?" If she wishes to learn, she can certainly do so. Qing shot a sidelong glance at his godson, quipping, with just one sentence from her. "You come running to learn. If you two truly become a couple, you'll be the one suffering." "Godfather, you misunderstand. Sister Wanqing is not that kind of person," Li Hong hastily clarified, defending her honor. "I'll learn now, and teach her later." Qing rolled his eyes, jesting. "Are you really willing to let her delicate fingers touch the water of spring?" I wouldn't want that. Let me handle it," Li Hong chuckled awkwardly. "Besides, we have servants. When the time comes, I can pass on my knowledge to them." Qing merely smiled and remained silent. What more was there to say? It was a matter of mutual willingness. One might pity him, yet little did they know that the other party found joy in it. Clanging, Qing lifted the pot and deftly transferred the stir-fried vegetables onto a plate, preparing to cook the next dish when the steward entered. "Sir, the guests have arrived." "Oh, I see," Qing acknowledged, continuing his task. "I shall join you shortly." Curious, Li Hong inquired, "Godfather, do you have foreign friends?" "Indeed, they are friends of many years." Qing responded dismissively, continuing to stir. "There are just 2 more dishes. It won't take long." "May I go and see them?" Li Hong asked. Qing glanced at him. "Haven't you seen foreigners before?" Due to maritime trade, Jinling City was not lacking in foreign presence, with some even residing there. "That's not the point, Godfather," Li Hong replied with a grin. "While foreigners are common, I have yet to meet one who is a friend of yours. If you wish to see them, go ahead. However, since we have guests today, I want to be able to keep you," Qing stated. "You can return to the opposite house for lunch." "What?" Li Hong pouted. "Such a grand table of delicious dishes, and it wouldn't hurt to have me here." "You want to stay, but I want you to leave," Qing replied sternly. "Are you itching for a beating?" "Godfather, you've changed." In the front hall, Zhu Gaoshu sat in a chair, surveying the decor of the room with a sense of nostalgia. He had been here before, not just once, but that was decades ago. Returning after half a lifetime, he found that everything had changed. Except for Qing, all others had returned to dust. "Ah, how swiftly time passes," Zhu Gaoshu lamented, a hint of sorrow crossing his face. To claim he had no regrets would be false. The remote and desolate land of Jiaoji could never compare to the grandeur of the Ming dynasty. Had he not rebelled back then, he would still be enjoying leisure in his fiefdom. Zhu Gaozu, filled with indignation, reflected on the ruthless actions of his grandnephew, who had callously erased him from the family tree and issued a decree forbidding him from setting foot in the Ming territory for the remainder of his days. This thought ignited a fire within him. "So you wish to bar my return? I shall defy you. What can you do? If you provoke me, I shall dance upon your grave, bringing ruin to your mausoleum. Damn you, you wretched pup." At that moment, a voice interrupted his reverie. "What are you contemplating?" Startled, Zhu Gaozu looked up to see the newcomer and exclaimed in astonishment, "How have you aged so?" Qing rolled his eyes, retorting, "You are quite foolish. It is no wonder. Is this your grandson?" Zhu Gaozu inquired. "Indeed, my youngest grandson," Qing replied. Suddenly enlightened, Zhu Gaozu turned to the youth, saying, "I must converse with an old friend. You may go amuse yourself." The young man, of a similar age to Li Hong, cast a quizzical glance at Qing, pondering how this individual, seemingly not much older, could be considered an old friend of his grandfather. This fellow spoke without thinking. Li Qing was truly exasperated with his naivete, yet refrained from saying more, merely smiling. The youth bowed slightly to Li Qing before saying, "Grandfather, I take my leave." Go on, go on." Zhu Gaoziu waved his hand impatiently. Li Qing seated himself across from Zhu Gaoziu and inquired, "You appear to be in good health. Why the haste to return? Must one die to come back?" Zhu Gaoziu scoffed. "That wretched pup has been dead for over 20 years. Am I still not permitted to return? Impudence." A sharp voice rang out as Zhu Qizhen approached, his face darkened with anger. "What gives you the right to speak ill of Emperor Qian?" Zhu Gaoziu paused. Pointing at Zhu Qizhen, he asked Li Qing, "Is this the captured emperor of the Ming?" "Indeed," Li Qing confirmed. "Damn!" Zhu Gaoziu erupted with fury. "You have brought disgrace upon the Ming." Rising with the aid of his cane, he moved to confront Zhu Qizhen, cursing, "What is your status? How dare you be so arrogant towards me?" Zhu Qizhen, with a disdainful sneer, reached for the cane, underestimating the strength of his granduncle. Despite his advanced age and diminished vigor, Zhu Gaoziu still possessed a surprising force, and with a furious strike, he delivered a blow that was not to be taken lightly. The impact resonated. Zhu Qizhen caught the cane, yet the pain radiating from his palm contorted his features, feeling as though his hand would break. "Boldness! How dare you?" Zhu Gaoziu retorted. Not one to relent, he attempted to kick, but his age betrayed him. His movements were sluggish, and Zhu Qizhen deftly evaded, nearly causing Zhu Gaoziu to topple. "Unacceptable! Utterly unacceptable!" Li Qing interjected, stepping forward with a commanding tone. "Lower your voices and speak civilly. You sit down, and you, take your seat as well." The grandfather and grandson exchanged glances, each conveying a silent promise of retribution, before reluctantly taking their seats. Zhu Gaoziu huffed indignantly, "You insolent brat! Were I 30 years younger, I would have knocked you senseless." "Huh!" Zhu Qizhen scoffed. "Anyone can boast, with your current prowess. I could easily dispatch 3 of you with one hand." "Enough! Both of you, cease your bickering," Li Qing commanded, turning to Zhu Qizhen. "You may leave. This matter does not concern you." Zhu Qizhen shot Zhu Gaoziu a glare, stating coolly, "Should you utter another disrespectful word, do not expect my leniency. Damn it! While I still breathe, I have referred to him as a wretched pup. What do you think you are?" Zhu Gaoziu fumed, his beard bristling with anger. "You are nothing more than a worthless grandson." Zhu Qizhen, filled with frustration, turned to Li Qing and said, "You see, first of all, I did not provoke him. Secondly, go away. If you wish to cause a ruckus, I shall accompany you for practice this afternoon." Li Qing, displeased, ushered Zhu Qizhen out. Upon turning back, Zhu Gaoziu sighed deeply, his face a mask of regret. "Damn it, I was indeed too hasty. The death of the wolf cub was an opportunity, and this grandson being captured was yet another. I squandered both splendid chances. It is truly disheartening to reflect upon." Li Qing, at a loss for words, remarked, "While this grandson's personal campaign is quite impressive, in terms of cunning, you are not his match. Your political stratagems fall short." Zhu Gaoziu, agitated, retorted, "Are you implying I am inferior to him?" "All right, you are the best," Li Qing replied, his expression darkening. "By the way, what brings you to the Ming?" At this question, Zhu Gaoziu gradually calmed and replied, "I suffered a severe illness last winter. Fearing that my end might be near, I decided to return." Li Qing assessed him and said, "You appear to be quite well. However, just because I am well today does not guarantee my health tomorrow. Besides, the distance is vast." "It would be too late to return when I am unwell," Zhu Gaoziu retorted. He continued, "I have little time left. I wish to spend my final days in the Ming. Is that not permissible?" "Certainly." Li Qing nodded. "Considering your contributions during the Luchuan battle, you have earned that right." Zhu Gaoziu relaxed a bit, responding, "That is a compliment." Leaning back in his chair, he added, "Having traveled such a long distance, should you not extend the hospitality of a host? Today, I shall personally prepare a meal that will surely satisfy you." Li Qing chuckled and nodded. "Wait here. I will fetch the dishes." Zhu Gaoziu, though aged, was not yet at the end of his vitality, able to consume a hearty meal and enjoy a few cups of wine. After the meal, they conversed for quite some time. Eventually, Li Qing arranged for Zhu Gaoziu to have 2 rooms prepared, allowing him to settle in Nanjing. The household became livelier with an additional member, though it also brought about chaos, as the grandfather and grandson were often at odds, reminiscent of the days when Zhu Yunwen was still alive. They frequently clashed, much to the amusement of Zhang Lada. as the fruits and confections in the house were consumed at an alarming rate. Zhu Gaoxiu's grandson, Zhu Qizhen, also moved in. This grandson, of similar age to Li Hong, was handsome and charming, instilling a sense of rivalry in Li Hong. His younger sister, Wanqing, seemed rather fond of this foreigner. Although she did not show the same level of affection as she did towards him, Li Hong felt a twinge of unease. "Godfather, when will your friend leave?" Li Hong asked anxiously, fearing he might overstay his welcome. "Look at your demeanor," Li Qing chuckled, both speechless and amused. "Do not worry. Your sister will not be taken away. She simply will not." "Is that for real?" "Indeed." "Really? You little rascal, are you itching for a reprimand?" Li Qing scolded playfully. "Get lost. If you keep nagging, I will give you a good slap." "Godfather, that is your future daughter-in-law," Li Hong protested, only to see Li Qing preparing to remove his shoes, prompting him to flee in haste. "That little brat," Li Qing laughed and scolded, but soon a look of worry crossed his face. "The little girl is too perceptive. She has likely already discovered something." Zhu Qizhen and his wife had never spoken to their daughter about the past, yet the naivety of their child was hard to conceal. Li Qing had witnessed on multiple occasions how the little girl would cleverly extract information from Zhu Gaoxiu, nearly causing him to slip up on several instances. Frustrated by the situation, Li Qing resolved to have a serious conversation with the child. Chapter 60. The willful princess Zhu Wanqing sat in her chamber lost in thought, having stumbled upon something remarkable. Firstly, she could almost ascertain that the elderly gentleman was related to her father, and quite closely at that. Secondly, the names of her father and that elderly gentleman's grandson bore striking similarities, suggesting a familial connection between the two families, thus confirming her initial suspicion. Furthermore, the current emperor was named Zhu Qiyu. She had inquired about the previous emperor, Zhu Qizhen, who was the elder brother of the present ruler. Her father's name was Zhu Qizhen, and the grandson of that gentleman was named Zhu Qizhen. The resemblance in their names was not only apparent, but also exhibited a certain pattern. For instance, the radicals of the third character all contained the element of metal. While the match in the second character was one thing, the similarity in the third character held a significance worthy of contemplation. She had, of course, questioned her parents, but the answers were always the same: business failure and seeking refuge with friends. Whenever she probed deeper, she was met with stern reprimands. It became clear to her that her parents were deliberately evading something. Zhu Wanqing was quite intelligent, yet she remained a child, outwardly obedient, but harboring a rebellious spirit. The more her parents sought to conceal the truth, the more she yearned to uncover it. Thus, when her older brother visited her to play, she enlisted his help to investigate the names of the emperors throughout the Ming dynasty. Li Hong, being quite straightforward, approached Duke Chao and returned not only with the names of the emperors, but also recounted the Zhu family genealogy to her. This was not an extraordinary secret. The relationship between the Li and Zhu families was indeed unique, and thus it was only natural for her to be informed. This was primarily due to Li Qing being granted a noble title, making Li Hong his godson. Otherwise, Duke Chao would not have divulged such information so readily. After cross-referencing the names, Zhu Wanqing discovered that the elderly gentleman's name also aligned with those from the lineage of the great Emperor Taizong, leaving her utterly astonished. Fortunately, Zhu Zhangji had omitted Zhu Gaoxiu's name from the list provided by the new Duke Chao, or else this young girl would have unraveled the mystery entirely. Nevertheless, she had drawn a conclusion. Though she could not be entirely certain, it was highly probable I might be a princess. Her eyes sparkled with intelligence, reminiscent of mountain grapes, reflecting a glimmer of wisdom. The Empress Dowager bore the surname Qian, as did her mother. Such coincidences were too striking to ignore. Her heart raced. My father is the former emperor, and my mother is the Empress Dowager? Children, especially girls, possess a sense of vanity. Zhu Wanqing, though clever, was still just over 9 years old and held a strong desire for recognition. To be a princess, what a grand and noble status. She was overwhelmed with excitement. Her delicate face flushed with color. No, she must seek the truth today, even if it meant facing reprimands. She was determined to get to the bottom of it. Zhu Wanqing steeled herself, thinking, father is the best. With renewed resolve, she prepared to confront her father and seek clarity. Unexpectedly, just as she stepped out, a maid called out to her, Miss, Mr. Li is looking for you. Mr. Li? Zhu Wanqing paused, her expression laced with suspicion. What does he want with me? The maid shook her head, indicating that Mr. Li had not specified, but it seemed to be quite urgent. However, Zhu Wanqing replied, I have matters of greater urgency. Let him wait. Zhu Wanqing. A sharp voice echoed, as if whispered directly into her ear, causing her to shudder involuntarily. Have you gained some audacity? The voice continued, tinged with irritation. Come here quickly, or I shall take you to task. The maid stomped her foot, reluctantly calling out, All right, I'm coming. She dashed off, eager to discover where Li Qing was hiding, and only upon exiting the courtyard did she finally see him. Zhu Wanqing was taken aback. Uncle Li, you've been here all along. What else would I be doing? Li Qing replied. Zhu Wanqing glanced back in astonishment. At such a distance. How could you hear what I said? Because my hearing is exceptional, Li Qing retorted. Enough chatter, follow me. Zhu Wanqing furrowed her delicate brows, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Hurry up, or I will reprimand you on the spot. Li Qing continued walking, his tone authoritative. Uncle, why are you being like this? It's rather unfair, my father never scolded me. Li Qing halted, his voice flat. If I count to 3 and you're not here, you'll earn a slap across the face. I'll fetch my father, she exclaimed. If he comes, I'll take him on too. 1. How can you be such a relative? Zhu Wanqing protested, her voice tinged with tears. 2, 3. Li Qing counted swiftly, turning towards the young girl. He intended to give her a proper lesson. She was rather spoiled. When a senior commands, a junior ought to comply. Seeing Li Qing's intent, Zhu Wanqing's expression brightened instantly, and she smiled sweetly. Uncle Li, what do you need? Li Qing, his hand still raised, awkwardly scratched his nose. Come with me. Yes. Zhu Wanqing obediently nodded. She understood her uncle's temperament. He truly would reprimand her if provoked. They walked to the courtyard where Li Qing once resided, and he settled by the pond in a pavilion. You may sit. I wouldn't dare, Zhu Wanqing replied with utmost decorum. What instructions do you have, Uncle Li? Li Qing curled his lip. Speak. What have you been investigating these days? Investigating what? Zhu Wanqing looked perplexed. Uncle, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Having witnessed the rapid changes in her demeanor, Li Qing was no longer deceived by her innocence. Young ladies often find themselves ensnared by their own cleverness. If you wish to inquire about your father, feel free to ask me. Zhu Wanqing was taken aback, suddenly recalling her elder brother's boast about his godfather. A minister of 2 reigns, and her eyes sparkled with intrigue. If I ask, will you answer truthfully, Uncle Li? Li Qing nodded. Ask away. Suppressing her anxiety, Zhu Wanqing inquired. My father is not named Zhu Qizhen, correct? Li Qing sighed inwardly. The clever girl had indeed deduced the truth. With her intelligence, she was certainly her grandfather's match. Some matters, if they could be concealed for a lifetime, would be best kept hidden, but if they could not, it was better to speak openly to avoid any unexpected occurrences. He trusted that this girl, with her perceptive mind, would comprehend the gravity of his words. Li Qing sighed softly and said, His name is Zhu Qizhen, the former emperor of the Zhengtong era, and now he is the Grand Emperor of the Ming dynasty. Your mother was the former empress, and now she is the Grand Empress Dowager. Really? Zhu Wanqing exclaimed in delight, her eyes sparkling like mountain grapes. Instantly transformed into a spirited young girl, she placed her hands on her hips and laughed heartily. Ha! I knew it. This princess smack. Ouch, that hurts. Zhu Wanqing covered her head, feeling both aggrieved and angry. Li Shu, how dare you? You actually struck this princess. This time, it was a slap to her face, leaving the little girl momentarily stunned as she stammered, I am a princess, you know. How dare you call me by my full name? Even the Grand Emperor would have to face consequences. Li Qing retorted, Behave yourself. If you dare to leave the pavilion, I will slap that pretty little face of yours until you can't get married. It was imperative to discipline her thoroughly before reasoning with her, to ensure she would be brought back in line. Woo-woo, I will tell Father Emperor. Zhu Wanqing cried as she turned to leave, but after just 2 steps, her body went limp and she collapsed to the ground. Li Qing laid her gently on a bench, teasing, Oh, your ability to accept reality is truly remarkable. Alas, you will never possess the true fate of a princess. Li Shu, I was wrong. Please let me go. Zhu Wanqing quickly conceded, though she secretly plotted how to reclaim her dignity later. Li Qing couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. It had to be said. The little girl was indeed charming, yet she was undeniably in need of discipline. This was the fault of Zhu Qizhen, who had spoiled his daughter to the heavens. If this continued, it was inevitable that she would become unruly. Today was a perfect opportunity to straighten her out. With a cold smile, he turned to leave. Li Shu, this princess will not let you off so easily. Zhu Wanqing shouted in frustration. Li Qing paused, turning his head back. The little girl fell silent, forcing a sheepish smile as she said, Li Shu, please release your niece. Qing considers you her dear uncle. I will go fetch your father. What? You intend to bring him here to hit me in front of him? Li Qing interjected. Today, Li Shu will make you distinguish between the big and small royals. With that, he ignored the little girl and walked away. This girl was beyond saving. Fortunately, it was not too late. Li Qing scoffed. I dare to confront your father. So why should I fear a little girl like you? How naive. Chapter 61 Pain. It hurts so much. What? Zhu Qizhen exclaimed in shock. How is this possible? I never said any of that. That is inconsequential. What matters is that she knows now, Li Qing replied coolly. Come with me. Zhu Qizhen's expression turned grave. I will go get Xiao Qian. After a moment of consideration, Li Qing nodded. That will do. Father Emperor, Mother Empress, please save me. The little girl cried out as she saw several people approaching, her face filled with excitement and anticipation. She had begun to long for life in the palace. Yet Zhu Qizhen was both astonished and furious. Be quiet. Qian sure was equally troubled, as the very scenario they dreaded had unfolded. The couple merely wished to live a peaceful and stable life, and this scene was something they did not want to witness, as it could potentially shatter their existing tranquility. Father Emperor, who is your father emperor? I have no daughter like you. Zhu Qizhen swiftly stepped forward and covered her mouth, distorting her little face. If you keep spouting nonsense, I will hit you. The young girl, unable to speak, blinked her eyes. Zhu Qizhen finally released her. His voice deep and serious. This matter must not be mentioned. If I hear it again, you shall see whether I will punish you. Father, why? Zhu Qizhen exclaimed, feeling utterly wronged. You are the Grand Emperor, and my mother is the Grand Empress. Why must we be confined to this wretched little courtyard? The palace is our true home. Goodness, Li Qing remarked in astonishment. So this is a wretched little courtyard? He walked to the willow tree by the pond, plucked a vibrant green branch, stripped it of its leaves, and flicked it, producing a sharp sound that seemed to sting just to hear. If you continue like this, Father will truly punish you, Zhu Qizhen said, his expression darkening, shedding the facade of the benevolent father. However, the little girl remained unfazed by his stern demeanor. She simply puffed out her cheeks and huffed. Go ahead, you wouldn't dare. The bond between father and daughter runs deep, and even if you were to strike, the connection remains unbroken. Zhu Qizhen raised his hand, but could not bring himself to strike her. Meanwhile, the gentle Qian Shi, with her icy voice, uttered a few stern words, but their effect was minimal. After being spoiled for so long, a mere handful of words could not quell her spirit. I'll do it, Li Qing exclaimed, swinging the willow branch as he approached. I'll strike first, and then you two can educate her afterward. He had offended many in the bureaucratic circle and had no qualms about confronting a mere girl. As Li Qing drew closer, Zhu Qizhen felt fear creep in. Father, save me, she cried. Zhu Qizhen snorted softly, turning his head away. He could not bring himself to intervene, yet he understood that his daughter indeed needed discipline. Mother. Qian Shi averted her gaze, remaining silent. Father, you are the Grand Emperor. Why do you not dare to confront him? The little girl, frustrated by her parents' inaction, began to stoke the flames. Confront him? I must be able to hold my own. Zhu Qizhen replied, simultaneously angry and exasperated. Seeing that neither of her parents would come to her aid, Zhu Qizhen finally succumbed to fear and pleaded, Uncle Li, please spare me this time. I am still young, and I promise to change. She wished to flee, but her body felt devoid of strength, like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Uncle Li, calling him grandfather would not suffice. Li Qing sneered. Today, you shall see who truly holds authority in this wretched little courtyard. You, Zhu Qizhen, do you believe I would let Zhang grandfather punish me? Li Qing chuckled. The old man may dote on children, but he does not indulge them, and I am not worried about that. With a swift motion, Li Qing cracked the willow branch, its sound echoing like a whip. Zhu Qizhen shuddered, her face paling. Merely listening to it made her feel immense pain. If it struck her, would it not be unbearable? Father, father, say something. The little girl cried out, Uncle Li is going to kill me. Zhu Qizhen remained silent. Li Qing mockingly smiled, placing her arm on the table, exposing her palm. With a swift flick of the willow branch, her delicate hand visibly reddened, a blood mark rising vividly. Ah! Zhu Qizhen cried out, tears streaming down her face. She had never received such a severe beating in her life. The pain was excruciating, rendering her breathless, her heart racing, her delicate features twisted in agony as tears cascaded down. Father, it hurts so much. Please, save me. She wept, her face resembling a rain-soaked pear blossom, evoking sympathy from all who beheld her. Zhu Qizhen's heart ached even more. He had never been able to bear such treatment. A father's heart was on the verge of shattering. He rose to his feet, his chest heaving violently. Indeed, father still loves me, thought Zhu Wanqing. Realizing that her heartfelt cries had softened her father's heart. Just as she was about to press on, she saw her father turn to her mother and say, "Xiao Qian, shall we take a walk by the pond?" Huh. Her head buzzed, and she hurried to look at her mother. All right, her mother responded, her face filled with concern. Yet her feet did not falter. Zhu Wanqing felt utterly devastated. "You do not truly love me." The words hung halfway, leaving her speechless. Her mouth moved, yet no sound escaped, amplifying Zhu Wanqing's terror. Uncle Li was not only wicked but also sinister. He could render her immobile and mute, surpassing her understanding. What kind of sorcery was at play? In that moment, her fear of Li Qing reached unprecedented heights, even eclipsing the pain of physical torment. Zhu Wanqing's pupils trembled, and her face drained of color. However, Li Qing showed no signs of relenting. The little girl was far too clever to be merely subdued in one go. If he were to rely on brute force later, its effectiveness would be greatly diminished. A child must not be beaten indiscriminately, yet constant punishment would only desensitize them, stripping away its deterrent effect. Swish, crack, swish, crack, the willow branches sliced through the air, striking her tender palms. Soon, crimson lines marred her delicate skin, breaking the surface and drawing blood. She gasped, desperate to plead for mercy, to cry out in pain, even to utter fierce threats, but no syllable escaped her lips. All that remained was the silent stream of tears, her body convulsing from agony. Having lived a life of luxury, Zhu Wanqing had never experienced such torment. To her, this was the cruelest form of punishment in existence. As time dragged on, each second felt like an eternity, and the heart-wrenching pain was unbearable. Gradually, she could no longer withstand it. Her eyes rolled back, threatening to lose consciousness. No. Li Qing slapped her lightly, reviving her spirits, while simultaneously intensifying her pain. A demon. Uncle Li was truly a demon. Zhu Wanqing was both fearful and in agony, tears cascading down her cheeks, her eyes swollen from crying. Li Qing was relentless, only stopping when her small hands were left bloodied and mangled, restoring Zhu Wanqing's freedom. Yet the little girl showed no reaction. She simply wept silently, utterly terrified by Li Qing. The psychological trauma she endured could have sketched a map of Jinling. Li Qing seated himself on a nearby bench and called out, "I am done here. You too can come over." Upon hearing this, the couple, hand in hand, approached. Seeing his daughter in such a dazed state, Zhu Qizhen felt his heart break, yet he ultimately held back his tears, stepping forward to embrace her gently, patting her back. Zhu Wanqing sobbed uncontrollably, and after a quarter of an hour, her emotions began to settle. Eventually, she nestled in Zhu Qizhen's arms and fell asleep, clearly shaken, her small shoulders still trembling. Li Qing remarked, "Can you be taught properly? If not, I can assist you once more." "No need," came the reply. Zhu Qizhen, with a darkened expression, refused. "You may strike, but not in such a manner. It is indeed brutal. Your palms are nearly shattered." Li Qing nodded. "You ought to understand the principle of words leading to calamity. I have exerted great effort to bring you back, ensuring that your family lives in peace without jeopardizing the foundations of the Ming. If a mere girl were to ruin that." He paused, his gaze turning increasingly frigid. "You know what I mean." Zhu Qizhen felt a chill in his heart and responded gravely, "Rest assured. I shall teach her a lesson this time." Li Qing remained non-committal, stating, "How you proceed is up to you, but I must remind you, if this truly gets out, the sweetness of your life as a couple will come to an end." "I understand." Zhu Qizhen nodded in acknowledgement. With that, having said all that needed to be conveyed, Li Qing did not linger and left directly. In truth, Li Qing's true purpose was not merely to discipline the young girl, but to admonish Zhu Qizhen. "If you do not manage your daughter properly, I shall assist you in her upbringing." Chapter 62. The sorrow of the Ming princess. Zhu Wanqing had not slept long before pain awakened her, and upon seeing her bloodied and mangled hand, she felt both fear and anguish. "Father, am I disabled?" "Not quite," Zhu Qizhen replied, his heart aching at the sight of her crimson hand, but he quickly steeled himself. "Wanqing, I must ask you, do you truly wish to be a princess?" "I dare not wish for that anymore." She shook her head, still trembling with fear. Zhu Qizhen spoke gently, "Speak your mind. Uncle Li is not here." Zhu Wanqing looked around, reassured by the absence of Li Qing, and said, I do wish to be a princess. How magnificent it would be to reside in a grand palace, and everyone would bow upon seeing me. I could do whatever I desired. She spoke with bright aspirations. I could do whatever I desired. Zhu Qizhen smiled wryly. Do not be so naively optimistic. Even a prince is bound by limitations. He paused. Indeed, the status of a princess is noble, but are you aware of the price that accompanies such splendor? Is there a price to being a princess? Zhu Wanqing asked, astonished. As a noble, what could possibly be the cost? The cost of enjoying luxury? Tell her, Qian. Li Qing sighed. While a princess is revered and many bow in servitude, all that grandeur vanishes upon marriage. That is when the true hardships begin. Why is that? Zhu Wanqing inquired, glancing at her mother. Zhu Qizhen continued. When a Ming princess comes of age, the court arranges for a suitor. However, to prevent political interference, her husband is barred from pursuing any scholarly title or political career. In other words, aside from the founding period, subsequent Ming princesses have wed commoners, which means they often marry unsuitable candidates. Zhu Qizhen sighed. My dear daughter, though a Ming princess appears to be precious, to speak candidly, any man with ambition would not covet a princess, for marrying one signifies a severance from any political prospects. Are there no men willing to take such a high-ranking position? Zhu Wanqing questioned, doubtful. The position may seem grand, but what use is it? Zhu Qizhen lamented. Without real power, one merely receives a fixed salary from the court, with no opportunities for profit, and cannot take concubines or divorce. Even visiting a courtesan is a grave offense. Qian remarked, though it is unfortunate, even if a princess marries, she must reside in her own estate, unable to live with her in-laws or her husband. Their encounters are akin to festive reunions. Zhu Qizhen nodded, acknowledging. Such circumstances deter individuals of stature, knowledge, and ambition from becoming prince's consort, as it is a torment for them. If it is burdensome for the prince consort, how could it be any different for the princess? Qian sighed. Royal women must serve as paragons for the realm, unable to show their faces publicly, confined to their residences, seldom permitted to see their husbands. Is such a life not akin to a form of torture? Zhu Wanqing inquired, perplexed. Why can they not reside together? Because the princess is of noble birth, Zhu Qizhen explained. The meeting between a prince consort and a princess requires the consent of the female officials. It is tradition. How could the emperor establish such a rule? Zhu Wanqing questioned, bewildered. After all, she is his daughter. How could he bear to see her suffer so? Zhu Qizhen chuckled softly. If your father were still the emperor, he would still endure it. To an emperor, not only daughters but sons can also be subjected to hardship, even sacrificed or abandoned. Zhu Wanqing's complexion paled as she sensed the gravity of his words. Why is that? In the emperor's eyes, there are only two things of utmost importance, Zhu Qizhen said, narrowing his gaze. One is the realm, and the other is imperial power. Everything else pales in significance. The young girl protested, isn't a daughter important? Not so, Zhu Qizhen replied coolly. Do not overestimate your worth. Your father dotes on you because he is Lord Zhu. If he were Emperor Zhu, well. The young girl, her voice trembling, retorted, Father is not that kind of person. She felt a sudden panic at the thought of losing her privileges. Mother, he wouldn't do that, would he? Tears welled in her eyes as she sought reassurance. Qian could only offer a bittersweet smile, confessing, the Empress is merely fortunate. She encountered a devoted Zhu Qizhen. Had it been another, she would have been merely a source of frustration and a vessel for childbirth. Yet even so, she must tread carefully before the formidable Empress Dowager's son, as danger lurks around every corner. Such is the cruelty of royalty. The resplendent palace, in essence, is a theater of power. Who can remain unscathed amidst the whirlpool of authority? Can mere words convey the difficulty? The young girl, witnessing her mother's distress, shook her head vigorously. Father, I do not wish to be a princess anymore. Let us simply reside here. She could not fathom the torment of leaving her parents behind and being unable to see her elder brother. It would be more unbearable than being punished by Uncle Li. Father, do you wish to return? Zhu Qizhen shook his head, speaking gently. I only wish to be your father, not your emperor. After a pause, his expression turned grave. This matter must remain confidential. No one must be informed, not even your elder brother, or our family shall face dire consequences. Qian added solemnly. The lightest punishment would be lifelong imprisonment, the gravest, an untimely demise. Zhu Wanqing gasped, her mouth agape in astonishment. The emperor wishes to harm our family? She was indeed astute, grasping the essence of the matter immediately, though a hint of disbelief lingered. Father, are you not the elder brother of the emperor? Merely a half-brother. Zhu Qizhen replied nonchalantly. Even among blood relatives, when it comes to the throne, one must not expect leniency. Does that mean we are perpetually at risk of being killed? She exclaimed, fear gripping her heart. Zhu Qizhen reassured her, as long as you keep your silence, we shall remain undiscovered. Your uncle Li will safeguard us. Furthermore, do not harbor any sense of superiority. We are merely seeking refuge with them. Henceforth, refrain from being willful and capricious. No one is obliged to indulge you, remember. Yes, daughter will remember, the young girl nodded, overwhelmed by a stark sense of disparity and dread, leaving her profoundly saddened. Zhu Qizhen sighed and said, Xiao Qian, please counsel this child while I take a stroll. All right, Qian replied, embracing her daughter. Wanqing, do not blame your uncle Li. Without him, our family would not exist. It was he who bravely ventured through a sea of adversities to bring your father back. Your mother's escape from the inner palace and reunion with your father was solely due to his efforts. Qian lamented, ordinary folks have an escape route. But people like your father and I do not. It was your uncle Li who carved a path for us. Do you understand the magnitude of the risks he undertook? Feeling relieved, Li Qing hummed a tune, the willow branches in her hand crackling as she swung them. Upon reaching the front courtyard, she found Zhu Gaoxiu training with the old man, referring to him as Big Brother, as they bore a striking resemblance. It was evident that the old man was growing weary of his company, nearly losing his temper on several occasions. Li Qing hurried forward and pulled Zhu Gaoxiu aside. Take a break, let us go have a drink. Zhu Gaoxiu was somewhat reluctant, but could not resist Li Qing's insistence as she led him to the pavilion. Where's the wine? Zhu Gaoxiu looked around, puzzled. Didn't we agree to drink? You really intend to drink? Li Qing rolled her eyes. Didn't you see my master almost strike you just now? Ha. Zhu Gaoxiu scratched his head in disbelief. That old man is truly your master? Li Qing nodded. Is there any doubt? Or are you hoping for immortality? Not quite, just a tad curious, Zhu Gaoxiu admitted, possessing enough self-awareness. He remarked, he looks just about my size. A gust of wind might knock him over. Is he truly fiercer than you? Li Qing chuckled. Let us put it this way. In your prime, even 100 of you combined couldn't compare to him, and that's a conservative estimate. Even now, when he strikes me, it feels like he is swatting a child. Just imagine how formidable he is. This big brother is indeed something else, Zhu Gaoxiu mused. I thought you were just humoring him. I wouldn't refrain from defending myself, nor would I flee, Li Qing sighed. Yet the reality is, I cannot even escape. After a pause, she added, and henceforth, do not refer to him as Big Brother. Otherwise, the time you get to spend with your father will be significantly diminished. Zhu Gaoxiu inquired, by the way, did you mention my matter to the emperor? Now that there is a new emperor, will he still recognize it? Li Qing nodded, remarking that the new emperor, possessing a heart of kindness, would surely not refuse his elder. He merely mentioned it casually, but the matter must be addressed in person. Shall I travel to the capital? If my health permits, it would be advisable to make the journey, for you will have to go eventually, Li Qing suggested. Do you not wish to pay your respects to Taizong while you still draw breath? Pay my respects to him, Zhu Gaoxiu scoffed. Have I not suffered enough at his hands throughout my life? Li Qing fell silent, reflecting. In truth, he acted for the stability of the realm. Your father was no virtuous man, nor a good father. Yet from the perspective of an emperor, he was exceptional, far surpassing the majority of rulers. You must consider his position. He is not only your father, but also the emperor of the Ming. To be frank, Zhu Di faced immense challenges in his lifetime. If possible, Li Qing wished to mend the rift between father and son, even though Zhu Di had long since passed. The resolution of this tension would be a cause for celebration, both for the deceased Zhu Di and the living Zhu Gaoxiu. Oh, my dear second brother. After all these years, have you still not found peace? You have come to terms with the throne. Why can you not do the same with him? Enough. Let us not dwell on this, Zhu Gaoxiu replied, somewhat irritably. I am not so magnanimous. He has wronged me too greatly for me to forgive. As you wish, Li Qing said with a resigned smile. By the way, where would you prefer to be buried? The royal mausoleum, Zhu Gaoxiu retorted. That is obvious. I meant to ask, which emperor would you prefer to be closer to, Taizong, Renzong, or Xuanzong? Li Qing inquired. Zhu Gaoxiu rose, stating, I have yet to decide. I will consider it later. Promised me a drink, yet left me seething, he grumbled, leaning on his cane as he stormed away. Watching his retreating figure, Li Qing chuckled softly, realizing that the simpleton had finally found some semblance of peace. Taizong, Rinzong, Xuanzong. Though it seemed a multitude of choices, it was, in fact, a singular option. Neither his father nor his nephew were suitable to him. Only Rinzong remained. However, the fact that he did not choose Rinzong suggested that he still acknowledged and accepted his father in his heart. Li Qing felt a bittersweet mix of sorrow and comfort, culminating in a long sigh, as if fulfilling a long-held wish. Unbeknownst to him, he had assumed the role of patriarch, both of the Ming and of the Zhu family. Over the years, he had fully integrated into the Ming, no longer viewing events through the lens of a future era, nor imposing future standards upon the Ming dynasty. He understood that such a perspective was neither realistic nor feasible. The people of this era, from the emperor to officials and commoners alike, had been thoroughly corroded by millennia of feudal thought. Their concepts were severely constricted, forming formidable barriers of regulation. To break through, it was exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, without a better means of transition, such disruption would not lead to improvement, but rather exacerbate the situation. As a figure of the future, he could only operate within the existing rules, striving to effect subtle changes as opportunities arose, influencing quietly and imperceptibly. Yet, this required an interminable amount of time, far more challenging than incorporating the grasslands into the Ming's territory. Chapter 63. Li Qing is the true support. As summer faded into autumn, life remained leisurely. While Li Qing took a moment to rest, he remained vigilant regarding the changes in Jiangnan, wary of any adverse effects stemming from Zhen Er's potential exit. However, reality proved his concerns to be unfounded. Amidst the maturation of various industries, the overall economic landscape of Jiangnan remained largely unscathed. The fall of one Zhen Er would inevitably make way for numerous smaller figures to rise in his stead. As the saying goes, when one whale falls, myriad life forms flourish. With the departure of this colossal entity, new avenues for business emerged, providing opportunities for ascension. The wealthy gentry were not comprised of inept individuals. They were acutely aware of the lucrative nature of maritime trade. With paths to advancement now open, their interest was piqued. Moreover, under Li Qing's guidance, Zhen Er's operations were packaged for sale, encompassing supply chains, workshops, and laborers, all offered as a unified entity. This arrangement afforded the gentry tremendous convenience. Simultaneously, the workers within the workshops would not face unemployment due to Zhen Er's exit. As for the gentry, upon assuming control, the workshops could be operational immediately, akin to acquiring a profit-generating machine without the effort. Such advantageous circumstances were universally appealing, leading to Zhen Er's asset repatriation exceeding expectations by nearly 40%. Much to his delight. Upon learning of this, Li Qing also wore a contented expression. The greater the influx of Zhen Er's capital into the north, the more beneficial it would be for its development. This maneuver not only liberated the wealth of Jiangnan's gentry, but also freed Zhen Er's assets for use in the north. From a long-term perspective, this would provide the common folk with a broader array of employment options, significantly reducing the likelihood of the gentry exploiting the populace to secure labor in the foreseeable future. This flourishing model of diversity was far superior to a singular dominance. Beneath the pavilion, Li Qing savored his drink, relishing the moment. Cultivating capital through the market and subsequently returning it to the populace epitomized the principle of deriving from the people and serving the people. After another sip, a look of enjoyment graced Li Qing's face, whether it was due to the lingering sweetness of the bayberry wine or the promising circumstances surrounding him. Perhaps it was a blend of both. He squinted his eyes, enveloped in a sense of comfort and ease, humming a cheerful tune and swaying his head in delight. "Li uncle, Grandpa Zhang is calling you to prepare dinner," a young girl approached, timidly reminding him. "It's only half an hour until mealtime. Please don't delay." "Yes, I understand," Li Qing nodded, continuing in his state of contentment. The preparation of the meal did not require much time. Selecting and washing vegetables, boiling water, and chopping were tasks managed by the servants, leaving him solely responsible for cooking, with ample time to spare. Noticing she lingered, Li Qing quizzically asked, "Is there something else?" "And no, nothing at all." Zhu Wanqing shook her small head, hesitating briefly before speaking in a voice as soft as a whisper. "Li uncle, I apologize for my previous lack of understanding. What are you saying?" Zhu Wanqing paused, taken aback. "Li uncle is indeed magnanimous, not as I had imagined." "Speak up. I didn't catch that." Li Qing interjected, urging her to repeat herself. Zhu Qizhen, aware of his playful intent, puffed her cheeks and replied, "It's nothing. Hurry and go cook, otherwise, Grandpa Zhang will scold you, and I want tea help." With that, she stamped her little foot, flouncing off in a huff. Quite the spirited one, Qing chuckled softly to himself, remarking that he had indeed been lenient. However, Qing merely spoke in jest. He would not stoop to quarreling with a young girl over such trivial matters. Everyone requires a period of adjustment. Having been willful and headstrong for so long, it is unreasonable to expect an immediate transformation. In recent days, the young girl has indeed shown considerable improvement. Qing is not a harsh individual. As long as one is willing to change, he can embody the role of a benevolent elder. Of course, if one remains obstinate, then more stringent measures may be necessary. After enjoying a comfortable life for an extended period, it is natural for a person to grow complacent. Thus, Qing allowed himself a brief respite. It was only when time was running short that he hurriedly made his way to the eastern kitchen, bustling about as if racing against the clock, effectively submitting his assignment at the last moment. This midday, the family gathered harmoniously. Qing, Zhang Lada, the duo of Zhu Gaoshu and Zhu Qizhen, creating a lively atmosphere. "Qingzi, prepare more dishes next time, otherwise, outsiders might think we cannot afford to eat," Zhang Lada remarked. All right, I will prepare more next time," Qing replied sheepishly. For in truth, he had reduced the quantity by a third due to time constraints. Although fewer dishes were served, the flavor was beyond reproach. By the end of the meal, the plates required scarcely any washing, having been left impeccably clean. Though autumn had only just begun, the weather was already quite mild. Each afternoon following lunch, Qing relished the quietude of perusing a volume of the Yongle de Dian, accompanied by a pot of tea, often losing himself in it for hours. Today was no exception. He selected a tome concerning the arts of yin and yang and began to leaf through its pages. Qing was well versed in such literature and had reached a level of expertise comparable to modern weather forecasting, albeit with its own inaccuracies. Having turned just a few pages, the young girl scampered back in, peeking around the door. "Uncle Li, there's someone looking for you." "Yes, I know," he replied. The little girl rolled her eyes discreetly and added, "It seems to be that Shin merchant. Is it him? Has he returned so soon?" Qing was taken aback. "All right, I shall go at once. Please inform the elder that I will not be preparing dinner. Instead, have the servants fetch some takeout from the restaurant." "Oh, understood." The girl replied reluctantly, for the fare from the restaurant could not compare to Uncle Li's culinary skills. At the Shun residence, Shun Xinshuan was in high spirits. Appearing a decade younger, his face aglow with vitality and laughter. "Has Boss Shin finished his business so quickly?" Qing inquired. "Not quite, however. The major investments in Suzhou and Hangzhou have been successfully concluded," Shin Xian replied with a smile. It required little effort. Once the news was out, they eagerly came forward, and the acquisition price exceeded my expectations. Pausing for a moment, he clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "This is all thanks to Lord Li. Rest assured, once the accounts are settled, I will provide you with a satisfactory report." Shun Xian, a shrewd businessman, understood the intricacies of investment. He realized that to establish a foothold in the northern regions swiftly, he needed Qing's assistance. Otherwise, in unfamiliar territory, he would be vulnerable to exploitation. Investing in Qing was a wise decision, for the additional income generated through his support alone was equivalent to the combined fortunes of several wealthy merchants in Jinling. Initially, it had been agreed that half of the recovered losses would constitute his fee. Shin Xian had planned to ensure that regardless of the outcome, even if he had to redistribute all the profits or incur some losses, he would still bestow 3 million upon Qing. However, this time the stakes were exceedingly high. He was prepared to offer 5 million. Even so, he would not incur a loss. Qing inquired, "Have you settled the account?" "Not yet, it's still early days. We have merely reached a preliminary agreement," Shin Xian replied with a smile. "I have returned precisely to bring some personnel along and, coincidentally, to report to the esteemed one." Qing chuckled lightly and nodded, with a written agreement and the presence of the brothers from the Jinyue to uphold the order. Those individuals would not dare to act dishonestly. "By the way, did they threaten you?" "Indeed," Shin Xian nodded, a look of reverence crossing his face as he flattered. "The moment I mentioned the esteemed one's name, they immediately complied." Though their words remained sharp, their vigor had diminished significantly. It was clear they were merely posturing. He now held a genuine admiration for Qing. Invoking his name, proved remarkably effective. The once arrogant officials, upon hearing Li Qing's name, displayed expressions of utter disbelief, which Zhen Er noted with keen awareness. It was evident that these individuals harbored not just respect, but profound fear towards Li Qing. Zhen Er mused, now, that is what one calls a true pillar of strength. He realized he had underestimated Li Qing, but after this encounter, he grasped the terrifying extent of his influence. Reflecting upon his previous decision to forsake Li Qing in favor of others, he felt as if he deserved a resounding slap across the face. Had he known then what he knew now, he would not be in this predicament. Zhen Er expressed his gratitude. I had thought my assets would only be sold at a pittance, but thanks to your intervention, I have recouped losses amounting to over 10 million taels. I dare not forget our previous agreement. Should you require funds urgently, I can make an advance. No need. Li Qing waved his hand dismissively. I am not in want of money. There is no rush at this moment. Our immediate priority is to consolidate our assets. Pausing, he added, the North is ripe for rejuvenation, brimming with opportunities. By developing there, I can assure you that the profits will not be less than what can be earned here. Indeed. Indeed, Zhen Er responded with a conciliatory grin. With your protection, I have no reason to worry about prosperity. Oh, ha. Li Qing laughed heartily, in high spirits. First and foremost, we must instill confidence in the capital regarding the market. Only then will individuals be willing to spend, thereby stimulating the economy. Zhen Er's efforts to unleash wealth in the North will bring about a positive development that surpasses even the contributions of 100 capable officials. Zhen Er joined in the laughter. I shall rely heavily on you in the future. Chapter 64. Fool, it's time for your medicine after a hearty meal. Li Qing elaborated on the commercial landscape of the North to Zhen Er. In matters of trade, Li Qing could not compare to Zhen Er. However, his exceptional political insight, coupled with advanced concepts from future eras, placed him in a league beyond Zhen Er. Occasionally, a phrase or two from modern theory would illuminate Zhen Er's understanding. Under Li Qing's somewhat exaggerated description, Zhen Er envisioned a mountain of gold beckoning him. The two continued to converse with growing enthusiasm, transitioning from wine to tea, until dusk fell and Li Qing took his leave from the Zhen household. They had accomplished what needed to be done. Now, they awaited Zhen Er's capital to be reinvested, paving the way for new triumphs in the North. The previous strategy of investing money to capture market share could be replicated without fail, having been validated by the market. With Zhen Er's commercial acumen, the possibility of failure was utterly negligible. Li Qing's sole responsibility was to bolster his confidence. Merchants are driven by profit. As long as he is convinced that wealth can be attained, Zhen Er will undoubtedly exert his utmost efforts. However, Li Qing was not merely indulging in idle fantasies. Although the court had offered nothing, the prospect of profit was indeed tangible. By the time he returned home, night had fallen. The old man had retired early, and Zhu Qizhen's family had returned to their own quarters. In the front hall, only Zhu Gaoxiu and his grandson remained, engaged in conversation. Upon seeing Li Qing's return, Zhu Gaoxiu smiled and said, You've arrived just in time. Let us have a match. Do you still play Go? Li Qing was taken aback, surprised that the seemingly simple-minded Zhu Gaoxiu had taken to such an elegant pastime. Isn't it merely a way to exercise the mind and stave off foolishness? Zhu Gaoxiu replied sheepishly, Go demands too much mental effort. Let us play chess instead. Zhen Er, fetch my chess set. Yes, Zhu Qizhen replied, rising and bowing to Li Qing before exiting the hall. Li Qing glanced at the youth's retreating figure and turned back, saying, By the way, there is something I forgot to ask you. Does your grandson know the details? As you suggest, he undoubtedly does, Zhu Gaoxiu replied, somewhat exasperated. Surely, it would be unthinkable for me to depart without a descendant to see me off. That is true, Li Qing nodded slightly. But what is the situation of your lineage in Jiaoji? It's vastly improved compared to the past. We have virtually no rivals now, Zhu Gaoxiu chuckled. We are practicing the very principles you proposed. Have you forgotten? That is splendid, Li Qing responded with delight, then added, However, I must preface this with a word of caution. While you may return to rest in your ancestral tomb, your son and grandson will not come back. Zhu Gaoxiu sighed. They are unlike me. After all these years, they have grown accustomed to life there, with their descendants settled in that land. As for me, I am also accustomed. But my attachment is too strong. I understand, Li Qing smiled. Accustomed, you say? Zhu Gaoxiu hesitated, then wryly admitted, In the beginning, I truly struggled to adjust. But now it is much better. For me, this place has become home. Yet, I must confess, if the current trends continue, one day my lineage may be assimilated into Jiaoji, becoming truly Jiazi's, and I fear we may not be able to serve the Ming for long. That is of no consequence. Nothing in this world is immutable, Li Qing replied with a light laugh. This is quite satisfactory. How could we allow the Ming to reap all the benefits? Indeed, Zhu Gaoxu murmured. I am merely offering you a reminder. How you choose to act is beyond my control. With the chess set retrieved, the two engaged in their game. Their conversation flowed alongside their moves. Though it was Zhu Gaoxu who spoke predominantly. As one ages, it is natural to reminisce, and he had much to share. Li Qing played the role of a listener, occasionally interjecting a comment, for he too enjoyed reflecting on the past. The days passed in a leisurely and pleasant manner, devoid of any significant memories, making time seem to fly by. Before long, autumn had given way to winter. In all this time, Li Qing had only retained the memory of indulging in mooncakes. This year, Jinling was somewhat milder. The temperature had not dropped dramatically, the first snowfall was delayed, and only occasional light rains fell amidst predominantly sunny days. Such weather was comfortable. In the afternoons, he would recline in a chair in the courtyard, squinting up at the sun, drifting off to sleep whenever drowsiness overcame him. A state so pleasant it left him feeling utterly relaxed. Yet, while he found comfort, the crops in the fields suffered. This year's grain yield would undoubtedly decline significantly. Fortunately, it was not entirely dire. On the eve of the winter solstice, a heavy snowfall blanketed the land, and upon awakening the next day, the snow had risen above the ankles. On a frigid day, Li Qing was loath to move, yet under the insistence of the old man, he reluctantly prepared the dumpling filling and rallied everyone to join in making dumplings. However, when it came time to eat, each person outdid the other in their appetite. While only a scant few were willing to lend a hand during the preparation. Zhu Gaoxiu, is it reasonable to expect an 80-year-old man to make dumplings? Zhu Qizhen, you know me, sir. I can barely knead the dough, let alone undertake such a skilled task. Zhu Wanqing, Uncle Li, I am still just a child. It must be said that there are not many admirable individuals among the Zhu family, particularly the three before us. Yet Li Qing was not one to be easily swayed. He set aside the elderly and the young, and instead focused his ire on the one in the middle. Inside, a charcoal brazier burned warmly. As a group of people lounged about, some playing chess, others engaged in conversation. Only the Qian family was industrious, helping to make a considerable number of dumplings. Traditionally, dumplings are consumed during the winter solstice, but Li Qing preferred hot pot. Thus he ingeniously compromised by preparing hot pot dumplings. The Qian mother and daughter sat at one table, while a group of gentlemen occupied another, indulging in food and drink, sharing boasts, and enjoying the delightful spectacle of a grandfather and grandson squabbling. Thus, the winter solstice passed. Zhu Gaoxiu, ultimately aged, ventured out less frequently as the temperatures continued to plummet, spending most of his days ensconced in the warmth of his home, rarely showing his face. Li Qing, however, visited him daily, providing medicine for his recuperation and prolonging his life. Come now, it's time for your medicine, Li Qing would say, delivering the prescribed doses. Elderly individuals, particularly those nearing the end of their days, dread winter and the accompanying chill. Caution is paramount. Didn't you just have some yesterday? Zhu Gaoxiu muttered, feeling rather glum about it, and refusing to drink. You still have some spirit left? Li Qing scoffed, countering, you also ate yesterday, so why not today? Enough chatter. Drink up. Li Qing huffed. I have no intention of prematurely ending my holiday. I concede to you, Zhu Gaoxiu said, reluctantly accepting the bowl of medicine. Holding his nose with one hand, he gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and downed it in one swift motion, smooth as flowing water. Then, he began to rummage about. What are you looking for? Sugar. It has been prepared for you, Li Qing chuckled. At your age, still so delicate, needing sugar to wash down your medicine. I've always been this way, he replied, silencing himself as he took the sugar and savored its sweetness. Li Qing understood. He must have been reminiscing about little Fatty. Reflecting on the bygone years when Zhu Di was still the Prince of Yan, when the three brothers were mere children, and when he was tasked with overseeing Zhu Di. Amidst the constant clamor of the Yan royal family, which, despite its noise, could still be deemed a family of filial piety and brotherly affection. Despite the chaos, when faced with challenges, the brothers displayed a strong bond. It was only when Zhu Di ascended the throne that everything began to change. altering the fates of the three brothers. Little Fatty, though fortunate, was also unfortunate, having departed this world too soon. The Prince of Zhao, the most astute and compliant of the trio, recognizing reality, lived quite well in the ensuing years, yet his life was also short-lived, passing away in the 6th year of the Xuande era. Conversely, Zhu Gaoziu, the simple-minded one, lacking in cunning yet brimming with bravado, has managed to live a long life. Now reaching the age of 81. When will you return to the capital? Zhu Gaoziu inquired. After the new year, likely around early February, Li Qing responded. It could be sooner or later. It ultimately depends on that Qian. Zhu Gaoziu was puzzled. Why does a mere merchant deserve such attention? He is not an ordinary merchant. Do not underestimate their significance. Li Qing sighed softly. The 4 pillars of society, scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants. Though merchants occupy a humble position, they play a vital role both in serving the nation and in their interactions with the common people. Suppressing merchants indiscriminately will yield counterproductive results. I am not an emperor. Why are you discussing this with me? Zhu Gaoziu muttered, contemplating the change in his grandson. Are you truly confident? I shall fulfill my promise to you. Li Qing replied with a smile. Rest assured, regardless of whether he agrees or not, I will ensure your burial in the imperial mausoleum. I wish to be interred near Chongling, Zhu Gaoziu stated. Li Qing nodded. I will speak to the emperor. I believe he will acquiesce. Though such matters cannot be made public. I do not mind that, Zhu Gaoziu exhaled, stating. In any case, let us hasten, urged that merchant, and we shall proceed after the new year. Li Qing paused briefly, then agreed. Very well. Chapter 65. I wish to be young again outside. The snow began to fall once more. Zhu Gaoziu approached the window, wishing to admire the picturesque scene, yet ultimately refrained from acting on his impulse, as his body no longer permitted such indulgence. Let it be, he thought. Li Qing placed his hand gently on Zhu Gaoziu's wrist, channeling pure vital energy into him. Zhu Gaoziu felt a warm current surging within, enveloping him in comfort. How does it feel? He inquired, sensing a steady vitality supporting him. His spirits were remarkably high. Zhu Gaoziu marveled. Is this the work of divine powers? Huh, where would such powers come from? Li Qing chuckled ruefully, admitting, that was merely a ruse. I am but an ordinary man with a touch more capability than the average person, far from divine. Li Qing sighed softly. If I truly possessed divine abilities, I would have encountered far fewer regrets. With a creak, Li Qing opened the window, gazing out at the swirling snow, lost in thought. Zhu Gaoziu stood beside him, silent and contemplative. A flurry of snowflakes was swept in by the northern wind, landing on the floor and melting into droplets, while the chill of winter enveloped them. Yet, Zhu Gaoziu remained unaffected, his body still radiating warmth. After a long pause, he asked, how long can this last? Why? I wish to wield a large blade in the snow, Zhu Gaoziu said, his eyes sparkling with longing. I used to adore winter, when the biting cold would leave me drenched in sweat, transforming the chill into a refreshing coolness. Zhu Gaoziu's gaze was resolute. I wish to be young once more. Li Qing smiled, placing his hand upon Zhu Gaoziu's wrist, bestowing upon him an abundance of vital energy, encouraging him. Go forth, unleash your spirit. The snow fell heavily as Zhu Gaoziu, his hair and beard now white, wielded a 10-pound sword with fierce prowess. The snowflakes were cleaved in half by the blade's edge, the sound of its passage ringing through the air. A family of 3 strolling through the snow paused to watch, the mother and daughter gasping in awe. Zhu Qizhen also began to realize the formidable prowess of his great-grandfather in his youth. Grandfather is amazing, the little girl exclaimed, her hands clapping enthusiastically. Great-grandfather. Zhu Qizhen corrected her softly. The young girl readily complied, declaring, great-grandfather is incredible. Ha ha ha, indeed. In his day, great-grandfather was a hero who stood against 1,000 foes single-handedly. Zhu Gaoziu boasted, increasing the force of his strikes, becoming even more dominant and fierce. Li Qing cast a fleeting glance at Zhu Wanqing and remarked, do refrain from excessive flattery. Your great-grandfather is not one to be overly praised. Zhu Wanqing replied, true energy is not omnipotent, nor can it endure indefinitely. After about 90 minutes, Zhu Gaoziu found himself utterly drained and came to a halt. What a thrill! I am drenched in sweat. This is truly exhilarating. Zhu Gaoziu exclaimed, reveling in the youthful exhilaration once more, which brought him immense satisfaction. Li Qing hurried forward to transfer some vital energy to him, advising, rest indoors for a while. Do not let your pride lead you to misfortune. Indeed, very well, Zhu Gaoxiu closed his eyes. Savoring the refreshing chill of the snow and wind before accepting the cane, Li Qing offered, and making his way inside. Zhu Qizhen observed the aging figure, remaining silent for a moment before saying, Xiao Qian, you and Wanqing continue your stroll. I shall step inside for a moment. Of course, my lord, go on, she replied. Inside the room, the charcoal fire blazed brightly, its surface coated with a fine layer of ash, with the occasional spark leaping forth. Li Qing and Zhu Gaoxiu sat opposite one another, while Zhu Qizhen took a seat beside them. The atmosphere was calm, and the grandfather and grandson ceased their disputes. Shall we have a drink? Zhu Qizhen proposed. Li Qing turned to Zhu Gaoxiu. Shall we indulge? Let us drink then. Zhu Gaoxiu nodded. This will be my final indulgence. I'll fetch it. Zhu Qizhen hurriedly left the room and soon returned with the wine, cheerfully declaring, It is warmed. Initially, I thought to enjoy it alone, but it is far better to share joy. He filled 3 cups, pushing one toward Zhu Gaoxiu, another toward Li Qing, and raised his cup. Li Qing and Zhu Gaoxiu lifted their cups in unison, clinking them gently before taking small sips. The trio drank slowly, fully aware that this was their last opportunity, reluctant to bring it to a swift conclusion. In the face of life and death, all matters appeared trivial and superfluous. There was nothing left to cling to. Zhu Gaoxiu ultimately found peace, completely letting go. He no longer harbored resentment toward Zhu Di, nor anyone else, not even himself. He reached a state of reconciliation with all, confronting his reality with tranquility and fearlessness. Shen Xian acted swiftly, supported by a dozen sons, several grandsons, and a multitude of imperial guards. The pace at which funds were consolidated exceeded expectations. By mid-December, everything was settled, including the local enterprises in Jinling, leaving only a single residence. The title of wealthy magnate was not mere boast. Shen Xian, the wealthiest in Jinling, had effectively become the richest in the Ming dynasty. Although a considerable portion had been siphoned off by Jiangnan officials, the remaining wealth was still remarkably substantial. When calculated in silver, it amounted to over 27 million taels. To say he was as rich as a nation would not be an exaggeration. At present, the Ming dynasty could hardly muster even 7 million taels, let alone 27 million. With such vast wealth, the possibilities were endless. Li Qing dared not even contemplate the industries that could be invigorated by this influx of capital. It is worth noting that this was not 27 million strings of cash, but rather solid silver, possessing formidable purchasing power. Sir, when shall we depart? Shen Xian inquired, rubbing his hands together, already growing impatient. Li Qing pondered for a moment and suggested, How about the 6th day of the new year? The simpleton, unable to wait any longer, had already rested for half a year and saw no need to extend his holiday further. 6th day, splendid. Shen Xian could hardly contain his delight, stating that he had already prepared everything for the gentleman. When shall we proceed? No rush, Li Qing replied with a smile. Let's head north first. Shen Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he awkwardly inquired, Surely, you are not implying? Li Qing chuckled and reassured him, Rest assured. The emperor would not engage in such exploitative actions. Your wealth is indeed enticing, yet the emperor governs the vast realm, with the welfare of all subjects in mind. After a pause, he added, Moreover, you are also a subject of the emperor. If he were to treat you in such a manner, it would be tantamount to declaring war on all landlords and gentry of the Ming dynasty. Well, that seems to be the case, Shen Xian replied sheepishly. Sometimes, people are like this. When you help them save, they instead feel uneasy. However, the sum this time was substantial. While Li Qing valued wealth, he was not greedy. Yet, since Shen Xian was apprehensive about not receiving, Li Qing reluctantly agreed. Prepare the silver. When the time comes, I shall present it to the national treasury, stating it is your supplementary tax payment. My lord, I have never underpaid, Shen Xian cautiously suggested. It would be better to say it is a donation from me. Li Qing shot him a sidelong glance and retorted, You, a commoner, donating 500,000 taels? Seeking attention is unwise. It is better to amass wealth quietly. Furthermore, the court requires dignity. With the prosperity and peace of the Ming dynasty, why should the common folk donate? Li Qing continued nonchalantly. The emperor is well aware of your intentions, but to shatter this facade would be your folly. Shen Xian was taken aback and quickly apologized. I see my error. I shall leave everything to your discretion. That is more like it, Li Qing said with a smile. You are a businessman. Focus on your trade. Do not force yourself into circles that do not belong to you. Or else, well, have you not suffered enough? A shiver ran down Zhen Er's spine. If the northern bureaucrats got a hold of him, he would truly have nowhere to turn. Though he was oblivious to the intricacies of court politics, he understood the stakes involved. If even a businessman like him could resort to unscrupulous methods, how could the high officials of the court be any different? He had already witnessed the cunning and ruthlessness of the Jiangnan bureaucrats and wished to avoid experiencing the schemes of the court officials. If he truly aspired to a political career, the most prudent course of action would be to ensure his descendants received a proper education and followed the orthodox path of the imperial examinations. Straying from the path would only make one vulnerable to manipulation. Thank you for your guidance, my lord. I shall harbor no further foolish thoughts, Zhen Er stated earnestly. That is for the best, Qing replied with a slight smile. Remember, as long as you pay your taxes in full and do not exploit your workers or the common people, you shall prosper. However, if you harbor ulterior motives and disrupt the governance with your commerce, it is a grave crime. The common folk dare not. Zhen Er exclaimed. Good, Qing said. Hurry and ensure everything is in order, checking for any oversights. I shall not wait for you. Yes, I shall attend to it, Zhen Er responded earnestly. In the courtyard of the Yongqing Marquette, Qing softly addressed his master. Master, will you accompany me to the capital after the new year? This time, I shall not be running about. I will prepare delicious meals for you every day. Zhang Lada nodded slowly and replied, Very well, after the new year. We shall go to the capital. Qing smiled. The spring festival was upon them once again, with door gods being posted, dumplings eaten, the New Year's vigil kept, and fireworks lit, all in joyous family celebration. It was the 6th day of the 1st month in the 12th year of Jingtai. Qing, accompanied by Zhu Gaoziu and his grandson, along with Zhen Er and a multitude of servants, had hired over 2,000 laborers. They transported vast quantities of silk and cotton, concealing immense wealth within their grand carriages, all under the vigilant escort of 1,000 imperial guards. A large procession made its way towards the capital. Zhang Lada did not join them, choosing instead to set out after the Lunar New Year. The cumbersome nature of such a large entourage would inevitably slow their journey, and he wished to avoid the delays. Additionally, he planned to bring some replicas along. Over the years, much of the Yongla Dadayan had been pilfered, and the old man contemplated completing this endeavor while he was still capable, thus fulfilling Qing's long-held aspiration. Upon his eventual departure from this world, he hoped to lessen Qing's burdens, allowing him to experience life more freely. In his view, the merits or flaws of the Ming dynasty were significant, yet it was unjust to impose all responsibilities upon Qing. He owed nothing to the dynasty. He did not wish for his disciple to endure such hardship and toil. In early February, Zhen Er halted in Baoding, Hebei, taking residence in a grand estate he had previously acquired, which he designated as his headquarters. This location was not far from the capital or Tianjin, and it was relatively developed, with basic infrastructure sufficient to avoid the need for extensive redevelopment. This strategic choice not only reduced costs, but also enhanced efficiency. Naturally, Qing had no objections, recognizing the place's potential for rapid and effective outreach. After making some preliminary arrangements to reassure Zhen Er, Qing set out with a caravan carrying 500,000 taels of silver towards the capital. By mid-February, after nearly a year apart, Qing returned to the capital. Many seasoned officials sighed in exasperation upon hearing the news. They were truly weary of Qing's presence. In the palace's central hall, Zhu Qizhen gazed at the crates brimming with gleaming silver, his eyes sparkling with excitement, his face flushed with emotion. How impoverished we have been, he lamented. The treasury has been barren for years. Apart from the resources my elder brother left upon ascending the throne, I have never laid eyes on such wealth. Sir, where did all this come from? He inquired. These are tax payments from a wealthy gentleman, Qing replied with a smile. Zhu Qizhen, skeptical, questioned, Surely you jest, sir. How could a wealthy gentleman possibly remit such a vast sum of taxes all at once? You haven't confiscated his assets, have you? Moreover, even in a confiscation, it is rare for one to amass such a fortune. Have you discovered a silver mine? Qing, recognizing the need for transparency, recounted the entire story in detail. After hearing it, Zhu Qizhen nodded, realization dawning upon him. Ah, I see, he murmured. That businessman Shun is quite the figure, capable of accumulating such wealth through trade. Qing spoke earnestly. Your Majesty, the economy is akin to a great river. It thrives on movement rather than hoarding wealth within the treasury. How you speak. Zhu Qizhen replied, somewhat speechless. A gentleman treasures wealth, but only through righteous means. That businessman Shun has committed no crime. Why would I engage in such foolishness as to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs? Indeed, your majesty is wise, Li Qing responded, genuinely concerned that Zhu Qizhen might succumb to greed, considering the overwhelming wealth at hand while the court remained in dire straits. Much of the money earned in recent years had been allocated to repaying debts, leaving the treasury devoid of surplus for over a decade. Your majesty, Qian serves as the catalyst for the river's flow. Li Qing spoke eloquently, stating that money, when stagnant, holds no value. However, when it circulates swiftly, its worth is magnified. Money, indeed, acts as a significant conduit for elevation. With wealth, one can sustain life, and to aspire for a better existence, one must possess even more wealth. It is the most potent motivator for human endeavor. Once, there were 5 oranges, and thereafter, discussions of hot pot ensued. Although Li Qing's theories may be profound, Zhu Qizhen grasped their essence well enough. Thus, it follows that the court should extend assistance to the wealthy gentry, allowing for their rapid growth, which would subsequently invigorate various industries in the north. Zhu Qizhen pondered, admitting his unfamiliarity with the matter, and inquired whether the gentleman had any plans. There is no need for direct intervention, Li Qing replied with a smile. Let Qian navigate his own course. The court merely needs to ensure a fair environment, refraining from placing obstacles in his path. After all, the court must maintain its dignity, mustn't it? Zhu Qizhen felt a flush of warmth on his face and replied awkwardly, You speak true, for the court cannot afford to lose its stature over wealth, lest he becomes emboldened and disrupts governance with commerce. Indeed, money is the most corrosive of influences, Zhu Qizhen continued. I must assign trustworthy individuals to observe the situation, to prevent any clandestine alliances that could disrupt the court, while also ensuring his personal safety, for he possesses great potential. We cannot allow him to be harmed. Li Qing chuckled, Your Majesty's considerations are most astute. It was evident to Li Qing that Zhu Qizhen had made considerable progress, and he felt a sense of satisfaction. Though lacking in innate talent, Zhu Qizhen was earnest in his efforts and resolute in his endeavors. By the way, Your Majesty, there is another matter for discussion. Is it regarding the former Han Prince? Li Qing nodded, revealing his desire to be interred within the imperial mausoleum. That may not be feasible, Zhu Qizhen shook his head. He may return to the Ming and be buried therein, but the Ming mausoleum is reserved for emperors. It would be improper to allow a deposed prince entry. Even if he had not been deposed, it would still be utterly unacceptable, as it contravenes the principles of propriety. Perhaps he could be buried secretly, Li Qing suggested, without grand ceremonies or public knowledge. Zhu Qizhen frowned, clearly reluctant. Sir, while other matters are negotiable, this one is particularly sensitive. In light of his contributions during the Battle of Luchuan, I could grant him a prime burial site, even restore his title as Han Wang, allowing him to be interred according to the standards of a Ming prince. However, entry into the imperial mausoleum is simply contrary to established norms. If this were to become public knowledge, it would not only tarnish the royal dignity, but it might also set a precedent that other princes might seek to exploit, leading to chaos. Let it remain undisclosed, Li Qing insisted. This is his long-held wish, as well as a regret of the Taizong. The events of the Jingnan rebellion must be recounted in detail, elucidating the roots of the foolish rebellion, and expressing Zhu Di's late regrets and remorse. He did not commit heinous acts. His pursuit of the throne was largely driven by a desire for vindication. Li Qing sighed. In the past, Taizong ascended to the throne as a prince, having traversed from the north to the south, a feat of such daunting difficulty that it is despairing to contemplate. Although there were military leaders willing to assist, warfare is no trifling matter, nor is it the endeavor of a single individual. A slight misstep could lead to catastrophic failure. Renzong was not skilled in the arts of war, and military commanders favored Han Wang, compounded by the dire circumstances, leaving Taizong with no choice but to act decisively to rally support. Li Qing remarked that after Emperor Taizong ascended to the throne, he retained Prince Han in the capital to suppress the influence of the civil officials. Thus it can be said that during the Yongle era, the prince played a significant role in the court's affairs. Zhu Qizhen remained silent, slightly wavering in his stance. Li Qing sighed, stating that everything has its cause. One cannot blame him for the events of the Xuande era, for he did not cause any turmoil, only a jest, and ultimately it was he who suffered. If blame were to be assigned, it should be directed at Taizong. After a pause, he continued. In truth, Taizong was not at fault. His intentions were to maintain balance within the court for the betterment of the Ming dynasty. In essence, this is a convoluted matter, with everyone holding valid reasons. Li Qing asserted. Regardless of the perspective, the prince has made considerable contributions to the Ming dynasty and to the lineage of Taizong. This is fundamentally why Xuanzong refrained from taking drastic actions. I have heard from my beloved minister that it seems you interceded on his behalf. Zhu Qizhen inquired. Your father tends to be somewhat disobedient, Li Qing replied with a roll of his eyes, then added, of course, he is quite remarkable and requires little assistance from me. He is capable of managing splendidly on his own. His decision to send the prince to Jiaoji was largely due to the prince's contributions to the Ming dynasty and the familial bond that still exists between them. Zhu Qizhen nodded, deep in thought. Li Qing asked, is your majesty still undecided? Where does he wish to be buried? Zhu Qizhen responded. Chongling. Li Qing remarked, scratching his head in bemusement. How much longer can he possibly live? After a moment of contemplation, he offered a vague estimate, perhaps 6 months to 2 years. Zhu Qizhen pondered for a long time before sighing. Very well, I agree, but once he enters the imperial mausoleum, his identity as a prince will cease to exist. Please inform him that upon entering the mausoleum, he can only choose one of 2 options, either to be buried there or to restore his status as a prince with the corresponding burial rites. I shall convey your message. Li Qing nodded with a smile. By the way, he is currently at my residence. Would your majesty like to meet him? Zhu Qizhen considered for a moment and replied, I have been quite busy these past few days, but once I am free, I shall pay him a visit in person. Very well. Chapter 67. Former rivals, did he agree? Zhu Gaochu asked anxiously. He did, Li Qing confirmed. He provided you with 2 choices. One is to be buried in the imperial mausoleum, and the other. I choose the first option, Zhu Gaochu interjected. Li Qing chuckled softly, deciding not to elaborate further, but merely advised, take good care of your health. Your condition is not as dire as it may seem. With proper care, living another year or 2 is certainly feasible. The arrangements for your final affairs are nearly complete, and you shall not have regrets. Do not squander the last moments of your life. Zhu Gaochu nodded in understanding. I comprehend, but this little courtyard is indeed rather cramped. Where will my elder brother and master stay? This was indeed a concern. Li Qing pondered and replied, I shall summon some masons to expand the dwelling by adding a couple of rooms. By the way, the emperor will come to see you in a few days. He wishes to see me? Zhu Gaochu exclaimed in surprise. What could he possibly want? Li Qing replied, well, you are family after all. He is coming to visit his granduncle, and you should welcome it. Rest assured, the current emperor is quite empathetic, far more so than the one from Jinling. Li Qing assured him. Zhu Gaochu did not express any doubt. That is true. He could hardly be worse than that. Li Qing laughed. All right, the rooms are all prepared. You 2 can stay here for now. If you wish for something to eat, feel free to venture to the market. I shall not be cooking for the time being. By the way, did you bring money? Yes, replied Zhu Qizhen, taking out a large money pouch from his bosom and giving it a shake, which produced a delightful clinking sound. Li Qing discerned from the sound that it was filled with gold coins. Having funds is sufficient, Li Qing nodded. There is no need to call me unnecessarily or bring me meals. I shall procure my own sustenance. With that, he departed to seek out the mason. When Li Qing returned, night had fallen, and the guest hall was illuminated by flickering candles. A familiar voice caused him to shudder slightly. Is Yu Qian here? These 2 had met before. Previously, Yu Qian had berated Han Han so fiercely that it nearly provoked a fit of rage. What might transpire when old adversaries meet again? While he was not overly concerned for Yu Qian, he did worry for Han Han, who was known for his fiery temper. Given the harsh words he had endured, it was likely he would seek retribution. Li Qing hastened his steps, swiftly making his way to the guest hall. Upon entering, he breathed a sigh of relief. Both Han Han and Yu Qian appeared to be in good spirits, having not clashed, and the atmosphere, albeit strained, was relatively amicable. What are you discussing? Li Qing inquired. Feigning nonchalance. Han Han remained silent. Yu Qian stood and said, Sir, may we speak privately for a moment? Li Qing cast a glance at Zhu Gaochu, who held his head high, exuding an air of arrogance. Very well. Li Qing shot him a reproachful look and followed Yu Qian outside. What is it? He asked. Yu Qian's expression turned serious. Is the emperor aware? He is, Li Qing nodded, jesting. I never anticipated that after all these years, you would still be able to recognize him. Yu Qian's demeanor softened, and he chuckled ruefully. I did not recognize him. Rather, he recognized me. Had he been 20 years younger, we might have engaged in a full-blown brawl. If that were the case, you would find yourself in quite a predicament, Li Qing laughed. In your age group, he could easily overpower you, not to mention that you were quite harsh in your earlier criticisms. Yu Qian was not in the mood for jesting. Sir, why did you bring him here? There is no need for alarm. He is 81. What trouble could he possibly stir? Li Qing chuckled. By the way, is Hu Wei still around? Yu Qian shook his head. He retired to his hometown before last winter, but there are still some in the court who know him, such as Minister Wang Ji. You couldn't recognize him, yet he could recognize you? Li Qing dismissed the concern. Besides, even if he did recognize you, what of it? If the Xuanzong did not execute him, who would dare to make a fuss? Even in his diminished state, he is still a descendant of the Zhu clan. Furthermore, he has no vested interest with anyone currently. No one would go to great lengths over a person entirely unrelated to them. Yu Qian slowly nodded. That is a valid point, but what benefit would you derive from this course of action? I have often undertaken actions that yield no benefit to me, Li Qing replied. Do you recall the first day we met? Yu Qian replied. I initially intended to invite you for a drink, but he has already consumed the accompanying dishes. He smiled wanly. Perhaps another day, you could visit my home. It has been nearly a year since we last met, and we should catch up. Agreed. Li Qing replied with a smile. Let us aim for tomorrow evening. By then, you will have finished your work, and we can share a drink. Very well. Yu Qian smiled, bowing as he took his leave. Li Qing escorted him to the door, secured it, and returned to the guest hall, where Zhu Gaoxiu had finished the last of the squab leg. He smacked his lips and remarked, I must say, the roasted pigeon in the capital is quite delightful. Eating such delicacies in the evening, one need not fear indigestion. Li Qing harbored a strong disdain for those who indulged in solitary feasting, himself being the sole exception. The sight of him was irksome. I had shown him enough courtesy by refraining from cursing. Zhu Gaoxiu grunted, what is wrong with having a bite to eat? He then added, enough of that. You are no longer as young as you once were. Take a stroll in the courtyard. Don't let indigestion befall you. Li Qing waved his hand dismissively, stating, I shall retire for the night. Should anything arise, feel free to speak. The following day, early in the morning, there was a knock at the door. Upon opening it, Li Qing was greeted by a dozen or so bricklayers. He promptly invited them in and inquired, I have nothing here. How long will you need to prepare the materials? How many rooms does the master wish to construct? The foreman asked. 2 for habitation and 1 for livestock, Li Qing replied, contemplating whether to allocate a room for his aging donkey as well. I can offer extra payment, if possible. Expedite the process. The foreman calculated on his fingers and responded, if the master is in haste, I can summon additional workers. However, the wages are not an issue. Li Qing assured him, money is no concern. In that case, there will be no problem, the foreman guaranteed. The project should be completed in approximately a month. But the master must prepay for the materials. That is acceptable, Li Qing affirmed, as he was not short of funds and would not take advantage of the common folk, paying an additional 30%. Having ample resources facilitates matters, a truth applicable in any era. The foreman sketched a simple design based on the courtyard's dimensions, and after receiving Li Qing's consent, he returned to gather his crew. By noon, the excavation of the foundation commenced. Perhaps out of boredom, Li Qing took great pleasure in observing the bricklayers at work. He set up a small stool and sat there for the better part of the afternoon. Zhu Gaoxiu and his grandson also found the activity captivating. It was a seemingly mundane task, yet held an inexplicable allure. As the sun began to set, Li Qing stretched and announced, I shall step out for a moment. Bring back some food upon my return. Zhu Gaoxiu, unwilling to tear his gaze from the excavation, was utterly entranced. There was an oddly compelling fascination to the endeavor. I am heading to Yu Qian's house for drinks, not to a tavern. Li Qing rolled his eyes. Unless you wish to consume leftovers. Zhu Gaoxiu scoffed, pouting in response. Look at this. Asking for your assistance is akin to climbing the heavens. Li Qing chuckled, shaking his head with delight. Off I go. Today, there was a gathering. Yu Qian had completed his official duties early, and by the time Li Qing arrived, the food and drink were already prepared. Having known each other for decades, the two friends exchanged no pleasantries and dove straight into their cups. As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, their conversation naturally turned to matters of state, a shared interest between them. The political arena remained unchanged, still murky, yet it had improved considerably. At the very least, internal strife had been significantly alleviated. While open contention and covert rivalry persisted, they were not as fierce as before. As previously noted, after such prolonged turmoil, all parties were quite fatigued. The current court of the Ming dynasty had adopted a more laid-back demeanor. After discussing the current state of affairs, Qing inquired about the situation on the grasslands, a matter that had long occupied his thoughts. Incorporating the grasslands into the Ming Empire would not only serve the present, but also benefit generations to come. Qin sighed, remarking that the situation on the grasslands was quite tense, yet large-scale battles had not occurred. The forces of Walla and Dada were exercising remarkable restraint, primarily focusing on consolidating smaller tribes. It appeared that for a considerable time to come, they would refrain from conflict. Last year, only 2 small tribes had defected to the Ming, totaling merely over 6,000 individuals. Qing nodded gently, stating that, as the saying goes, a mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers, indicating that a significant confrontation was inevitable. This could be considered a near certainty, yet Qin expressed concern, suggesting that the most ideal scenario would be for them to engage in continuous skirmishes, allowing the Ming to benefit subtly from the chaos, rather than a major confrontation, which would be detrimental to the Ming. Qing chuckled, noting that not everything proceeds smoothly and that the current situation was already quite favorable. The opposing parties were not foolish and would naturally not stand idly by while their populace dwindled. Their restraint was likely rooted in this very reason. One must not be excessively greedy. Noticing that Qing was still in a jovial mood, Qin inquired if he had a plan in mind. Chapter 68. The bittersweet happiness. Qing took a sip of wine, contemplating. This matter cannot be resolved overnight. It requires a long period of accumulation and maneuvering. Such an expansive grassland has posed challenges throughout the ages. The Mongols have already established their dominance in the Central Plains. So how can it be assumed that subjugation is straightforward? Setting his cup down, he picked up some food, reclining comfortably in his chair. In truth, it would not be realistic to fully conquer the grasslands all at once. We could gradually extend our influence. For instance, there is a vast area beyond the borders that belongs to the Ming. Should the Mongols cross the boundary markers, they would be committing an act of aggression, which we could then exploit to our advantage. Qin's eyes brightened. Are you suggesting we establish a pasture? No, the correct approach is to cultivate land and farm. Qing replied with a smile. The returns from pastoralism are far inferior to those from agriculture. A single acre of crops can easily sustain a young adult, while how much meat can be produced from an acre of grass? Agriculture is the unequivocal path to attract the grassland tribes to align with the Ming. Qing continued. The grassland tribes view plunder as a natural right. Fundamentally, this stems from their inability to sustain themselves through grazing alone. Their ferocity and brutality do not arise from an innate bloodlust, but rather from the necessity of survival. Qin was momentarily taken aback before nodding in agreement. Your insight is indeed profound. However, with Liaodong just stabilizing, sending people out to cultivate the land beyond may inadvertently convey a sense of abandonment by the Ming, which could be unfavorable. The road ahead is long. There is no need to dwell on this matter now, Qing replied with a smile. This is not an issue that can be resolved within a single generation. There is no rush, nor can there be. Qin, with a wry smile, nodded and sighed. Indeed, regardless of the circumstances, I cannot foresee that day. Let us not speak of such things, Qin said, noticing Qing's silence and hastily changing the subject. As if he were more averse to these topics than Qing himself. The crown prince was growing robustly, already displaying the qualities of a sagacious ruler. Despite his youth, he had matured significantly. How could he not mature? At such a tender age, he had developed feelings for a palace made 17 years his senior. This could hardly be termed maturity, but rather precocity. Qing pondered this and curiously asked, by the way, does he harbor a deep-seated resentment towards me? Qin hesitated, acknowledging that the crown prince did indeed hold some grievances against him, though fortunately, they were manageable. Alas, how disappointing. That mischievous child has nearly shattered my heart. Qing refrained from exposing Qin, indulging in a wicked jest. Should I hear him speak ill of me again, merely inform him that my intentions are for his benefit. Qin, speechless, retorted, must one resort to such heartless measures? Are you not satisfied with the resentment he harbors against you? Sir, Qin advised, it would be prudent to avoid escalating tensions with the crown prince. He is the heir apparent, destined to ascend the throne. Qing, unconcerned, replied, it matters not, when the time comes. I shall withdraw from court for a period and relinquish this identity. He sighed, continuing, the grand vessel of the Ming dynasty has already deviated from its course, now steering towards a more favorable and accurate direction. My role in its future will diminish. I no longer feel the urgency I once did. After all these years, I wish to take a respite. It is time for me to rest. Qian, after a moment of silence, sighed softly, Sir. Your unwavering dedication to the Ming dynasty has contributed immensely to its current state of affairs. You deserve great credit, though it has come at a considerable cost. Such sentiments need not be voiced by you. If anyone owes, it is the Ming emperor who is indebted to me. Li Qing scoffed. The Zhu family owes me more than 3 days and nights could ever convey. Qian chuckled and nodded, having grown accustomed to Li Qing's disregard for authority, and recognizing that his arrogance was not unfounded. When Qian entered the court, Li Qing was already a figure of considerable renown, his accomplishments shining brightly. After his arrival, Qian deeply appreciated Li Qing's capabilities and contributions to the Ming dynasty. In terms of merit and reward, Li Qing could undoubtedly be granted a princely title, a living lord of a different surname. Returning home, the night had grown late. The grandfather and grandson, Zhu Qizhen and his kin, were already fast asleep. Li Qing took a bath, reclining in a chair to marvel at the nocturnal scenery, relishing the refreshing evening breeze. Unbeknownst to him, he soon succumbed to a deep slumber. As dawn broke, a knock resounded at the door. Li Qing arose to open it, surprised to see the craftsmen bearing their tools. You've come so early. Have you all had your meals? Indeed, sir, we have dined, the foreman replied with a smile. We did not wish to disturb your rest. Li Qing shook his head with a gentle laugh. Not at all. Please, come in. A throng of workers filed in, promptly commencing their diligent tasks. In this era, those who earned their livelihood through craftsmanship were acutely aware of their reputations, shunning any superficiality. The scope of work available to them was limited to several villages. A tarnished reputation would spell the end of their livelihood, thus ensuring the quality of their work was never in question. Feeling somewhat idle, Li Qing engaged the foreman in casual conversation. How many houses do you anticipate constructing this year? That is difficult to quantify. Much hinges on fortune. If luck is on our side, we could build 50 or 60 houses, the foreman replied with a grin. If we had the materials prepared, the process would indeed be swift. Constructing a house primarily involves laying the foundation, mixing the mortar, and raising the beams. He spoke with fervor, imparting professional knowledge while subtly advertising his skills, hoping that when future construction needs arose, clients would think of him first. In every field, excellence can be found. Being a mason requires more than mere strength. Li Qing absorbed much knowledge, even if he likely would not apply it, yet found it quite amusing. Excavating the foundation is a laborious task. In mid-February, the mornings remain quite chilly, yet each worker is drenched in sweat, their clothes even becoming damp with exertion. Let's take a break. I'm not in such a hurry, Li Qing remarked. A burly man grinned and said, We're all used to it. We don't fear exhaustion. Only the absence of work. Old son, stop chatting with the master and lend a hand to move the stone mill. It's time to start compacting. Coming. The foreman retorted with a laugh. You can't stand to see me idle for a moment. Li Qing sighed, feeling a deep sense of melancholy. We don't fear exhaustion. Only the absence of work, he reflected, realizing this was a true depiction of the lower-class citizens of the Ming dynasty. Despite the vertical comparison indicating that life has improved in the present day, the common people still endure hardships. However, this is merely Li Qing's perspective. In truth, the citizens felt quite content. They had enough to eat, clothes to wear, and occasionally enjoyed a meal of meat. They were satisfied, and the toil did not seem burdensome. As the man had said, we're all used to it. Indeed, after thousands of years, they had grown accustomed to such a life. Li Qing sighed again, filled with sorrow, pondering that these individuals had never tasted the brilliance of a flourishing era, and they would never have that opportunity. Sir, I bought some buns. Please try them. Zhu Qizhen courteously offered a paper bag, still warm. No, thank you. I'll take a stroll outside. Li Qing gently waved his hand. You enjoy them with your grandfather. As Li Qing wandered through Lianjiaten, he observed children playing, urinating, and making mud pies. He saw the curling smoke rising from every household and the citizens squatting at their doorsteps, relishing their breakfast while chatting with neighbors, even habitually licking the edges of their bowls while eating porridge. A century ago, one would not have dared to eat porridge at the doorstep. After breakfast, the adults took up their hoes to head to the fields, while the elders watched over the children. Li Qing murmured, perhaps for them. This is happiness, a life of simplicity yet full of contentment. For generations, they have sought nothing more than this. He gazed toward the direction of the forbidden city, his eyes cold and distant, softly speaking to himself. If such a life is not permitted to them, then neither should it be permitted to you. Chapter 69. The vibrancy returns. Lianjiaden is not large, with only about 200 households. Within less than half an hour, Li Qing had explored the entirety, gaining a clear understanding of the myriad lives of the lower-class citizens. Their existence is one of hardship, yet it is also filled with simple joys. Contentment is the prevailing attitude of the common people, a purity that should not be taken for granted. Li Qing exhaled and then made his way to the city. Though merely 10 miles apart, the scenery shifts dramatically. On the bustling streets, shops line up side by side: tailoring shops, antique stores, herbal medicine shops, jewelry stores, and brothels, most of which cater to the upper classes, having little connection to the common folk. Only the grocery and fabric shops, essential and affordable, are within reach for the average citizens. Wealthy individuals dominate the scene, while the impoverished are meek and submissive. These two groups coexist, creating a palpable sense of division. Yet it does not feel discordant. This has been the way of life for thousands of years, and they have grown accustomed to it. On the same street, lives diverge immensely. The mere proximity belies the vast chasm between their existences, as if they were separated by an insurmountable distance. In the small courtyard, two sturdy men, burdened with a large stone millstone, rhythmically strike the ground, solidifying the foundation beneath them. As the afternoon sun rises, they labor under its sweltering gaze, beads of sweat cascading from their brows with each exertion. In this era devoid of machinery, their toil relies solely on raw human strength, rendering their efforts far more grueling than those of future construction workers. Zhu Gaosu and his companion observe with keen interest. Upon his return, Zhu Qizhen offers a polite greeting, while Zhu Gaosu remains oblivious, his enthusiasm igniting as he appears eager to join in the labor. Li Qing approaches, urging him to rise and stretch his legs. Zhu Gaosu, with a glimmer of intelligence in his naive eyes, retorts playfully, "You think I'm unaware of your intentions?" Li Qing chuckles, recognizing Zhu Gaosu's perceptiveness. Zhu Qizhen stands, inviting his guest to take a seat, noting that lunch is not far off. "Look how considerate he is," Li Qing remarks, casting an amused glance at the naive Zhu Gaosu, who then leisurely settles down, stating he has arranged for lunch to be delivered. Zhu Qizhen nods in acknowledgement, standing quietly aside, having relinquished his small stool. Zhu Gaosu shoots a glance at Li Qing, reproaching him for his treatment of the younger generation. "Is it bullying?" Li Qing laughs, beckoning Zhu Qizhen to sit beside him. "You remain seated. Where shall I sit?" Zhu Qizhen replies graciously, "I've been seated for too long. I wish to move about." Li Qing chuckles, "See how understanding he is." Zhu Gaosu adds, "We have several chairs and stone benches at home, yet we all prefer the small stool. It's akin to indulging in refined grains for a while. Everyone wishes to savor the taste of mixed grains. But there is a distinction between occasional indulgence and a diet solely of mixed grains, much like many who can only afford the latter." As noon approaches, a waiter arrives with 2 large buckets of rice, half a bucket of braised pork, and bowls and chopsticks, the enticing aroma immediately capturing everyone's attention. Clearly, the abundance of food exceeds what Li Qing and his companions could consume, yet the craftsmen are astonished by their patron's generosity, questioning how someone who appears so modest could afford such a feast. Li Qing, wielding a ladle like a cafeteria elder, announces, "Come, gather for your meal." Upon hearing this, the masons realize their patron indeed intends to reward them, and without hesitation, they line up eagerly. It is customary for the master to provide a proper meal during significant milestones, yet to be treated so lavishly while the foundation is still under construction is truly unexpected. The fragrant rice, heaped generously with meat and drenched in savory gravy, is irresistible, causing them to salivate with anticipation. "Thank you, sir," they exclaim as they accept their meals, retreating to savor the bounty, relishing each bite as if it were a divine indulgence. While they occasionally enjoy meat, it is typically mixed with vegetables for dumplings. This luxurious fare of pure meat atop white rice is beyond the means of ordinary households. Before long, all have been served the delectable rice topped with gravy. The aroma is simply intoxicating. The dishes prepared by the restaurant far surpass those made with mere salt at home. For these artisans, It is a delightful novelty to savor such exquisite cuisine for the very first time in their lives. A simple bowl of rice topped with various ingredients unexpectedly reveals the visage of happiness. They take their time to relish the meal, knowing there is plenty more as long as they refrain from wastage. Qing understands that these individuals possess hearty appetites, so he generously procured extra servings. Such strenuous labor necessitates nourishment. Otherwise, the toll on their bodies would be excessive. Historically, the average lifespan of ancient people was relatively brief, primarily due to inadequate nutrition coupled with relentless toil. To put it plainly, they were often overworked. In contrast, the affluent gentry managed to live longer lives, often reaching their 70s or 80s. Figures like San Yang, Hu Zhua, and Wang Ji seemed to thrive with age. Even Zhen Er, nearing 60, had taken a young concubine, showcasing remarkable vitality. The common populace, however, generally faced shorter lifespans, largely due to the severe toll on their health and their inability to afford medical care, rather than inherent frailty. In essence, it boiled down to poverty. They found the food immensely satisfying, and Qing, influenced by their enjoyment, also indulged, devouring 2 large bowls. Even the simpleton ate more than usual. The young waiter at the restaurant also joined in, wearing a contented expression. After lunch, the artisans took a short respite before resuming their work of digging foundations and tamping down soil, their strength renewed. Qing observed for a while before succumbing to a nap. In a drowsy haze, he sensed someone standing by his bedside. When he slowly opened his eyes and recognized the visitor, he instantly felt invigorated. "Little girl, what brings you here? Who sent you?" "I brought her." Zhang Lata entered the room. Qing was momentarily taken aback, then smiled wryly. "What did you bring her here for?" Zhang Lata replied, "Don't be alarmed. No one knows her. What are you worried about?" This was indeed true. Qing nodded gently, then turned his gaze toward the young girl, his expression turning cautious. "What? Have you changed your mind again?" No, Uncle Li, please don't misunderstand. It was my father who sent me," Zhu Wanqing confessed, genuinely intimidated by Qing. Hastily explaining, "Father said I should come to the capital to experience life here, so I wouldn't have any regrets." Zhang Lata chimed in, "I agree. Otherwise, she might feel a sense of longing." "Very well," Qing conceded with a sigh. Now that she was here, it would be unreasonable to send her back alone, especially since he lacked the leisure to escort her personally. "Has Li Hong arrived?" "Absolutely." Li Hong chuckled as he entered, greeting, "Godfather." Qing shook his head in amusement, muttering, "What a lively gathering this is." Typically, the courtyard was quite desolate, leaving him feeling lonely and bored. Yet, with so many visitors, he found himself somewhat unaccustomed. With only 2 guest rooms available, he felt a twinge of concern. Glancing at the young girl, he said, "East kitchen or storeroom, you may choose." "If possible." Zhu Wanqing hesitated. "Uncle Li, are there any other options?" "Indeed." Qing replied with a grin, "The donkey shed is still vacant." Zhu Wanqing blushed. "I'll choose the storeroom." Qing nodded. "Hong Er, you are familiar with the capital. Take her out to explore and buy some daily necessities." "Sure thing." With the departure of 2 juniors, Qing finally rose and said, "Master, the market has run out of vegetables. I shall go to the market again tomorrow and perhaps pick up some meals from the restaurant this evening, if that suits you." "It is of no concern. I do not mind missing this meal." Zhang Lata waved his hand dismissively. "Let us not allow that girl to stay in the storeroom any longer." "Master, you are too indulgent with the children. This is not beneficial for her," Qing replied. "If she endures a bit of hardship here, she will grow to cherish Jinling even more." Zhang Lata shook his head. "You have misunderstood my intentions. The storeroom is currently filled with fakes. If she stays there, how shall we move about at night? It is better for her to reside in the east kitchen." "Ah, indeed. Master, you have thought this through," Qing agreed. "I shall have her move at once." Pausing for a moment, he asked, "By the way, Master, how many did you bring back this time?" 600 volumes. "There are still 800 at home, and once these are finished, we shall have none left," Zhang Lata replied. "This year, I have exchanged them all to save us from running back and forth in the future." Qing expressed his remorse. "You have truly worked hard, Master." "Not at all. It is merely a matter of convenience." Zhang Lata chuckled lightly. "You should attend to your own affairs. With so many mouths to feed at home, I am hardly alone. Currently, it is not too busy. I only need to concern myself with Qian, but my presence is not required," Qing stated. "This is beneath the emperor's gaze. And Baoding is not far. There are many capable individuals at the emperor's disposal. I merely need to offer a suggestion. Li Qing assisted his master in sitting down and earnestly proclaimed, "This time, I shall not venture anywhere. I will remain at home to prepare delicious meals for you, master." "That would be splendid," Zhang Lada nodded with a smile. "Qingzi, you ought to rest as well. Even if not for the old man, you should consider your own well-being. Do your utmost, but do not bear such a heavy sense of duty. You owe nothing to anyone." "Understood, master." In the evening, Li Hong returned with the young girl, both hands empty. Li Qing inquired in surprise, "Did you not purchase anything?" "There was too much to buy, and we could not carry it all back. So we have arranged for it to be delivered to our doorstep tomorrow." Li Hong laughed, adding, "I learned this from my godfather." "Well learned. But do not emulate it next time," Li Qing teased. "Little girl, you shall now sleep in the east kitchen." "What? Was it not agreed that I would sleep in the storeroom?" Zhu Wanqing pouted, ready to plead her case, only to be interrupted. "Stay or leave, your choice." "Understood, Uncle Li." The following day, after the morning court, Zhu Qiyu arrived at Lianjiaten with over 100 imperial guards, to avoid disturbing the populace. He had deliberately donned a dark robe. Upon nearing the entrance, he heard the sounds of exertion and felt the ground tremble beneath him. Zhu Qiyu, taken aback, wondered aloud, "What is happening inside?" The captain of the guards bowed and replied, "Your Majesty, Lord Yongqing has been constructing a building these past few days." "Constructing a building?" Zhu Qiyu paused, bemused, and shook his head with a smile. "What good will that do him? With such a small plot of land, what can be built?" He beckoned. "Let us go in and take a look." Chapter 70. So alike. Two alike the craftsmen were busy compacting earth with stone rollers when they suddenly noticed a group burst in, each wielding a blade, causing them to freeze in surprise. In this era, only officers, soldiers, and bandits possessed such weapons. Yet, this was beneath the emperor's gaze. The workers hastily set down their tasks, gathering together to kneel and bow. "Continue your work. There is no need for alarm," Zhu Qiyu said with a gentle smile, turning to the captain. "Just wait outside. Do not frighten them." "Master Huang, can there still be danger here?" Zhu Qiyu scoffed lightly and replied, "Wait outside." "Yes," the 100 households replied, raising their hands as they exited. Little Hengzi hurried to the shade, brought over a chair, wiped it with his sleeve, and said, "Master Huang, please have a seat." He then turned and called out sharply, "Is Lord Yongqing at home?" "Lord Yongqing has gone out." Zhu Qizhen emerged from the hall, clasping his hands in respect towards Zhu Qiyu. "If the official is not in a hurry, I can convey your message. If it is confidential, I can wait here." "Zhen Er, let them in," Zhu Qiyu instructed. Zhu Qizhen glanced back and gestured for them to enter, saying, "Please, my lord." "Very well." Zhu Qiyu reluctantly cast a glance back at the construction site and stepped into the hall. Upon entering, he saw an elderly man with a head full of white hair and a robust stature, sitting steadily. Despite his advanced age, one could still envision his youthful vigor. Zhu Gaoxiu had never met Zhu Qiyu, but having heard of him from Li Qing, combined with little Hengzi's habitual stoop and sycophantic demeanor, he could discern his identity. However, he showed no inclination to rise in greeting. Although princely elders must still pay respects to the emperor, he held a certain pride. Having contributed to the suppression of the Taizong rebellion, he felt a sense of merit and bore no reverence for this grandson emperor. "Please sit." Zhu Gaoxiu gestured towards the chair opposite him, exuding an air of authority. Little Hengzi, furrowing his brow, seemed about to speak, but was halted by Zhu Qiyu's raised hand. He took a seat across from Zhu Gaoxiu, uncertain how to initiate the conversation. After a prolonged silence, he finally asked, "How is your health?" "Not too well," Zhu Gaoxiu replied indifferently. "With age, the ailments from my youth have come back to haunt me, and I find it increasingly difficult to cope." Being in a position of need, Zhu Gaoxiu skillfully hinted at his past contributions, implying his worthiness for a place in the imperial mausoleum. Zhu Qiyu nodded gently, saying, "It is essential to take care of your health. Our Ming dynasty is flourishing and prosperous. It would be beneficial for you to take more walks and enjoy the land our ancestors fought to establish." Zhu Gaoxiu paused, his expression softening considerably. "Yes, I shall make an effort to do so. In a few days, it will be the anniversary of Taizong's passing. If your health permits, we should go together," Zhu Qiyu suggested, adding, "But if it proves too taxing, do not push yourself." "Very well," Zhu Gaoxiu replied, no longer holding back. "I will join." Zhu Qiyu smiled warmly. "Then it is settled. I shall invite you." Indeed, the two had never met before, resulting in a somewhat stiff atmosphere. Zhu Qizhen proposed, "It feels stifling in here. Shall we go to the courtyard for some fresh air?" That sounds good, Zhu Qiyu agreed, feeling the awkwardness, and he also wished to observe the construction site. Seated on two small stools, Zhu Gaoxiu occupied one, while Zhu Qiyu took the other, watching the sweating craftsman with great interest. Life for the common folk is still quite challenging, Zhu Qiyu remarked softly. Zhu Gaoxiu glanced at him sideways and said, "It is already quite good. Do not be overly idealistic. It has always been this way. As long as they have work and enough to eat, they are greatly satisfied. Excessive pursuit of ideals can lead to disappointment." Zhu Gaoxiu, seldom known for his articulate expressions, remarked that interests are quantifiable. To improve one aspect inevitably incurs the detriment of another. Unlike Taizong, he lacked the formidable deterrent power. He cautioned against emulating another individual whose ambitions exceeded his capabilities, ultimately leading to his own downfall. Zhu Qiyu paused momentarily, a wry smile gracing his lips as he nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in the statement. Xiao Hengzi's brow furrowed increasingly, sensing something amiss, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. After all, the emperor spoke in riddles, and he knew better than to interject. Eunuchs, unlike ministers, serve only one emperor in their political careers and are unlikely to engage in actions that might displease him, risking premature dismissal. Zhu Qiyu turned to Zhu Qizhen and inquired, "Is it indeed you, Qizhen?" Zhu Qizhen, realizing Zhu Qiyu's identity, clasped his hands in acknowledgement. Zhu Qiyu exhaled gently, a benevolent smile illuminating his face. "We are family. Let us not create distance between us." The phrase resonated with Zhu Qizhen, stirring a sense of belonging within him. Although he was born and raised in Jiaoji and felt little attachment to the Ming dynasty, those simple words evoked a profound connection. Zhu Qiyu remained unaware that his casual remark would extend the Ming dynasty's interests for decades. Zhu Gaoxiu's intention in bringing Zhu Qizhen was significant, as he represented the third-generation heir of Jiaoji. The sentiment touched not only Zhu Qizhen but also Zhu Gaoxiu, who felt a wave of familial affection, his eyes misty. In Zhu Qiyu, he discerned the shadow of his elder brother. "Great-grandfather, we have returned." A lively voice broke the moment, capturing the attention of the three. Zhu Gaoxiu wiped his eyes and playfully scolded, "What a ruckus! Where's the semblance of a proper young lady? Be careful, or you might not find a husband." Though he held a certain disdain for Zhu Qizhen, he harbored a special fondness for the young girl, a generational affection that transcended. "Not at all," Zhu Wanqing teased, sticking out her tongue in playful embarrassment. Upon catching sight of Zhu Qiyu, she was momentarily taken aback. This man bore a striking resemblance to her father, exuding the same gentleness. Zhu Wanqing pondered, could this be the emperor? In truth, the brothers were not particularly similar. They were not twins, nor born of the same mother. Zhu Wanqing's perception was more a matter of spiritual resemblance. As Zhu Wanqing scrutinized Zhu Qiyu, he too examined her with keen interest. She appeared remarkably similar to him. His heart stirred with emotion, and he nearly confirmed that she was indeed the daughter of his elder brother and sister-in-law, having inherited their virtues in both appearance and essence. In that instant, Zhu Qiyu's understanding crystallized. He realized that his absence from the throne was not a matter of choice. He could not return. Rest assured, the throne is secured. No unforeseen events shall arise. He reflected on Li Qing's words echoing in his mind. He felt a wave of clarity wash over him. His elder brother had never been on the grasslands, but had long since returned to the Ming dynasty. And the disappearance of his sister-in-law was orchestrated by the master. Such revelations brought a sense of relief, as his guilt diminished significantly. His elder brother's indifference towards the throne ensured stability within the court. This outcome was beneficial for all involved. As the daughter has grown, it is apparent that the elder brother is doing quite well, especially with a gentleman by his side. How could he possibly be lacking? Zhu Qiyu chuckled, a smile of relief gracing his features. He gestured with a wave of his hand, his voice gentle. "Child, come here." However, Zhu Wanqing's face turned pale, and her eyes. Revealing herself would not only jeopardize her own life, but also implicate her father and mother. Tears threatened to spill, yet she dared not cry. At that moment, the little girl regretted her decision deeply. Had she known, she would rather have faced death than come here. Yet now, she cast a pleading glance at Zhu Gaoxiu, great-grandfather. "Please save me." Zhu Gaoxiu cleared his throat and said, "Little Wanqing, come here and give great-grandfather a back rub." Promptly, the little girl hurried to his side, her head bowed, timidly tapping with her small hands, too frightened to look up. Li Hong, oblivious to the tension, busily arranged the room for his sister Wanqing. acting as if nothing were amiss. Zhu Gaoxiu explained, "This is my third grandson's daughter. She insisted on coming along, so I brought her." He was well aware of the allure of the throne and did not wish for his charming great-granddaughter to come to any harm. Zhu Qiyu shook his head in amusement. He was not foolish. Zhu Qizhen, in particular, had even altered his tone, a testament to the influence of his prolonged absence from the Ming dynasty. Yet the little girl was different, her speech reflecting a blend of the capital S dialect with a Jiangnan accent, unmistakably indicative of her upbringing in the Ming. Nevertheless, Zhu Qiyu chose not to expose this. "Child, after you finish with great-grandfather's back, how about giving your uncle a rub too? I've been quite weary," Zhu Qiyu said with a warm smile. "All right," Zhu Wanqing replied, her voice trembling as she fought to suppress her fear, managing to force a smile. She felt utterly terrified. At that moment, she longed for a fairy to whisk her back to Jinling. She wondered if Uncle Li could accomplish such a feat. If he could render her speechless and immobile, perhaps he could also return her to her former self. The little girl's mind wandered. "Uncle Li, please come back. I cannot bear this alone." "Achoo! What's wrong, Qingzi? Are you ill?" Zhang Lada asked in surprise. Li Qing rubbed his nose and shook his head. "No, just a bit of an itch." "Master, how are the buns from this household?" "They're quite good, actually, and fairly sizable," Zhang Lada replied as he took a bite. Then cracked open a salted duck egg, mixing it into his porridge with his chopsticks. He slurped a mouthful, revealing a look of satisfaction. "I must say, Qingzi, your way of eating is rather delightful." "Indeed," Li Qing chuckled. "Thus, one must always have breakfast. Master often says that the day's plan lies in the morning. Skipping breakfast is simply unacceptable." Zhang Lada nodded with amusement. "You dare to admonish your master? If you are too lazy to go out, your disciple can help pack food for you to take home," Li Qing replied with a smile. "Well, that works," Zhang Lada said, quickly finishing his porridge and wiping his mouth. "It's nearly time. Let us return before we miss lunch." "Agreed." Li Qing stifled a laugh as he rose to settle the bill. On the street, Li Qing carried a large basket of vegetables, while the old man strolled leisurely, hands behind his back. "Qingzi, where is your donkey?" Zhang Lada inquired. Li Qing remarked, "It's not that there's no space at home. It's just that the donkey is temporarily staying at Qian's house. Once the donkey shed is constructed, I shall bring it back." Indeed, riding a donkey to the market is quite comfortable. His disciple shared the sentiment, and Li Qing chuckled in response. The master and apprentice bantered cheerfully as they strolled leisurely home, oblivious to any underlying tension. Chapter 71. Uncle Li, I despise you. It is well known that the uncle-nephew relationship during the Ming dynasty is rather fantastical. Nephews harbor an intrinsic fear of their uncles. Not only was Zhu Yunwen affected, but even the former crown prince Zhu Zhanji would tremble in the presence of his simple-minded uncle. Now, with a niece in the mix, the curse remains unbroken. In a small courtyard, Zhu Qiyu sat on a low stool, propping his chin in one hand, engrossed in watching the craftsman ram the earth. He contentedly hummed. "A bit harder, uncle, put some muscle into it." Zhu Wanqing, standing behind him, hesitated momentarily before obediently increasing her effort, her tiny fists diligently pounding the ground, her expression teetering on the verge of tears. "Oh dear, is there anyone who can rescue me? Uncle Li, where are you? Please, turn me back. The capital is so terrifying. I long to return home." At that moment, Li Qing and Zhang Lada were still leisurely making their way home. After tidying up the room, Li Hong noticed that Wanqing was still helping someone with their shoulders, laboring tirelessly without daring to pause. He couldn't help but feel a surge of irritation. "Oh, so this is how they bully us, right at our doorstep?" The guards outside, dressed in plain clothes, went unrecognized by Li Hong, who could not fathom their true identities. He assumed they were merely high-ranking officials or nobles from the capital. However, he was not intimidated. After all, who among us has not enjoyed prosperity at some point? Though he was not of the direct line, he belonged to the lineage of the founding hero, Duke Chao, and his godfather was the esteemed Yongqing Marquis. Why fear anyone? Under Li Qing's influence, Li Hong had grown into a courageous soul. He strode forward, circling behind Zhu Qiyu, and seized Zhu Wanqing's small hand. "Stop pounding. You should take a break." Zhu Wanqing appeared dazed, wanting to explain but unable to find the words. "Rest," Li Hong commanded unyieldingly. Zhu Qiyu turned his head, his brow furrowed slightly. "Are you the son of the Yongqing Marquis?" "Indeed." Li Hong straightened his posture, replying coolly, "And you are?" The young Zhu Qiyu could hardly contain his frustration at the disrespect shown to the emperor. "This is quite unacceptable." Just as he was about to retort, Zhu Qiyu's gaze silenced him. Zhu Qiyu glanced at Zhu Wanqing and chuckled lightly. You are quite honest, my dear. If you're tired, just say so. Your uncle isn't here to overwork you. Stop pretending to be kind, you lecherous old man. Li Hong seethed, cracking his knuckles in agitation. My lord, would you like me to give you a massage? That won't be necessary, Zhu Qiyu replied indifferently, turning away with a hint of amusement in his voice. It is not your place to offer. Li Hong, brimming with indignation, taunted. What? Afraid I might break you? Zhu Wanqing tugged at his sleeve, her expression resembling one on the verge of tears. Seeing this, Li Hong's fury intensified. Fear not, sister. Our godfather has said that our family does not seek trouble, but we shall not shy away from it. Enough said, Li Hong declared with a sense of superiority, leaving it to the older brother. Zhu Qiyu paused, slowly rising to his feet, and turned with a bemused smile. Young men are indeed impetuous. Think as you wish. Then, he turned to Zhu Wanqing and extended his hand, saying, Come here, girl. If there is anything, you can direct it at me. Li Hong positioned himself protectively in front of the young girl, adopting a combative stance. Zhu Qiyu cast a penetrating glance at Li Hong and remarked, This is none of your concern. For the sake of Mr. Li, I shall refrain from holding it against you, but do cease your unreasonable antics. Unreasonable antics? You are bullying my sister Wanqing, and yet accuse me of being unreasonable? Li Hong retorted, his anger almost prompting him to roll up his sleeves and confront him. At that moment, the slightly ajar door was pushed open, and Li Qing entered with his disciple. Ah, it seems lively today, Li Qing exclaimed with a smile, though internally he felt a pang of anxiety. He had forgotten that Zhu Qiyu was visiting regarding the matter concerning the foolish one, and the young girl was still present. The identity of Zhu Gaoxiu could be revealed, as this matter could not be concealed, but Zhu Wanqing was different. Her protector, Zhu Qizhen, held considerable influence over the court. Indeed, Zhu Qiyu was magnanimous enough to bequeath the throne to his elder nephew, yet how he would react upon learning that Zhu Qizhen was in Jinling remained uncertain. Godfather, your timing is impeccable, Li Hong approached. This fellow is bullying people. I understand, Li Qing interjected, nodding. Go wash these vegetables and prepare them. Li Hong hesitated as he took the basket of vegetables, asking, Godfather, did you truly hear what I just said? Li Qing nodded again. I heard you clearly. Now, go and wash the vegetables. I shall go, Zhu Wanqing urged, pushing Li Hong forward. Hurry, hurry. Li Hong was propelled ahead, still protesting. Godfather, that fellow is going too far. You must. Enough. Get to work, the young girl interrupted, using all her strength to push him towards the eastern kitchen. Li Qing sighed in relief and remarked, It seems I have failed in my duties as a guardian. My apologies. Zhu Qiyu chuckled. Acting on impulse is not entirely undesirable. After a pause, he added, I wish to take that girl to the palace for a brief stay. Li Qing was taken aback and sighed. Is that so? You are aware? Yes, there is no need for concern. This outcome is beneficial for all parties involved. I have no such intentions, Zhu Qiyu replied with a smile. After all, I am an elder, and it is only fitting to extend some hospitality to a younger relative who has traveled such a distance. Zhu Qiyu's gaze was clear and sincere as he looked at Li Qing. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qing nodded in agreement. The strained relationship between the uncle and nephew in the Ming dynasty certainly needed some mending. Uncle Li, I am leaving now, the young girl said, glancing back multiple times. Uncle Li, I truly am leaving now. Uncle Li, she called one last time, but saw that he was completely engrossed in watching the pounding of clay, discussing lunch with Grandpa Zhang. I hate you, Godfather, Li Hong exclaimed, watching the raised hand of his godfather, swallowing the latter part of his sentence in frustration. Li Qing, maintaining a stern countenance, retorted, If you continue to prattle, I shall give you a good slap. But Godfather, he clearly is not a good person. How can you trust him with Sister Wanqing? Li Hong protested vehemently. I must go save her. Silence. Li Qing exclaimed, tugging at his ear. Come with me. What? He is the emperor? Li Hong was astonished, and then became more anxious. I knew he had his eyes on Sister Wanqing. She is barely in her teens. Do not scold. If anyone should be criticized, it should be yourself for being a true beast, Li Qing teased. Li Hong, foster father, I am your godson. And Wanqing is your future goddaughter-in-law. We are family. How can you do this? Li Hong was filled with indignation. Do not be agitated. How can I not be agitated? Li Hong shouted. Bang. With a roll of his eyes, he fainted. I told you not to get worked up, yet you still did. This child is so stubborn. Li Qing supported him onto a lounge chair, feeling a severe headache. Indeed, lies come with a heavy price. One falsehood necessitates countless others to maintain it. Now, it was becoming increasingly untenable. At the fiery age of youth, if the truth were withheld from him, even if he could refrain from acting recklessly, it would be challenging to ensure his well-being. Yet, revealing the truth meant that one more person knew Zhu Qizhen's true identity, thus increasing the risk. Qing was in a quandary, pondering for a long while before deciding to speak candidly. It would be a disservice to let this matter drive the child to madness. After all, they would soon be family, and Li Hong had grown up under his watch. He would not commit any foolish acts that would harm his father-in-law. Qing shook his head with a bitter smile. You truly do not make it easy for me. However, since Zhu Qiyu was already aware, there was no need to make too much of it. In the afternoon, Li Hong slowly regained consciousness to find Qing by his bedside. His eyes immediately reddened, and he could not help but shed tears. Foster father, I know you have my best interests at heart, but that is enough. A grown man crying. How shameless. Qing retorted, listen, your sister Wanqing is a princess, and the current emperor is her uncle. Well, what? The emotions Li Hong had just released were too intense for him to contain, and he stammered, PP princess? Not papa, but princess, Qing said, exasperated. Straighten your tongue before speaking. When did you start stuttering? Li Hong exerted great effort to regain his composure, astonished. Foster father, are you saying Zhu Shu is the legitimate emperor, Zhu Qizhen? Indeed. This matter is quite significant, and I did not intend to tell you, but your reaction has proven otherwise, Qing replied. Are you feeling more at ease now? Li Hong nodded, still engulfed in shock. My goodness, my father-in-law is the legitimate emperor? Chapter 72. He is a wonderful man. The soft sedan chair swayed steadily. Yet little Wanqing felt restless, stealing glances at the legendary Emperor Zhu Qiyu, her heart racing. Sir, where are you taking this humble girl? Zhu Qiyu opened his squinted eyes and smiled warmly. Child, do you know who I am? The humble girl shook her head innocently. A hint of curiosity mingled with her suppressed trepidation, her gaze lowered demurely, yet still betraying a sense of anxiety. This performance was flawlessly executed, expressing the appropriate emotions with remarkable harmony, truly a masterpiece. I am the emperor of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Qiyu declared. Zhu Wanqing exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. Why you are the emperor? Zhu Qiyu nodded with a smile. What? Do you think someone would impersonate the son of heaven here in the capital? The humble girl would not dare. Zhu Wanqing busily waved her tiny hands, then knelt down and repeatedly bowed her head, pleading, as a humble commoner. I fail to recognize the greatness before me. I beseech your majesty for forgiveness. The child, Zhu Qiyu, quickly helped her up, his heart aching at the sight of her slightly swollen, porcelain-like forehead. Do not do this again. You must take care not to injure your head. Zhu Wanqing nodded awkwardly. I shall heed the imperial decree. Zhu Qiyu chuckled softly, finding his dear niece utterly charming. Let us not be so formal. We are family, after all. He suddenly paused, hesitating whether to reveal the truth. Zhu Wanqing, being precocious and thoughtful like her brother, grew anxious and stammered. Your Majesty, are you taking me into the palace? Yes. Zhu Qiyu replied without hesitation, smiling as he inquired. Do you wish to know what the palace looks like? Not at all. Zhu Wanqing fervently shook her head. I wish to return home. Zhu Qiyu, intrigued, asked, where is your home? In Jinjiao. The clever girl recalled her great-grandfather's words and quickly amended. The Ming dynasty is splendid, but I am not accustomed to living here. Do not refer to yourself as a humble commoner, Zhu Qiyu remarked thoughtfully. Have your parents ever spoken to you about the past? Zhu Wanqing, somewhat perplexed by the emperor's inquiry, cautiously responded, I do not quite understand, your majesty. Zhu Qiyu sighed. Since they have not mentioned it, I shall refrain from elaborating. After a pause, he continued, the Yongqing Marquisate is rather small. It would be inconvenient for a young lady like you. There are many unoccupied palaces in the imperial residence. You would not be put to any discomfort. Your majesty, I am still quite young, Zhu Wanqing said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Zhu Qiyu was taken aback momentarily, then playfully tapped her on the head, chiding. What is going on in that little head of yours? I assure you, I am sending you to the palace because there is no room in the Yongqing Marquisate. Do you understand? Yes, Zhu Wanqing replied, lowering her gaze. May I stay in the palace at night and return to the Yongqing Marquisate during the day? Of course. Zhu Qiyu nodded with a smile. As long as it makes you happy. Feeling relieved at her uncle's amiable disposition, Zhu Wanqing also grew uneasy, sensing that the emperor might have caught on to something. Could it be that he intended to use the palace's opulence to ensnare her and subsequently uncover her parents? Zhu Wanqing discreetly assessed Zhu Qiyu, thinking to herself, I will not fall for that. I can be like Uncle Li, enjoying the benefits without fulfilling any obligations. After dining and drinking, I shall depart and see what he can do about it. Unbeknownst to Zhu Qiyu, his seemingly obedient and delightful niece harbored such cunning thoughts. Yet, even if he were aware, he would only chuckle, perhaps adding, my niece is truly clever. The sedan chair entered through the Meridian Gate, crossed the Golden Water Bridge, and proceeded directly into the inner palace. The little girl dared not openly gaze around, instead peering through the gaps in the curtain to examine the palace's architecture. However, this mere glimpse left her astounded. Is this the palace? It is truly magnificent. Had it been in the past, she might have felt a sense of yearning. But ever since learning of the sorrowful fate of the Ming princesses, she found no allure in it at all. What good is grandeur if one cannot reside there for long? After marriage, there would be no freedom to speak of. How could it possibly compare to the comfort of being a wealthy young lady in Jinling? Father's affection, mother's love, and the protection of an elder brother. How blissful it is. I have no desire to be a princess. Zhu Wanqing subtly pouted, inadvertently revealing a hint of pride. Zhu Qiyu, witnessing this, could not help but chuckle. A quarter of an hour later, the sedan came to a halt. Zhu Qiyu took her hand and led her down. Addressing Xiao Hengzi, arrange a comfortable residence for her and assign 20 palace maids to attend to her every need. She must not endure even the slightest grievance. Yes, Your Majesty. This servant obeys, Xiao Hengzi replied promptly, bowing deeply. Miss, please follow me. Zhu Wanqing felt a pang of anxiety and mustered her courage to say, Your Majesty, I still wish to return to the residence of the Yongqing Marquis, although I would only be in the eastern kitchen. With its greasy air and even the presence of little mice, at least I would feel at ease. In this resplendent palace, I feel utterly unsafe. Let us reside here, Zhu Qiyu gently suggested. You are already 10 years old and should be mindful of propriety. Hygiene is a concern there. Do you wish to smell unpleasant? Very well. The little girl reluctantly nodded. After taking a few steps with Xiao Hengzi, she turned back and asked, I do not know anyone here. How will I find you if needed? Zhu Qiyu pointed to Xiao Hengzi. His name is Xiao Hengzi. Instruct those attending you to seek him out, and you shall find me. Such a hassle, Zhu Wanqing murmured, nodding, I understand. In a small courtyard, Godfather, I am sorry, Li Hong said, bowing his head. I have acted recklessly and have let you down. Li Qing responded with a nod. Let this be a lesson for the future. Will Miss Wanqing reside in the palace from now on? Li Hong asked softly. The palace is far superior to our humble abode. Moreover, it is somewhat inappropriate for a young lady to stay there, Li Qing teased. Surely, you do not wish for her to remain in the eastern kitchen indefinitely? Li Hong awkwardly nodded. That is true, Godfather. However, I have heard that there are intrigues both within and outside the palace. Miss Wanqing is overthinking it. Such machinations are driven by self-interest. A mere little girl like her cannot possibly affect anyone's interests. No one would want to undertake such a thankless task. Li Qing shook his head, his expression turning serious. It is imperative to keep the matter of Miss Wanqing's background confidential. It would be detrimental for everyone if it were to leak. I understand, Li Hong replied solemnly. Even now, he struggled to believe it and sighed. Uncle Zhu is actually the retired emperor of the Ming dynasty. I feel immense pressure. Li Qing chuckled. There is no need for pressure. Simply regard him as an ordinary person. He is just your Uncle Zhu. I understand, Li Hong sighed. Yet I cannot help but feel that I have aspired too high. I once thought Miss Wanqing was of ordinary status. Who would have imagined that I am now somewhat of a prince consort? In the late hours of Shun, within the palace, Zhu Qiyu completed his official duties and took Zhu Wanqing for a stroll in the imperial garden, introducing her to its wonders. Gradually, the little girl became less resistant. Her wariness remained, but she also grew more affectionate. Being an emperor is truly comfortable, she mused. To reside in such a grand estate and have so many servants at one's beck and call, with no one daring to voice dissent, she murmured, unconsciously advocating for her father. You are mistaken. The emperor is not at ease, Zhu Qiyu whispered. Had it not been for the national crisis, I would still be a carefree prince. The young girl spoke without thinking, and as soon as the words left her mouth, she realized their inappropriateness. Hastily, she added, Your Majesty, please do not be angry. You may simply refer to me as I and refrain from addressing me as Your Majesty. Zhu Qizhen smiled warmly, saying, There is no need for formality. It is perfectly fine to be yourself. I dare not, the young girl tentatively replied. So what should I call you then? Call me second uncle, he suggested. Zhu Wanqing's expression changed, and she awkwardly laughed, saying, How could I possibly aspire to such a title? If my family had such a relative, we would surely soar to great heights. Zhu Qizhen chuckled heartily. You certainly have a way with words. Accompanying her laughter, Zhu Wanqing inquired, May I visit the Yongqing Marquis's residence tomorrow? If you call me second uncle, you may go, he replied. Second uncle, Zhu Wanqing exclaimed without thinking. But her expression quickly soured as she realized she had been caught in his jest. Very well, I shall arrange something for you tomorrow, Zhu Qizhen said with a smile. However, I must return to the palace tonight. It is quite inconvenient to stay here. If you were a boy, I would not be overly concerned. But since you are a girl, yes, I will heed your advice, second uncle. Zhu Wanqing, as if possessed, called out once more. Then her face clouded with worry. Afraid of saying too much, she quickly added, I am tired and wish to rest. Is that permissible? You may go. Zhu Qizhen nodded, watching the young girl's silhouette against the setting sun, a smile playing on his lips. Yet, that smile soon turned bittersweet as he sighed softly. Being an emperor is truly uncomfortable. The following day, at the end of the Qin hour, Zhu Wanqing descended from the sedan chair and addressed the young attendant. You may return. Come to fetch me at the Qin hour. Ah, then we shall take our leave, the attendant replied politely, not daring to show any disrespect. Though he could not fully comprehend the situation, the fact that the emperor allowed him, a high-ranking eunuch, to escort her spoke volumes of the emperor's regard. Goodbye, Mississippi, goodbye. Zhu Wanqing waved her small hand, then turned to push open the gate of the courtyard, placing her hands on her hips. I, Zhu Wanqing, have returned. Li Qing glanced up and remarked, If you've returned, then simply return without all the fuss. Uncle Li, I have yet to settle the score with you. Settle the score with me? Li Qing scoffed. What? Is your skin itching again? How rude. The young girl made a playful grimace, then skipped over to Zhang Lada's side, eagerly pressing on his shoulder. Grandpa Zhang, look at Uncle Li. He is not at all fond of me. Indeed, I shall speak to him later, Zhang Lada chuckled, nodding. Tell me, how is the food in the palace? Delicious, Zhu Wanqing replied, raising her brows and making a show of defiance towards Li Qing. I assure you, my culinary skills surpass Uncle Li's by far. Tomorrow, I shall bring some back for you. This clever girl knew that as long as she did not touch upon any fundamental issues, a little playful arrogance would not anger Uncle Li. She had some lingering feelings from the previous day when Li Qing had not come to her aid, and she used this opportunity to express them. Li Qing was not one to indulge her whims, saying, Go to the east kitchen. I shall not be staying here tonight. Zhu Wanqing raised her chin defiantly. I did not mean for you to stay. I mean for you to work, Li Qing replied. Help your elder brother wash and sort the vegetables. Uncle Li, may I have a word? Zhu Wanqing said earnestly. I am not fooling around. There is a serious matter. Very well. Li Qing stood and walked to the courtyard wall, and the young girl hurried to catch up. He paused at the corner, turning to face her. What is it? Does the emperor know my true identity? She asked, her small face etched with anxiety. He does know, he replied. Li Qing did not conceal the truth. It was already known. Zhu Wanqing trembled slightly, exclaiming, Did you tell him? How could you? He merely guessed it, but it matters not, Li Qing replied. If he truly harbored ill intentions, he would not have allowed you to return. Pausing for emphasis, he continued earnestly, Little girl, remember this. The throne was not seized by him. It was lost by your father. He was compelled into this position, and it was never his desire to be emperor. In truth, it is not he who has wronged your father, but rather your father who has wronged him. He is not a monstrous tyrant, but your second uncle. Do you understand? Zhu Wanqing, filled with trepidation, responded, But father said that if this is exposed, our family will be finished. That is meant to frighten you, Li Qing reassured her. While it may be true for most emperors, he is different. He is merely your second uncle, and he harbors no malicious thoughts. He is a genuinely good person. Is that truly the case? Will father and mother really be safe? Li Qing nodded with a smile. With Uncle Li around, there is nothing to fear. Uncle Li, you are truly wonderful, Zhu Wanqing said, her eyes brimming with tears. The meals in the palace are indeed tasty, but they cannot compare to yours. That is the truth. Well, if you lie again next time, I shall give you a good slap, Li Qing teased. 5 days hence, just past midnight, Zhu Gaoxi rose, washed up, and carefully groomed his hair and beard, even donning a new black robe. Today was the day of ancestral worship. Sir, Mr. Li Qing, Zhu Gaoshu called out loudly. What is it? Today is the day of ancestral worship. Did you not know? Zhu Gaoshu replied with a deep voice. Hurry up. You even forgot the anniversary of Taizong. I am getting up now. Li Qing quickly dressed and stepped out into the courtyard, gazing up at the starry sky, feeling a surge of frustration. What time is it? Why the rush? It is not early. We must leave in no more than an hour, Zhu Gaoshu said, a mix of nerves and anticipation in his voice. Li Qing understood the boy's sentiments and said nothing further. After washing up, he sat with Zhu Gaoshu in the parlor, waiting. They waited and waited, half an hour and a half, until dawn broke, yet no one came to knock on the door. Zhu Gaoshu grew restless, saying, Is that fellow not like you? Having forgotten the anniversary of Taizong? That is impossible. Li Qing gestured for him to calm down. Your identity is sensitive. Arriving too early will draw attention. We can leave once they are nearly here. All right, fine, Zhu Gaoshu said, anxiously pondering. If he dares to forget, I will certainly give him a beating. I may not have the chance next time. Li Qing patted his shoulder, encouraging him to maintain a calm demeanor. It will be fine. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, followed by a sharp voice. Is Yongqing Marquis awake? I am coming, Li Qing called back, rising. Let us go. Zhu Gaoshu followed suit, his typically hunched frame appearing noticeably straighter today. Chapter 73. Ancestral Worship in Chongling. The ancestral worship ceremony concluded, and the officials withdrew. Waiting outside while colleagues exchanged hushed conversations, Qian noticed Wang Zhi coughing intermittently, his hand trembling on the cane, and hurried over to support him, expressing concern. Minister Wang, are you unwell? Cough, cough. I am simply aging, Wang Zhi sighed. At 83, I have not many years left. It is time to make way for others. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding officials, including ministers and secretaries, brightened with interest. The position of the Minister of Personnel was exceedingly coveted. Qian furrowed his brows, foreseeing that with Wang Zhi's resignation, the long quiet court would once again be stirred, a situation he did not wish to witness. However, it was undeniable that Wang Zhi was no longer able to fulfill his duties. It would be unreasonable to deny him rest for this reason. Minister Wang, may I have a word with you in private? Very well. The onlookers watched eagerly as the two distanced themselves, their hearts brimming with curiosity, yearning to rush forward and uncover the details, yet ultimately they restrained themselves. It was not until they had walked a considerable distance that they paused. Minister Wang, do you truly intend to resign? Qian inquired softly. Wang Zhi offered a wry smile. Standing here for a moment has already exhausted me. Retaining me would only invite criticism. Sigh, I have grown weary of the court after half a lifetime. The eldest minister, Minister Hu, has already retired. If I, being the second eldest, do not follow suit, it may create the impression that I cling to power stubbornly. It is time for me to rest. Qian sighed in regret and asked, Minister Wang, do you have a recommended successor? As a respected figure, Wang Zhi's endorsement would likely be accepted by the emperor, thereby reducing potential conflicts, provided the right individual was chosen. The position of Minister of Personnel was indeed of great significance, and Qian felt compelled to treat it with the utmost seriousness. Yet, Wang Zhi misunderstood, responding, Minister you cannot possibly be suggesting I recommend the Marquis of Yongqing. Can you? Forgive my candor, but having aristocrats in control of the Ministry of Personnel is a precedent that must not be set. Otherwise, the tranquil court would immediately be engulfed in tumultuous waves. Relieved, Wang Zhi continued after a brief cough. You are not an outsider. It is safe to share this with you. I have my sights set on the Grand Secretary of the Cabinet, Li Qian. The Grand Secretary, concurrently the Minister of Personnel? Qian's brow furrowed deeply. Minister Wang, this seems rather inappropriate, does it not? Wang Zhi replied, after so many years in office. Have you not discerned the nature of governance? This is how it has always been. The ideals spoken of by the sages are simply unattainable. Patching things up and getting by is the reality. The Ming dynasty is currently flourishing, and the atmosphere in the court has relaxed. The present situation is entirely different from when the late emperor ascended at the tender age of 8. There is much to be accomplished, and we require someone capable rather than merely one who maintains a balance. With a deep breath, Wang Zhi continued. The current Ming dynasty does not reflect a weak sovereign with strong ministers. Over the past decade, the emperor's authority has solidified, and with the Marquis of Yongqing's assertive methods, The dynamic has shifted somewhat in favor of the sovereign. This is not necessarily a negative development, but have you not noticed the emperor's evident fatigue? This arrangement is not sustainable. We must find a leader who can guide the officials back to their core responsibilities. After a lifetime of compromise, I too wish to contribute meaningfully to the Ming dynasty. Wang Zhi, having spoken extensively, succumbed to a fit of coughs he could no longer suppress. Qian quickly supported him, gently patting his back. After a considerable moment of coughing, Wang Zhi waved his hand slightly, continuing. While the court officials no longer vie for power, they have also lost their drive, which is not a positive sign. The lack of ambition among court officials can significantly influence local governance. A leader must be found. Wang Zhi, with a sense of resignation, remarked. I initially intended to recommend you, but the Ministry of War holds significant importance. Currently, the Ming dynasty is intensifying its efforts beyond the borders. Hastily changing personnel could lead to considerable drawbacks. After much contemplation, I believe Lice is the most suitable candidate. Qian nodded slowly. I have not interacted extensively with him, but from his words and actions, he indeed embodies the qualities of a modest gentleman, although I remain somewhat uncertain regarding his capabilities. Why not give it a try? Wang Zhi chuckled. You are still young. If he truly proves inadequate, you could easily step in. It would merely entail some hardship on your part. Given your rapport with His Majesty, if you wished, you could effortlessly take his place. Qian offered a bittersweet smile. Having surpassed his 60th year, he hardly considered himself youthful. Nevertheless, in the presence of the octogenarian Wang Zhi, he felt like a young man. Suddenly, a horse-drawn carriage rushed into view, capturing the attention of the two. Wang Zhi, astonished, muttered to himself, the ancestral worship has concluded. What could this be? Who knows? Perhaps the emperor has further plans, Qian replied, feigning ignorance. Wang Zhi, not pondering further, nodded. Let us proceed, lest others speculate unnecessarily. One must remain socially attuned. Do not emulate the Yongqing Marquis. He may have aspired to be like the previous Yongqing Marquis, yet he may not possess his fortuitous fate. Qian chuckled softly. Choosing not to comment, the carriage made a turn, halting just beyond the view of the officials. My lord, please disembark. The young eunuch turned and explained. The carriage cannot advance any further. You two may proceed on foot. Understood, Qing responded, rising to say, we have arrived. Let us disembark. Very well. Zhu Gaosu nodded, his aged body trembling slightly as he attempted to rise multiple times without success. His excitement was palpable. Qing supported him, discreetly channeling a surge of energy, allowing Zhu Gaosu to gradually calm down, regaining some strength. Once out of the carriage, he paused to observe, his weathered eyes growing increasingly murky. A gust of wind swept by, momentarily blurring his vision. After a prolonged moment, he exhaled slowly and spoke in a hushed tone. Let us go. As they approached the entrance of the ancestral hall, they finally halted. Xiao Hengzi, upon seeing them, turned and reported to those inside. After receiving a response, he promptly dispersed the imperial guards and hurried forward, smilingly saying, My lord, Prince Han, the emperor requests your presence. Zhu Gaosu was taken aback. Qing shared his astonishment, as he had not anticipated that Zhu Qiyu would breach such protocol. Although Xiao Hengzi was his most trusted confidant, it was preferable for fewer individuals to be informed of such matters. Your majesties have kept the emperor waiting for quite some time. Let us not prolong his wait. Xiao Hengzi reminded them. Agreed, Qing replied, halting his thoughts and turning to Zhu Gaosu. Shall we enter? Yes, Zhu Gaosu, visibly agitated, walked unsteadily. Qing offered to assist him, but Zhu Gaosu waved him off. Noting this, Qing refrained from insisting further, walking alongside him as they entered the ancestral hall. Zhu Qiyu knelt upon a mat, facing the spirit tablet, remaining undisturbed by their entrance and uttering no words. He gestured towards the incense on the offering table and indicated the two mats beside him. The two men remained silent, stepping forward to take the incense, igniting it, and placing it in the incense burner before the spirit tablet. Upon the wall hung a portrait of Zhu Di, imposing in its grandeur, yet its overly emphasized depiction of imperial authority rendered it somewhat lacking in realism, bearing little resemblance to the man himself. A gentle breeze wafted in, causing the portrait to sway slightly. Zhu Gaozu stared blankly, his eyes reddening. Old man, I have returned. Zhu Di, however, could not utter a word, nor would he scold him. He merely regarded him with an air of authority. As the wind ceased, the imposing portrait continued to sway gently, perhaps in joy, excitement, or solace at the return of his son. Li Qing patted Zhu Gaoziu on the shoulder, turning to him, and softly suggested, "Your Majesty, let us step outside for a moment." Zhu Qiyu hesitated briefly, casting a glance at Zhu Gaoziu, but Li Qing subtly nodded, indicating that all was well. No longer in doubt, Zhu Qiyu rose slowly and, alongside Li Qing, exited the ancestral hall. "Old man, had you chosen me back then, the Ming dynasty would not have fallen so low," Zhu Gaoziu mused dreamily. "In Jiaoji, I performed admirably, did I not? Had you allowed me that position, how could you have known I would not excel? You were mistaken, you chose the wrong person. That little whelp may have done well, but his son is truly incompetent, nowhere near my caliber. If I had led that battle, old man, do you know? My role in the victory at Luchuan was significant. It was not that grandson's achievement." He spoke with pride. Then, he lamented, "Old man, my life has been utterly marred by your choices. Others may ruin their fathers, yet you. Tell me, is there any father quite like you?" There was a hint of resentment in his tone. The old man gazed at the gradually stilling portrait, his throat constricted, rendering him unable to voice further complaints. Emotions surged like a tidal wave, and he could no longer maintain his composure, succumbing to a complete breakdown. "Father." Chapter 74. Trial and Error. Is he all right? Zhu Qiyu expressed concern upon hearing the wailing from within. At his age, such emotional outbursts could easily overwhelm him. "Let him cry," Li Qing sighed softly. "He has suppressed his feelings for a lifetime. It is only fitting he finds an outlet for his emotions. It has not been easy for him." Zhu Qiyu nodded gently, choosing not to elaborate further. Li Qing inquired, "What are your intentions regarding the Prince of Han? Did I not promise previously?" Zhu Qiyu replied, "I am not asking that," Li Qing clarified. "You have not entirely concealed the matter of the Prince of Han. But is there a deeper significance?" Zhu Qiyu nodded. "Indeed, I have some thoughts. I believe it would be prudent to restore the royal lineage of the Prince of Han. Jiaoji plays a crucial role in maritime trade. With such a status, they would grow closer to the Ming dynasty. This course of action bears only benefits, with little cost to the court, while yielding substantial returns, a surefire profit." Pausing briefly, he continued, "Moreover, the Prince of Han has contributed to the Ming. Although he erred in the past, the repercussions were not severe. His exile to Jiaoji can be seen as punishment, so we need not be excessively harsh." Li Qing agreed, chuckling, "Your Majesty, you are growing increasingly sagacious. The events of those years are not recorded, and Emperor Xuanzong did not make them public. Even if some are aware of the details and harbor grievances, they cannot bring it to light." "Indeed," Zhu Qiyu sighed. "However, the Prince of Han himself cannot have his status restored. A feudal prince interred in the royal tombs would be too absurd. Such a revelation would compromise the dignity of the court and incite unrest among other princes." "That is of little concern," Li Qing remarked lightly, unfazed by the issue. At the end of noon, the hungry ministers finally awaited the emperor's dragon carriage, letting out a long sigh of relief. Departing at 1/4 the hour of the tiger, several hours had passed, and they were nearly exhausted, especially for elderly officials like Wang Ji, who almost paid with his life. On the return journey, Zhu Qiyu instructed the older officials to ride in the horse-drawn carts that had carried tribute on their way to the capital, significantly hastening their return. Nevertheless, by the time they entered the imperial city, it was nearly the end of the hour of the monkey, and Li Qing and Zhu Gaoxiu returned to their courtyard just as dusk was falling. Upon arriving home, before Li Qing could catch his breath, a knock echoed at the door. "Sir, it's me," came the voice of Qian. "You've arrived," Li Qing responded as he moved to open the door. "What is the urgency?" "Sir, Minister Wang of the Ministry of Personnel wishes to resign," Qian said, his expression slightly grave. Li Qing nodded slowly. "Let us discuss this in the guest hall." The two entered the guest hall and took their seats. "Wang Ji is over 80. It is only natural for him to resign. There is no need for such alarm, is there?" Li Qing remarked. "He wishes to recommend Li Xian as his successor." Qian added, "The Grand Secretary of the Cabinet, Li Xian." Li Qing furrowed his brow, pondering, is he the same Li Xian who, in the second year of the Jingtai era, submitted 10 proposals and was exceptionally promoted by the emperor from the rank of literary selection to the position of Right Vice Minister of War? Indeed, Qian confirmed. This individual is distinguished in his writings and enjoys a commendable reputation, possessing considerable esteem among the Hanlin scholars and the censors. However, he is not particularly versed in military affairs and was later reassigned as Vice Minister of Revenue by the Emperor. Qian frowned. There has never been a precedent for a Grand Secretary of the Cabinet to concurrently hold the position of Minister of Personnel, as this would prevent the concentration of power in a single individual. Such overlapping authority would be alarming, rivaling even the power of prime ministers in previous dynasties. Pausing briefly, Qin repeated Wang Zhi's sentiments. He concluded, "To be frank, I also agree with Minister Wang's viewpoint, yet I fear that should this precedent be set, it may lead to the erosion of imperial authority, reminiscent of the days when the three Yangs held sway, engaging in public service for private gain, correct?" Li Qing articulated his thoughts. Qin nodded. In truth, the three Yangs intended to do good, but were ultimately restrained. I worry that Li Xian may encounter a similar fate, jeopardizing the current favorable situation. What is your perspective? Every matter possesses duality. There is no absolute good or absolute evil, Li Qing pondered. As Wang Zhi mentioned, the current bureaucratic atmosphere has improved significantly, yet the official's motivation has considerably waned. In contemplation, Li Qing continued, I have indeed entertained such thoughts, but they were predicated on my arrangements prior to my departure. As for now, he hesitated slightly. Perhaps it is worth a trial. If it proves unsuitable, we can rectify it later. Let this be regarded as an experiment in error. Experiment in error? Qin mused over this novel term, nodding slowly. Very well, but it must be led by the cabinet. No, it should be led by the Ministry of Personnel. Li Qing countered. Qin, puzzled, replied, Sir, the cabinet is too weak. It is meant to handle practical matters. If there is a rationale for effective governance, it cannot be entrusted to the cabinet, and that is non-negotiable. Li Qing replied resolutely. Why is that? At a loss for a clear explanation, Li Qing could only say, the county magistrates wield too much power. We cannot place all our eggs in one basket. Qin retorted, yet the converse holds true as well. Let us discuss this later. As I have mentioned, this is merely an experiment in error. Li Qing chuckled, stating that there was no need to be entangled in the present moment. Time was still ample, and he would not be departing from the court in the near future. So there was no cause for concern. He believed that such actions were indeed necessary, as the political sphere had become rather complacent. Failure to respond could lead to an even greater lethargy in the future. At present, the Ming dynasty required individuals who were committed to tangible accomplishments. Qin paused momentarily and decided not to press the matter further. There is nothing more to discuss, so I shall take my leave, he said, rising. Minister Wang intends to resign at tomorrow's court meeting and will also recommend Li Xian. Might you attend the court? I shall not, Li Qing replied, shaking his head. To attend court would inevitably require choosing sides. Given the current uncertainty, it remains to be seen whether Li Xian is truly capable of significant contributions. Therefore, I shall refrain from attending. Qin smiled wryly. It seems you have grown accustomed to idleness. Li Qing did not invite Qin to stay for dinner, primarily because of the tension between him and Han Han, fearing that even a meal would be fraught with discomfort. After Qin departed, Zhu Gaoshu emerged, curious. What did that fellow want with you? Refrain from prying into court affairs. Li Qing shot him a sidelong glance. Can your body still withstand this? Quite well, I believe. Zhu Gaoshu replied. I feel I can endure for a while longer. Better to endure than to succumb. If one can live, one should live on, Li Qing remarked. Occasionally venture outside. At least in your current guise, few would recognize you. After this incident, do you still possess any unresolved issues? Zhu Gaoshu shook his head, rest assured. I am not foolish enough to seek death. Very well then. The following day, in the palace, Zhu Wanqing sat up in bed, stretching luxuriously. How delightful. Upon my return, I must have father procure a bed as splendid and soft as this. Hearing the commotion outside, attendants rushed in to assist her with dressing and styling her hair. The loofah pulp was dipped in salt, warm water, and clean towels were neatly arranged, allowing her to bask in her royal treatment. After gargling, Zhu Wanqing wiped her mouth and, with the sun shining brightly outside, her already pleasant mood became even more radiant. Go, find Xiao Hengzi. I wish to leave the palace. She instructed. I have risen late today, so he must hurry. It must be said that the young lady possessed an extraordinary adaptability within just a few days. She had seamlessly embraced the identity of a princess, exhibiting no reserve whatsoever. Yes, I shall attend to that immediately, replied the maid, suppressing her urge to comment, and bowed slightly before exiting. Bored in her chamber, she stepped outside, contemplating a leisurely stroll in the imperial garden. As her uncle had declared that aside from the Fengtian Hall, she was free to explore the palace. After wandering in the garden for about half an hour and estimating that it was nearly time to return, she turned back toward her quarters. However, midway, she unexpectedly collided with an elderly lady around a corner. "How audacious!" exclaimed the head of the Internal Affairs Court, sharply reprimanding. Where did this wild girl come from? He abruptly halted, for the young girl before him was dressed in exquisite attire, clearly not a palace maid. Yet, emboldened by his position, he thought to himself, regardless of who she was, one must face severe punishment for offending the Empress Dowager. After all, she was not a princess. What was there to fear? Just as he was about to speak, another sharp voice rang out. "How dare you?" Xiao Hengzi approached swiftly, his demeanor exuding authority. In the palace, no eunuch was of higher rank than him. What was there to fear? Yet, as Xiao Hengzi drew closer and beheld the elderly lady amidst the crowd, his face turned pale. Oh my goodness, this truly is a matter of life and death. He hastily knelt and bowed his head, exclaiming, "Your servant pays respects to the Empress Dowager." Sun, who was advanced in years, was nearly knocked over by the little maid, almost collapsing to the ground. At that moment, still struggling to catch her breath, she could hardly acknowledge him. Little Hung was trembling with fear, lamenting internally. This one truly is a revered elder, a little ancestor. The little ancestor was equally terrified and quickly mimicked little Hung, kneeling and bowing. This humble girl pays her respects to the Empress Dowager. Please spare my life. I will never dare again. You are but a common girl? Sun gasped, astonished. Chapter 75. Snow White and dazzling Zhu Wanqing was paralyzed with fright. She had no idea whether this Empress Dowager was her second uncle's biological mother or her father's. Regardless of whose mother she was, she could not reveal her identity. The clever little maid understood that her father's existence must remain a secret, for revealing it would surely invite calamity. She reasoned that her second uncle's affection stemmed from the fact that her father had renounced the throne, but if her father's existence became known, her uncle's claim to the throne would undoubtedly be jeopardized. Her father had always said that in the presence of the throne, everything must yield. The little maid was genuinely terrified, her lips trembling, rendering her speechless. Little Hung, stifling his frustration, thought to himself, "You were so capable, commanding us like dogs. Yet now that you face the Empress Dowager, you falter. Where is your bravado now?" At this moment, Sun had regained her composure, restoring the dignity of the Empress Dowager. She coolly commanded, "Rise and respond." "Why, yes." Zhu Wanqing slowly stood up, swallowing hard, and replied, "In response to your majesty. This humble girl is the daughter of the Duke of Yongqing." Sun furrowed her brow and remarked, "As far as I know, the Duke of Yongqing has yet to take a wife." "Adopted daughter," Zhu Wanqing quickly added. "The Duke is wholly devoted to the nation, living a modest life, and currently resides in a dilapidated courtyard, with his home undergoing renovations. This humble girl found no place to stay and was taken into the palace by the benevolent emperor." Now having caught her breath, she rapidly formulated her thoughts, eager to flatter with sweet words and a charming smile, confident that she could win over this elderly lady. Yet, she remained oblivious to the fact that her mention of living a modest life struck a chord with Sunday. When she had gone to the grasslands to fetch her son, she had demanded money before even arriving. It was one thing to ask for funds, but when the task was ultimately unfulfilled, she had not received a refund. Even more infuriating was the fact that she had to pay for medical treatment that yielded no results. Thankfully, she was resilient and managed to pull through. She had never encountered such audacious shamelessness. However, in the little maid's mouth, it had morphed into a tale of living modestly. Is she gasping again? Is she nearing her end? My life is too tragic. The little maid's complexion turned pale as she hurried forward, extending her small hand to help her breathe. But she was met with a sharp reprimand from the head of the Internal Affairs. "How dare you show disrespect to the Empress Dowager?" Zhu Wanqing quickly retreated, kneeling and bowing in one swift motion. Sun was taken aback, momentarily incensed, but considering that this servant was defending her, she refrained from crushing her spirit and chose not to pursue the matter further. "Enough, there is no need for further bows." Sun waved her hand impatiently, huffing. "Just like your adoptive father, you are so hypocritical." Zhu Wanqing bowed her head, concealing her expression, and humbly remarked, yes, your majesty, your benevolence is greatly appreciated." After a while, once the group had moved away, she cautiously rose, patting her chest repeatedly, exclaiming, "That was close, indeed." "Yes, quite perilous," echoed Xiao Hengzi, sharing her sentiment. "What peril are you speaking of?" Zhu Wanqing glared at him, indignant. What are you waiting for? Quickly take me to the Yongqing Marquis's residence. Xiao Hengzi, suppressing his annoyance, retorted, Miss, our family is headed by the chief eunuch of the Imperial Ceremonial Bureau. It is essential that you understand I am not just any eunuch. Isn't a chief eunuch still a eunuch? She countered. Indeed, but not an ordinary one, he replied. At that moment, Zhu Qiyu's voice interjected, causing Xiao Hengzi to cease his remarks and maintain his respectful demeanor. Enough of that. Let us not hold minor grievances against her. The emperor is particularly fond of her, and we cannot afford to offend her, especially with the Yongqing Marquis involved. It would be prudent to yield. For the sake of status, Xiao Hengzi chose to temporarily set aside the dignity of his position. Your Highness, the girl observed someone following them and promptly changed her tone, performing a deep bow. Zhu Qiyu stepped forward to assist her, gesturing for the others to withdraw. You may leave, no need to attend to us. Yes, Your Majesty, the maids replied, bowing before departing. Uncle, I believe I have caused a problem, the girl timidly confessed. I inadvertently offended the Empress Dowager. Having spent several days together, she had grown closer to Zhu Qiyu, who treated her kindly despite knowing her true lineage. Zhu Wanqing was astute enough to discern the difference between good and evil, and with Li Qing's counsel, she genuinely regarded Zhu Qiyu as her uncle. Did you reveal your identity? Zhu Qiyu inquired, his brow slightly furrowed. No. She shook her head resolutely. I wouldn't dare, as you have advised against exposing our identities for the sake of the Ming. Very clever, Zhu Qiyu said fondly, playfully tapping her nose. Just be cautious moving forward. You are truly wonderful, uncle, she beamed, significantly lifting Zhu Qiyu's spirits. However, his brow soon furrowed again slightly. Noticing his distress, Zhu Wanqing asked, Why are you unhappy, uncle? There are matters at court, Zhu Qiyu replied with a smile. Would you like to accompany me for a stroll? Yes, that sounds good. Zhu Wanqing noted it was already late afternoon, and considering her uncle's troubled demeanor, she abandoned her intention to visit the small courtyard. Seeing only Xiao Hengzi trailing behind, she felt at ease to inquire further, Uncle, as the emperor, is there truly anyone who opposes you? Do you genuinely believe the emperor's word is absolute, with subjects obeying without question? He chuckled. Is it not so? She asked, surprised. Certainly not. Zhu Qiyu replied with a wry smile. It can be quite exhausting. Observing the white strands in his hair, Zhu Wanqing felt a pang of sorrow for her father. Uncle, I am sorry. Ah, it is all in the past, Zhu Qiyu reassured her with a warm smile. This is not your fault. Your thoughtfulness brings me great joy. He glanced at Xiao Hengzi, who understood the cue and respectfully withdrew. Zhu Qiyu approached the garden's retaining wall, bent down, and wiped the stone steps with his sleeve before taking a seat. The young girl hurried over and sat beside him, displaying utmost obedience. In recent days, my second uncle has been quite busy and has had little time to accompany you. Are you adapting well to life in the palace? Adapted. Zhu Wanqing replied with a cheerful smile. There are attendants at my service every day, and when I feel hungry at night, there are delicious midnight snacks. How could I not get used to it? Zhu Qiyu nodded with a smile. If you are accustomed to it, then stay a while longer. With Mr. Li around, your parents need not worry. All right. Zhu Wanqing nodded, feeling warm in her heart from her uncle's kindness. This was a bond of affection beyond that of her parents. She quietly remarked, Uncle, please take care of your health. You are getting older. Her uncle wished to do so, yet the demands of his position made it difficult to prioritize his well-being. Then, what should you take care of? The young girl inquired, perplexed. The stability of the nation. Zhu Qiyu replied, his voice low yet resolute. Sunlight fell upon him, highlighting a few strands of silver hair that glimmered brilliantly. Zhu Wanqing considered offering some words of comfort, but felt that as a young girl and a junior, it would be inappropriate to speak too freely. Instead, she said, the stability of the nation is important, but your health is important too. Indeed, both are important, Zhu Qiyu smiled broadly. After a brief pause, he hesitantly asked, How is your father? He is well, Zhu Wanqing affirmed, nodding. Father is doing great, and so is mother, they are both well. A sense of guilt washed over her. Initially, upon learning the truth, she had felt indignant for her father, believing him to be the victim and her uncle the villain. However, now she sincerely felt that Uncle Li was not at fault. It was her father who had placed her uncle in a difficult position. That is wonderful to hear. Zhu Qiyu responded with evident delight. Yet, noticing the expression on his niece's face that suggested she might cry, he asked in surprise, Why the pout? Is something troubling you? Zhu Wanqing shook her head, then nodded. Uncle, you should scold me, just like Uncle Li did. Why would I scold you? Zhu Qiyu laughed heartily. You have done nothing wrong and are so adorably obedient. I could never bear to do so. But I feel upset. Enough of that. Do not cry. This is not your fault, and I do not blame your father. Zhu Qiyu reassured her. In truth, your father is working for the greater good of the Ming dynasty. Unfortunate circumstances have arisen. If we consider his capabilities as an emperor, he surpasses me by a considerable margin. Uncle is great too, the little girl stated earnestly. Is that so? Of course, she said, extending 4 slender fingers. I give you 4. Zhu Qiyu erupted into a hearty laugh. Something seems amiss. Sun Er furrowed her brow. She suddenly felt that the little girl resembled someone she had seen before, but she could not quite place her. Stop. Sun Er called to Feng Yu. We are not going to the Eastern Palace. Return to the palace. Chapter 76. If you cannot win. Seek parental guidance in the imperial garden, filled with melodious birdsong and fragrant blossoms. The uncle and niece conversed amiably. A gentle breeze stirred the sea of flowers, creating a refreshing atmosphere. Surrounded by such splendid scenery and delightful company, Zhu Qiyu found his previously troubled mood greatly alleviated. However, there always seems to be a dampener on the mood. Your Majesty, little Hengzi has returned, panting for breath. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager. She has passed away? Zhu Wanqing suddenly leaped to her feet, her face drained of color, her lips trembling. Little Hengzi exclaimed, Oh. Zhu Qiyu furrowed his brow in astonishment. What do you mean? Oh, no. Xiao Hengzi quickly waved his hand. The Empress Dowager approached, heading straight for the young lady. Just as the servant encountered the Empress Dowager, he succinctly explained in a hushed tone, It seems the Empress Dowager does not come with good intentions. How petty. It was just a slight collision. Why must she hold a grudge against a child? Zhu Wanqing expressed her annoyance, though fear prevailed. Uncle, it's nothing. Zhu Qiyu reassured her with a comforting glance, then turned and said, I understand. You may return to your duties. Yes, I shall take my leave. Xiao Hengzi stepped back a few paces before turning to depart. Something felt amiss, truly amiss. It was strikingly similar. Sun Er furrowed her brow, intricate lines rapidly gathering. Hurry. Faster. The young eunuchs responded respectfully and quickened their pace. As the phoenix carriage drew nearer, Zhu Wanqing's countenance was fraught with tension. Her earlier bravado with Xiao Hengzi completely vanished. Regrettably, Xiao Hengzi could not witness this scene. Otherwise, he would surely relish it. See, your arrogance has brought you misfortune. Uncle, I am somewhat afraid. Zhu Wanqing, ever astute, knew well the wisdom of seeking parental support when one could not stand alone. Uncle, you must save your niece. Fear not. With your uncle present, you shall not suffer the slightest harm. Zhu Qiyu replied with a gentle demeanor, calm and composed. Observing this, Zhu Wanqing's anxious heart gradually settled. Moments later, the phoenix carriage halted before them, and Sun Er stepped out. This humble girl pays her respects to Her Majesty, the Empress Dowager. Zhu Wanqing performed her greeting with utmost reverence, leaving no room for criticism. Concurrently, the young eunuchs also bowed in respect to the emperor. The once serene imperial garden transformed into a cacophony. Birds flitted away, and butterflies retreated into the depths of the flowers. Rise, the voices resonated in succession. As Zhu Wanqing and the eunuchs expressed their gratitude and stood respectfully aside, heads bowed in silence. Zhu Qiyu stepped forward and remarked, If the Empress Dowager has matters to discuss, it suffices to send word. There is no need for your personal presence. The Zhu Qiyu of today was no longer the fledgling ruler of his ascension. After more than a decade, his throne was as solid as a rock, unshakable by any force. In contrast, Sun Er had long lost her former prestige and power. Even the palace attendants no longer followed her with the same fervor as before. Those surrounding the palace, whether high-ranking officials or minor figures, were all driven by self-interest. They gravitated towards those who could offer greater security. Not only the palace maids and eunuchs, but even the ministers of the court shared this sentiment. When Zhu Qizhen did not return, Sun Er's political existence effectively came to an end. To align oneself with her would not prolong their political careers. It might even lead to an untimely demise in the realm of power, where personal connections bore little weight. At her advanced age, how much longer could Sun Er expect to live? Considering their own interests, no one would be foolish enough to follow her to the bitter end. The greatest reliance in the realm of power is influence. When one is powerful, followers naturally flock to them, eager to serve. When weak, no amount of persuasion will draw others near. Currently, Sun sure exemplified this reality. As Empress Dowager, her former authority had waned, and time had taken its toll on her. With her son absent, the power and influence of Lady Sun had diminished drastically, leaving her spirit nearly extinguished, akin to a toothless tiger. Though she now harbored a desire for mischief, her capacity to act was utterly depleted. Those who once remained loyal to her had long since shifted their allegiances, leaving her with an empty resolve. Any hint of folly from Lady Sun would result in immediate denunciation before her schemes could come to fruition. Alas, the tide had turned. She sighed inwardly, managing a faint smile. The emperor is beset with countless affairs. How could I burden him? Yet, glancing at Zhu Wanqing, she remarked, I find this young girl quite endearing. She is not merely a palace maid. Zhu Qiyu interjected. She is the adopted daughter of the Duke of Yongqing. If the Empress Dowager harbors any intentions, perhaps it would be prudent to discuss them with the Duke. Lady Sun, irked by Li Qing for quite some time, could not help but scoff. As a mere minister, why should I consult him? Zhu Qiyu replied coolly. I too am acting on behalf of others. I implore you to understand. Lady Sun paused, begrudgingly conceding. Then may I at least converse with this girl? Very well, Zhu Qiyu nodded. Wishing to spare her any further embarrassment, Lady Sun fell silent, realizing the emperor had misinterpreted her intention, which was to speak to the girl privately. This likely posed a dilemma for Zhu Qiyu. The girl had been spoiled and was not well versed in court etiquette, having just inadvertently offended the Empress Dowager. No matter, she is just a child. A bit of mischief is to be expected, Lady Sun remarked with a smile. I would not stoop so low as to hold a grudge against a mere girl, especially one as charming as she. Zhu Wanqing felt a shiver run down her spine, her brows furrowing slightly as she retreated behind her uncle. She was not deceived. Having just offended Lady Sun, it was clear that the latter would gladly have her devoured. The girl, praised by Li Qing for her intelligence, was no fool. She discerned the difference between performance and genuine emotion. The old woman's instinctive reaction had been authentic, while her current demeanor was merely a facade. Zhu Wanqing resolved to be wary of this cunning woman. Zhu Qiyu chuckled. The child from the countryside is simply unaccustomed to the world. Why must the Empress Dowager concern herself? Just then, the young prince returned, scurrying over to whisper to Zhu Qiyu, Your Majesty, Minister Wang wishes to see you. Zhu Qiyu was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that Wang Zhi had come to bid farewell, causing him inner turmoil. It would be most improper to bring a young girl to meet a minister. However, to refuse him was not an option either. Wang Zhi was a veteran of several reigns, his contributions unmatched, having devoted much of his life to the Ming dynasty. For both public and personal reasons, he deserved an audience. Otherwise, it would appear excessively callous. Zhu Wanqing noticed her uncle's distress, and after a brief internal struggle, said, Since it is at the Empress Dowager's behest, how could a humble girl refuse? Your Majesty is preoccupied. Do not let me delay you. How sensible, Lady Sun exclaimed with a smile. You should attend to your duties. I cannot possibly devour her, can I? Zhu Qiyu bent down, brushing a petal from the girl's shoulder, and whispered, Do not fear, she dares not. Zhu Wanqing discreetly nodded, then bowed. I humbly bid farewell to your Majesty. The young eunuchs followed suit, bowing in reverence. Indeed, while the palace is governed by numerous protocols, it need not always observe such grand ceremonies. However, as an outsider, one must display utmost respect, and thus these servants cannot allow themselves to be outdone. Please rise. Zhu Qiyu chuckled before turning to leave. As soon as Zhu Qiyu departed, Sun approached and grasped Zhu Wanqing's small hand, affectionately inquiring, What a rare gem you are. What is your name? Zhu Wanqing, suppressing her discomfort towards such a boundaryless person, answered respectfully, To Her Majesty the Empress Dowager, I am called Zhu Wanqing. Ah, so your surname is Zhu? Sun said, her excitement barely contained. Who is your father? And what does he do? My father is Zhu Qizhen. Zhu Wanqing refrained from mentioning the character representing her generation. He is a businessman, currently in Jinling. Sun's enthusiasm plummeted, yet she remained tenacious, stating sternly, You are lying. She scrutinized the young girl, hoping to discern some truth in Zhu Wanqing's expression. However, disappointment washed over her as Zhu Wanqing knelt, trembling, and pleaded, Every word I speak is the truth. I dare not conceal anything from your Majesty. Please, grant me mercy. Do not shout. Sun replied, irritated. Did I say I would punish you? One might think something grave had occurred. Rise, please. Thank you, your Majesty. Zhu Wanqing stood, shrinking back and unable to meet her gaze, clearly frightened. Sun furrowed her brow, pondering. You grew up in Jinling and have never traveled far? Yes. Neither have your parents ventured far? Yes. Then why does your speech bear a hint of the capital's accent? Sun's weary eyes fixed intently on Zhu Wanqing as she raised her head to meet her gaze. Zhu Wanqing's small frame trembled slightly as she replied. I have been influenced by my godfather. I learned from him. With a strategic mind, she shifted the blame. If I have offended your majesty, please direct any punishment towards me and spare my godfather. Her voice quivered with emotion. This deft maneuver to divert blame showcased her filial piety. Her seemingly pitiful appearance was beguiling, momentarily clouding Sun's judgment. Yet, her instincts remained strong, compelling her to think rationally. The resemblance was striking, not only to her son, but also to the unfortunate missing daughter-in-law. However, reason told her that this was unlikely. If she were indeed a granddaughter, Zhu Qiyu would not remain so composed. Could it be that Zhu Qiyu was unaware of the truth? The thought suddenly struck Sunday. The more she considered it, the more plausible it seemed. Rising, she declared, come with me. I won't go. Where are we headed? Zhu Wanqing retreated a few steps, her small face alarmed. Sun presented a smile she believed to be benevolent, softly saying, we are going to meet a big brother. Zhu Wanqing thought, she even knows about a big brother?